This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. In the midsummer, it is still hot at 6 in the evening. In the rental house in the urban village, Chen-Ru was curled up on the sofa in a cool sling, with his bare chest facing the air conditioner, and he was huffing and puffing on his first takeaway after get-off work. The red fog phenomenon has appeared frequently recently, but there has been no progress in the research on the red fog. Countries cannot capture it with any tools, and the source is nowhere to be found. The phone is on the sound bar, and after watching the Panda daily life that I like to watch, I swiped to see the red fog video that is very popular recently. A month ago, a travel blogger uploaded a video taken in Antarctica. In the picture, the red fog within a few meters is as red as blood. It only takes 1 second from appearance to disappearance, which is almost impossible to capture. This video did not make any splash in the ocean of the internet until netizens from all over the world took videos of the red fog and uploaded them, attracting widespread attention. There are all kinds of discussions on the internet. Some scientifically believe that it is air pollution, some are linked to ghosts and gods, and some are suspicious of the end of the world. Chen-Er browsed casually, also guessing what this red fog is. But after all, she had never seen it with her own eyes, so she was not very moved. After eating a few mouthfuls of food, she looked up through the window glass and saw the unfinished building opposite, and her attention was diverted. After eating the last few mouthfuls, she walked to the window, picked up the telescope on the desk, and admired the unfinished building as usual. She had been coveting this building for a long time. An 8-story pure rough finished building, with nothing else. It was built for 10 years, and has been abandoned since the owner had an accident. Because it was unlucky, it became a famous haunted building in the urban village. No one cared about it for 10 years in the sales center. Others didn't want it, but she dreamed of owning a building and being a landlady, lying down and counting money every day. Good buildings cost hundreds of millions, and it can be said that it is rare to have such a bold look. There is no second one in the whole city of Lan. She is very fond of this building. Today's young people are very bold. As long as you redesign and renovate it, who cares if it is a haunted house? There are many people willing to rent it. There are 3 suites on 1 floor. The whole building is 8 floors plus the rooftop, and the yard area with a wall built outside the first floor is about 5,000 square meters. This year, the price of the house has dropped to 3,000 per square meter, and the whole building costs 15 million. Although she is still a freshman who has just graduated for a month and has an internship salary of 2,000 yuan, people, especially young people, always have dreams. Just as she was daydreaming with a smile, quack. 2 text message alerts sounded, cruelly calling her back to reality. Looking up 2.5 meters high, she looked around the single-room rental house of only 40 square meters. There was a multi-layer flower rack full of fruits, vegetables, and green plants on the balcony, and a washing machine and some sundries, making it difficult to turn around. The single bedroom was stuffed with a bed, a desk, a lazy sofa, a refrigerator, an air conditioner, and various daily necessities, making it suffocating. Chen-Er's face fell, and he walked over with his head down to pick up the phone. When he opened it, he saw a text message about the change of bank card balance. And Course account 5241 was transferred to your account with the last digit 888 in this bank, and the income amount was 18,000,000. Chen-Er thought he was dazzled and counted the zeros back and forth. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. After counting 5 times, it was confirmed that there were 6 zeros. 18 million. Chen-Er almost screamed. Calm down, calm down. What if my cousin transferred the money to the wrong person? Chen-Er opened Fission with shaking hands, and was about to call her cousin in Kier's video. The next second, the Fission ringtone rang, and Kier called in. Chen-Er answered the call at the fastest speed in her life. Sister. What's wrong with my bank card? Did you transfer the wrong money? What? Are you so excited? And Kier's cold voice was slightly smiling. Chen-Er nodded desperately, and his voice was excited. So you didn't transfer the money to the wrong person? This money is all for me. Have you forgotten the red envelope money you received during the Chinese New Year? I invested it for you. This is the principal plus the income accumulated over more than 10 years of interest. Aren't you obsessed with buying the dilapidated building opposite? Chen-Er suddenly realized. Every year, the money she received in the New Year's red envelopes was indeed invested by her cousin, who was obsessed with financial management. Because she never saw any returns, she thought that the money was wasted and was squandered by her cousin. Unexpectedly, ah, sister, I love you so much. Jin Air held the phone and said loudly to the screen, "Wait until I take over the building opposite and collect rent, and I will give you half of the rent." As soon as she finished mumming, the camera of Enkur's phone opposite suddenly shook. Jin Air realized that the background of the video opposite was the interior of a high-end car. In the camera, her sister was sitting in the passenger seat, and a man in a black suit flashed in the back seat of the car. Broad shoulders, white and slender neck, sharp chin. "Sister, where are you?" Jin Air asked tactfully. "In the boss's car." Social death scene. She just screamed in front of her cousin's boss without any image. Jin Air tried to make up for her mistake and immediately sat up straight. Knowing Jin Air's reserved nature in front of outsiders, Enkur raised her eyebrows and diverted her attention. "I will take a flight back to Lon City tomorrow night, and will probably arrive the day after tomorrow morning. I will be on a business trip to Lon City for 7 days at public expense." "You are coming back?" Enkur works in Beijing City, and can only come back for a few major holidays a year. "This is not a festival, what a big surprise." Jin Air immediately decided happily, "Then I will pick you up at the airport." Enkur glanced at her. "Maybe you will arrive in the early morning, can you get up?" As expected, she is her sister and knows her nature well. Jin Air's enthusiasm disappeared in a second. "Oh, forget it. Anyway, my cousin is more familiar with the road from the airport to Lon City Hotel than I am. If you can't handle the house purchase yourself, wait for me to come back, and we do it together." "How could that be possible? I'm old enough to handle it myself." Jin Air interrupted her, patting his chest. "Just kidding, of course you have to go buy a house right away, can you wait?" If someone with the same vision as her gets there first, she cried to death. After hanging up the video, Jin Air jumped twice on the spot and contacted the Urban Village Sales Center in a hurry. She changed her clothes and went out at 7 o'clock. The person in charge of the sales center was even more anxious than her, and personally took her to run errands. She swiped her card to pay 14.96 million yuan, and the transfer procedures were completed before 10 o'clock, and all the miscellaneous things such as land tax were also handled with one-stop service. Back in the rental house, Jin Air hugged the new red book and kissed it again and again. She now owns a building. She was so excited that she couldn't sleep. That night, she asked for 7 days off from her company leader, notified the landlord to move out, and contacted the cleaning staff to pay extra to clean up the unfinished building. She will move in tomorrow. Chapter 2. Packed up the house overnight. The only things that belonged to the rental house were the flower stand, clothes, bedding, daily necessities, and a noodle pot. The electrical appliances belonged to the landlord. By 12 o'clock, they packed 2 large suitcases, a luggage bag, a backpack, and a mobile flower stand with wheels. Because the money was satisfactory, when Jin Air went to the building materials market the next day to bring people back, the unfinished building covered with weeds, vines, and spider webs had been renovated by the cleaning team. While she was coming back to inspect the final payment, the restless cleaning lady also went to the nearby bamboo forest to dig a bag of bamboo shoots and brought them back. "Little girl, take one to make soup, it's so fresh." The freshly dug bamboo shoots still had soil and a small amount of roots, and they looked very fresh. The aunt was too enthusiastic, and Jin Air couldn't refuse, so she picked a small one and happily took it, and took out a bag of lychees from her small backpack as a gift. She didn't like to eat bamboo shoots, but she could grow them. Jin Air usually likes to plant small things to pass the time. She followed her grandmother to plant vegetables in the fields since she was a child. She took out an empty flower pot, dug a pot of soil on the spot, and enthusiastically inserted bamboo shoots and placed them on the top layer of the flower rack. She had never planted bamboo shoots before. In a hurry to move in, the decoration master spent an afternoon pulling wires, connecting electricity, and installing pipes according to Jin Air's requirements, and first installed the water and electricity, balcony, doors, windows, and bathroom of 802, the most spacious room on the 8th floor. When the work was completed in the evening, 802 was already the most eye-catching rough baby in the whole building. With the friendship of giving her 2 more Mao Zedongs, the decoration master was very enthusiastic and helped her move 2 boxes, a bag and a flower rack of luggage over. She moved in on time at 6 p.m. After showing off her new rough baby to her cousin through video, Jin Air ordered a seafood family bucket hot pot takeout. Put the hot pot on the balcony, open the cute Panda video collected by Sheen, and drink a bottle of ice-cold Happy Fat House water from the store downstairs. Hold a small fan and blow it on your face. The new home is successfully cooked. After eating and cleaning up, it was dark. There was no light, no bed, no table or chairs, but Jin Air was not panicked at all. She had already prepared and turned on the flashlight on her mobile phone. She found a flat floor in the bedroom, took out a mat from the luggage bag and spread it on the floor, put the pillow and collapsed on it. She didn't sleep well last night, and she was exhausted after running around all day. She will collapse for a while before packing. Tomorrow, we have to install the elevator. She likes to live in a high place with a wide view and good privacy, but climbing stairs will hurt her legs. She also has to buy a bed. The floor is cool, but it is hard and uncomfortable. Well, the whole building is hers now, and she has to install a security system. If only there was a magical instrument like in novels that would pop out a barrier as soon as it was opened, and directly cover the entire building, so that no one could enter without her permission. Chen-Er thought wildly, and before she knew it, her eyelids drooped and she fell asleep. In the darkness, the faint light of the mobile phone flashlight illuminated Chen-Er's body, and a scarlet mist suddenly appeared and surrounded her, and disappeared in the next second. Chen-Er, who fell asleep, didn't notice anything, and was still immersed in a bizarre dream. She dreamed that the bamboo shoots she had just planted had shed their shells, and a green bamboo section as long as her forearm grew out. The top of the bamboo section bloomed and bore fruit, and a national treasure giant panda as tall as her forearm grew out. The giant panda jumped off the bamboo section, pulled up the bamboo section, and nestled into the flower pot, holding the bamboo section and chewing it. While chewing, it opened its mouth and whimpered, and the syllables that came out floated above its head and turned into 5 elements of golden subtitles. Species, bamboo. Fruit, giant panda. Ability, domain. Personal signature. As a national treasure, you should guard the territory of the country. The territory is inviolable. P.S. The current territory is a circle with a radius of 1 meter. Puff. Chen-Er was amused. As she laughed, she heard a chaotic and noisy sound. The sharp honking of cars, the terrified screams of women, the loud curses of men. Chen-Er was woken up directly, opened her eyes, and found that it was just dawn. There was a constant noise in her ears, which seemed to come from the street downstairs. I touched my phone and found that it was out of power. I accidentally fell asleep last night, and the light of my phone might have been on. There was a socket installed on the wall, so I quickly got up to charge it. But why is it so noisy outside so early in the morning? You know, the urban village in Lawn City has always been peaceful and quiet, and she is on the 8th floor, and the doors and windows are closed. The charging speed is surprisingly slow. While waiting for the power to start, she is itching to run out to the balcony. Looking down through the glass, Chen-Er was shocked. The doors of the shops that used to open early were all closed, and the street downstairs was crowded with cars, from the beginning to the end of the street, without even a spare gap. Because the gaps are full of people, these people are strangely sticking their faces to the car windows, scratching the glass with their hands and feet, and trying their best to lie on the car. The direction of the car is all over the place. Some cars are facing each other, some are facing each other, and some are lying in the middle of the road. Several cars collided with smoke, and even crashed into the shops on the side of the road, and half of the front of the car was stuck in the rolling door and floor-to-ceiling window. What a big deal! Chen-Er was shocked and ran back to the bedroom, took out a telescope from his backpack, and ran back to the balcony. After adjusting the telescope and seeing what the people who were picking the car door looked like, Chen-Er's hands trembled, and he almost dropped the telescope. The pale skin of the dead, the eyes were bloodshot, and the nails scratched on the hard glass. Not only did it not break, but also left a series of knife-like scratches. Some of them even faced the car with their faces and backs, and their necks were twisted 180 degrees, and the reason why they were facing the car was that they were biting the glass with their mouths. The neat teeth were comparable to steel teeth. And a row of tooth marks immediately appeared on the glass after a bite. Backpacks, rackets, watermelons, window breakers. The people whose windows were picked were dancing wildly, smashing things everywhere, but it was useless. They seemed to be unaware of the pain. They continued to bite when their heads were broken, continued to bite when their faces were rotten, and bit madly when their necks were broken with their heads tilted. This, are they still human? The end of the world. Zombies. For words emerged in her mind, and Chen-Er's heart was beating wildly. Hurry up and check the doors and windows. Running around 802, she saw that all the doors and windows were closed. Chen-Er patted her chest. Fortunately, she had foresight and closed the doors and windows at night yesterday. After checking the doors and windows, she calmed down a little, and suddenly remembered her cousin, who had returned to Lawn City. She hurried back to the bedroom to check her phone. The phone was turned on. Swiping the lock screen interface, various unread messages popped up. Her cousin called her several times, and sent her many Phoenician messages. Yu, I got off the plane. I go find you after a nap. Yu, why can't I get through to your phone? Something happened outside. The whole city is under martial law. I'm trapped in the hotel, and can't leave for the time being. Are you okay over there? Yu, reply as soon as you see this. The last message was sent at 5 in the morning. Shinru quickly called her cousin back. Chapter 3. It didn't work. I took the phone closer, and saw that there was only one signal bar. The network was jumping back and forth between 2G and 3G, and sometimes it was not. After a long time of struggling and sweating, I finally found the right moment when 4G suddenly popped up and said OK. Word. I wiped my sweat, and quickly opened several unread official text messages, and read them one by one. There are 4 important information. First, the red fog is harmful. The first group of people who came into contact with the red fog, after a month of incubation, gradually became zombies, lost their self-awareness, and only had the instinct to eat. Second, crystal nuclei are born in the brains of zombies, and the hardness of teeth and nails becomes stronger. Biting and scratching will cause infection. There is currently no special medicine or vaccine for red fog in zombies. Only by digging out the crystal nuclei in the brains of zombies can they stop attacking. Third, some people have survived the red fog and awakened their superpowers. Fourth, the network, signal, and circuit all have problems. The cause has not been found yet, but the possibility of it being related to the red fog is the greatest. It's really a zombie. Chen Er was scared and broke into a cold sweat. Fortunately, she moved here. If she was still in the rental house, if anyone in the whole building was infected, they would sneak in the middle of the night. Chen Er shuddered all over, so scary. Wait, this date, June 20th? Chen Er accidentally noticed the date of receiving the text message and was stunned. Wasn't it the 16th yesterday? Did she remember it wrong? But she got the real estate certificate on the 15th and moved here the next day. Suspicious, Chen Er ran back to the bedroom and took out the real estate certificate from her bag. When she opened it, the date on it was clear and clear. It was June 15th. She woke up from a sleep, and 3 days had passed? Chen Er couldn't believe it. Crack, crack. What's that sound? Chen Er's attention shifted instantly. Crack, crack. It seemed to be coming from the living room. Something was biting something? Chen Er was stunned. She was the only living person in the room. She had just checked the doors and windows of the living room. They were all closed. There was nothing in the living room except the luggage. Chen Er's hair stood on end. The surroundings were empty. There was not even anything to protect herself. She glanced and saw the mat on the ground. She quickly ran over to roll it up. She weighed it in her hand. It was good. It was heavy enough. She put the mat horizontally in front of her. She hid by the door frame and carefully looked into the living room. She didn't see any human-shaped creatures at first glance. Her tense nerves relaxed a little. Crack, crack. The sound was still ringing. Chen Er glanced over the luggage and saw the flower stand that had not been put on the balcony yet. The next second, his eyes were fixed on a black and white ball in the corner of the top floor of the flower stand. Dark circles under his eyes, fluffy, holding a tender bamboo joint, biting it with a crackling sound. His big fat buttocks just filled the flower pot, and his 2 feet stretched out from the mouth of the pot, swinging happily. The small eyes in the dark circles looked back. One person and one panda stared at each other. Chen Er, shock. Species, bamboo. Fruit, giant panda. Ability, domain. Personal signature. As a national treasure, you should guard the territory of the country. The territory is inviolable. P.S. The current territory is a circle with a radius of 1 meter. The next second after looking at each other, 5 golden subtitles jumped out from the head of the panda ball, exactly the same as in the dream. At the same time, Tuanzi cried to her, and the sound turned into a new line of golden subtitles floating over her head. Good children must protect their mothers, listen to their mothers, cannot run away from home, and must stay close to their mothers when they go out. Chen Er blurted out, "Who is your mother?" Tuanzi called out to her, and 2 words floated over her head, Mom. Chen Er, eh? She instantly aged 10 years. Accompanied by the word Mom, a strange sense of closeness came from Tuanzi, and instantly, Chen Er knew this panda Tuanzi very well. Defense in the field is invincible, and attacking in the field triggers defense. The current defense range. A circular space with a radius of 1 meter with Tuanzi as the center. Big surprise. Chen Er was happy to have a big son, and smiled like an old mother. She went forward and picked up Tuanzi, stroked him a few times to satisfy her hand addiction, and ran to the room with him. She had to pack up and go out quickly to stock up on supplies. At present, her only food reserves were a dozen or so basins of fruits and vegetables on the flour stand, half a pack of cheese wafers left in her backpack, a super large bottle of EP1 mineral water, and a row of 5 packs of instant noodles. She bought them from the store downstairs yesterday, with the flavor of stewed chicken with mushrooms. With just this little food, it will be finished in 2 or 3 days. It is urgent to stock up on supplies. Run into the room and empty the backpack and stuff the dumplings in it. Just when the backpack was full, Chen had an idea. From now on, you will be called Big Fatty. Washed and packed, emptied a luggage bag in a large suitcase, and put on several layers of clothes without caring about the heat. Put on rubber gloves for washing dishes, a hat, sunglasses, and a mask, to ensure that no inch of skin on the body was exposed. After carrying the bag, he put a sheathed fruit knife in his pocket, stuffed the luggage bag into the suitcase with his left hand, and picked up a small hoe for turning the soil with his right hand. Chen went out fully armed. Walking down the stairs, the click sound in the backpack was unusually clear in the empty stairwell. Chen, who even deliberately lightened his breathing and footsteps, turned his head and glared at him. Big Fatty, be quiet, be careful not to attract zombies. Shuzi will eat it when he gets home. Big Fatty whimpered in grievance and quieted down obediently. After going downstairs, Chen went out the back door of the yard and bypassed the block street in front. She wanted to go to the nearby Urban Village Life supermarket first. The owner of the supermarket was a retired soldier. The military ethics were engraved in his bones. He had a deep feeling of serving the people. He always opened the store rain or shine. If there was any store in the urban village that might be open, it would probably be this one. I don't know if it was because of insufficient police force that the urban village was not in charge, or the situation was so serious that martial law was invalid. Chen didn't see the martial law mentioned by her cousin Feixin all the way. She was alert to the zombies that might suddenly jump out all the way. She immediately avoided the human figure when she saw it from a distance. Chen was busy looking around and forgot about her feet, and almost tripped. Looking down, it turned out to be a vine of the chickenfoot vine. It snaked out from a chicken arrow vine on the side of the road, crossed the cement path, and one side of the thin vine climbed the edge of the road, stretched tightly. Chen kicked the vine under the instep and pulled it up. Wow, is this a chicken arrow vine or an electric wire? With such toughness, it will trip you up if you kick it. After trying to pull it several times without success, Chen decisively took a hoe and cut the vine and threw it to the side of the road. The more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. Are the vines of the chicken arrow vine so hard? Could the plants also have mutated? Chen steps quickened. No matter whether it is or not, hurry up and buy things and go back. Try not to go out if you have nothing to do. It's just around the corner to the Life supermarket, but you almost hit a zombie at the corner. Oh my god! Chen was scared, and the small hoe in his hand fell out of his hand, over the target's shoulder, and ran into the embrace of the sky. Chen It's over. Chapter 4. She picked up the suitcase and was about to start working, but who would have thought that the zombie boss would ignore her and walk past her? If she hadn't dodged quickly, she would have almost bumped into him. He didn't even notice her when they were face to face. Chen turned around and looked at the backpack behind her. Under the zipper that was not completely closed, a pair of round eyes looked at her innocently. Her heartbeat quickened. Chen grabbed the bag from her back and held it in front of her, hugging it tightly. Big Fatty, you are really Mama's big baby. She reached out and touched Tuanzi's fluffy head, and saw that it was holding a half-eaten bamboo joint with its 2 paws. Chen waved his hand. Eat it. Eat it if you want. After you finish eating, Mama will take you to dig fresh ones. He raised his head, took a step, and his aura instantly reached 2.8 meters. He broke down after walking only 2 steps, and ran back again. I almost forgot about the hoe that flew. When I arrived at the supermarket, I saw a long line at the door from a distance. The boss was sitting at the cashier counter, and a handwritten banner with large characters was pulled out at the door. No internet, no scanning code payment, only cash and credit cards are accepted. Don't squeeze, don't rush, line up, always pay attention to the surrounding movements and the status of people around you, and leave from the back door after buying things. There were more than a dozen people in the line, except for a few who supported each other and stood together. The others wished they were separated from each other. As soon as I got closer, I heard someone crying in a low voice. I was almost bitten to death by him. He said he loved me the previous second, and the next second his face changed, his eyes were scary red, and he looked at me like a wolf seeing meat. Woo! It's terrible. The person who spoke was a young woman, and the sister next to her hugged her and patted her shoulder. Okay, it's all over. Not only the women, but also a tall and strong man in the team was sobbing in a low voice. My mother doesn't recognize me, and she bites me when she sees me. I didn't hit her on purpose, I was just too scared. It was very quiet around, and the two people's voices were still very obvious even if they lowered their voices. Someone in the crowd was not easy to annoy and whispered, Cry, can you be quiet? Attract the zombies to you to deal with? If you don't want to live, don't let others get involved. The crying of the two stopped abruptly, and they realized that this was not the place to cry, and their faces were full of fear. Although the hearing of zombies has not evolved, it has not degenerated either, and they are instinctively attracted by the smell and sound of living things. No one spoke anymore. Chinru silently lined up at the end of the line, and followed the wind to hear the old man in front of the line sighing, This damn world has only been peaceful for less than 100 years. Under the depressing atmosphere, and the threat of zombies that may appear at any time, the long line quickly shortened. It was about to be Chinru's turn, and suddenly the lights went out, and the bright supermarket store fell into darkness. There was a commotion in the line, and soon the boss wrote something on a piece of paper, and held it up for everyone to see. Power outage. The card machine is not working. Those with cash come in first. Those without cash should go to the bank in the old street next door to withdraw money. The bank is open 24 hours a day these days, and the store still has stock. Don't worry. Chin Air, who never carries cash and whose pockets are cleaner than his face, said, I suspect you and the electricity are against me together. The queue was a waste of time. Chin Air left the box, and the hoe with the supermarket owner. He stuffed the fruit knife in his pocket into the side pocket of his backpack, which he could easily reach, and turned to the BBC Bank in the old street next door with his bag in his arms. There were traffic jams all the way. There were almost no pedestrians on the street. Occasionally, one or two were seen. All of them were fully armed like her, and hurriedly ran away from the zombies. Zombies were in groups, either prying open car doors or prying open shop doors. Screams and exclamations were heard from all directions, and Chin Air's scalp was numb. Fortunately, there was Big Fat, and all dangers were blocked 1 meter away from her. Halfway through, she encountered a group of fierce tattooed big brothers, who were beating up zombies, and the flying horizontal swords were bounced back along the same path. Chin Air's ears were relieved by the big brother's screams. She arrived at the old street without any danger. Chin Air finally saw the official who maintained order, the army that was directly dispatched. Gunshots were heard from time to time, and a safe passage was cleared on the overpass between the bank and the opposite shopping mall. There were also police officers in the bank to maintain order. But the good times didn't last long. Chin Air finally entered the bank, queued up, and withdrew a pitiful 1,500 yuan in cash. Just as he stuffed it into his backpack and was about to leave the bank, he ran into a bank robber. Some accident happened outside the bank. Gunshots and screams became more frequent, and all the police officers in the bank went out to support. A group of 8 armed robbers rushed into the hall at this time, without even wearing hoods. Don't move. Hold your head with both hands. Everyone squat over there. After a burst of screams and panic, everyone squatted in a corner of the hall with their heads held as the robbers asked. The leader of the robbers led 2 people to look at them with guns raised, and the rest rushed to the counter with bags, stuffing cash into their bags when they saw it. It's the end of the world. Even robbers don't wear hoods. Chin Air mixed in the crowd, put the pang on his knees, squatted with his hands on his head, and had time to think about random things. She had a mysterious trust in Big Fatty. But since it was the first time she encountered such a thing, Chin Air couldn't help but worry, fearing that the robbers would really shoot at the crowd. There were at least 20 or 30 people here, and Big Fatty's territory couldn't protect so many people. But what you fear will come true. It seemed that someone in the crowd was caught doing something tricky, which annoyed the robbers, and they pulled the person out. Chin Air couldn't help but look up. It was an old lady who hid money in her shoes. The shoes were taken off by the robbers, and a stack of money inside fell to the ground. The robber leader took out the gun and shot the old lady's foot to vent his anger. Ah! There was no gunshot, but the old lady screamed and covered her feet and fell to the ground, bleeding. The gun was a real gun, silenced. Everyone was scared by this scene. The robber leader was not satisfied with the rage he had vented with one shot, so he pointed the gun at the old lady's forehead again, intending to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Whoever dares to disobey will end up like this. Seeing that the robber's finger had already pulled the trigger, everyone's heart was in their throats watching the scene. Chin Air's face changed. A child who grew up in a peaceful and prosperous era could not watch someone die in front of him and remain indifferent, especially when he still had the ability to protect the other person. She suddenly stood up, stretched out her hands to hold the bag, and rushed towards the old lady like a cannonball. It was still in time. She was only about 2 meters away from the old lady, as long as she included the other person in the fat man's range. Not only Chen, several people in the crowd couldn't help but shout loudly to stop the robber. Stop! Stop! A sportswear uncle and a white-collar lady rushed out. A handsome guy with a short haircut in the front, about 18 or 19 years old, was faster than Chen, and his right hand was about to reach the old lady's arm. Click! Huh? Chen, the uncle, and the young lady were stunned on the spot, and the handsome guy also stopped in time. A group of hostages stared at the gun in the robber's hand, as if it was stuck. Then, a more dramatic scene happened. The robber leader pulled the trigger repeatedly without success. Sweating anxiously, and in a rage, he slapped the gun on his other hand, and the gun head flew out of the body. The pieces fell to the ground, broken into pieces, more plastic than plastic. This scene seemed to be a signal, and the guns in the hands of other robbers all stuck and cracked inexplicably. Even one robber was slow to react, and the gun in his hand strangely fell into pieces, which scared him to throw the gun away. Pop! With a sound, 7 or 8 pieces fell. Chapter 5. The whole hall fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was stunned by the bizarre scene before them. Until someone came to his senses and shouted, "They don't have any guns." No one cared about the scrap guns anymore. A group of frightened hostages rushed forward angrily. More than 30 people surrounded the 8 robbers and beat them up. Even the auntie who was shot jumped up and kicked the robber leader hard. The scene was chaotic, and it was risky to step forward and kick him. Seeing the auntie being taken aside by the bank staff to treat her wounds urgently, Chen resisted the itch on his feet. It was still important to stock up on supplies. The screams and pleas for mercy from the 8 people in his ears gradually became smaller, and the chaotic sounds outside the bank became clearer. The gunshots stopped, but the screams became more frequent, occasionally mixed with the roars of zombies and the special howls of dogs fighting. As soon as he stepped out of the bank, Chen pulled down his sunglasses, and his pupils were shocked by the scene in front of him. The soldiers who maintained order on the overpass had scattered all over the street at some point. The traffic that was occasionally moving seemed to have been paused, and all the living people rushed to the street, taking advantage of the paused traffic to dodge and escape frantically. More than a dozen pet dogs, stray dogs, golden retrievers, black backs, Labradors, all grew scarlet dog eyes like zombies, running and jumping between the roofs of cars, and pounced on people and bit them madly when they saw them. Dozens of soldiers chased and intercepted, either holding daggers or barehanded to fight these mad dogs, and took advantage of every opportunity to save people. This is, large dogs mutated? Chen was shocked. But thinking of the chicken arrow vine that blocked the road before, he felt that it was not too surprising. In the open space in front of the bank, the remains of scrapped guns were scattered all over the ground, and there were bloodstains everywhere, which was shocking. Without guns to shoot the zombies in the head in time, the zombies began to gather in groups of 2s and 3s. The soldiers were too busy to take care of one side, and not the other. The glass door of the clinic opposite was closed, and police officers ran in quickly with the injured on their backs from time to time. The medical staff, who were still normal, were busy. In just a short while, several of the soldiers who risked their lives to fight the vicious dogs were injured. Chen watched a golden retriever with the same steel teeth as zombies bite off a large piece of meat from a soldier's arm. His legs were shaking a little, and he was hesitant in his heart, but he couldn't help but ran over with the fat man in his arms. His hat and sunglasses fell off while running, but he didn't bother to pick them up. After circling around in the traffic, Chen quickly ran into the dangerous range of 1 meter away from the golden retriever, and used the car body to cover and rescue the soldier who was almost bitten to death by the golden retriever. The invisible barrier bounced the golden retriever's bloody mouth away, and the golden retriever stumbled and fell from the roof. Another soldier, who was guarding below and holding a dagger tightly, saw the opportunity and stabbed the golden retriever's head with a dagger. The dog's head was not as hard as steel, and the dagger hit the golden retriever hard. But it was useless. This was a zombie dog. It was not afraid of pain, and if the crystal core in the brain could not be dug out in time, it meant that there was nothing to do with it. Sure enough, the golden retriever's movements were not hindered at all, and its sharp claws pierced into the car wall and almost hung itself, and it jumped back to the roof. Because of the change in position, its scarlet dog eyes aimed at Chen hiding in the gap between the 2 cars, Even though she was holding Pang in her arms, Chen-Er couldn't help but retreat in fear, and her upper body was exposed from the low front of a car. The next second, the window of a 7-seater black commercial vehicle driving in the opposite direction 6 or 7 meters to her right opened. "Yu, get in the car." Chen-Er turned her head sharply upon hearing the voice, and saw a familiar cold and beautiful face. It was her cousin. Her eyes lit up, and she turned sideways and shouted in surprise, "Sister." As a result of this interruption, the golden retriever on the roof of the car behind her swooped down at her. And Kur in the opposite car turned pale with fear, and shouted shrilly, "Run! Yu!" A sound of breaking through the air was faintly heard behind her. Chen-Er was frightened by Nkur's shout, and her foot stopped just after taking a step. She subconsciously turned her head to look behind her. In her field of vision, there was a figure of the golden retriever flying in the air. The dog's mouth was wide open, bearing bloody fangs, and it seemed that human clothes, cloth, and flesh were still hanging on it. Chen-Er's face turned pale with fear, and she forgot to react for a while. When she came to her senses, she found that she was being entangled by an invisible force with her belt, and moved away from the original place, and the sole of her shoe was a few centimeters away from the roof of the car. In the rapidly retreating field of vision, a flash of lightning wrapped around the golden retriever's neck like a dog leash, freezing its body. Chen-Er watched the golden retriever tremble like a sieve. Its hair stood up, twitching and hitting the roof of the car hard, and in the blink of an eye it turned into a dog-shaped piece of charcoal. Then, its brain suddenly broke open, and white light flew out from it, brushing past her. Chen-Er turned her head sharply, and there was a wide-open car door behind her. The man's upper body was hidden in the shadows, revealing a pair of straight long legs. The black trousers were very close-fitting, and she could faintly feel the tight muscles of his legs under the fabric, full of strength. The scene inside the car quickly enlarged in front of her eyes, and the strength on her waist suddenly disappeared. The moment the car door closed, Chen-Er fell into the other person's arms uncontrollably, and the back of her head hit the man's hard chest, knocking her unconscious. Rubbing his head and trying to get up, his attention was suddenly attracted by a right hand in front of him. On the white, slender, and bony palm, lightning flickered and jumped, and after a moment, it gathered at the tip of the index finger and entangled silkily. In a moment, lightning flew out from the sliding window on the right side of the car in the direction of the finger, and shot at another zombie that suddenly attacked and injured people at the door of the store on the opposite street. The zombie turned into charcoal in an instant. Then, the 5 fingers of this hand opened and made a gesture of grabbing something, and something broke through the zombie's brain and flew over through the air. The next second, Chen-Er saw that on the jade-like palm, there was a thumb-thick, transparent crystal-like thing. This is a crystal core? A boss who can take objects from the air, manipulate electricity, and has supernatural powers. Chen-Er's whole body was stiff. She seemed to be sitting on the boss's lap now. Head was still on the boss's chest, and her breath was full of a refreshing and pleasant smell. Pretending that she was not embarrassed, Chen-Er secretly moved her claws on the boss's legs away, like a thief, supported the chair, carefully avoided the boss's hand holding the crystal core, and went down slowly and quietly. As soon as her dangling feet landed and she exhaled, a light laugh suddenly sounded from the opposite side. "Poochie!" Chen-Er looked across. On the 2 seats with their backs to the front driver's seat, her cousin was sitting on the left seat, her upper body slightly leaning over, stretching out her hand, as if to pull her, and now she looked at her hesitant to speak. Her expression was a bit hard to describe. Next to my cousin, above the empty seat, a handsome man with silver hair and a blood-red earring on his right ear stood between the co-pilot and the aisle, with his hands on the backrest, staring at her with interest. Chen-Er, eh? At this moment, the handsome man was not satisfied with just laughing, and continued to tease her. "Sister Yu, is Brother Rong's embrace comfortable?" Chen-Er's face flushed, and she dug her toes into the ground in embarrassment. She didn't dare to look back at the man behind her. Chapter 6. My cousin was still there at the critical moment. And Kira's eyes were like a knife. "Linju, if you can't control your mouth, sew it up yourself." She pulled Chen-Er over and pressed her to sit on the seat next to her. She checked her up and down, and after making sure she was intact, she fastened her seat belt. "Just kidding, this is not Sister Yu, it's too fun." Linju spread his hands innocently and shrugged. "Want to play? Go outside and play with zombies?" A deep voice sounded from the other side, with obvious displeasure in the voice. Linju's smiling face froze. I accidentally made a joke on the wrong person. He quickly changed the subject. "Ah, that, Brother Rong, I was just about to ask you, How come you are so good at using this ability right after awakening? How did you do it? Teach me. The other side was silent for a few seconds, and the magnetic and pleasant voice sounded again. Crystal cores can be absorbed to increase the strength of superpowers, and the rest depends on feelings and more practice. There is no shortcut. Lin Ju was obviously relieved. I tried it, but I can't absorb it. Hold it in your hand, and use your mind to sense it. Then I try. Lin Ju seemed to sit back in the co-pilot. Shinru, who had been pretending to be a quail for a long time, finally couldn't help but look up at the opposite side. Only when he saw it did he realize that there were two people sitting opposite. The big man half rolled up his white shirt sleeves, revealing his arms with beautiful muscular lines. He was tall and handsome. He sat opposite her and played with the crystal cores casually, as if he was absorbing them. After a while, the crystal cores in his hand had piled up into a small mountain. Next to him sat an old man with 2 lumps on his cheeks. The old man looked a bit like the boss, and was looking at her with a smile. As soon as Chinair looked over, she met the boss's deep black eyes. The man nodded gently at her. Sorry, it's the first time I used my supernatural power to pull someone, and I didn't control the strength well. Chinair waved her hands quickly. No, you are also kind enough to save me. I haven't thanked you yet. You're welcome. The man smiled politely, retracted his gaze to look out the window, and continued to scrape the crystal cores from a distance. His expression was light, and no special emotions could be seen. Chinair secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The boss is indeed a boss. He will not react as much as she does, and be embarrassed by a small matter. And Kier introduced her at this time. This is my boss, Rong Shu. This is the boss Grandpa Rong. The rude and arrogant guy just now is Lin Ju, and he is barely a colleague of mine. The one driving in front is Uncle Shou. The little girl is called Yu. How old are you? Do you have a boyfriend? Grandpa Rong smiled like a flower. The amiable look reminded Chinair of his deceased grandmother, and he couldn't help but relax a little and answered obediently, Grandpa Rong, it's my nickname again. My name is Chinair. I'm 23 this year, and I don't have a boyfriend. The old man seemed to smile even more happily. Don't worry, 23 is still young. Rong Shu is 28, and he has never been in love, so I'm not in a hurry at all. When the fate comes, we will meet naturally. Chinair nodded, but he felt something was strange. Rong Shu turned his head and glanced at the old man. The old man's smile suddenly disappeared, and he sat upright. It was like a child who wanted to do something bad, but was killed by a look from his parents. Chinair looked at it strangely. Did the grandson and grandfather have their roles reversed? Knock knock. There was a knock on the car window. Hello. It was a soldier who came over to salute and express his gratitude. Because the big brother helped from time to time, the pressure on the soldiers was reduced. The big brother got out of the car and said something to the other party. Soon the soldier left, and the big brother returned to the car and continued to help clean up the zombies. Not long after, the traffic started moving again, and the commercial vehicle followed the wave and drove towards the village in the city. Through the thick glass, you can see the soldiers who had just finished the battle and were injured outside to maintain order. The survivors on the roadside looked at each other from a distance and cried with joy. The people in the car looked at the scene outside the car and fell into silence one after another. There was no more excitement when Shinru just got in the car. In a depressing atmosphere, Rong Shu suddenly looked at Chinair and asked, What's in your bag? Chinair looked at him in surprise. The boss even paid attention to her backpack, looking down. Depang was moving around in the bag, and the backpack was bulging here and there. It was obvious that there was a living thing inside. After thinking about it, she didn't hide it, and unzipped the backpack in her arms. The panda head with 2 round ears on the top of the head stretched out from the bag, holding the green bamboo joint that was only a small piece left in the hand, curiously looking left and right. Everyone was stunned. At this time, Depang's eyes suddenly lit up, and he whimpered excitedly. Chinair was caught off guard, and Depang suddenly got out of the backpack and jumped on the man opposite. His hairy claws hugged the other's hand that was holding the crystal core, shaking it, and whimpered coquettishly. Chinair, shock. Rong Shu stared at the panda cub thoughtfully, and handed the crystal core to it. Depang's round eyes lit up, and he opened his mouth to hold the crystal core, and began to eat it. After a few bites, he was still not satisfied and stared at Rong Shu eagerly. Rong Shu fed him another one. Chinair swallowed his words to stop him. The 5 familiar bullets in front of him floated out from Depang's forehead. Species, bamboo. Fruit, giant panda. Ability, domain. Personal signature. As a national treasure, you should guard the country's domain. The country's territory is inviolable. P.S. The current territory is a circle with a radius of 3 meters. After 2 crystal cores were taken, the domain range directly expanded from 1 meter to 3 meters. Chen Er glanced at the 3 people, and it seemed that none of them noticed the subtitles. It seemed that only he could see it. This panda eats crystal cores? And Kier frowned. Are you sure it hasn't mutated? Of course not. Chen Er straightened her chest. Big Fat is not an ordinary panda. This is the panda I grew with bamboo shoots. 3 pairs of eyes looked at her. And Kier thought she had heard it wrong. What did you say? A panda grown with bamboo shoots? What panda grown with bamboo shoots? Lin Ju heard the noise and came over, and looked at Chen Er with the 3 of them. Chen Er was a little shy when she was looked at, and she inexplicably felt a sense of accomplishment. She took a deep breath, and was about to tell her magical experience of growing a panda after waking up from a dream, when suddenly, bang! Wow! Several loud noises came from outside the car. Several people suddenly turned their heads to look out the window. I saw a cool supercar on the opposite lane next door, which seemed to be rear-ended by a small electric car behind it. It lost its wheels in an exaggerated way, and the car body hit the ground violently, smashing into pieces, at the same time. Bang! Bang! Snap! The commercial vehicle, which was already moving slowly, suddenly stopped. Several strange noises came from around the car body, and the bright lights in the car suddenly went out. In excitement, Chen Er pulled the armrest of the seat. Snap! She actually broke it off. Broken? Chen Er was dumbfounded, holding up the half armrest in her hand. Although I don't know the brand of the car, the interior of this car is obviously the configuration of a top luxury car. The workmanship shouldn't be so rough, right? Chapter 7. Not only the armrest, but Grandpa Rong seemed to want to open the window. As soon as he pressed his hand on the door clicked and fell down a few centimeters. It was out of place. The old man and the young looked at each other, and the faces of the people in the car changed at the same time. At this time, a voice suddenly came from behind. Get ready to get off the car. Chen Er turned his head, and saw a middle-aged man, with a short haircut, and a strong body coming to the driver's seat. It should be the driver, Uncle Joe. 2 tires burst, the steering wheel is broken, the oil level is decreasing very quickly, and the body of the car is not right. It feels like it will break and fall off at any time. It won't last long. Uncle Joe looked solemn. I'm afraid it's the same as the problem with the previous plane inspection. The car can't be used. Everyone's expression tightened. Rongshu said decisively, Get off the car. Just take the backpack. Several people hurriedly got up, and were about to move. Chen Er hurriedly said, Wait a minute. Take everything you can. It's hard to buy things now. Big Fatty has a domain, just like the kind on TV, a defensive barrier that will bounce off when attacked. Zombies can't even find it if they pass by. 5 pairs of eyes looked at him at the same time. Rongshu, how big is the domain? It was originally a circle with a radius of 1 meter. It just ate 2 crystal cores and expanded to a radius of 3 meters, enough to cover 6 people. Can it expand? Of course, the bigger the better. And Kier looked at the crystal core in Rongshu's hand. Boss? Rongshu didn't object, and directly handed the panda that was still in his arms to Chen Er, and at the same time stuffed a handful of crystal cores in his arms. Hurry up and feed it. Eat as much as you can, we clean it up. Chen Er quickly threw away the half armrest in his hand, and took over the feeding from Big Fatty in a hurry. Big Fatty didn't even care about the half remaining bamboo joints, and he ate the crystal cores with great crunch. When the few people had just packed up and got off the car, there was a sudden collapse behind them. There was a loud bang. The commercial vehicle collapsed on the spot. The few people who had just got off the car had no time to react, and were hit hard by the cracked car body. At the critical moment, the car body suddenly rose, and the distance between it and the few people suddenly widened, appearing on an invisible arc in the air. The arc surface jumped twice, and the collapsed car body was bounced high, passing through the dense traffic, and slammed into the door of a roadside bakery. The flying debris smashed through the glass door of the store, and punctured the tire of a car. The consecutive accidents caused the traffic on both sides to fall into chaos at the same time. The cars driving in the forward and reverse directions crossed the boundary when turning and dodging, and it was completely messed up. Several cars rushed towards the 6 people trapped in the traffic. The next second, the car bodies were pushed out, along with several cars next to them, and were directly pushed out of the lane. The drivers were confused. A large area of the road was suddenly vacant. The driver who was blocking the back didn't believe in evil, and rushed over maliciously. With a whoosh, the car flew onto the roof of a store, and fell down with a bang. Half of the car body was stuck in it, unable to go up or down. They were completely dumbfounded. A group of 6 people, carrying bags and dragging suitcases, had an aura of 28,000 and walked out of the traffic like crabs. At this time, the range of the fat man's domain had expanded to a circle with a radius of 9 meters. Several people walked along the eaves of the store and walked to the end of the old street. Wherever they passed, because the domain suddenly expanded, many zombies were included in the defense range. They kept flying towards the few people with red eyes, but were quickly pushed out of the defense range and bounced away fiercely. At the same time, the movement on the lane became louder and louder. When they reached the corner at the end of the old street, they looked back and were shocked by the scene in front of them. The cars on the whole street collapsed one after another. The better the quality, the faster they broke. Some cars even collapsed like confetti. The surviving people fell to the ground like dumplings, climbed up with their hands and feet, and fled to the side of the road frantically, but were surrounded by zombies again. The soldiers who fell off the car were busy again. An excited and fiery superpower appeared in the crowd, killing people everywhere. The boss didn't help anymore, and the group turned around and left. Linju followed Chen-Er closely, staring at the bag in her arms with a pair of beautiful phoenix eyes. He approached Chen-Er, smiling with a frivolous face. You must be tired after carrying the Peng all the way. Come, brother will help you hold it for a while. He was carrying a bag and dragging 2 suitcases. He pushed the suitcases together while talking and stretched out a free hand. Oh, okay. Chen-Er was immune to frivolous men, but this did not affect her from stuffing the Peng into Linju's arms happily. She could definitely trust the people brought back by her cousin. Don't say it, it was much easier. So easy to get? The color hasn't even worked yet. Linju raised his eyebrows, caught the little fat boy, unzipped it a little, and stroked his panda head twice. After being satisfied, he smiled maliciously. Aren't you afraid that I will snatch the Peng away and run away? Chen-Er paused. Snatch her to Peng? She instinctively felt that the Peng could not leave her. Remember what the Peng said before? Chen-Er subconsciously looked at the top of the Peng's head. As if sensing Chen-Er's thoughts, a sentence floated over the Peng's head. Good children should protect their mothers, listen to their mothers, and cannot run away from home. They must follow their mothers closely when they go out. Ah, yes. That's it. Chen-Er gave the Peng a look of relief from a distance, like an old mother watching her filial son, and felt relieved. She glanced at Linju with an unfriendly look, and she opened her mouth to complain to her parents. Sister, he wants to steal my panda. And Kur stepped forward and snatched the panda from Linju's arms. It's enough to let you touch it twice. What are you thinking? Linju, Little G has no martial ethics. Chen-Er felt relieved. Sure enough, she felt that this Linju was afraid of her sister, and she was right. With the Peng, the group had a smooth journey. The boss didn't need to protect people, and he would kill a few zombies from time to time along the way to store food for the Peng. With the boss's support, Linju also took the opportunity to exercise his superpowers. This person's superpower is metallization, and he practiced turning his palms into diamond claws along the way, so that he could take out the crystal core from the zombie's head without getting his hands dirty. Don't mention it, he really practiced it, took out several crystal cores, and brought them back, and fed them to Big Fat. When the group arrived at the first floor yard of Chen-Er's unfinished building, Big Fat had accumulated hundreds of rations. After eating 59 crystal cores, Big Fat seemed to have reached his limit and stopped eating. But the domain has expanded to a spherical space with a radius of 60 meters, just covering the entire unfinished building including the yard, and there are more. There are zombies everywhere, and Chen-Er's unfinished building has become a rare safe spot in the end of the world. The boss and his group have no suitable place to go, and all decided to stay in Chen-Er's unfinished building temporarily. I heard that the boss was going to take a private plane to Lon City Sanatorium to pick up his grandfather, but the private plane had problems earlier. There is no plane or car. Can you ride a 2-wheeled vehicle back to Beijing? And the 2-wheeled vehicle may be scrapped halfway. As soon as she entered the yard, her phone magically sent out a text message notification sound, and Chen-Er's guess was confirmed. The signal network was still the same, but it might have just been connected for a second. The phone received the latest official news. Currently, large-scale transportation vehicles such as airplanes and cars, secondary energy such as fuel and electricity, and metal products have all experienced varying degrees of exhaustion and aging. Please pay attention to safety, give up transportation when traveling, and try to choose non-metallic materials for weapons. Metal? Chen-Er thought of the fruit knife in the side pocket of her backpack. She took it out and took a look. Wow, she had seen it before going out. It was shiny and bright, but now it is not only dull, but also cracked. Chen Er suspected that it would break into 8 pieces if she flicked it with a hand. As soon as she thought of this, a hand reached out, and Enkir flicked the blade lightly, and the fruit knife fell to the ground and broke into pieces. Chen Er, holding the handle in her hand. Chapter 8. Enkir didn't take responsibility after doing something bad. What are you looking at? It's all broken anyway. Is it the official news from Mon City? What did it say? Rongshu noticed Chen Er looking at her phone, and looked at her inquiringly. Our phones are all Beijing numbers, and we can't receive messages from Mon City. Chen Er threw away the knife handle in his hand, and read the official message to several people. The boss's face became very solemn. They are all man-made. That's right. Enkir's eyes followed and fixed. Now it's just a car and a knife. What about later? If this continues, we will have less and less things to use. Following Enkir's words, everyone imagined the scene and couldn't help shuddering. Put the things away, go out to purchase supplies first. The boss gave an order, interrupting everyone's worries. The group followed Chen Er up to the 8th floor. The handle of the box was barely broken after reaching the upper floor. The phone, however, was fine, maybe because it was covered with a film and a phone case. No one despised Chen Er's rough stuff, so after locking all the things in 802, they went their separate ways. Rongshu and Lin Ju not only had superpowers, but it was said that they had learned their skills from Uncle Zhou, who was a retired special police officer. It was more convenient for them to go out alone to find supplies in other places. Chen Er took to Pang, and Kur, and Grandpa Rong to a small supermarket to buy things, and Uncle Zhou protected them in case of accidents. Among the 4 people, except for Chen Er who had 1,500 yuan in cash, only Uncle Zhou took out a stack of banknotes from his wallet, 900 yuan. Chen Er asked weakly, did Brother Rong and Brother Lin carry cash? The air was as quiet as a chicken. And Kir crossed her arms and smiled. It's okay, they can bring things back even if they don't have money. Chen Er had a question mark on his face. How to bring them back? With this question, several people went to the Urban Village Life supermarket. Several metal shelves in the supermarket collapsed, and things were piled up messily on the ground. Chen Er didn't even want to ask about the fate of the trolleys and small hose he had deposited. All the food wrapped in tin foil was temporarily packed into self-sealing bags. The shelf where the canned treasure porridge was placed was empty, and there was a sticky sweet smell on it. It was probably because there was something wrong with the can. There was a layer of packaging boxes outside that were still being sold. The same was true for milk and other similar packaging. Several people quickly dispersed to select supplies. Chocolate, compressed biscuits, Snickers, instant noodles, ham, self-heating lunch boxes, self-heating hot pot, milk, treasure porridge, mineral water, sanitary napkins for 2 girls, 6 1.2-meter student mattresses that Uncle Zhou spotted at a glance, plus 2 large bags of potatoes and sweet potatoes picked by Grandpa Rong. Even if a lot of food with packaging problems was selected and sold at a discount, the wallet was soon empty. However, there were still many things that were not bought. I went out for a while, and came back with big bags. As soon as the few people entered 802, they saw a lot of rice, flour, oil and grain in the living room. There is a breakfast shop not far downstairs. The owner turned into a zombie. The door was wide open. We passed by and moved it back. Lin Ju said it as if he went in to buy breakfast. Looking at the things piled up in front of him, and then looking at the amount that the few people just brought in, which was less than 1/10 of the mountain, Chen Ru's heart was filled with tears. It turns out that you can bring things back even if you don't have money. This is how to bring things back. When she led the 3 of them to line up in a small supermarket and searched and picked out supplies, these 2 big brothers were so rich that they opened a 0 yuan shopping service. They are indeed capitalist bosses. Look at their advanced vision. It's the end of the world. It's time to break the moral limitation that you can only buy things with money. You don't know how to buy things for 0 yuan? Hurry up and do it. The breakfast shop still has dozens of unopened bags of salt and various seasonings, a large box of fresh eggs, several bags of soybeans for grinding soy milk, and several boxes of pure milk. Move them all away. There are no people in the small shop next door, only zombies. Empty it. The fast food restaurant and milk tea shop opposite have a lot of inventory. Move, move, move. After a whole afternoon of 0 yuan shopping, Chen Er felt comfortable all over, and even his soul was sublimated. It's just that I was exhausted when I was moving things back and forth. Fortunately, when they were halfway through the move, Lin Ju's ability was discovered to have a new use. He metallized and reinforced a two-wheeled cart that was about to be scrapped on the roadside, which at least gave the 4 people a few more breaths. When the water and food were piled up layer by layer, filling the 2 large living rooms of 802, the 4 people in the group all collapsed on the student mattresses chosen by Uncle Joe. The boss and Lin Ju were still busy outside. In the evening, when the sun went down, the 2 of them moved back a pile of pipes, doors, windows, and toilets one after another. While the boss absorbed the crystal core, he used his mental power to take objects from a distance, move them, and install them. Lin Ju metallized and reinforced the pipes, doors, and windows, especially the aging parts such as door locks. As soon as it got dark, the remaining 2 suites on the 8th floor of the unfinished building, 801 and 803, became the same model as 802, and the doors and windows of the 3 suites all exuded a metallic luster. The efficiency was so high that Chen Er was amazed. Rong Shu and Grandpa Rong lived in 801, Lin Ju and Uncle Joe lived in 803, and Nkir lived with Chen Er in 802. The area of 802 was 200 square meters, while 801 and 803 were slightly smaller, with 150 and 120 square meters respectively, so 2 people could still live there. As soon as it got dark, Uncle Joe immediately took out a mini night light with a plastic shell. Lin Ju also brought back a bunch of hot pot ingredients, and the 6 of them gathered on the public corridor balcony on the 8th floor to have hot pot. When collecting supplies, they found that most of the kitchen appliances had problems, and the few that could be used were useless without electricity or gas. Fortunately, an old man is like a treasure in the family. Grandpa Rong directed several people to build a temporary earthen stove and put the collected charcoal into it to burn. The pot was a broken pot that was on the edge of breaking. After Lin Ju metallized it and reinforced it, it was placed on the stove, and it was so easy to use. Chen Er and Nkir both grew up with their grandmothers in the countryside. They don't know how to build a stove, but they are very good at making fire. The boss and his group have good adaptability. In the morning, they are still successful men in suits and ties, but in the evening, they are already a group of vest-wearing macho porters. Ignoring the 2 handsome faces of Rong Shu and Lin Ju, they instantly get down to earth. The hot pot is very rich, with chicken, duck, fish, various seafood, hot pot meatballs, vegetables, and mushrooms. Although the meat is all frozen, it is already very good to find so many good ingredients near the urban village. When the market is paralyzed, the refrigerator is out of power, and the living plants and animals are more or less mutated, and no one dares to eat them. Lin Ju is more active than the owner Chen Er. He brought back a large bag of fresh bamboo shoots for Dapang, and fed the panda while eating hot pot. You said that Dapang was grown by you growing bamboo shoots. How did you grow it? After a busy day, the few people finally had time to ask Chen Er about Dapang. Chen Er grabbed the serving chopsticks in his hand, and aimed at the fat fish roll lucky bag. He tried to pick it up several times but failed, so he just fought. I just planted it in the flower pot casually, and dreamed of growing a panda when I fell asleep. When I woke up, Dapang appeared in the flower pot. Chen Er said casually, his eyes were full of delicious food, and he had completely lost the desire to show off to others before. Oh, by the way, I slept for 3 whole days. Chapter 9. You slept for 3 days? Nkur looked over worriedly. Are you feeling unwell? No, I'm doing great. Crispy sub-health doesn't count. Nkur breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Er was still struggling with the fish roe bag, and a wooden colander came over, scooped up the bag, and put it into Chen Er's bowl. Following the slender and beautiful hand on the wooden spoon, Chen Er met Rong Shu's gaze. Is one enough? Ah, that's enough, thank you, Brother Rong. Chen Er's face was slightly surprised, and he was a little flattered. Brother Rong, I want some too. Give me some radish. I want tofu, thank you. Chen Er looked at Lin Ju, who was holding out his bowl, and then at his cousin, who was holding out his bowl. In this day and age, are the bosses and subordinates also the opposite? But it seems normal. The people at this table are either the boss's grandfather or his uncle. Uncle Joe is the old man's adopted son. In addition to being a subordinate, Lin Ju is also Uncle Joe's cousin's nephew. He seems to be a childhood friend of the boss. The only serious subordinate of her sister is actually a high school classmate. The boss is a boss. There is only one wooden spoon. Chen Er thought Rong Shu would serve some to the 2 of them, but he glanced at it coldly and stuffed the spoon handle into Lin Ju's hand. Do it yourself. Chen Er was stunned. Brother Rong, what do you mean? Serve your little cousin and not us? Lin Ju's voice raised, not like a protest of dissatisfaction, but a hint of excitement, as if he had discovered something extraordinary. Chen was made nervous by him. Rongshu was not moved at all, and said calmly, "She can't pinch it." Chenru secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "I said that although she looks good, she is not a stunning beauty. A man like the boss has seen all kinds of beauties. He just met her, so he can't fall in love with her at first sight, right?" And Kier snatched the spoon from Lin Ju's hand and rolled her eyes at him. "Are you thinking of nothing else except the things between men and women? My sister and the boss are two people who have nothing in common, but you can think of that. You better get rid of your useless brain. Lin Ju, isn't this the first time I see Brother Rong taking care of a girl like this? She's my sister, and she's the youngest. What's wrong with Brother Rong taking care of her? Is Brother Rong still short of little sisters? Why doesn't he take care of each of them? What's wrong with your sister? Even you are treated like a cow by him, working overtime every day." Lin Ju's eyes were full of desire to talk, but he didn't dare to say it, because he received Rongshu's warning look. He turned his head away in frustration, and suddenly saw Grandpa Rong sitting opposite him looking at Chen, his old face smiling like a flower. Lin Ju's eyes lit up. Noticing his gaze, Grandpa Rong looked over, and the two of them exchanged glances that only each other could understand. Lin Ju felt relieved immediately, took the spoon handed over by Nkur, and scooped a piece of radish for himself. While eating the radish, Lin Ju thought of the topic just now, and looked at Chen. "I think you are probably awakening superpowers." Lin Ju's voice was full of interest, like a dream come true. Chen was stunned. Yes, why didn't she think that she had awakened superpowers? It's related to dreams, and it should also be spiritual. Rongshu said, it may also be related to planting. Try planting something before going to bed tonight. Okay, Brother Rong. Chen nodded vigorously. This guy is my cousin's boss. My cousin has a high IQ since she was a child, and is extremely sensitive to numbers. During college, she interned at the Beijing multinational group Shengshi Ronghua. After graduation, she stayed there and became the Secretary General of the President's office. For a big man to be the boss of my cousin, he must have at least the same IQ as my cousin, and Chen was very obedient. After sorting out the supplies overnight, they were divided into 3 equal parts and placed in 801, 802 and 803, and the 6 people went back to their own homes. After throwing away the paralyzed electrical appliances and other unusable things within Kier, Chen immediately started to tinker with the flower pots. The metal flower stand was reinforced by Lin Ju and moved to the balcony of the living room. There are a total of 15 flower pots, some large and some small. A few are ceramic, and most are plastic. 12 of them are planted with onions, ginger, garlic, coriander, sweet basil, lemon, strawberry, cherry tomato, radish, Shanghai green, rose, and chrysanthemum. Yes, all edible. Sometimes when the boss is so angry that the liver is depressed, she drinks rose tea. When she has a sore throat, she drinks chrysanthemum. When she cooks instant noodles, she adds some green vegetables. When she cooks a small hot pot, she adds some radishes. She uses onions, ginger, garlic, and lao gan ma to make a delicious dipping sauce. After the meal, she drinks some lemonade, strawberries, and tomatoes. Each pot is clearly arranged by Chen. The pot where the big fat man was planted is empty, but the soil is still there. It's a good time to plant something else. What should I plant? She didn't have many seeds in her hand. However, when the materials were distributed, she got some potatoes and sweet potatoes bought by Grandpa Rong, and also 2 bags of soybeans. She simply planted the remaining 3 pots. Do it when you think of it. While Nkur was washing up, Chen went downstairs and dug up 2 more pots of soil, and planted potatoes, sweet potatoes, and soybeans. There was no more room on the flower stand, so the 3 pots were placed on the ground next to it. After watering each pot, Chen carried a pang to wash and left. She was always very careful about growing things, never caring about the climate, temperature, or light, and always put them directly in the sun. Water it every day, bury some kitchen waste such as eggshells in the soil to fertilize the soil, and those that can survive usually grow well. She immediately forgets about those that don't grow and continues to plant another one. After washing up and saying good night to Nkur, Chen hugged Pang and took the crystal core back to the master bedroom and closed the door. The bedroom was empty. In addition to clothes and bedding, there was only a student mattress on the floor and the pillow she brought when she moved. She was so tired that Chen felt that lying on the student mattress was very good. There were about 40 crystal cores left, which Chen carefully placed next to the pillow where Pang could reach out. There were 8 fully charged power banks among the collected supplies. Because they were packed in sealed bags when they were collected, they were still usable. Each person was given 2, and together with a mobile phone, they were all reinforced by Lin Ju. Chen Er turned off the mobile phone light and charged the mobile phone with a power bank. In the darkness, there was only the faint light of the power bank. Chen Er and De Peng lay side by side on the mat, pinching their arms and legs that seemed to be useless, and couldn't help wailing, "We have to continue collecting supplies tomorrow. If we carry on like this, we will either break our arms and legs or become a King Kong Barbie. Help!" De Peng snorted, as if to comfort her. Chen Er rubbed De Peng's hairy head with her face. "Luckily you are here, De Peng. Otherwise, a fragile person like Mama would definitely have difficulty moving in the end times, and might even be fed to zombies at the beginning." Mumbling, Chen Er gradually fell asleep. Soon, she had another dream. Just like when she dreamed of growing De Peng, this dream was extremely clear. In the dream, she saw the soybeans she planted sprouted, grew taller, and turned into green soybean seedlings. The soybean seedlings produced many small bumpy fruits that were completely different from the pods, and they were still oily yellow in color. Chen Er looked at them expectantly, curious about what would grow out of these small bumps. As a result, a line of golden subtitles similar to those of De Peng floated above Meow Meow's leaves. "Hungry, hungry, hungry." Chen Er was dumbfounded and anxious. "Hurry up and get results. How can we stop here?" Half asleep and half awake, she felt a pile of hard things in her palm, which felt like crystal cores. A stream of rich energy entered her body at the right time, and was absorbed by the soybean seedlings through the air. The hungry Meow Meow ate the food frantically, and the oily yellow bumps grew bigger little by little and took shape. Chapter 10. It turned out to be 3 identical, chubby fish roe bags, species, soybean. Fruit, fish roe bag, in addition to the 2 lines of golden subtitles floating above the leaves of Meow Meow. Subtitles also appeared above the 3 fish roe bags hanging on it. One head had, "I am original flavor." Another head had, "I am sweet chocolate flavor." Another subtitle was 2 lines, and it was very long, "I am very individual. Although I am also called fish roe bag, my fish roe has been eaten. Don't look at me as a small one, I can actually hold a lot. P.S. The current storage space capacity is 1 cubic meter." Early in the morning, Chen-ru excitedly got up from the mat and ran to the balcony of the living room, leaving even De Peng aside. What caught his eye were 3 pots that had just been planted last night, placed side by side next to the flower stand. 2 of the pots were empty, but in the remaining pot, a graceful soybean seedling grew, with 3 fish roe bags hanging on it. The aroma of the fish roe bags mixed with the sweet smell of chocolate rushed into my nose. "Ah!" Chen Er jumped wildly on the spot. And Kerr was soon awakened by her. Then, there was a knock at the door. Chen Er was eager to share, and hurried over to open the door. It was Rong Shu. The boss had a mental power, and a sense of perception that was different from that of ordinary people. He came over after hearing the noise. Chen Er was excited. "Brother Rong, you are right. I planted soybeans yesterday and planted 3 fish roe bags." The girl was wearing a beige nightgown, revealing her fair and slender arms and calves. Her face, which had just woken up, was rosy and tender, like a sweet peach, which made people want to take a bite of it. Rong Shu paused, then moved away inconspicuously, looking towards the balcony in the living room. "Take me to see it." Soon, all the staff on the 8th floor gathered on the balcony. Everyone was stunned to see the 3 fish roe lucky bags hanging on the green soybean seedlings. Lin Ju wanted to touch them, but he smelled the strong fragrance and retracted his hand. "Amazing. Again and again, you planted soybeans and even produced fish roe lucky bags." Lin Ju looked surprised. "But forget about the original flavor, how come there's even chocolate flavor? Your taste is a bit strong." "Don't ask me, I don't know either." Chen Er was also puzzled. She had never eaten a chocolate-flavored fish roe lucky bag, okay, and she didn't even know why she planted soybeans and turned them into fish roe lucky bags. "Let's take a look at the one without fragrance. It seems to be able to hold things." "Put things?" Rong Shu's mental power probed in, and after a moment, he was surprised. "It's a storage space." He touched it. It looked greasy, but it didn't feel greasy. It felt like fried tofu. "This is really amazing." Even the boss found it amazing, let alone others. Lin Ju turned into a curious baby, opened the mouth of the lucky bag and looked inside. "Hey! It's quite big, a little bigger than a suitcase, it should be a cubic meter." Let me see. Let me see." Grandpa Rong squeezed in between the boss and Lin Ju. "Put it in and see." A wooden spatula was then handed to Lin Ju. Uncle Joe was just making breakfast and came over with a spatula in his hand. Linju took the spatula and tried to put it into the bag. The wide spatula just touched the bag and disappeared in the next second. Linju pulled the bag and looked inside. It's in. It's staying there. He weighed the lucky bag. It hasn't gotten heavier. Take it out and have a look. Grandpa Rong urged him. Linju didn't know how to take it out. He looked at Chen-Er. How to take it out? Can I put my hand in? Let me see. Chen-Er didn't know either, and his eyes subconsciously swept over the lucky bag. A line of subtitles immediately popped up on the lucky bag. I'm just a bag for holding things. Perhaps because he grew it himself, Chen-Er understood immediately. You can treat it as a bag with a larger space and try to pour it out. Linju pinched the bottom of the bag and lifted it up, shaking it. The handle of the spatula quickly slipped out of the bag and was grabbed and pulled out by him. Grandpa Rong was so curious. Let me try. And Kur and Uncle Joe were also very interested. A group of people took turns filling and emptying and filling, and played with the fish roll lucky bag and the spatula. Uncle Joe even boldly stretched half of his body in, and touched the bottom of the bag inside, with an amazed face. It's just like touching a real fish roll lucky bag. Try to bear the weight. Rongshu used his supernatural power to move a few bags of rice from the corner of the hall, where supplies were piled up, unpacked and poured directly into the lucky bag. Filling up the entire cubic space, the lucky bag was not broken, nor did it become heavier. It was still small, half the size of a palm. Do you have crystal cores? Bring some over and try. Rongshu thought of something, and looked at Chen-Er. Several people quickly thought of the situation where the big fat man ate the crystal core, and his domain became larger, and their eyes lit up. Chen-Er responded, and ran back to the room quickly. After a while, he ran back again, with a big fat man in his hand, but no crystal core. She looked at Rongshu with a guilty conscience. Brother Rong, I just remembered that I absorbed all the crystal cores last night when I was dreaming. Chen-Er's voice was weak. I was dreaming halfway last night, and the soybean seedlings suddenly stopped growing and cried for hunger. I was half asleep, and my hand might have accidentally touched the crystal core placed next to the pillow, and I absorbed it inexplicably. After all, it was the rations prepared by Rongshu and Linju for Depang, and it was absorbed by her like this. Chen-Er was quite embarrassed. It's okay. What's wrong with absorbing a little? You are the hero who planted the fish roll lucky bag. A hand patted Chen-Er's head, like patting a puppy. It hurts, it hurts. Chin-Sui-Er's forehead was buzzing from being slapped, and he glared at Linju's claws, and all the embarrassment disappeared. I still have some. Rongshu glanced at the hand that Linju had slapped on Chen-Er's head, and said coldly, Linju, go get it. Others also looked at Linju with condemnation, saying that he didn't know how to use any strength. He didn't use any strength at all. Linju felt wronged, and went to get the crystal core in frustration. When the crystal core came, he stuffed one directly into the fish roll bag. No response. The big fat one is out of the pot. Do you have to pick it off first? Linju said, and wanted to take the fish roll bag off. Chen-Er hurriedly stopped him. Don't pick it. This is a bag, not a big fat one. It won't grow if you pick it off. And Kier crossed her arms and rolled her eyes at Linju. You threw the crystal core into the bag. Do you think it's better to keep it or eat it? Linju, who had fallen into the misunderstanding, slapped his forehead in annoyance, and quickly poured out the crystal core and threw it into the flower pot. Disappeared. Eat crystal cores like fatty. Linju immediately looked at the lucky bag. Why didn't it get bigger? He threw another one in. Still no change. But a new subtitle popped up on the soybean seedlings, hungry. More food. More food. Chen-Er conveyed the meaning, it's hungry, so I asked you to put more. Linju simply threw all the crystal cores in his hand in. I just wanted to ask, how did you know it at a glance? They can send barges, and only I can see them. Your ability is to go to heaven. Chapter 11. The crystal cores in the flower pot are constantly decreasing, and the imagined storage space of the lucky bag has not increased. However, 3 new small bumps have grown on the soybean seedlings. Soon, the bumps grew larger, gradually stretched out, and took shape. Surprisingly, there are 3 lucky bags that are exactly the same as before. Even the barrage is a copy. Number 1's head, I am the original flavor. Number 2's head, I am the sweet chocolate flavor. Number 3 is still a storage bag. I am very individual. Although I am also called the fish roll lucky bag, my fish roll has been eaten. Don't look at me as a small one, I can actually hold a lot. P.S. The current storage space capacity is 1 cubic meter. Wow, You can still play like this? Lin Ju was very excited, and took out a handful of crystal cores from his pocket and added them. Eat quickly, eat more. If you don't have enough, there are more. The soybean seedlings have produced 5 more fruits. It stopped when 6 of each of the 3 types grew, a total of 18 lucky bags. A subtitle popped up above Meow Meow's head. Burp. It's full, it won't bear fruit. Chen Er was the mouthpiece. 6, just 1 for each person. You, have you thought about giving us 1 each? Lin Ju looked touched, smiled slyly, and asked Chen Er for the lucky bag in a roundabout way. This? Maybe a coincidence? Chen Er scratched her head. She herself was not sure. It should be that Yu subconsciously hoped that each person would get 1, and that's how it was after it was planted. And Kur had already picked them up without hesitation and started to distribute them, 1 for each person, 3 for each. The cousins was hers. And Kur's parents divorced when she was young, and each of them started a new family. She took her grandmother's surname when she was very young. Chen Er's parents died early, and she has lived in the countryside with her grandmother and cousin since she can remember. Her grandmother is old, and most of the time it is her cousin who takes care of her. She goes to her cousin when she is hungry, wets her pants, or is bullied by her classmates at school. Every time, her cousin can perfectly help her solve the problem. After her grandmother passed away, the 2 sisters depended on each other for survival. And Kur has always been the boss of the family, and Chen Er has become accustomed to it. When Enkur began to distribute, Chen Er looked eagerly, waiting for Enkur to share it with her, completely forgetting that it was grown by herself. The pitiful appearance of the little one is lovable and funny. Ahem. Rongshu curled his lips slightly, and coughed lightly. This made Chen Er look at him in confusion. Lin Ju looked sympathetic. Kong, another poor child dominated by Secretarian. He was afraid of being dominated in the company. But his IQ was killed in seconds, and he was led by the nose every time. Each person got 3 lucky bags, and everyone was happy. The depression accumulated yesterday was swept away. Everyone was also very curious about the 2 edible lucky bags. The old man who got up early and washed up had already eaten. Hey, this chocolate-flavored lucky bag is soft, sweet and delicious, really good. Come and try it. Everyone hurried back to wash up. Breakfast time. The 6 people gathered in the living room of 802, eating fish roll lucky bags with a treasure porridge that was about to be scrapped. Uncle Zhou also gave each person a fried dough stick and a fragrant poached egg. The big man did not forget to exercise his supernatural powers while eating breakfast, and his diligence made Chen Er look sideways. The man with his eyes closed had a high nose bridge, beautiful lips, thick and long eyelashes, and no pores on his face, which made Chen Er envious and jealous. Yu, your flower pot is cracked. The man suddenly opened his eyes and looked over. Chen Ru, who was staring at him, was startled and her face turned pale. Reacting to what the boss said, she hurried to the balcony. All the 15 pots, she saw had cracks of varying degrees. The ceramic ones were better, but the plastic ones seemed to be broken in the next second. Chen Ru hurriedly called for help. Brother Lin, come and help. Others had already followed. The precious soybean seedlings that produced the fish roll lucky bag were still planted in the flower pots, and no one was at ease. Lin Ju immediately used his supernatural power to repair them. When the 15 flower pots were repaired, his supernatural power was exhausted, and he had used up the few remaining crystal cores. The crystal cores were all in the soybean seedlings pots. Without crystal cores to absorb, they could only recover by resting. Yesterday, the doors and windows reinforced by Lin Ju metallization had lost their luster, and the strength of the metallization was weakening. Rongshu said another phenomenon he had just observed. Also, cracks appeared in the wood products. An even worse situation had occurred. The faces of several people became solemn. Quack. Chen Ru's personalized frog call message alert sounded, breaking the heavy atmosphere. Several people were happy. This person was really a treasure. Even a mobile phone alert sound could be inserted. And Kure complained about this frog call before, but now listening to it, it actually felt good. Chen Ru didn't pay attention to the reactions of the crowd. He opened his phone and saw a new unread official message. It covered 5 information points. First, the culprit of everything was confirmed to be the red fog, which was eroding everything on the blue planet. Second, the way to slow down the erosion of the red fog was to isolate the superpowers. The authorities had summoned superpowers to build a safe zone overnight, and asked the public to go to the safe zone as soon as possible for refuge. 3. Plants and animals mutate, and crystal cores similar to zombies appear in their bodies. 4. Psychics are immune to red fog and are not afraid of infection. 5. Crystal cores are very important. The government collects a large number of crystal cores and can be used to exchange for supplies. Chin Air read the information to everyone. Do you want to go to the safe zone? Chin Air was a little reluctant to leave his building. But the existence of red fog cannot be captured and detected. It is unknown when it will appear. My cousin, Grandpa Rong, and Uncle Joe are not psychics. If they don't go to the safe zone, they may suddenly become zombies one day. Wait, the red fog appeared a month ago. Chin Air suddenly realized the important information that he had ignored, and stared at Nkir blankly. A pair of cat-like round eyes gradually filled with mist. Sister, you will be fine, right? Nkir was stunned for a moment, and suddenly understood something, and touched Chin Air's head. You finally reacted? That's right, we are all likely in the incubation period. If it weren't for the boss's strong perception, and being able to detect the problem in time, I wouldn't dare to get so close to you. What should I do? Chin Air tightly grasped Nkir's hand, anxious and afraid. Nkir's eyes softened. Don't worry too much, this is just the worst guess. You see, we are all fine, and it is more likely that nothing will happen. Just take good precautions, and don't get hit later. What she didn't say was that although she was not sure whether she had been hit before, with the degree of large-scale pollution like the red fog, it was only a matter of time before she would get hit unless she was a superpower. Chin Air was very smart, but when Nkir was around, she never liked to use her brain. She believed whatever Nkir said, and her heart was relieved by half. Rongshu's eyes fell on Chin Air's eyes for a long time. As soon as Nkir finished speaking, he spoke. My spiritual perception is gradually getting stronger. I can sense the red fog around me at the first time, so I can prepare in advance, such as using my supernatural power to isolate a closed space in time. Chin Air's eyes lit up. Yes, there is still the boss. Linju uses metallization to make an isolation, so the red fog can't touch my cousin and others, right? Rongshu's words made Chin Air's still a little uneasy heart completely calm. Seeing that her cousin's face calmed down, Nkir turned her eyes to other people. My suggestion is not to go to the safe zone first. It's not clear what the situation in the safe zone is now. It's easy to think that the place of refuge can't be very good. Nkir said. We have Depang here. Defense is not a problem. The only thing to solve is the erosion of the red fog, and now we know how to solve it. With the boss and Linju here, we will collect more crystal cores next, and use supernatural powers to reinforce the defense of the 8th floor in time every day. There is no need to go to the safe zone and squeeze with a group of people. Chin Air wanted to agree with both hands and feet, but couldn't help but worry. But Brother Lin's ability doesn't seem to be enough? Just reinforcing the flower pot is enough. What if there are not enough crystal cores and red fog appears? Wouldn't the cousins be in danger? And the boss? Doesn't the boss have the dual abilities of spirit and lightning? It seems that he can't be used for solidification like Brother Lin's metallization? Chin Air looked puzzled. Brother Rong has a third ability, freezing. Linju raised his eyebrows and said proudly, as if this ability was his. The third ability? Chapter 12. Looking at Rongshu, he saw that his palm was raised, and a layer of ice slowly formed on the surface of his skin. Chin Air's mouth opened into an O shape. Ice, the defense is definitely not bad. I can take turns with Linju. Rongshu didn't seem to want to go to the safe zone either. First collect crystal core materials, and supply Linju, and metallize and reinforce the 8th floor. I have tried it, and the metallization defense effect is better. No one objected when the boss spoke. A group of people packed up, and went out fully armed. Before leaving, the boss moved out the remaining doors installed yesterday, and together with Uncle Joe, installed the fire doors on the 7th floor to the 8th floor, and the rooftop on the 8th floor. The elevator passages without elevators were also sealed with doors, to ensure that the entire 8th floor space was completely isolated from the outside world, and even the door gaps were not left out. After that, all the way downstairs, the boss installed doors on each floor of the fire passage. If there were not enough doors, he would use his supernatural power to seal them, so he didn't have to worry about being pried into the house when he went out. As soon as they walked downstairs and into the yard, they saw a mutated red-eyed bamboo green snake wandering around the yard, just like strolling in their own backyard. Because they were in the range of Big Fatty's domain, they were discovered as soon as they approached. The bamboo green snake turned its head and spit out its tongue, and swooped over close to the ground. Before the bamboo green snake launched an attack, and was bounced out by Big Fatty's domain, Chin Air, the most cowardly mollusk, was so scared that he threw the fish roll lucky bag in his hand head-on, covering the head of the rushing snake. The next second, the snake disappeared. Everyone, can the fish roll lucky bag be used like this? Lin Ju couldn't help but blurt out, again, 666. Grandpa Rong followed suit and covered a mutated morning glory vine that stretched out from the outside of the courtyard wall, and even the scarlet roots, and the morning glory was pulled into the bag. Ha ha ha, great job again. Grandpa Rong tightly grasped the mouth of the bag, very happy. I was worried that this old bone would hold me back and not be able to help. Now it's good. With this fish roll lucky bag, I can put zombies one by one. 1 cubic meter of space is definitely enough to put a zombie in, at worst. Put it in and fold it up. Next, a new mode of hoarding crystal cores appeared. Rong Shu and Lin Ju killed monsters and dug crystal cores, and Chen Er and the other 4 took the fish roll lucky bag to collect zombies and exotic beasts and plants. Collect 1 and pour it down, with the head and main root of the crystal core facing down. If the position is not right, pinch the bag to adjust it. Only the key parts are exposed, and the mouth of the bag is immediately blocked to ensure that the remaining mouths, claws, and roots that can hurt people are not exposed. Every time one is poured out, endure the nausea and vomiting to dig one. Accidents are frequent at the beginning due to lack of skill, but fortunately there is Big Fatty, who ejects the attacking monsters in time. Gradually, the 4 of them found the different places of zombies, strange beasts, and strange plants, figured out the rules, and became more and more skilled. In the end, Chen Er could dig one without blinking in 10 seconds. As the crystal cores accumulated more and more, Chen Er was so desperate that she used a Pang's neck to put the crystal cores in a bag and hung it onto Pang's neck. De Pang, who was originally carried on her back, was put on the ground by her early in the morning and followed her step by step all the way. Chen Er kept his word and really took De Pang to dig bamboo shoots when passing by the bamboo forest. She collected the mutant clovers on the side and continued to dig crystal cores. De Pang was self-sufficient and dug bamboo shoots for himself. De Pang, no love. I promised to dig bamboo shoots for it, but in the end, I couldn't resist the temptation of crystal cores. What a scumbag. Well, it also wanted the crystal core, but it just couldn't eat it. The area near the unfinished building was quickly cleaned up by 6 people. The few people didn't stop and continued to expand the battlefield outward. They quickly moved to the subway station outside the village in the city. There were many zombies near the subway station. The few people killed them all the way, and soon collided with the other 2 superpowers. A boy with the speed of a tornado. If he hadn't stopped, Chen Er and the others couldn't see his height, weight, and thinness, just felt a gust of wind whizzing quickly among a group of zombies. After the boy stopped, the group of zombies all stood still strangely, as if they were acupunctured. After a second or 2, they realized it belatedly, lost their balance and fell straight to the ground. After the few people approached, they could see more clearly and found that the zombies had a thin and long silver needle with a metallic luster on their heads, right at the back of their heads where the crystal core was. Not far from the boy, another gentle and handsome man was even more skilled. He would condense silver needles in his hands from time to time and casually pierce the zombies around him. The hands that were pierced could not move, the legs that were pierced could not move, and the whole body that was pierced in the head could not move. After such a wave of fancy operations, a large number of zombies nearby all lost their balance and fell down. Then, everyone saw the man and the boy come forward, digging out the crystal core while collecting the needles. The tools in their hands looked like a doctor's scalpel, and they had an unusual metallic luster in the sun. The man's movements were smooth, and the disgusting action of opening the head and digging out the crystal core was performed by him, which unexpectedly had a kind of gentle and elegant weird beauty. Xia Jinji? And Kier shouted in surprise. Lin Ju was also surprised and delighted. Oh, Dr. Xia is good. This ability is almost as good as Brother Rong's mental control. The man looked over and his eyes fell on the few people. He was also surprised. Why are you here? While he was distracted, a new zombie appeared behind the man and pounced on him. The boy exclaimed, Brother, be careful. The next second, the distance between the zombie and the man suddenly widened, and it became farther and higher, and soon became a small dot and disappeared. It was the domain of the fat man, and the zombie was bounced away. The man turned around, and was stunned at the same time as the boy. Wow, what kind of ability is so cool? The boy looked at Chen Er, and his group with shining eyes. Cool? Chen Er looked down at the fat man who was following him, and the maternal love that he had forgotten about returned. He squatted down, and picked up the fat man and stroked him. This is the domain skill of Big Fatty. Anyone who attacks in the domain will be ejected. Domain? Is it the space in the novel? The boy looked curious. Who is Big Fatty? Chen Er lifted Big Fatty up and put him in front of him. This one. Panda? The boy subconsciously took a step back. Hey, move it away. What if it mutates and bites me? The boy obviously didn't believe Chen Er's words, and looked unhappy, thinking that she didn't want to tell him who Big Fatty was. If you don't believe it, forget it. We're not familiar with each other anyway. You still dislike her, Big Fatty. Chen Er pouted, took Big Fatty back, and didn't want to pay attention to him. Just when she was about to look away, she saw the boy staring at Big Fatty with a strange expression on his face, and raised his hand to touch his eyes, looking depressed. Chen Er glanced casually, and was shocked. The boy's eyes were dark blue, and his 2 dark circles were huge, just like Big Fatty's human brother. Then I looked at the guy named Scavenging, who was actually similar to him, but his appearance was more attractive, so people subconsciously ignored him. How many days have these 2 not slept? Chapter 13. When did you return to Lan City? When Shenru looked over, Rongshu was talking to Scavenging familiarly. I received news 2 days ago that a relative here was rushed to the hospital but no symptoms were found. I was going to take some time to come back, but I didn't expect everything to happen so suddenly, and I was trapped here. A trace of sadness flashed across Scavenging's eyes, which soon disappeared. He smiled and asked a few people, "What about you?" No one asked him what he had experienced. Rongshu replied, "I came to pick up Grandpa and was also trapped." "Are you going to the official safe zone?" Ankur asked him. "I was before, but now I want to go with you." Scavenging chuckled. After all, based on my understanding of Classmaten, if Classmaten asked this, it must be that you don't plan to go. Ankur raised her eyebrows, and Scavenging smiled slightly, knowing that he guessed right. Classmaten? Could this person also be my cousin's high school classmate? Shenru was curious. Not going to the safe zone? The boy was anxious, pointing at his eyes. "Brother, don't. There are many superpowers in the safe zone, and there must be people on duty at night. I haven't slept for 3 days, and I dare not sleep anywhere. Look at my dark circles, they are almost as big as it." The boy pointed to the fat man in Chen Er's arms. Puff. Chen Er was amused. "This is my cousin Sun Binbin." Scavenging introduced him to several people. Sun Binbin greeted several people, and then rolled his eyes. "Unless the big guy who can bounce zombies away just now can take turns to guard at night, at least let me sleep well every 1 or 2 days. Chen Er patted the fat man's head and motioned him. "Come on, hit it." Sun Binbin looked puzzled. "What? You know after I hit you." Chen Er smiled mysteriously. Sun Binbin looked at Chen Er suspiciously. "You want to scam me? Are you accusing me of breaking your panda?" Chen Er's smile froze a little. "Humph, I knew you had bad intentions. I'm telling you, I really hit you. I won't pay for it even if it's broken. It's the end of the world, what can you do to me?" Sun Binbin looked proud, and raised his fist wrapped in cloth heavily. He met Da Pang's cute little eyes halfway through the swing, and subconsciously slowed down his swing, making a light punch at Da Pang. Just as his fist was about to touch Da Pang's face, he suddenly looked at himself in a daze, as he flew off the ground, getting farther and farther away from his cousin and his group. "Ah, cousin, help me!" "Ha ha ha!" Chen Er pointed at Sun Binbin, who flew out of the sky, and fell to the ground with Da Pang in his arms, laughing. "Chun Yu." Ankur's face was distorted. Chen Er's laughter was like being strangled, and she jumped up quickly, standing straight with a serious face. "You are responsible if someone hurts someone." Ankur scolded Chen Er with a stern face. Chen Er shrank her neck and weakly retorted, "It won't be broken, Da Pang is very sensible." "You are still right?" Ankur glared at her. Chen Er thought Ankur was angry, and glanced at her. Her sister seemed to be holding back laughter? As if she was scolding her for Dr. Xia to see? Chen Er's back was immediately stiff, and he held his head high. It's okay, his ability is to control the wind, and he was fine even if he accidentally fell from the 18th floor when he just awakened. Scavenging looked calm. "To be honest, I have wanted to beat him up for a long time." Chen Er straightened his back a little more. At this time, Sun Binbin, who had flown far away, was also pulled back by Rongshu's mental power. Throwing the person to the ground casually, Rongshu looked at Chen Er, with a barely detectable smile in his eyes, and his eyebrows and eyes seemed to stretch a little, and his temperament suddenly changed from indifference to gentleness. In Chen Er's eyes, he looked like a big boss with a kind smile, like an old father with a tolerant face, indulging his naughty children. Chen Er, shock. "Don't, big boss. She is already past the age of looking for a father." Chen Er swore that she would never do such a childish thing again. Hey sister, are you serious just now? Sun Binbin was not angry after being bounced away and thrown to the ground. She got up and ran to Chen Er excitedly, staring at Depang with shining eyes. Chen Er's attention was diverted. Don't you believe it? I'd let you experience it yourself. Although the fact is that Xiaoyan is taking revenge, she will definitely not admit it. It's so interesting, sister. Let's play it again. Sun Binbin looked at Chen Er with expectation. Chen Er, you didn't trick anyone, but you're addicted to it. I'm asking if you're depressed. Chen Er will not stop until he makes himself happy. Ahem. Depang has his domain open 24 hours a day. If you want to continue playing with Depang, or even want to sleep well at night, it's actually very simple. Chen Er coughed lightly, suppressing his excitement, and said in a voice full of temptation, as long as you become a tenant of my building, everything is not a dream. Ding, Chen the landlord is online again. Rent, I rent. Sun Binbin nodded vigorously without thinking. Chen Er almost screamed. Ah, she took the first step towards her dream of becoming a landlady. That's right, you may have to do some minor renovations before you move in. Chen Er pinched her thumb and index finger together, and made a very small gesture. No problem, as long as I can sleep well, it doesn't matter if it's rough. You don't mind, that's great. Chen Er clapped her hands and smiled from ear to ear. It's just rough. Huh? Sun Binbin was dumbfounded. But in the end, she couldn't resist the temptation of big fatty and sleeping, and she accepted her fate and got on the pirate ship. The crystal cores were almost collected, and a group of people collected some clothes and quilts nearby. There was no aged charcoal and other supplies, so they went back to the unfinished building. On the way, the two parties exchanged information with each other, and learned that Xia Jinji's ability was also related to metal. The only difference from Lin Ju was that his was not metallized, but could only condense silver needles and surgical instruments. And he has more than one superpower. He also has a healing superpower that can quickly heal wounds. TSK, another superpower boss, because they were traveling together, several people's fish roll lucky bags were discovered, and Sun Binbin's eyes were shining all the way. After asking questions, he almost knelt down to Chen Er after finding out that Big Fatty and the fish roll lucky bags were the superpower products of Chen Er. Sister, save the child. Please plant a game console. I haven't played games for 3 days. Chen Er, She was so full that she planted a game console. Back in the unfinished building, Chen Er didn't care about the distribution of supplies, and hurriedly accompanied the two to look at the house. Of course, as a landlady, you must be conscientious and serve the tenants well. After seeing the situation of the entire unfinished building, Xia Jinji and Sun Binbin decided to rent the 7th floor, 702, which was closest to them. The suites on the 8th floor of the unfinished building are all of the same style. 702 is a replica of 802 in Chen's house. Chen's rent has not yet been determined. He certainly cannot take the money. It may become waste paper in 2 days. So he just accepted 10 crystal cores from them, as a token of appreciation. 702 does not have doors, windows, pipes, and bathrooms yet. They need to be installed before people can live in it. The boss and Lin Ju came back to put down the supplies, and after lunch, they went out with the two. In the afternoon, the 4 of them moved back a bunch of doors, windows, and pipes that were well preserved, as well as 8 beds reinforced by Lin Ju's supernatural power, and 8 mattresses. The boss also brought back 3 large fish roll lucky bags of various fruit and vegetable seeds for Chen's house. It was a big surprise. The flower pots rotted too quickly. I can't find a usable one anymore. Rongshu looked apologetic. It's okay, I still have 15 flower pots. If I eat some of the vegetables, it will be enough. Thank you, Brother Rong. Shenru looked indifferent in front of the boss, but turned around and couldn't help but worry. Especially after dinner in the evening, Lin Ju ran to the balcony to feed the soybean seedlings with a bunch of crystal cores. Come and see, the soybean seedlings have split. Lin Ju shouted excitedly on the balcony, and a group of people quickly surrounded him. Chapter 14. I saw a small Y-shaped seedling next to the soybean seedling. The soybean seedling actually gave birth. What a big surprise. This means that what Chen Er planted can reproduce like ordinary plants. With the first lucky bag of fish roe, you can have the second and third. And those that have borne fruit may bear fruit again after a while. Xia Jinji and Sun Binbin were there too. Sun Binbin was very active, and helped Chen Er transplant the newly grown soybean seedlings into another pot. It was almost impossible to find fresh vegetables outside today. It happened that the radishes planted by Chen Er would become old if they were not eaten. Uncle Joe took a fancy to them, and pulled them up to make soup for dinner, so a flower pot was freed up. Seeing that Lin Ju's crystal core was empty, Sun Binbin cleverly took out his own crystal core. "Sister, can you give me and my cousin one each after the seeds are grown?" Chin Er looked at the handful of crystal cores in his hand, and smiled like a profiteer. "You provide the crystal cores and guarantee that all the newly grown seedlings will bear fruit. No matter how many fruits are produced, only one will be given to you and Brother Xia, and the rest will be mine. Just agree." Agree. Sun Binbin was overjoyed. Not to mention that the fish roll lucky bag is 1 cubic meter in size. Even if it is only 10 centimeters, he would want it like crazy. He is willing to spend as many crystal cores as possible. This is a storage bag that only exists in immortal novels. Mustard seed space. Something that only exists in imagination and words has appeared in reality just like this. It is really amazing. Sun Binbin heard one for each person as one for each person. Fed handfuls of crystal cores, the soybean seedlings grew up quickly. It looks like it was carved from the same mold as its mother, and the fish roll lucky bags that come with it are all in 6 packs of 18 pieces, exactly the same. Sun Binbin and Xia Jinji didn't know that there were actually 3 kinds of fish roll lucky bags, so when they saw that they had received 2 fragrant and edible fish roll lucky bags, their surprise tripled. For lucky bags were not enough to share, so Chen Er kept them for himself. The meal was a great pleasure for both the host and the guests. After the meal, Enkur was busy sorting out the supplies, while Chen Er was busy on the balcony. Loosen the soil in the flower pots, and water the potatoes and sweet potatoes that have not sprouted. After that, help Enkur sort out the supplies, and take the Pang to inspect the unfinished building inside and out. It was almost 10 o'clock when I came back, and I took the Pang to wash up. Late at night, Chen Er lay on the comfortable big bed, practicing absorbing crystal cores according to the method that Rong Shu had taught Lin Ju in the car before. Today, the 4-member team gave her all the crystal cores they harvested with the fish roll lucky bag. The boss and Lin Ju also gave her a big bag each, and they piled up a small mountain of crystal cores in her bedroom. Chen Er didn't bother to be polite with them. He just regarded these crystal cores as everyone's investment, and gave everyone dividends after growing good things. While absorbing the crystal cores, Chen Er didn't forget the problem of aging flower pots. If the soybean seedlings can continue to divide, they must continue to be planted. The fish roll lucky bag is a treasure, and it is not too much to have more, not to mention that the extra ones can be used to exchange for crystal cores. But it is not a solution to always ask Brother Lin to use his supernatural power to strengthen the flower pot. It is definitely not possible to plant it outside. It may be eaten up by suddenly mutated zombies, and strange beasts, and plants as soon as it is planted. Chen Er turned over and thought in a daze. Why not go out and dig some soil, and turn the balcony into a flower bed without using flower pots? That night, Chen Er had another dream. Those who were still thinking about making a flower bed before going to bed immediately gave up the idea of making a flower bed, because she dreamed that the sweet potatoes she planted grew slender vines, and what grew on the vines were not leaves, but 15 fist-sized mini flower pots. The small flower pots were heavy, and they were round and hung on the vines, dragging the sweet potato vines to the side of the flower rack. 4 lines of golden subtitles emerged from the sweet potato vines. Species, sweet potato. Fruit, flower pot. Characteristics, toughness. Personal signature, a sweet potato is always a little silly. If you don't pay attention, it will grow into a flower pot. Then, 3 lines of golden subtitles appeared one after another on the 15 small flower pots. As long as I am tough enough, no one can break me. You will never think that I can grow the largest plant in the world. Put me in the pot and steam it. Guess what I will become? Chen Er didn't waste his brain to guess, and when he woke up the next day, he picked up a flower pot and ran to the earthen stove excitedly. Uncle Joe was already making breakfast, and happened to be steaming frozen dumplings. Chen Er opened the lid of the pot, and stuffed the flower pot into the steamer, which stunned Uncle Joe. "You, what did you put there? Why does it look so much like a flower pot?" "It's a flower pot, Uncle Joe." Chen Er stood in front of the pot expectantly. "I planted sweet potatoes last night, and it asked me to put it in the pot to steam it, and guess what it will become?" "Grown it?" Uncle Joe looked interested. "Is your sister awake?" "I go and see?" "Yes, she's watching it too, go ahead." "I watch the fire." Chen Er waved her hand. She understood Uncle Joe's curiosity too well. She herself was curious when she saw the small flower pot. Each one was crystal clear and had different colors, just like the color of crystal sweet potatoes. As soon as Uncle Joe left, Chin-air added a lot of charcoal to the stove, stood by the window where the morning breeze blew in to dispel the heat, and stared at the steamer eagerly. I don't know how long it will take. As he was muttering, a voice suddenly came from behind. What are you steaming? Where's Uncle Joe? It was Rong Shu. The man seemed to have just washed his face after morning exercise, and his face was full of water, and he was wiping it with a towel. He was wearing black shorts and a white sports vest. His clothes were wet with sweat and slightly transparent, and his lean waist and firm muscle lines were vaguely visible under the vest. Chin-air took a look and subconsciously counted the number of abdominal muscles on it. A full 8. 8 abdominal muscles. Chin-air's inner petty mind. Slurp. I can do it. Of course, Chin-air only dared to be crooked in her heart, and said obediently on the surface, Steam the flower pot. Uncle Joe went to see the flower pot I planted, she said, and moved her eyes away calmly. But unfortunately her slightly red ear tips betrayed her. Rong Shu's eyes swept over the girl's 2 red little earlobes, and the action of wiping his face paused, and his eyes darkened. Chin-air didn't notice it, and was still saying, It's grown from sweet potatoes, it can be steamed, I steam it, and see what it will become. Grow a flower pot? Rong Shu's voice suddenly became a little hoarse. It seems that you really want a flower pot. Damn, why is this voice so sexy? Chin-air's ears were burning hot. She was slow to react and remembered that she seemed to have said yesterday that there were enough flower pots. She said weakly, I actually wanted to make a flower bed on the balcony, but I didn't expect to grow flower pots. Rong Shu nodded and said nothing more. He didn't go to 802 to see the flower pots grown by Chin-air like Uncle Joe. He stood in front of the window at arm's length away from Chin-air, and then stood there. It seemed that he was enjoying the cool morning breeze like Chin-air. Although the boss didn't say anything, his aura was too strong, especially when he stood so close to her. Chin-air's attention to male beauty was limited to his mind. He felt uncomfortable when he was so close to a man. By taking the action of opening the lid of the pot and taking a look, she took a few steps to distance the two of them. While quietly breathing a sigh of relief, Chin-air was attracted by the fragrance that came from the lid of the pot. Chapter 15. The rich sweet aroma of sweet potatoes overwhelmed the aroma of frozen dumplings and wafted out of the steamer. Ah! It's dried sweet potatoes. Chin-air looked at the pot in surprise. The mouth of the purple crystal flower pot turned down by itself and wrinkled slightly. Steamed sweet potatoes upside down? Puff! Chin-air laughed out loud. Too funny! Brother Rong, look, the sweet potatoes turned into steamed dried sweet potatoes upside down. Chin-air pointed at the upside-down flower pot in the pot, and slapped his thigh and laughed. Rong Shu approached and stood behind her. He looked down at the fluffy little hair on her head for a while, and couldn't help raising his hand. Suddenly, the door of 803 opened. Rong Shu's fingers that had just touched the hair were bent, and they fell naturally to his side, with his fingers clenched, gently stroking, and his eyes passed over Chin-air's head and looked into the pot. I'm almost laughing like a trumpet. What's so funny? Linju yawned and walked out of 803. Chin-air looked excited. Brother Lin, come and see, the sweet potatoes I planted have grown into small flower pots, and they become steamed sweet potato chips after steaming. Linju woke up completely from his sleepiness and came up. Where is it? It's just steamed, I take it out. Chin-air said, as she reached into the pot to take the small flower pot. Before she could put it in, a force blocked her. Be careful of the burn. It was Rong Shu's mental power. The small flower pot was lifted up and placed on a plate, flying to Chin-air. Brother Rong, your mental power is so useful. Chin-air took the plate and looked at Rong Shu with starry eyes. Rong Shu's lips curled slightly. What a fragrant sweet potato chip. Linju grabbed the plate and picked up Uncle Joe's kitchen knife. I cut some and try it first. At 8 or 9 o'clock, a group of people woke up and came to 802. They learned that Chin-air had grown a small flower pot and could steam it into sweet potato chips. They all ran to the balcony to see the novelty and played with it. The small flower pot is very interesting. When it is alive, it is a flower pot and cannot be broken. There will be no change if you put other small things in it, but once you fill it with soil, its pot wall will stretch and stretch. Filling soil to one side will make the flower pot larger horizontally. Piling soil on the top will make the flower pot deeper vertically, and digging out part of the soil will make it smaller again. It is very fun. In addition to Xia Jinji and Sun Binbin, who provided supplies and ate together, the 8 people took turns to play. They just replaced the 14 broken flower pots for Chin-air, and all the plants on the flower rack lived in new flower pots. Without waiting for Chen to take out the crystal core, the few people with crystal cores in their hands started to feed the sweet potato seedlings and soybean seedlings, throwing crystal cores into the flower pots one by one, and then watching the seedlings grow up little by little and produce magical fruits. The fruits went from being invisible to gradually mature and take shape. The whole process was very stress-relieving. With the active feeding of several people, it didn't take long for the sweet potato seedlings to give birth to their first child, and they became mothers with honor. The number of small flower pots soon increased to 15. Sun Binman, who was given a piece of steamed sweet potato for breakfast, went downstairs happily and helped Chen fill all 15 flower pots with soil and bring them up. Chen picked the seeds and arranged to plant them. While tinkering with the new flower pots, the eldest daughter of Huang Do Miao's family was also born, and Huang Do Miao's mother became a grandmother. When it was Huang Do Miao's mother's turn to give birth to her second child, she had a difficult birth, and she consumed twice as many crystal cores as before to give birth. The second child looked the same as the first child, and she didn't produce a few more fish roe bags. Therefore, several people unanimously decided that they could not have a second child, and they could not even think about having a third child. It would be good to pass down the legacy one child at a time. What's broken? Why is it so smelly? The few people stayed on the balcony for a short time before they were suddenly filled with a foul smell. The smell became stronger and stronger, and everyone covered their noses. It smells like rotten food. Uncle Joe sniffed it carefully. Linju frowned and wondered. I had just reinforced the aging outer packaging when I came here this morning. Several people searched through the pile of supplies following the smell. I thought it was just the aging of the packaging that caused the food to go bad, but I never expected that I would find a pile of moldy bread and rotten fruits and vegetables. If I remember correctly, sweet potatoes and potatoes can be stored for a long time, right? It's been like this for just a few days? Linju pointed to the baskets of black and rotten sweet potatoes and potatoes in front of him, and was stunned. The shelf life of these breads is 30 days, and they are still in outer packaging. And Kier frowned as she looked at the pile of unpackaged moldy items in front of her. If she hadn't known that these were breads, she wouldn't have been able to tell what they were. There's something wrong with the food. Rongshu used his mental power to scan the place where 802 stored supplies. Except for the outer packaging that Linju reinforced, and the meat, fruits and vegetables that I preserved in ice, all other packaging that had not aged also went bad. Rongshu gave his mental perception a mental hint that the red fog would spontaneously trigger, but it was limited to the newly appeared red fog. No trace of red fog could be found on the contaminated items, and once the quality changed, it would be fast and sudden, and it would be difficult for him to detect the change in time. After all, he couldn't do nothing for 24 hours, and only pay attention to the slightest movement of everything around him. I put a piece of meat in the fish roe bag yesterday, and it broke. With a crack sound, the fish roe bag in Grandpa Rong's hand fell off and fell to the ground, breaking into a pile of mud. Ugh! The double stimulation of vision and taste was a bit unbearable for several people, and they quickly cleaned up. Rongshu was responsible for controlling the floating of materials, and distinguishing between useful and useless things. Others helped to clean up and pack the broken ones together. 802 was like this, and other families naturally could not escape. Some things were broken, but the naked eye and smell could not distinguish them. Only Rongshu's mental perception could distinguish them. And after cleaning, Rongshu and Linju's special abilities were needed to isolate and solidify them. Therefore, the group of people did not go back to their own homes, but cleaned up 802 together before moving to 801, 803 and 702. With the help of everyone, the 4 suites, and the cooking corridor on the 8th floor were cleaned up quickly. With the supplies brought back by the new 702 from the old den, the empty rooms of each family were originally full. After this cleanup, each family only had less than half a room of supplies. The supplies were in urgent need, and the garbage cleaned up had to be moved to a farther place for incineration. The stockpiled crystal cores could not be left behind, so several people went out again fully armed. They took the opposite route from yesterday, which happened to be the road to the old street. It was only 2 days, but it felt like 100 years. The sky was still the blue sky, but the world under the sky was already devastated. Walking in the street, it seemed as if I had traveled back to the war-torn era decades ago. The storefronts on both sides of the street were no longer in their original state, and the doors and windows were broken and old, and decayed. A small gust of wind blew over, and they would fall to the ground with a clatter. There were few trees on the roadside that stayed still, most of them turned into redroot monsters. Some of the roots even split into 2, and they walked on the road more swiftly than human feet. As soon as the few people approached, they were attacked. The tree monster's branches were like human hands, waving flexibly, slapping and entangled with the few people frantically. Originally thought that they would be bounced away by the fat man's domain in the next second, but unexpectedly, the tree monsters were only pushed a few meters away, and then they rushed forward slowly, as if they were under some invisible pressure. Chen Er's brain buzzed. I don't know if others can see it, but she sees it. The invisible domain of the fat man appeared, and the golden circular arc was cracking. Chapter 16. Something went wrong with Big Fatty's domain? Shenru immediately looked down at the panda following him. A line of golden subtitles appeared above Big Fatty's head, overloaded defense. At the same time, Big Fatty reached into the bag hanging around his neck with his claws, grabbed the crystal cores, and threw handfuls into his mouth. As the crystal cores entered his stomach, the cracked domain recovered visibly, successfully sending several tree monsters flying. While Big Fatty was defending, the others were not idle either. Rongshu and his men had already confronted the newly attacked tree monsters. The bark of these trees is not right. Xia Jinji's silver needles, which were always effective, did not penetrate the bark, but were bounced off and fell to the ground. Look, the bark is glowing, Sun Binbin exclaimed. Under the grooves on the bark, a faint metallic luster could be seen. This is metallization. Lin Ju looked incredible. Metallization? Several people were shocked. No wonder Big Fatty's domain is overloaded. Chen Er suddenly realized, these alien plants have evolved. Sun Binbin wailed. Even plants have evolved into superpowers? How can we live like this? Several people found it hard to accept. Plants have evolved. What about zombies and alien beasts? I simply can't imagine it. At this time, a strong superpower fluctuation suddenly came from Rongshu. Then, the tree monster that rushed towards them madly fell down almost at the same time. A big hole broke out on the main route, and several blood-red crystal cores flew into the air. The next second, they flew towards Rongshu. Brother Rong, your superpower. Lin Ju and others were stunned. The tree monster that was difficult to deal with just now was killed by Rongshu in the blink of an eye. A qualitative change has taken place. Rongshu played with the blood-red crystal core in his hand, and carefully felt the energy on it. The originally blood-red crystal core faded visibly between his fingers, turned transparent, and turned into powder in an instant. This blood-colored crystal core has at least double the energy of the transparent crystal core. Rongshu said, if the previous one was level 1, the current one is level 2. Then your ability has also been upgraded to level 2, right, Brother Rong? Chen Er and the others looked at him excitedly. You can say that. Rongshu released his mental power and killed a few more tree monsters who attacked him. He had more than 10 blood-red crystal cores in his hand and gave one to each of Chen Er and the others who had abilities, including Depang. Try to see if you can absorb it. Several people tried it, but found that they couldn't absorb it. Even Depang just held the crystal core with a greedy look on his face and gritted his teeth, but didn't swallow it. It seems that we have to wait until we are promoted to level up before we can absorb it. Several people put the crystal core away. The tree monster was almost solved, and the group just breathed a sigh of relief. But then, there appeared zombies that could spit ice spikes and mutant rats that controlled the sinkhole. Sure enough, the zombies and monsters have evolved. Fortunately, there are Brother Rong and Big Fatty. It's so scary. Sun Binbin patted his chest with a look of fear, looked at Rongshu with admiration, and stared at Big Fatty with envy. Although Big Fatty was a little overloaded, he was still good after eating a few crystal cores. There were too many zombies and monsters around, and they couldn't be killed at all. When they rushed over in groups, the importance of Big Fatty was reflected. Sister, how about you? Grow another Big Fatty, and give me one too? While killing monsters and collecting crystal cores, Sun Binbin took the time to get close to Chen Er, smiling like a flatterer. I can't grow it either, Big Fatty is unique. After growing Big Fatty, Chen Er had a feeling that there was only one Big Fatty, and he couldn't grow a second one. Ah? Sun Binbin looked dejected, then he perked up. What about the game console? Chen Er was speechless. This guy really loves the game console. Sun Binbin, do you want to die or play games? Lin Ju rolled his eyes unhappily. You're almost starving, and you're still craving for game consoles. If you want to grow more food, you can grow more food, not a shitty game console. Lin Ju had just successfully killed a level 2 zombie, and his superpowers were almost exhausted. He was absorbing crystal cores to rest and recover. If sweet potatoes can be grown into flower pots, maybe you can also grow an edible game console. Isn't that the best of both worlds? Sun Binbin said, unconvinced. Lin Ju was stunned and touched his chin. It seems to make sense. It is. Sun Binbin raised her head, a little proud. Lin Ju looked at Chen Er. Yu, how about you grow a game console? To be honest, I haven't touched the keyboard for several days, and my hands are itchy. Chen Er was holding a fish roll lucky bag to put the first-level mutant mouse to dig crystal nuclei, and her hand stopped when she heard it. Is this person also creating game consoles, like Sun Binbin? Chen Er didn't know what to say. She really didn't like game consoles, and she heard that boys used high-end machines to play games, and she was not familiar with them. How could she grow one? She was a little embarrassed. How about you look for scrapped game consoles first? My impression of game consoles is only the ones I played Tetris with when I was a kid. I don't know what the game console you are talking about looks like, so I definitely can't grow it. Lin Ju and Sun Binbin were dumbfounded. Don't pay attention to them, just grow whatever you want. Rongshu killed a few zombies that spit ice spikes, and took the time to warn the two with his eyes. Lin Ju and Sun Binbin didn't dare to think about anything and concentrated on killing monsters. Chen Er was not embarrassed, and happily responded, Okay, Brother Rong. The boss has spoken, of course we have to listen to him. Relying on the domain of Big Fatty, and the crushing of Rongshu, the few people looted all the way, leaving no grass behind. Even so, there were not many edible and usable materials received. Even the charcoal that had never had any problem showed signs of ash, but fortunately, a few bags of sealed and intact ones were found in the warehouse of a barbecue restaurant. After a whole day out, when we returned, all the supplies were only filled with 20 fish roe bags, plus a backpack for each person. There were 24 bags in total, 4 of which were filled with crystal cores. This time, each person only had a backpack with some weight, which should have been a relaxing and happy thing, but no one was really laughing. Especially on the way back, Rongshu suddenly said, Lin Ju, reinforce everyone's mobile phones and power banks. A group of people were stunned and quickly took out their mobile phones and power banks. At a glance, they found that the metallic luster on it had dimmed to the point that it seemed to disappear in the next second. Several people's hearts sank at the same time. During the lunch break, Lin Ju had just reinforced everyone's mobile phones and power banks. It's only been an afternoon, and it's already ineffective. You know, Lin Ju's metallization could last at least 12 hours before. Lin Ju quickly metallized and reinforced the mobile phone and power bank again. Uncle Zhou frowned and looked at Rongshu inquiringly. Has the metallization time been shortened? No, it's the red fog that's attacking. Where? I don't see any red fog. Sun Binbin looked left and right, confused. Red fog appeared when we fought the tree monster before. As soon as Rongshu finished speaking, Chen Er immediately became nervous. Then my sister, Grandpa Rong and Uncle Zhou. Don't worry, the red fog bypassed the three of them. Bypassed? Several people were surprised and shocked. Not only did it bypass them, it also bypassed Big Fatty. The plants grown by Yu seemed to be able to drive away the red fog. Chapter 17. Rongshu said, I had this feeling before, but I was not sure. This time, the ability has been upgraded, and this feeling is more obvious. He looked at Enkur, Grandpa Rong and Uncle Zhou. I suspect that you ate the fish roe blessing bag and steamed sweet potato, so that the red fog can be bypassed. So this is how Yu's ability isolates the red fog. Lin Ju suddenly realized, before, I was thinking that our abilities can isolate, so it doesn't make sense that Yu can't. Why can't Depang's domain isolate the red fog? It turns out that only the plant body has the function of isolation. That's not right. According to what you said, the fish roe blessing bag itself should be able to isolate the red fog, and the space inside should also be able to isolate the red fog. Why did the meat that Grandpa Rong put in it go bad? Sun Binbin asked. Grandpa Rong also said, Xiao Sun is right. I asked Ashu to check it before putting it in. It's a good piece of meat. And Kur thought, maybe the bag is not tied tightly, and the red fog has entered. Xia Jinji nodded in agreement. It is also possible that the red fog was put in when the meat was put in. It is indeed difficult to ensure that there is no gap at the elastic band bag mouth, and another guess is not impossible. Several people were still guessing, and Rongshu said directly, I have observed that the fish roe lucky bag can drive away the red fog, but if the bag mouth is not completely sealed, the red fog can enter and exit freely. Ah, the red fog entered the lucky bag? Then wouldn't all our supplies be contaminated? Sun Binbin exclaimed. No, I pulled it out with my mental power as soon as it entered. Unfortunately, the supernatural power can only isolate and expel the red fog, but cannot remove it. It's okay. I was scared to death. Sun Binbin looked frightened, but he didn't forget to flatter him. Brother Rong is still awesome. Others also looked frightened. Chin Air suddenly reacted and looked at Nkur and the other two excitedly. If eating lucky bags and dried sweet potatoes is useful, then you, Grandpa Rong, and Uncle Zhou won't have to be afraid of the red fog anymore? After saying that, Chin Air looked at Rongshu again, looking for confirmation. Rongshu smiled and nodded. It's very likely. Yeah. Chin Air ignored the word maybe, and jumped up excitedly. There was no moment when she felt that her ability was so useful. Her existence was so important. After a twist of fate, she didn't expect to get such great news. Everyone returned to the unfinished building in a good mood, and even found that Uncle Zhou's night light was completely scrapped, which didn't affect them much. Several power banks at home that hadn't been reinforced with their abilities in time also broke. The remaining power bank was about to run out of power, and the mobile phone was no longer useful. At night, several people turned on their mobile phone flashlights. 8 mobile phones were put together to barely illuminate the corridor on the 8th floor, and they started a barbecue. It's the last night of light, we have to celebrate. With Sun Binbin livening up the atmosphere, a group of people ate and played, and had a great time. Grandpa Rong drank beer and watched everyone playing and fighting with a smile, as if he had returned to the leisurely time before the end of the world. Chin Air didn't know how to drink. He was thirsty while eating barbecue. He accidentally took his cousin's cup and drank a few sips of low-alcohol beer. Not long after, he felt his face getting hot. Realizing that something was wrong with him, Chin Air said something to a few people, and got up to go back to 802. When she didn't want to stand up, the light on the ground was not bright enough to see clearly. She didn't know who tripped her and almost fell. She subconsciously grabbed something at hand. Swish. A sound of clothes being torn was heard. Ah! The reaction force formed by the pulling on her hands disappeared, and Chin Air fell backwards, screaming in fear. The next second, a strong arm supported her waist. Be careful. Chin Air barely stood firm with the strength of her waist, and looked dumbfounded at the extra piece of white t-shirt fabric in her hand. When she raised her head, her nose almost hit a dazzling chest, and her breath was full of a clear and pleasant smell. Chin Air took a step back suddenly, looking at the white t-shirt on Rongshu in front of her in disbelief. Most of the fabric on her chest was torn off by her. A large area of strong and powerful chest and abdominal muscles on the left, and a tight waistline of an inverted triangle, appeared so brightly in Chin Air's field of vision. As she retreated, Rongshu still held her waist with his hand, and Chin Air was pulled forward and fell into his arms uncontrollably. The tattered cloth in her hand fell off, and her 2 hands pressed tightly against the man's chest, with the palm of her right hand still supporting the place without cloth. Everything happened too fast, catching people off guard. The people who were eating and drinking happily were stunned by this sudden scene. And Kier opened her mouth, and didn't know what to say for a while. Lin Ju, on the other hand, had a look of as expected, and in a good mood, he opened a can of beer and drank a sip, and teased Chin Air calmly. Again, this is the second time you have pounced on Brother Rong. Don't you have any ideas? Chin Air suddenly came back to his senses, scared to death, and pushed Rongshu away, stammering, Rong brother, I didn't mean it. The man standing there was very tall, estimated to be 1.9 meters tall. Chin Air's head was just a little short of reaching his shoulder, and the light from the phone was mostly blocked by the man's body. In the backlight, the man's eyes were vaguely deep and mysterious, which made Chin Air's heart palpitate, and she subconsciously wanted to escape. By the time she reacted, she had already slammed the door shut, and stood behind the door of 802 in panic. The palm of her hand seemed to be able to clearly feel the man's warm skin and strong heartbeat. Her face was getting hotter and hotter. I will never drink again next time. Chin Air suddenly covered her face, and rushed into the balcony like the wind, forcing herself to calm down by turning the soil and watering. After being worried for a long time, she finally breathed a sigh of relief when she saw no one coming in. Her mood gradually calmed down, and she ran back to the bedroom to get a suspender nightgown, and went to the bathroom to wash up. Why is the strap broken? When she put on the nightgown after washing it, Chin Air found that the suspender on one shoulder of the nightgown was broken. I just tore Rongji's clothes, and retribution came so soon? The scene of tearing Rongshu's clothes appeared in front of her again, and the heat on her face began to rise again. Chin Air shook her head violently. Change quickly. Soon, she changed into another sleeveless nightgown. That night, Chin Air tossed and turned for a long time before falling asleep. She also dreamed that she appeared in the field of her hometown in the countryside in the posture of knocking Rongshu down, and was embarrassedly caught by her grandmother. Grandma took her and Rong Shu to sit in the field and roast sweet potatoes. As they ate, the scene changed, and the dream suddenly became unusually clear. She returned to the balcony of 802 in the unfinished building, and in front of her were 30 neatly arranged flower pots. The first flower pot was a pot with soil but no sprouts, and Da Pang was curled up on it. In the pot next to Da Pang was the first soybean seedling she had planted, and next to it was the first sweet potato vine. Huh? This is a potato. Suddenly, Chen Er discovered that there was another pot with plants growing in it, and when he looked, he saw that the potato in the pot next to the sweet potato vine had grown. Chapter 18. Beautiful glowing little potatoes emerged from the soil, one next to me, and I next to you. Each one also had a small expression of joy, anger, grievance, and crying. Chen Er counted them, and there were 8 in total. 4 lines of golden subtitles floated out from above the potato seedlings. Species: potato. Fruit: potato night light. Ability: dispel darkness. Personal signature: it is very dark underground in the eternal night. I need a bright light to dispel the darkness. No one gave it to me, so I could only become a light myself. Then, a smiling little potato disappeared, and then a small bump grew above the potato seedling. The small bump quickly grew larger and became a round and flat cake with a cracked black filling. A line of golden subtitles floated out from the cake. I am a very happy chocolate sandwich potato pancake. As the smiling little potato disappeared, the angry face, the aggrieved face, and the crying face disappeared. 3 new bumps grew on the top of the potato seedlings, transforming into 3 different things. One was French fries in a red paper box with the letter M printed on it. I am the French fries from M that are fried into wires, and can't control myself. One was mashed potatoes without a lid in a small white bowl with the words Fried Chicken House printed on it. When I feel wronged, I always want to rot, and as I rot into mashed potatoes, and there is no hope. Another was Lay's potato chips in a green cylindrical box. Occasionally I feel very sad and need some Lay's. I tell you quietly, I like cucumber flavor. After growing potatoes, Chen Er felt an extreme hunger and thirst coming from deep inside her heart, and her body began to absorb the energy of the crystal core crazily. Fortunately, she put 2 crystal cores from the lucky bag of fish roe on the bedside before going to bed, so there was no lack of energy this time. After absorbing enough energy, the feeling of hunger in the heart gradually faded until it disappeared completely. A feeling of satisfaction like being full came to his consciousness, and Chen Ru immediately had a clear understanding. His ability was promoted from level 1 to level 2, with the promotion of ability, big fatty, soybean seedlings and sweet potato vines changed accordingly. Species: bamboo. Fruit: giant panda. Ability: domain. Personal signature: as a national treasure, you should guard the territory of the country. The territory is inviolable. P.S. The current territory is a circle with a radius of 120 meters. Big Fatty's body has become larger than the previous 2 Big Fatties, and the radius of the territory has doubled. Species: soybean. Fruit: fish roe lucky bag. 3 twin fish roe lucky bags have grown on the soybean seedlings that were plucked clean. Ahead, I am the original flavor. The other one said, I smell like sweet chocolate. When it was the turn of the storage bag, the subtitles also changed. I am very unique. Although I am also called a fish roe lucky bag, all my fish roe has been eaten. Don't look at me as a small one, I can actually hold a lot of things. P.S. The current storage space capacity is 8 cubic meters. The storage space has been expanded directly from 1 cubic meter to 8 cubic meters. A new crop of flower pots has also grown on the sweet potato vines. The subtitles have not changed much, and they are still the same as before. Species: sweet potato. Fruit: flower pot. Characteristics: toughness. Personal signature: a sweet potato is always a little silly. If you don't pay attention, it will grow into a flower pot. The 15 mini flower pots were still competing to post comments. As long as I am tough enough, no one can break me. You would never have thought that I could grow the largest plant in the world. Put me in a pot and steam it. Guess what I will become? But originally there were only 15 small flower pots on the sweet potato vine, and there was a 16th one, which was caramel colored with sweet potato skin. Unlike other flower pots, it only has 1 line of subtitles. Miss the taste of roasted sweet potatoes. I am called roasted sweet potatoes. Even the newly planted potato night light has a new line of subtitles. Species: potato. Fruit: potato night light. Ability: dispel darkness. Personal signature: it is very dark underground in the eternal night. I need a bright light to dispel the darkness. No one gives it to me. I can only become a light myself. P.S. Even if I become a luminous body, I will not forget my roots. Put me in water and boil me. I am still that good potato. Being hit by surprises one after another, Jin Air was dizzy and accidentally met Depang's pair of little eyes that seemed to become more lively. The next second, Panda Tonzi opened his mouth and said in a baby voice, "Mom, I'm hungry." Pa. Jin Air fell to the ground in fear. At the same time, there was a loud bang in his ear. She suddenly opened her eyes and got up, and was stunned to find that the bed she was sleeping on had collapsed. The bed board was broken and aged badly, and it was beyond repair. The mattress was still fine, and she was still on the mat after falling down, and there was no problem. Jin Air scratched her hair and looked around. Depang, who was supposed to sleep next to the pillow, was gone. It was very likely that he had really run into the flower pot on the balcony. Thinking of what Depang had just said in his dream, Jin Air got excited. Just as she was about to run out, the door was suddenly knocked. Again! It was Nkur, outside, who heard the noise and came over. "Sister, it's okay, there's something wrong with the bed, it collapsed." Jin Air climbed off the mat and put on slippers, and replied through the door. "I know, everyone's bed collapsed. Did you fall?" "No, there is a mattress, and it's still good." And Nkur left with peace of mind. It was already bright outside, and everyone was probably up, probably already looking at her newly planted potatoes. Thinking of this, Jin Air suppressed the urge to run out immediately. She couldn't make a fuss every time she came up with something new. From today on, she had to learn to be calm. After washing up in the bathroom and changing clothes, Jin Air opened the door and walked out. As soon as she left the living room, everyone was on the balcony. Rongshu was holding Depang in one hand and a dead branch in the other, loosening the soil for her flower pot. Jin Air was anxious to see Depang, but when she saw Depang being held by Rongshu, she stood still and couldn't move. She pretended to be calm and turned her eyes stiffly to other people. Except Rongshu, everyone else was standing on the balcony around Linju. Nkur was holding a lays in her hand while watching and eating, and Uncle Zhou would reach out for a slice from time to time. Xia Jinji was holding a pot of roasted sweet potatoes in one hand and peeling the sweet potatoes with a pair of tweezers in the other. Next to the three of them, Sun Binbin was holding French fries in his hand, and Grandpa Rong was squeezing ketchup that had not yet gone bad on the fries. The two of them ate together until their mouths were covered with ketchup. Lin Ju, who was surrounded in the middle, was holding a bunch of seedlings with potato pancakes and mashed potatoes hanging on them, holding them high and spitting them in front of his eyes. There was no root on them, and 4 glowing little potatoes of the same size were squeezed together, each one clearly visible. Lin Ju poked one of the smiley faces with his finger, and the next second the smiley face turned into an angry face. He poked it again, and it turned into a wronged face. He poked it again, and it turned into a crying face. Jin Air's forced calmness on her face broke in a second, and she rushed over like a cannonball, grabbing the potato with heartache. "Don't poke it, you've made it cry." While talking, Jin Air was attracted by the 4 emoticons with bulging cheeks, and stared at them straight, and couldn't move her eyes away. She couldn't control herself, and poked her finger at the potato that Lin Ju poked into a crying face. Chapter 19. The crying face turned into a smiling face in seconds. The touch was still bouncy. Jin Air, After poking a few more times, the smiling face turned into an angry face, a grieved face, and then a crying face again. The person who just had a distressed face was having fun and giggled. Lin Ju was so upset. What distress? It disappeared faster than a man's love. He almost believed it. Again, last night. Lin Ju started with ill intentions. Jin Air suddenly remembered the embarrassing scene of tearing Rongshu's clothes last night, and wanted to cover Lin Ju's mouth immediately. Give it to you. It's not fun at all, Jin Air said, and stuffed the potato in his hand into Lin Ju's arms. At the same time, he couldn't help but look in the direction of Rongshu. At this glance, she found that the man was also looking at her. Don't look at me. Jin Air hurriedly looked away, took a deep breath to suppress the heat on her face, diverted her attention, and looked at Uncle Zhou with a smile. Uncle Zhou, what are you having for breakfast? Uncle Zhou has now become the cook of the unfinished building. There is no way, among the 8 people, few can cook, and those who can cook a little are not good. Only Uncle Zhou has excellent cooking skills, and he can make master-level delicacies with simple ingredients. What Jin Air likes to do most every day is to help Uncle Zhou prepare ingredients at mealtime, and then ask Uncle Zhou what delicious food he is going to make. The ingredients have to be used sparingly, and there are not many to make, including pancakes, tea eggs, barbecued pork rice rolls, and mung bean porridge. Chin Uncle, you may have misunderstood the word save. How embarrassed is she to say this in front of a poor man who has a cup of soy milk and a bun for breakfast every day? The three views of the rich and the poor are so distinct. Although he complained in his heart, this did not prevent Chin from becoming a flatterer. They are all my favorites. Uncle Joe, you are the best. Uncle Joe smiled. Chin got up late today, and everyone else had already eaten. While eating breakfast, the potato seedlings were fed from 8 to 16 by several people using crystal cores. 8 were buried in the soil, and 8 were hung on the branches. The same emoticon package came out, and the 4 potato products hanging also had twins. After feeding, they also fed babies, planted them in new flower pots, and gave birth to them again. The emoticon package night light has 8 more, and the potato pancakes, mashed potatoes, French fries and potato chips have increased by 2 each. Yesterday I had a nightmare. I dreamed that we had eaten all the food and there was nothing to eat outside. My brother was starving and ate a mutant rabbit and a mutant carrot. He was infected and turned into a red-eyed zombie. He turned around and ate me. Sun Binbin said with a lingering fear. I'm afraid it's more likely that you turned into a zombie and ate your brother. And Kier rolled her eyes at him. The others nodded in agreement. Sun Binbin was a little depressed by what he said, but soon he said excitedly, now I'm not worried at all. The plants grown by Sister Yu are not afraid of the erosion of red fog. Sweet potatoes and potatoes are full. Plant a few more plants. No matter what, we won't fall to the point of eating strange beasts and plants. It's just that the crystal core is a bit useless. And Kur said. She looked at the fat man who was nestled in Rongshu's arms, happily chewing the blood-red crystal core. After the upgrade, the consumption is even greater. The fat man alone almost emptied the 1 cubic meter of crystal core in the fish roe lucky bag. And this is the result of eating a mixture of the first-level crystal core and the second-level crystal core. But the effect is also great. The Pang's domain has expanded to a radius of 400 meters. Linju said. Chin was listening to the conversation while eating breakfast, and was stunned when he heard this. Brother Lin, how do you know how big the Pang's domain is? She seems not to have told him yet. Guess? Linju raised his eyebrows. Can you see the barrage? Chin said in surprise. Not only can we see it, we also talk to the Pang. After finishing a box of French fries, Grandpa Rong came to Rongshu and hugged Depang. He touched Depang's big head and smiled lovingly. Depang called Grandpa to listen. Depang ate the crystal core and said in a baby voice, like a spoiled child, Grandpa, I want to eat tender bamboo shoots. Even though he had been vaccinated in his dream, Chin was still startled when he heard Depang's voice, and the half-peeled tea egg in his hand fell into the mung bean porridge. Her Depang really spoke. Okay, Grandpa will take you to eat bamboo shoots. Chin didn't even touch Depang's hair, and watched Grandpa Rong carry Depang out of the door. Before leaving, Depang's 2 little eyes looked at her from a distance. The little expression was very unhappy, and he snorted at her, and turned his big head, leaving her with a round back. Chin was stunned. This is really a spirit. I didn't take care of him all morning, and he was already in a bad mood. He is no longer the well-behaved Depang in her family, who only listens to his mother and sticks to her wherever she goes. Sure enough, children will grow up. Chin scooped out the tea eggs that fell into the mung bean porridge, and continued to peel the shells with a melancholy face. But it seems good to have someone to take care of the child, so that she, as a mother, will be completely liberated. After all, when children grow up, they will have more demands. Look, they will take the initiative to ask for bamboo shoots. If no one cares, won't it be her mother who will be in trouble? I guess she won't be able to enjoy breakfast. Anyway, I have to call her mom after I come back from sneaking. Chin comforted herself, and the more she thought about it, the more open-minded she became. She finished the tea egg in 1 gulp. This tea egg is so delicious. Eating the tea egg, Chin looked satisfied. She was too focused. After eating and drinking a mouthful of mung bean porridge, she looked up and found that Rongshu had sat opposite her without knowing when. The man sat there and absorbed the blood-red secondary crystal core while watching her eat. Chin held a mouthful of porridge in her mouth, and the action was stuck there. It was not right to swallow it, and it was not right to spit it out. After a while, she still resisted the pressure and swallowed the sweet porridge, mumbling, Brother Rong, the clothes yesterday. It's okay, the clothes are broken, not your problem. Don't worry about it. Oh, okay. Chin quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Rong, Do you want some too? Chen Er said, pretending to pass the bowl over. She ate everything that was brought over, leaving only half a bowl of mung bean porridge in her hand, which she had eaten. Rongshu would definitely not want it, so Chen Er asked casually to ease the embarrassment between the two. Rongshu really didn't want it. Are you full? He asked. Chen Er was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously touched her stomach. I feel like I can have another bowl. The sweet mung bean porridge is super delicious. Yeah. Rongshu understood, paused, and said, give me more if you can't finish it. Okay. Chen Er responded smoothly, and drank a mouthful of porridge a little out of state. When she realized what Rongshu said, she choked directly. Cough, cough, cough. Chapter 20. Drink slowly. Rongshu, who was sitting opposite her, leaned over and patted her back. Chen Er was still struggling with Rongshu's words just now, thinking that she had misheard. Brother Rong, what did you just say? Rongshu paused and said, I said, when you want to eat more but can't finish it, you can give me the rest and I help you solve it. He paused and added, avoid waste. So that's what he meant. She almost misunderstood. Chen Er breathed a sigh of relief, but she couldn't suppress the feeling of being seduced in her heart. It's really terrible. If she stayed with this man any longer, she was afraid that her heart would jump out of her throat. Chen Er finished the remaining porridge in a few mouthfuls, and hurried away on the pretext of washing dishes. Today's mobile phone is completely scrapped, and no one has deliberately collected clocks before, but now they can't find one when they need it. Fortunately, Grandpa Rong is old and wise, and his wise eyes can still see the sun and tell time. Around 9 o'clock in the morning, several people packed up and went out to continue collecting supplies. Binzi, you went to the safe zone to inquire about the situation last night. How did you get through? After drinking together yesterday, Lin Ju and Sun Binbin became good friends and walked downstairs arm in arm. Chen Er asked, Sun Binbin, did you go to the safe zone last night? I'm fast. Brother Rong asked me to go there to inquire about the news. I was supposed to go there during the day, but the supplies were in urgent need, and collecting supplies was urgent, so I delayed it until the evening. Sun Binbin replied. Chen Er was curious. What's it like over there? Sun Binbin immediately became excited. You don't know. The conditions over there are not ordinary bad. There are many safe houses, but there are even more people. Dozens of people live in a large bunk bed. There are not enough supplies to share, and some people start to snatch them. From time to time, some people suddenly transform into zombies and launch surprise attacks. Don't even think about sleeping well during the shifts at night. When I went there, they happened to encounter a group of second-level alien plants. Several psychics died on the spot. If I hadn't helped a little, more people would have died. Sun Binbin said with a look of sympathy. Although there are dozens of psychics over there, they are not enough to isolate and seal the housing and survival supplies needed by the survivors of the entire Lan City. I heard that they spent most of the day absorbing crystal cores and outputting superpowers. It happened because their superpowers didn't recover in time. Sun Binbin patted his chest fearfully. Fortunately, we didn't go. Lin Ju frowned. Isn't this killing the goose that lays the golden eggs? Will those superpower users just obey? I guess there's no other way. And Kur said, once the superpower isolation stops, the red fog spreads and everyone will die. Compared to the superpower users, there are probably more soldiers who died. Sun Binbin nodded. Sisterin is right. When killing zombies, monsters and plants, the superpower users are not the first to take the lead. The soldiers are. The outermost defense force of the safe zone is the army. And the families of those superpower users are also in the safe zone. Their treatment is better than that of ordinary people. The authorities did not force the superpower users to participate in the guard. They are all voluntary. Several people were silent. Shenru felt bad. She couldn't hand over Big Fat, but Big Fat's territory was still expanding, and the radius was now close to 500 meters. In fact, it could protect more people. Don't think too much. The power of the authorities is far stronger than we thought. This was just a momentary mistake. After all, the sudden evolution of zombies, and alien beasts, and plants caught everyone off guard. Once they adjust, this kind of thing will not happen again. Rongshu walked to her side without knowing when. And Kier also said, Yu, don't think that Big Fatty can help them. Big Fatty is now the fattest piece of meat in the famine, but this piece of meat is not big enough to fill the stomachs of most people, which will only lead to endless competition and killing, causing greater chaos. Let alone us, even if the official gets involved, it may not be able to protect you. Uncle Joe nodded and said, what you need to do now is to upgrade as soon as possible, so that Big Fatty's territory will become larger and larger, and it can accommodate more and more people, so that one day it can appear in front of people openly, instead of being reluctant for a moment and putting yourself and Big Fatty in danger. Without waiting for Chen Er to speak, Grandpa Rong also smiled and said, Yu, if the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. Let's not worry about that. You should grow more delicious food for Grandpa Rong. Not only food, Yu, when will you grow a mobile phone? If you don't have a mobile phone, at least grow a watch. I almost have no concept of time now. Lin Ju complained. Yeah. It would be even better if you can grow a game console. Sun Binbin nodded vigorously, with a look of agreement. I only know the game console. Lin Ju slapped Sun Binbin on the back of the head. Brother Lin, why are you slapping me? You talk as if you are not greedy. The two of them played and passed Chen Er and the others and ran to the front. At this time, Xia Jinji, who had been silent, smiled slightly. Yu, the most important thing now is to grow some clothes. I don't want to wake up and run naked tomorrow. Several people suddenly looked at him. Xia Jinji put down the half-rolled-up sleeve of his white shirt with his left hand and motioned for them to look. At this glance, everyone realized that the cuff of the sleeve was almost completely torn, with only a small piece of fabric hanging there, which was previously folded up to cover it. A high-end shirt looks worse than the street stall goods. So this is what Brother Rong meant when he said the clothes were broken. Chen Er slapped his forehead. No wonder, how could she, a fragile person, suddenly become a strong woman, and a good piece of clothing could be torn like that? By the way, I also had a nightgown strap broken yesterday, and I thought it was a quality problem of the clothes themselves. Chen Er said, thinking of something, and asked Rong Shu, Brother Rong, are the clothes and the supplies sealed with supernatural powers? Supernatural powers are limited, only a small part is sealed, and there may not be enough autumn and winter clothes. It is indeed necessary to grow some clothes. I remember there was cotton in the seeds I planted before. I put the pot of cotton next to my pillow tonight, and look at it a few more times before going to bed. Maybe clothes will grow tomorrow. It's more practical to grow some cotton. If there are problems with clothes, it's only a matter of time before the mattresses and quilts will have problems. Grandpa Rong said, with cotton, you can make clothes or quilts. Chen Er looked surprised. Grandpa Rong, can you make clothes and quilts? Grandpa Rong has a goatee. Hearing this, he stroked his white beard and looked like an expert. I know a little bit from seeing others do it. That means he can't. Don't tell her that you haven't eaten pork, but you haven't seen pigs run. Can seeing and eating be the same thing? Grandpa Rong is unreliable sometimes. Chen Er was complaining silently in his heart, when suddenly Sun Binbin shouted downstairs, Brother Rong, come down quickly. I don't know where the creeper turned into a tentacle monster, and it's almost embedded in the building. Brother Lin and I can't find the main route where it hides the crystal core. Chapter 21. The people who were still in the corridor hurried downstairs. Yesterday, not only Rong Shu and Chen Ru's abilities were upgraded, but Lin Ju, Xia Jinji, and Sun Binbin's abilities were also upgraded to level 2. Rong Shu's frozen fire escape was broken open by Lin Ju's metallization. Before they could get down to the second floor, they saw a tentacle-like creeper vine covered with suction cups, clinging to the ground and winding up from the passage opened by Lin Ju. After it, dozens of tentacles meandered along the ground and the wall. The suction cups first tightly adhered to the ground and the wall, and then began to embed in. Not long after, the entire tentacle was directly embedded in the wall and the ground. While embedding in the building, it did not forget to pull out a few tentacles and attack the people. The next second, the tentacles were bounced away, but they did not get away from the people. Chen Er was stunned, and looked down at the fat man who was tricked back by her hug and followed her happily. Fat man, can't you beat it? Fat man was chewing bamboo shoots with one hand, and said in a baby voice, No! Fat man is the best. Mom likes Lulu very much. Lulu will collapse when it is ejected, and it is almost merged with Lulu. So serious? Chen Er was shocked. The others also frowned. Rong Shu had closed his eyes, released his mental power, and searched for the main root of the ivy. It is indeed almost merged with the building, and the outside wall is also covered with it. Rong Shu opened his eyes, and it has embedded its main root in the foundation. What should we do? Chen Er worriedly thought, Brother Rong, can we kill it directly? It looks like it is embedded quite firmly. It is very solid, and it should be able to reinforce the building. Rong Shu nodded, opened and closed his 5 fingers. The next second, a blood-red crystal core appeared in his palm, and the tentacles that attacked them fell powerlessly, like steel bars hitting down, making a clanging sound. The part embedded in the building was indeed motionless and very stable. That's it, worthy of being a big boss. Big Fatty has no attack power, so we can't do anything to it, Rongshu said. Chen Er's attention immediately turned back to Big Fatty. She happily picked up the fur ball and smacked the furry big head loudly. Big Fatty, you are so smart. Worthy of being Mama's good son. He even knows how to think for Mama and use his defensive ability flexibly. Big Fatty was kissed and was embarrassed, with a shy look on his face. Chen Er loved him so much that he couldn't help but kiss him again. Rongshu stared at Chen Er's smiling face, his eyes darkened, and suddenly he took the panda and stuffed the crystal core in his hand into the panda's mouth. Big Fatty, you did a good job. Just after staying in Rongshu's hands for a while, Grandpa Rong also came to grab the panda. Come on, Grandpa hugs you too. Big Fatty is really a little smart. Good Big Fatty. Uncle Zhou gave a thumbs up and praised generously. And Kur and Xia Jinji also stroked the panda's head. Big Fatty happily made the original sound of een, and was passed around several times by several people, and was taken away by Rongshu again. Chen Er looked at it eagerly, but the boss didn't look at her and stroked the panda by himself. Just at this time, Lin Ju and Sun Binbin came up, her eyes lit up, and diverted her attention. Rongshu's lips curled slightly. Brother Lin, please help us reinforce the clothes. Chen Er quickly told him about the problem he had with the clothes. It's okay if it's uncomfortable after being hard and metallized, but it's better than being exposed without noticing the aging of clothes. With the big fat man's domain, everyone has been wearing thin clothes these days. After all, it's uncomfortable to wear several layers when going out in the hot summer. Once the clothes age quickly, the consequences. Just think about it. Sun Binbin looked horrified. It was a close call, I almost ran naked. Hurry up, Brother Lin, hurry up. Chen Er laughed. This Sun Binbin finally felt like he and Xia Jinji were brothers. Lin Ju didn't hesitate and reinforced everyone's clothes. Except Rongshu's. The boss's ice seal is also very good for clothes, but others can't stand it. Even in the hot summer, no one can stand wearing ice. Until Lin Ju helped several people reinforce their clothes, he didn't absorb a single crystal core in the middle. It's obvious that the ability to upgrade to the second level is not comparable to the first level. While Lin Ju was busy, Rongshu was not idle either. He closed his eyes and released his mental perception to carefully check the stability of the building. After a while, he suddenly opened his eyes and said to Lin Ju, "Don't go out today, reinforce the building." He threw a small bag of blood-red crystal cores to Lin Ju. Lin Ju caught the crystal core, opened it immediately, and took out one, with an obsessed look in his eyes. What do you think? I can make an earring with a crystal core. Look at this one with a bright color. It's much better than mine. Lin Ju turned his right ear with the earring to show everyone, very showy. Don't say it, it's really not as good looking as the color of the crystal core. It can be seen that Lin Ju likes earrings very much, and wears them every day. Chen Er agreed with a look of approval. Brother Lin, I support you. Lin Ju was even happier. You have good taste. Rongshu's expression was not right, a little solemn. And Kier noticed and frowned. Boss, is there something wrong with the building? Several people were stunned and looked at Rongshu. Rongshu nodded. Everyone should be prepared to move out at any time. Chen Er was shocked. Brother Rong, what do you mean? Not only did the ivy damage the building, but the building itself also had cracks. Rongshu said. What? No way. Damn red fog, it didn't even let the building go. Sun Binbin kicked the tentacles of the ivy next to him angrily. Lin Ju looked crazy. Does this want us to return to primitive society and become savages? Several people felt very uncomfortable. Chen Er, the host of the post, felt even more uncomfortable. If the building collapses, do we have to move to a safe area? And Kua shrugged. It depends on the situation. If the building is like a mobile phone, it can't last long even if it is reinforced. Sooner or later, we will have to sleep on the ground, no matter where we are. Xia Jinji also said, that's right. Going to the safe area just means that there are more superpowers to maintain and reinforce it, and we can live in a house with a roof for a few more days. Amazingly, after hearing what the two said, Chen Er was not uncomfortable at all, and said happily, then I want to continue living here. If there is no building, we can build another one. Several people looked at her. What's wrong? What did I say wrong? Sister, grow some materials for building a house. All problems will be solved. Sun Binbin grabbed her shoulders excitedly, and shook her wildly. Chen Rui was shaken and felt uncomfortable. Stop, stop, stop! The next second, Sun Binbin was pulled away by an invisible force and thrown aside. He was stunned. Before he could figure out the situation, he was frozen by Rongshu's cold eyes. His body froze, and he reacted and immediately admitted his mistake. I was wrong. I shouldn't have been excited for a while, and forgot that Sister Yu is a crispy skin and can't shake. Chinrui's eyes widened in disbelief. Everyone knew it. It's okay. Go to bed early, and get up early, eat well, and you will get better. And Kur touched Chinrui's head with a smile, and then changed the topic. Sun Binbin is right, Yu. Whether we can continue to live in the house depends on you. Yu, come on, brother is rooting for you. Linju also made a gesture of encouragement to her. Chin So should I plant cotton or building materials first? The key is, are you so sure that I can grow them? I'm actually very unsure. Both. Several people said in unison. Chapter 22. Chin Okay, I try. The heavy atmosphere collapsed in an instant. Rongshu's expression also relaxed, looking at Chin with extremely soft eyes. Here it comes again. This damn fatherly love. If it wasn't summer, and the boss was cold and wanted to get closer to cool down, she wouldn't want to walk side by side with him. He actually wanted to be her father. When she went down to the first floor, she saw that the ground was almost completely covered with the tentacles of the creeper. Not only the yard, but the entire first floor was covered with tentacles, and there was no place to step. Because they were too long, the tentacles were intertwined in all directions, and it was hard to tell the head from the tail. It was really the same as what Sun Binbin said, and they didn't know where the main root was. Several people began to clean up the bodies of the creepers. The tentacles that had been embedded in the ground and the wall were cut off, and the others were all treated as garbage. The boss gave the order, Linju stayed, and a group of people continued to collect supplies. After one night, there were even fewer useful things. After a whole morning of searching around the village and the city, the group only managed to fill up an old fish roe bag with the supplies they collected. 1 cubic meter in size. Linju used up a bag of secondary crystal cores, and had already reinforced the unfinished building, and reunited with a few people. Why don't we go a little further, to Data Plaza in the east of the city? Chin raised his hand, and suggested. There is a place for eating, drinking and having fun. There is a big supermarket inside the mall, and there is a food court outside. There are a lot of people every day, and there must be a lot of zombies. It is very likely that no one has gone to search it yet. The mall itself is a barrier, and the shops inside are another barrier. With the counters and packaging, there should be a lot of inventory. So a group of people went to Dada Square in the east of the city. Chin prediction was correct. When they arrived, there were mountains of corpses and seas of corpses. Zombie corpses. A group of people swallowed hard. Are you really going in? Sun Binbin got goosebumps. What are you afraid of? We have Fatty. Chin took the lead, full of vigor and vigor. In fact, it was not a question of whether to go in or not. As soon as they arrived, a mountain of corpses and seas of corpses surrounded them. Bang, 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 bang. A series of zombies that launched attacks were bounced away and turned into small dots in the sky. There were also a lot of mutant seafood in the middle. They were small in size, but the water and ice they sprayed were huge. If they hadn't taken off in the blink of an eye, they would have looked scary. Wherever the few people passed, a path was automatically opened. Fatty sat on Rongshu's bent arm, his big head held high, his chest puffed out, and his face proud. Sun Binbin came over, held up to Pang's dangling feet, and smiled flatteringly. Brother Pang, I will follow you from now on. De Pang glanced at him with his small eyes. Okay. This is Mama's tenant, who was given the crystal core, so he must be protected. Several people simply couldn't bear to watch. As soon as they entered, the first thing they saw was the open-air food street surrounding the entire square. Without hesitation, the group rushed into the shops on both sides to search. From the front street to the back corner, they unknowingly filled the second 1 cubic meter fish roe lucky bag. Everyone was very surprised. I really came to the right place. I had already made some small gains before entering the mall. There is also a large supermarket inside. No need to go to the front. The area at the back door is almost empty. Someone has been here. Rongshu sensed it. It seems that there are fewer zombies at the back door than at the front door. And Kur said, Then let's go into the mall. Not far away is a small door to the mall. Hey, we've come this far. Chin looked nostalgically at a flower shop next to the small door. I used to come to this flower shop often. The owner of this shop is a gentle and beautiful lady. She is so nice. Every time I go into the store, I don't buy flowers but just look at them. She never drives me away. She also introduces the types of flowers to me and tells me how to grow them well. Chen Er looked melancholy. I don't know if the lady is still alive. After entering the mall, several people went straight to Rongchang supermarket on the second floor. This supermarket was very large before the end of the world. It was a national chain and existed in almost every city. There were also many zombies in the mall, and even more in the supermarket. As soon as several people entered, they found something wrong. This place has also been looted. It seems that there are still many capable people in the apocalypse. It seems that there are more than just them who dare to come to a place that looks like a zombie nest. Rongshu observed the traces left around him. At least a team of 10 people with special abilities. 10 people? What else can be left? Sun Binbin was dumbfounded. Let's look for it first. They may not have portable space. In such a large supermarket, there will be some left. And Kur said, Mom, there is a living person over there. Big Fat suddenly said. Rongshu also sensed it. Go and have a look. Several people followed the movement to the fresh food area, and saw from a distance that a strong green light suddenly burst out from the middle of a pile of zombies. As the green light appeared, the group of zombies surrounding the green light aged at a speed visible to the naked eye, fell to the ground, and even quickly turned into bones, and the crystal core fell out of their skulls. The group was stunned. What kind of supernatural power is this? So powerful, but soon, the green light dimmed, as if it was unable to continue. More zombies rushed over. Fortunately, Big Fatty was powerful and bounced the zombies away in the next second. Several people finally saw clearly that the one emitting the green light was a woman covered in blood. After seeing the face clearly, Chen Er exclaimed, Boss 1. Do you know her? And Kier raised her eyebrows. She is the boss of the flower shop I mentioned, Wen Yu. Several people gathered around. Wen Yu's body was simply shocking. Her body was bloody, and covered with scratches and bites from zombies. Boss 1, are you okay? Chen Er squatted down and approached Wen Yu. Wen Yu half leaned against the wall, her lower body limp on the ground, and the unwillingness and despair in her eyes were slowly fading. She looked at Chen Er. Her voice was very weak. You are the little girl who loves to look at flowers, but has no money to buy them? You saved me? I just did my internship and haven't received my salary yet. Chen Er was a little embarrassed. Seeing that she had difficulty speaking, she hurriedly said, Don't talk for now. As she spoke, she looked at Xia Jinji, who was squatting down and taking Wen Yu's pulse. Brother Xia, how are you? It's okay, just exhausted. She is a superpower and is not infected. As he spoke, a white light appeared in his palm and covered Wen Yu's hand. Visibly, the bloody wounds on Wen Yu's body began to heal slowly. Not long after, the wounds on his body were almost healed. After recovering, Wen Yu stood up from the ground, looked at the few people, and thanked them gently. Thank you for saving me. Boss 1, didn't you go to the safe zone? Why are you here alone? Chen Er asked her puzzledly, or did you come back here to find supplies? But it's too dangerous for you to be alone. I'm not alone. I came from the safe zone with a 10-person superpower team. Wen Yu laughed bitterly. When I came here, I wasn't even a superpower, just an ordinary person. When you showed up, I had just awakened. If you hadn't acted in time, even if I had awakened, I could only wait for death in despair. Chapter 23. Several people were shocked. How dare you, an ordinary person, come to such a dangerous place? My boyfriend He Jiaming and my best friend Zhang Qianqian are in the team. They said I am familiar with this place. Leading the way can save time and reduce the risk of casualties, so I came. When you sneered. Now I know that asking me to lead the way is an excuse. He Jiaming and Zhang Qianqian got together, and thought I was a burden without superpowers. They were ready to use me as a scapegoat. When they encountered danger, they threw me into the zombie group to help them delay time and escape. This dog blood experience, what a miserable little sister. Chen Ru didn't know how to comfort her. After thinking for a while, she asked Wen Yu, what are you going to do next? Will you go back to the safe zone? Wen Yu shook his head, his face gloomy. I don't want to see those two disgusting things for the time being. Chen Er's eyes lit up. Then do you want to rent a house? The large suite is 200 square meters, and the monthly rent is 10 first-level crystal cores. The medium suite is 150 square meters, and the monthly rent is 8 first-level crystal cores. The small suite is 120 square meters, and the monthly rent is 5 first-level crystal cores. Chen Er did not forget to add, like the zombies were bounced away just now, the defense is invincible, and you can sleep peacefully at night. Wen Yu was stunned for a moment, and asked softly, your house? Chen Er blinked, and nodded innocently. I rent it. When you picked up dozens of crystal cores that fell on the ground, counted out 10, and handed them over. Okay. Chen took it immediately, fearing that she would regret it. After putting the crystal core away, she revealed the sinister face of a landlady. Ah, I forgot to mention that the house is still in its original state. There is nothing inside. And I just found that the wall is a little cracked because of the red fog. Chen changed the subject and patted his chest to assure, but it will definitely be okay for people to live here. Even if the building collapses in the middle of the night, no one will be hit. Believe me, you will never regret living here. These two are typical examples. Chen pointed at the brothers Xia Jinji and Sun Binbin. The two nodded in cooperation. And Kier, who heard it, said, Only a fool would live in such a house and pay rent. When Shotzi almost couldn't hold his smile. Forget it, for the sake of saving his life. Having fooled a new tenant, Chen was jumping when he walked, so happy that he flew. From now on, he will receive 20 crystal cores every month. In addition to rent, she can find various reasons to charge various fees in the future. Is it far from hundreds or thousands of them? One day, she will become the landlady that everyone envies and can collect crystal cores every day while lying down. After pulling Wenyu into the group continued to plunder the supermarket, occasionally killing a few zombies to collect some crystal cores. Since it was already a member of the unfinished building, Chenru generously took out the 1 cubic meter fish roll lucky bag that she used to pretend to be a monster and dig crystal cores and sold it to Wenyu. She herself had already exchanged for the freshly baked 8 cubic meters and was a little disgusted with the small 1 cubic meter. But this was a huge surprise for Wenyu. 50 first-level crystal cores can be exchanged for the legendary storage bag, without saying a word. Exchange. That's right, Chenru sold a second-hand fish roll lucky bag for the high price of 50 first-level crystal cores. It is exactly the number of crystal cores required for a first-level plant to germinate and grow into a complete form. She had glanced at the pile of crystal cores that Wenyu had picked up. There were dozens of level 1 crystals, and several level 2 ones. The value of a second-level crystal core is equivalent to 2 first-level crystal cores, which is almost enough to pay. If it is not enough, dig it now, and give it now. She has to make back her investment. A first-level soybean seedling needs to swallow about 100 first-level crystal cores per plant. From a seedling to a complete form, it needs to swallow 50 crystal cores, and the total cost is about 150. A soybean seedling plant produces 18 fruits, 6 of which are fish row storage bags. Minus the flower pot, energy consumption, labor, and time costs, a fish row bag can only earn a few dozen first-level crystal cores. Don't worry about whether it is second-hand or not, the fish row bag is not old. As an unscrupulous landlady, you should make the best use of everything. As for Brother Rong and the others, she doesn't need to say anything. The crystal cores are piled up to feed to Pang and other plants, and the crystal cores produced will only be more than the 3 people who came later. She is embarrassed to calculate with them in detail. Sun Binbin and Xia Jinji, who had taken advantage, kept their mouths shut in tacit understanding. By the way, what is Boss Win's special ability? And Kur asked. Wenyu hesitated, but did not hide it. It is to induce labor. It can accelerate the growth of living things in a short period of time. When the target grows too much, it will quickly die of old age and turn into bones like those zombies. As she spoke, she looked at the few people with some worry, fearing that they would be afraid of her. Don't worry, I won't attack anyone casually. That requires you to beat us. Linju raised his eyebrows and smiled, raised his sharp metallized diamond claws, and the faint sense of oppression on it pressed towards Wenyu. Wenyu was stunned. Without waiting for a reaction, Linju helped her reinforce the tattered clothes on her body. Thank you, thank you. Wenyu was flattered, thanked him, and felt relieved. When it was almost dark, the group walked out of Dada Plaza and headed home. This trip is really worth it. We have filled 8 fish row bags. Along the way, Sun Binbin carefully counted the supplies in the fish row bags several times. Wenyu also confiscated the supplies she collected. After learning that the unfinished building was currently eating from the same pot, she joined without hesitation. After spending an afternoon with a few people, she had almost understood the magical power of Chenru from everyone's words. Not joining and being a single household. That would be really stupid. Back to the unfinished building, it was almost dark. Chenru took out a smiling little potato directly from the fish row bag he carried with him. The potato night light emitted a warm light, like a small sun, illuminating the corridor as if it were daytime. And it was not dazzling. I thought it would be dark tonight. Sister Yu had a dream just in time. Sun Binbin also took out the little potato he got and pinched it with the light. Others also took out their lights, and the corridor was suddenly so bright that it was shocking. When you immediately liked the night light and asked Janae, "You, do you still have this light? I want one too. Can you sell me one?" "Yes, 1 potato night light. 25 first level crystal cores. There are 8 potato night lights on a potato seedling. Each of the 8 people got one before, and there are still 8 potato seedlings buried in the soil. There are plenty. A potato seedling produces 16 fruits. Based on the total cost of 150 first level crystal cores, the cost of one fruit is only 10 first level crystal cores. Even if the potato seedlings are upgraded to level 2, the required crystal core energy doubles, and the cost is only about 20 level 1 crystal cores. Net profit of 5 to 15 level 1 crystal cores. Half the price of the fish roll lucky bag. I don't believe that the young lady won't buy it." Chinru secretly thought about it, and helped the young lady arrange it. "How about 4? 1 for the living room, 1 for the bedroom, 1 for the bathroom, and 1 for the balcony." While collecting supplies along the way, when you also did not forget to dig crystal cores. Like everyone else, she has saved a lot of them. After Chinru said this, she really paid for 4 crystal cores. Another 100 level 1 crystal cores were earned. Chinru was very happy, and she could grow a new batch immediately when she returned. She also wanted to hang them in the living room, balcony, bedroom, and bathroom. When choosing a suite, when you chose 602 on the 6th floor because her lucky number was 6. When Xia Jinji and his brother moved in before, Chinru had considered the issue of increasing tenants. Rong Shu and his friends brought back several sets of pipes, doors, windows, and bathrooms, which were all sealed and piled up in the corridor on the 8th floor, enough to install a 602 pipe. There were not many mattresses, but the 8 student mattresses that they had used before were not thrown away. Originally, Chinru was thinking of stacking 8 mattresses together to deal with when you first, but he didn't expect that when they returned. Not to mention the 8 student mattresses, even the big mattress he slept on was in pieces. Chapter 24. All clothes and beddings of all people, all those not isolated by supernatural powers, are discarded. If Rongshu had not sealed up some good clothes, a group of people would have no clothes to change after taking a shower tonight. Growing clothes is urgent. Chin Air took Wenyu to the balcony and asked Wenyu to pick small potatoes by herself. There are 8 potato night lights in the pot. Pull up the seedlings and pick whichever one you want. As she said, she looked for a flower pot with the words cotton engraved on it. Labels are old and can no longer be used. In order to distinguish and mark, Chin Air came up with a way to engrave words on the flower pot. This search did not find cotton, but found that the ordinary plants planted before showed signs of rotting. She even buried a crystal core inside. It was useless. She should have eaten them up earlier. Chin Air was just feeling annoyed when Wenyu's voice suddenly came from the side. "Oh, so many little potatoes. And there are more than 8, right?" Chin Air glanced over casually, and was stunned the next second. Wenyu was holding a bunch of seedlings in her hand, and under the seedlings, at least dozens of glowing little potatoes were crowded together. And there were big and small ones. No longer the same round ones that were carved out of the same mold before. There were round, flat, oval, pear-shaped, big-bellied, banana-shaped, bell pepper-shaped. Looking at the flower pot where the potato seedlings were planted, she didn't know when it became super big. She was busy looking for cotton and didn't notice it. Chin Air, sister, come and see. The few people who were sorting out the supplies were called over by her. When they saw the situation of the potato seedlings, they all looked incredible. Sun Binbin looked puzzled. "I counted them before I left. There were only 8 small potatoes." "I remember there were 8 too." "That's right." Others also confirmed. Rongshu scanned with his mental power and quickly figured out what was going on. 8 small potatoes have sprouted again and grown new plants. He motioned Wenyu to put the seedlings down, walked over, and divided the potato seedlings into 8 parts. Everyone saw this division clearly. There were a total of 8 small potatoes, each of which had glowing small potatoes of different numbers, sizes, and shapes. There are plants with 5, 2, 7, 8, and even 9 potatoes growing together, and on each plant, there must be a small round potato produced by the previous potato seedlings. What's going on? No one feeds crystal nuclei. How come the small potatoes sprouted and grew so many new potatoes? The potato seedlings are level 2, so it must take at least 200 level 1 crystal nuclei to separate new plants. And this growth method is not right. The previous plants all grew new plants outside the mother body and bore fruit again. So how come new plants grew on the small potatoes produced by the mother body? The number is wrong. not a uniform 8. The shape and size are also wrong. Has it mutated? Several people chattered and expressed a lot of doubts. Although Yu is considered a half-planting expert, he still doesn't quite understand how to plant the luminous potatoes, and he was confused when he heard it. Rongshu stared at the small holes formed by the potatoes in the flower pots, thinking, and suddenly asked, "Have you ever thought about what will happen when potatoes are planted in the soil?" What will happen? A group of people looked confused and thought. After a while, Grandpa Rong suddenly slapped his forehead and reacted, "Oh, that's right. Look at me, I've been confused by you. Potatoes planted in the soil sprouted and grew up by themselves, isn't this normal?" A group of people looked at each other. Yes. What's wrong with potatoes planted in the soil sprouting? Why do they have to think so complicated? Sun Binbin suddenly opened his eyes wide. Grandpa Rong, you mean, these magical fruits planted by Sister Yu are also seeds, can be planted? Not bad, not bad. Grandpa Rong picked up a handful of potato seedlings and pointed them out to a few people. Look at the small potatoes around here, they are of different sizes and shapes, and these seedlings are very different from the ones that were fed with crystal cores before, aren't they? Several people nodded subconsciously. Some of these new seedlings have crooked stems, and some are straighter than the original potato seedlings, so it is easy to distinguish them. Unlike the potato seedlings before, which look the same as their mothers, and can't be distinguished when put together. Plants that grow naturally in the field are like this. Each plant grows differently, and the tubers they produce are also different in shape and size. Grandpa Rong explained. The children who grew up in the city suddenly realized that these potatoes were exactly what the small potatoes on the supermarket shelves should look like before the end of the world. Grandpa Rong pinched the small potatoes and said with satisfaction, "These are the potatoes that haven't grown up yet. They can probably grow bigger." Lin Ju touched his chin. Although they grow naturally, they are still glowing small potatoes. If they continue to grow, the potato cakes and French fries will also appear. Several people were excited. If this is true, doesn't it mean that magical plants can be free without feeding crystal nuclei? Not necessarily. There is residual crystal nucleus energy in the soil of this pot. Rongshu closed his eyes and sensed it carefully. Do an experiment with the pot without crystal nuclei. Soon, except for one potato seedling that was planted back in the original pot, the other 7 were separated and planted one by one in the new pots, where the second-level sweet potato vines were formed. Some pots had crystal nuclei, and some pots did not. After an experiment, several people were dumbfounded by the many crystal nuclei in the pots and the motionless potato seedlings. They don't even absorb crystal nuclei. But those without crystal nuclei don't grow either. Several people looked incredible. These potato seedlings should absorb the energy that the crystal nuclei spilled into the soil. Rongshu pulled out the plant that was put back in the flower pot where the potato seedlings were. Look, its leaves have become more, and the potatoes have grown a little bit. Several people looked over. Without mental perception, they really couldn't see any difference. Rongshu saw that several people were confused, especially Chen Er, who looked at him with a confused face, and his eyes softened. He put the potato seedling back, took out a secondary crystal core, and buried it in the soil, and used his mental power to control the crushing of the hard shell of the crystal core. Instantly, the energy overflowed and seeped into the soil. Soon, the potato seedling changed. It grew taller and bigger rapidly, with small bumps and potato products hanging out. Wow! Chen Er was amazed. This potato seedling was the one that grew 5 potatoes. After growing into a complete form, there were 2 boxes of Lay's and a potato pancake on it. The potato pancake was a circle larger than the one grown by swallowing the crystal core, but the Lay's grew into a mini can. Chen Er pulled the seedling out and saw that there were 2 small potatoes with aggrieved faces hanging below. One was like a crooked pear with a beer belly, the size of a fist. One oval is like an egg, twice as big as the one next to it. Chapter 25. This is really rare for several people. They all gathered around. Chen Er was so cute about this aggrieved little potato that he couldn't help but pinch it. Again, let me play with it. After a few pinches, it was snatched away by Lin Ju. The others were not as childish as the 2 of them. And Kier took off the mini Lays, opened the package, and ate while looking at it. It's just that the amount has become less, and the content are the same as before. As she said that, she handed the potato chips to Yu, who had never eaten them, and was looking at them with curiosity. Sun Binbin, who happened to be starving, had already started to eat potato pancakes. The pancakes taste the same as before. The potato products that had grown in the morning were eaten up by several people early in the morning, and the potato pancakes were eaten by him. There is still a lot of crystal core energy in the soil. Rongshu said, and his mental power controlled the other potato seedlings that had not grown, and planted them back in the pot where the potato seedlings were. It seems that the small flower pot can change more than just filling the soil. If there is not enough space for the planted plants, it will also adjust itself. The seedlings will become smaller when pulled out, and grow again after being planted back. 7 seedlings were planted, but none of them had obvious effects. After observing for a few minutes, several people found that the seedlings had grown a little taller. Rongshu added crystal core energy to the soil again. When he added the 10th secondary crystal core, the 7 seedlings finally grew into their complete form at once. Some plants were covered with mashed potatoes, and once they were covered with 4 kinds of potato products. Some had no fruits, but only glowing small potatoes, and some had only fruits but no potatoes. The size of the fruit was the same as opening a blind box, with small, medium, large, and extra large portions. Not only that, after a while, new small potatoes grew next to the seedling that had 5 fruits. Sunbindan swallowed his saliva. Only 11 crystal cores were used, and all of them grew out. The others nodded blankly, and they all found it incredible. Although the fruits were large and small, and the number varied, the total yield was much more than the previous one. The few people who didn't quite understand turned to look at Rongshu. There was still a lot of crystal core energy left in the soil before, and the newly added crystal core made the energy more concentrated, which resulted in this effect. It was not just the energy of 11 crystal cores that was consumed. Rongshu analyzed. From the crystal core energy remaining in the flower pot, the previous plants did not absorb the crystal core's 100% utilization rate. It is very likely that they could only absorb part of the energy, and the rest was scattered into the soil. So, in fact, a plant does not need the energy of 50 crystal cores to grow completely. Xia Jinji said. Rongshu nodded. The previous plants seemed to be able to absorb only the energy in the complete crystal core, not in the soil. The fruit that grew out was just the opposite. It could not absorb the energy of the complete crystal core, but only the energy after the crystal core was broken. After thinking for a while, Rongshu said, there may be a direct difference in energy between the two states, or the soil has a strong degrading power on the energy in the crystal core, and the broken crystal core energy is quickly decomposed by the soil and turned into another form of energy. After Rongshu's analysis, everyone suddenly realized. Lin Ju didn't know what he was thinking, and picked up the seedling with a box of mini lays and an egg-shaped potato hanging on it. Then wouldn't we be able to save a lot of crystal cores? Chenru's eyes lit up. No, maybe even the crystal core can be saved. And Kira's voice came, and several people looked over. Next to her, Winnie looked cautious, with her palm open, emitting green light, and on it was the newly grown mini potato. The little potato sprouted tender green buds at some point, and the buds grew more leaves at a speed visible to the naked eye, growing taller and bigger. In the blink of an eye, the little potato went from 1 to 2, 3, until it stopped when it grew 6. The stems and leaves began to stretch, and 3 of them hung on the branches, and soon they bore fruit, growing a cup of mashed potatoes, a pancake, and a box of Lays. Just after the fruit was harvested, the 7th mini potato popped up again. It was faster than swallowing the crystal core. Everyone, surprise. Shin Air, wow, I accidentally picked up a big treasure. You know, superpowers can be restored without consuming crystal cores, and they can be restored after enough rest. While the others were still immersed in their new discoveries, Lin Ju had already picked up the mini Lays and egg-shaped potatoes, and handed the bare potato seedlings to Winyu. Try to give birth to this seedling first. I remember when my mother planted grapes, after strengthening the nutrition, the fruiting once a year could be turned into 2 times. Lin Ju touched his chin and said, normally, plants should reproduce by natural division, right? But the ones we used to feed with complete crystal cores before had excess energy and directly divided, without producing a second crop of fruit. Now that the ones grown with fruits have natural division, what do you think, if there is excess energy? Produce a second crop of fruit? Several people blurted out. As soon as the words fell, a little warm light appeared under the bare seedling in Winyu's hand. The light became brighter and bigger. Suddenly, another glowing potato popped out. It really grew a second crop of fruit. The mattress is gone, so it's gone. Today is still a good day. Chen Air sang in his heart, turned his head to look at Uncle Zhou, and smiled. Uncle Zhou, how about we have a potato dinner for dinner? The dinner was super rich. Potatoes stewed with beef brisket, potato and mushroom chicken, hot and sour potato shreds, dry pot small potatoes, and even rice was stewed with potatoes and meat. The glowing small potatoes turned back into normal small potatoes after boiling, and you can eat them however you want. At least so far, no one has eaten them. After the meal, several people tried to plant the fish roll lucky bag and the small flower pot, and they could plant all of them. Another happy thing. Continue to celebrate. Chin Air immediately asked Rong Shu to unseal his frozen small backpack. The only remaining half pack of Li cheese was turned out, and a pack of forgotten QQ candy was found in a small secret bag. Chin Air was ready to share it with everyone with a painful heart. Surprisingly, everyone was very full and didn't ask for anything. Chin Air happily ate alone. Feeling a little embarrassed, the family gave a small potato, 2 small flower pots, and a fish roe bag. When you, who had just spent crystal cores to buy a potato night light and a fish roe bag, was no exception. When Yu's ability was too powerful. What's the point of just taking advantage of others? He had to make the little sister his own, using his ability without giving her crystal cores. When Yu was also very happy to receive the gift. No one would have too much good things. Everyone happily took the pots home, while Chin Air took the Pang to wash. After eating crystal cores for a day, the Pang finally couldn't eat anymore. The domain stopped expanding, and was finally fixed in a spherical space, with a radius of 600 meters. After checking the Pang's changes, Chin Air remembered planting cotton and ran to the balcony to find the pot with cotton engraved on it. As for building materials, she couldn't think of any plants that could be used to grow building materials, so she could only put them aside. After finding the cotton pot, she actually carried the pot back to the bedroom and placed it solemnly on the bedside. Even the mattress was useless, and the pillow was no exception. She slept on the floor tonight. The floor was very uncomfortable, but after a tiring day, Chin Air fell asleep soon. I don't know if it's because you think about it during the day and dream about it at night, or if putting the pot next to the bed really works. Chin Air really grew cotton. That's right, what she grew is not quite what she imagined. Chapter 26. Species: cotton. Fruit: marshmallow. Features: sticky. Signature: our slogan for sticky people is give me some sunshine, and I be bright. I surround you everywhere. P.S. If you think I'm soft and easy to bully, you're wrong. I'm even afraid when I get hard. On the straight cotton branches, there are scattered blocks of milky white and slightly yellow rectangles. A line of subtitles appears on each rectangle. Bored marshmallow brick. Upward from the branches, there are 6 scattered branches. Each branch is in the shape of a Y. On the forks on both sides of the Y, there are many white hangers hanging. On one of the branches, a row of many white women's clothes are hung on the left end of the Y, for all seasons. At the bottom is a women's underwear, and above it is a pair of women's underwear, followed by a set of summer pajamas and a set of winter warm clothes. On the right side of the Y, there are similar men's clothes as on the left side, except that the underwear is replaced by a vest. Above the branch, there is a line of 5 words. 0 distance sticking. On another branch, the hanger has 2 clips, which hold a pair of short thin socks, a pair of short thick cotton socks, a pair of slippers, a pair of thin running shoes, and a pair of thick running shoes. Similarly, men's and women's clothes are hung separately on both sides, and the subtitles on the branches are, love your feet the most. The 3rd and 4th branches are hung with men's and women's outerwear. One hangs for summer clothes, a short-sleeved and long-sleeved top, a pair of shorts, and a pair of long pants. One hangs for winter clothes, a sweater, a hoodie, a thick coat, a pair of autumn pants, and a pair of winter pants. The subtitles on the branches are, take me with you when you go out. The 5th branch has no hangers, only fruit stems, with a sofa bed and a mattress hanging on one side, and a thin blanket and a thick quilt on the other side. The subtitles are, I want to hold you. The 6th branch has a pillow and a pillowcase hanging on one side, and a fitted sheet and a quilt cover on the other side. The subtitles are in a neat 5-character queue, vowing not to cheat, guarding you to sleep. The next morning, Chinru came out of the bedroom with a flower pot with a mysterious smile on his face, and all the staff in the unfinished building were excited. The potato night light in the living room of 802 has not been put away yet, and the sunlight from the balcony and the window has also penetrated, shining on the milky white fruit in the flower pot. Under the light of the night light and the sunlight, the milky white color is more colorful with colorful cloud patterns, which are ever-changing, fairy-like and beautiful. And on the other side, where the sun is exposed, each fruit has its own bright color. There are bright red, tender yellow, dark blue, dark green, gray purple, sky blue. Some are single color, some are 2-color, multicolor, gradient, but no matter which one, the color is always soft and not dazzling. The color of the men's and women's models is also different. The men's model is darker in color, and the women's model is brighter in color. Although they are all mini models at first glance, No one would think that the things grown by Chen Er are useless. Linju took a fancy to the sofa bed at first sight, and reached out to pick it up. Thinking that this thing is still a marshmallow, he tried to stretch it. The next second, the mini sofa bed suddenly opened up, as if it was compressed by a vacuum, and it suddenly bounced open and quickly grew larger. Linju reacted quickly, and threw the sofa bed to the ground. After throwing it out, he found that the sofa bed was light, and had no weight. He was shocked for nothing. It can really get bigger. When it was fully opened, it was a large bed of 1.8 meters by 2 meters. When it was folded, it was a rectangular sofa. I couldn't see it clearly when I was young, but when I zoomed in, I found that the sofa seemed to be made of multiple bricks spliced together. It has strong support when sitting on it, and it is also very soft and super comfortable. With the sofa bed as the first, others reached out to take off the bricks, quilts, mattresses. Clothes, shoes, and other clothes with hangers were taken off together with the hangers. Then, like Linju, they pulled it apart. After zooming in, it can be seen that clothes, shoes, and socks are also made of small rectangular blocks connected together. Just like the sofa bed, it feels soft to the touch. If you press it gently, it feels soft. If you press harder, you will find that it has super strong support and is soft but hard. Only the mattress, quilt, and blanket are matched with the sofa bed, and the clothes, shoes, and socks. Several people compared the clothes, shoes, and socks on their bodies, and they were all confused. All of them are extra large. We didn't dare to say or ask the others, but Nkur was more direct. You didn't forget that clothes have to be divided into sizes, right? Chener's voice was weak, and she was also a little dumbfounded. Shouldn't the mature seedlings bear the most suitable fruits by themselves? She still has to think about this? Seeing her like this, several people looked helpless. The cotton is grown, and it's too late to add some size. We can only think of other remedies such as making the clothes smaller. Don't forget that the fruits that grow naturally are of different sizes. In the end, it was Rongshu's good brain that helped. A large short-sleeved shirt was rolled up and stuffed into a new flower pot filled with soil. When usability came in handy again. Not long after, a new cotton plant grew out, with 7 branches, and the yield increased. Fruits quickly hung on the branches, and the one branch with more than before was the one with underwear. The small bumps on the branches had just grown into shape, and before they grew into a complete form, Chenru suddenly had an idea and called Wenyu, "Stop, stop, stop!" Fortunately, Wenyu was afraid that he was not skilled enough, and would kill the seedlings with an excessive amount of energy. He had been transmitting his ability very slowly, and he almost cut off the transmission in time when he heard the sound. Without waiting for the few people to ask, Chenru stepped forward and grabbed a short-sleeved shirt and pulled it with both hands. The next second, a short-sleeved shirt that was much smaller than before appeared in front of the few people. Haha, I just suddenly thought that since the small fruit may be a smaller size, the fruit that has not grown fully is also small. Maybe it is also a small size. I didn't expect it to be true. That's easy. Linju snapped his fingers. If you want a small size, pick it first. If you want a large size, wait for it to grow longer. TSK. Perfect. As he said that, he couldn't help but pat Chener's head again. Again, it's okay. I had another beautiful dream. Chener, almost gasped in pain. But she must not expose the fact that she is so weak in front of Wenyu who hasn't noticed yet. Resisting the urge to shrink her neck and raise her hand to rub her head, Chener pretended to be nonchalant. The next second, Linju's hand was pushed away by an invisible force, and another warm big hand touched Chener's head and gently rubbed it. The force was just right. Chener only felt the pain on her scalp being rubbed away, and she felt more and more relaxed, and her eyes narrowed in comfort. She looked up and saw that it was Rongshu's hand that was touching her head. When the man saw her looking at him, he lowered his head slightly and smiled at her with a gentle and charming smile. The part of her head covered by the palm seemed to be electrified, which made Chener's heart palpitate. She hurriedly moved her head away and quickly said something to cover up the truth. "Brother Rong, my head is fine, no need to rub it." Chapter 27. Okay, got it. Rongshu responded. His voice seemed to be full of doting. Chener's ears felt hot, and the whole person became more uncomfortable. Why did she always feel that Brother Rong was interested in her? Did she have too many dreams recently, and her nerves became weaker than before, so she always had this illusion? Stop, don't think about it. I am most afraid of this kind of self-righteous illusion. Once the other party knows, it will be so embarrassing. Linju, whose hand was suddenly waved away, raised his eyebrows, and his eyes swept over Rongshu and Chener. With a look of as expected, he winked at Grandpa Rong. Grandpa Rong's aunt smiled. Young people are thin-skinned, and they see through but don't say it. Not only are the clothes that have not grown fully small, but the sofa bed that has not grown fully has also changed from a multi-person sofa to a single sofa, and the blankets, quilts, pillows, etc. have also become small. Sizes can be controlled, and clothes, shoes and socks are free. Several people focused their attention on another kind of fruit, bricks. The subtitles were Marshmallow Brick, and Chen Er understood immediately that this was edible marshmallow. He picked a piece that looked strawberry red in the sun, and after picking it, a strong strawberry aroma emanated from the brick. It felt soft and fluffy, like marshmallow, and could be torn apart. Chen Er tore off a small piece and stuffed it into his mouth. It tasted just like marshmallow, sweet, and really tasted like strawberry. Others followed suit and picked bricks. Lin Ju held a great purple piece in his hand, which smelled like grapes. It tastes like grapes. My piece tastes like banana. Delicious. Sun Binbin held a piece that was yellow like banana peel. There were 22 bricks growing on a cotton plant. While the others were still enjoying their food, Rongshu already had a brick in each hand, facing each other, and stuck them in the middle. After sticking it on, it was impossible to separate it no matter how hard you tried, and the properties of the original single piece of cotton candy also changed. The aroma of the food disappeared, and it became harder and harder. You couldn't break it apart. Now you still worry about not having building materials? You can rebuild the whole unfinished building. Several people didn't go out today. After breakfast, they started to promote the birth of cotton plants frantically. 20 pots of cotton plants were planted directly. Rongshu, Lin Ju and Xia Jinji used their superpowers to break the crystal core to promote birth, and when you use superpowers to promote birth directly. Among the 9 people, only Rongshu, Lin Ju and Xia Jinji's superpowers could break the crystal core, and Xia Jinji directly used the condensed scalpel to cut it open. In addition to the 3 people, there is also the fat man's good teeth who can help. He was caught by his mother to do hard labor. Several people took out the crystal cores on hand. In addition to promoting birth, they also replenished the superpowers consumed by several people. Others were responsible for picking the fruits. After the sofa beds, clothes, shoes and socks were planted to meet the needs of several families, the people in charge of stimulating the growth no longer wasted crystal cores and superpowers to stimulate the growth of extra clothes. They only stimulated the growth of bricks when all the bricks were grown, and then picked them all up and continued to stimulate the growth. According to the order of fruiting, the first to grow are still bricks. Only when the bricks grow into a complete form will the plant begin to branch out and grow branches and produce other fruits. Chen Er and his friends were still foolishly pulling the bricks one by one. It was not until there were more bricks picked later that they were temporarily put aside for a few minutes. They all grew bigger by themselves. Then, they realized that there was no need to be so troublesome. It can be restored without pulling. In this way, the people only need to pick the mature bricks, and it is easily solved. The bricks that were picked had to be separated one by one to avoid sticking together, which was a bit troublesome. So a group of people started to plant bricks and build walls at the same time. Move the flower pots downstairs, start from the foundation, and dismantle and rebuild them bit by bit. Several people originally wanted to build another house next to it, but no one had experience in building houses, so it was better to dismantle and build the existing unfinished building, understand the structure, and repair it accordingly to save trouble. And Chen Er couldn't get over this hurdle either. Although this was no different from dismantling and rebuilding, Chen Er was determined that only this building was hers, and it must not be deformed or moved. Don't you know that buying a house depends on feng shui? She and this building are a God-given fate. This feng shui will definitely bring her good luck. With Rongshu's omnipotent mental power, it was easy to lay a foundation, build a wall, and lay a floor. The first floor was built in one morning. When laying the wall, when encountering corners where only a small half brick is needed, Rongshu will use his mental power to cut off a part of the single brick, call Chen Er over, feed the 2 little foodies, 1 person and 1 panda, and stick the rest on, and it will be the desired small brick. Chen Er and Pang ate until their bellies were full in the morning. Because the building was cracked, Lin Ju had to use his superpowers to reinforce it. It was very likely to collapse at any time, so repairing the building first became the most important thing. But the supplies outside would disappear if they were not collected quickly. Although not much useful ones could be collected, it was better than nothing. Especially at lunch, Uncle Joe announced that the charcoal for burning was about to run out, and it could only last a few more days at most. So in the afternoon, the group of people split into 2 teams. Lin Ju, Sun Binbin, and Scavenging, the three superpowers, put on new clothes, put on old clothes on the outside, went out to collect supplies, focusing on finding charcoal, while the others stayed at home to build houses. Linju can fight, Sun Binbin can run, Scavenging can heal, and he is also good at using silver needles. When the three of them go out, no one will worry about their safety. In the afternoon, Rongshu continued to build walls, lay floors and ceilings, and used his supernatural powers to reinforce glass windows and doors, and sealed the fire escape and elevator room. Considering the plasticity of Shenru's supernatural power, there may be elevators at any time, so Rongshu did not build the elevator room. The glass windows that were frozen only had an extra layer of transparent ice crystals, which were still transparent and clear. Before, Linju's supernatural power reinforcement was the same, but it would have an extra layer of metallic luster and become harder, and the material color of the reinforced object itself would not change. There was also a layer of ice crystals on the door, even the door handle, and it felt cold to the touch. Grandpa Rong went to the bathroom and came back to touch the cold door handle. He was very surprised by his grandson's ability before, but now he looked disgusted. If it doesn't stick to the wall, it would be better to use bricks to make a door. Bricks to stick to the door? Chen was stunned. An inspiration suddenly flashed in her mind. She picked up the bricks at hand and moved them to the unpaved floor one by one. She sat on the floor and played with brick building blocks. From time to time, she asked Rongshu to help her cut it to make a flat surface. Not long after, a small four-legged stool was born. Chen sat on the homemade small stool happily. Grandpa Rong didn't expect Chen to react so quickly. "Oh, you have a really clever little brain." Grandpa Rong's eyes lit up. It happened that there were two less people producing bricks in the afternoon, so the work of picking bricks did not require so many people. He quickly went over and played with Chen to build blocks. Other people were also attracted to the game. If they had not had to rush to repair the house, they would have wanted to go over and play a few games. Chapter 28. The old and the young worked together, and soon made a bunch of chairs, bedside tables, a large round dining table, and a rectangular coffee table in the living room. They also made a doorless cabinet, and asked Rongshu to dig a bunch of round sticks and glue them together to make a clothes hanger, which could be used to store clothes and quilts. The cabinet had no door. Although the bricks would not react with other things, they would stick together when they met another brick. If there was a door that could not be opened, it would become a decoration. They worked until the evening, and the second floor was rebuilt. Each family also had a lot of furniture made by Chen and Grandpa Rong. When Linju and the other two came back empty-handed with a frustrated look on their faces, they came back to life after seeing the extra furniture. After each family put away their clothes, sofa beds, quilts, etc., everyone gathered in the corridor on the 8th floor. Uncle Joe started to cook dinner, and when you, who also knew some cooking skills, helped. Linju and Sun Binbin were busy eating cotton candy. Scavenging said, "Today, there are basically no useful supplies outside." After the clothes had problems, the survivors became more united. Several new groups of superpowers joined the safe zone yesterday, and the defense force was strengthened. Many people were assigned to sweep the city, just like locusts passing through, leaving nothing behind. Shenru was surprised. "I didn't see anyone around. They were downstairs all morning today. It's not strange that they don't come to places like the urban village to find supplies. The urban village is relatively remote, and there are not many supplies nearby." Scavenging said tactfully. "Mom, someone has been here, but he didn't get close to the building. He was looking for something at the archway. He cried when he couldn't find it. It's so pitiful. The joys and sorrows of people and bears are different." While talking about the other's misery, Depang sat on a small stool and swung his feet happily. It held a large piece of brick marshmallow in its two paws. It tasted pineapple and ate it with a smacking mouth, looking very happy. There were a few empty mashed potatoes, Lay's boxes, and a lot of other delicious food on the small table in front of it. After Rongshu fed it marshmallows this morning, Depang seemed to have discovered a new world. He no longer cared about his bamboo shoots. He wanted to have a bite of all the delicious food, and his diet increased a lot. Chen and his friends had been in a misunderstanding before, because Depang always only wanted bamboo shoots, so they thought that Depang only ate bamboo shoots and forgot to add food to our national treasure, who worked so hard. Now, they reacted and immediately arranged a big meal for him. It seems that when you find out that there are no supplies outside, you simply don't waste time coming in. She may have missed a lot of new tenants. She couldn't go to the safe zone to snatch people, but someone came on their own initiative. How could he not rent her house after getting the benefits? She got on the pirate ship, so he had to help her keep the secret? Chen felt very sorry. Suddenly, she thought of something, and approached Lin Ju with a sly look on her face, and asked him in a low voice, "Brother Lin, is there anyone streaking outside?" Lin Ju had just finished eating a large piece of marshmallow, and had just taken a sip of water. He almost choked and coughed and spit it out. "Drink slowly, don't be so thirsty that you choke yourself." The culprit didn't realize that it was his own fault, and his focus was all wrong. Not only did Lin Ju react strongly, but others also heard it. Looking at Chen, their expressions were indescribable, and they couldn't help but prick up their ears. They also wanted to know a little bit. "Hurry up and tell me. I always felt something was wrong." It turned out to be the clothes. Before Lin Ju could answer, Sun Binbin slapped his thigh as if he had suddenly remembered something after being reminded by Chen. "Don't say it, it's too strange. The clothes on the zombies outside are just a little tattered, and there is no sign of aging or breaking down. Do you think that the red fog regards the zombies as its own people? So it won't be used? The clothes on the zombies are fine?" Several people breathed a sigh of relief, but also a little bit of mysterious regret. So no one is running naked outside. Chen looked disappointed, and his focus continued to tilt. Seeing her so curious, Xia Jinji laughed and said, "It's not running naked, but it's almost the same. After all, there are many people in the safe zone, and the superpowers should be used sparingly. Since the clothes will have problems sooner or later, there is naturally no need to waste the superpowers on extra fabrics. Female compatriots don't say that the small vest is still worn." Lin Ju smiled slyly. "Male compatriots, all of you have given up, wearing only shorts, only a few are still stubborn. Again, you female compatriots will have a feast for your eyes when you go out in the future." Lin Ju waved his hand, looking around. All of them are young men with 8-pack abs. Or they may be skinny and beer-bellied. And Kier said coldly, glancing at Lin Ju's belly. Lin Ju was furious. "Secretarian, what are you looking at me like? I also have 8-pack abs, okay?" Lin Ju said, and wanted to lift up his shirt to prove it, but after lifting a corner, he couldn't lift it up at all, because it was pressed by an invisible force. When he looked up, Chen was twisting his head and stretching his neck, staring at his clothes with shining eyes. Rongshu on the opposite side glanced at him coldly. The others all looked like they were watching a good show. Lin Ju suddenly pushed down the corner of his clothes and tried to get out of the way. "Ahem, I have them for my future girlfriend to see." Without showing Lin Ju's abdominal muscles, Chen quickly turned his attention back to the people outside, smiling like a serious profiteer. "In order to avoid being an eyesore when we go out in the future, do you think we should find a way to sell some clothes to them? It's impossible to give them away, because they have to consume superpowers and crystal cores to grow clothes. Even in the safe zone, crystal cores and labor income must be used to exchange for supplies. There is no reason to get something for free." What Chen said is not unreasonable. Otherwise, one day when you go out, you will see nothing in front of you, which is eye-catching. And when everyone has no clothes, they are the only ones who have them, which will be even more eye-catching. Several people couldn't help but look at Rongshu. Rongshu nodded. "It's feasible. Yu's ability can be gradually revealed, starting with clothes. Except for Depang, it's better not to expose Depang for the time being." Lin Ju hesitated. "Speaking of which, Depang's domain has become much larger now, and he will be discovered sooner or later. When the time comes," and Kur continued, "then bring people over first. Unless Depang's domain can cover the entire Lon City, and the entire Lon City people stand on our side, otherwise it's better to hide it for a while. The unity of the people in a city is the greatest confidence. Even if more people outside hear the news, they will not be stupid enough to fight with force, but will sit down and negotiate in a timely manner, and then give them a little sweetness, and they will naturally be at peace. Otherwise, if they really attack in groups, can Big Fatty's domain withstand a group of people, or countless groups? After all, Big Fatty's defense is not really invincible. Once the defense exceeds the level, it will be overloaded. If the number of objects to be defended increases, it will reach the consumption state of exceeding the level, and it will also be overloaded. No one can afford to bet on this. However, although Big Fatty's domain cannot be exposed, it does not mean that it cannot be used. Don't forget that there is Rongshu, a psychic power user, in the unfinished building team. It is still feasible to pretend to be Big Fatty to deceive others at a critical moment. Then how do we sell it? Go directly to the safe zone to promote it, or open a store yourself. Or find a safe zone agent. Chen looked excited. Let Sun Binbin wear it, walk around Lon City, and go to the safe zone more often. Rongshu thought for a moment and said, before, everyone's attention was on building the wall, so they didn't think much about the problem of clothes. Attract others to buy it? Chen Er's eyes lit up. Rongshu nodded, then shook his head. It attracts people to rent a house. Chapter 29. Give the conditions, become a tenant, and you have the right to buy clothes. Rongshu said. These clothes are bright enough, and will naturally attract a large number of survivors to rent houses. With bricks, the house can expand outward, and it can accommodate as many people as possible. As long as the tenants have tasted the sweetness of the plants, they will soon be in the same mind as us. Rongshu smiled at Chen Er. Chen Er's small chest immediately stood up, proud face. Without exposing the big fact, the survivors will trust the safe zone more than the unfinished building. Rongshu continued. If you sell the clothes directly, the safe zone can also provide clothes like us, and if you want to increase the number of tenants, you can only try your luck as before. Then don't sell to those who don't rent houses. Let them continue to be naked. Chen Er said without hesitation. After thinking for a while, she added, you can build a few single-room houses next to it, put bunk beds in some of them, and rent 2 first-level crystal cores a month. Bunk beds can be made of bricks. If there are really old, weak, sick, or disabled people, a few people can get together and afford to rent one. Those who don't rent this deserve to be left alone. We finally have a table for dinner tonight. To celebrate, Uncle Joe stewed the last frozen chicken. Although the ingredients should be used sparingly, it is not good to freeze them for too long. Eat them when they are ready. Eating chicken made his hands greasy. Because there were not many paper towels and wet wipes in stock, he had to use them sparingly. In the middle of the meal, Chen Er left the table to wash his hands, but when he turned on the faucet, he found that there was no water. Chen Er tried each faucet several times, but there was still no water. Because the unfinished building is low-lying, water can be supplied to the 8th floor even when there was a power outage, but the water flow was very thin. Although she had thought before that the pipes in the building would not last long if they were reinforced, after all, there was still a long section of pipes from the water plant to here, but when there was really no water, Chenru couldn't help but panic. Although there was still some bottled drinking water in the supplies, washing clothes, washing dishes, and taking a bath also required water. It was scary to think about the days without water. She quickly ran out and called people. The water supply is cut off. The table of people who were eating happily were all stunned. After reacting, everyone couldn't eat anymore. Hurry up and check the water supply on the 7th and 6th floors. The water supply was also cut off. After Rongshu used his mental power to inspect the pipes of the entire building and confirmed that it was not a problem with the pipes in the building, everyone was silent. It was Sun Binbin who smiled and broke the not-so-good atmosphere. Hey! It's just that there is no water. What's there to worry about? I have a fast runner like me, and there are 8 cubic meters of fish roe lucky bags. I can take a few lucky bags to the water plant. Are you still worried about no water? Several people were stunned. Linju cheered up and patted Sun Binbin on the shoulder. Binzi is right. What's there to worry about? It's such a simple thing. Yes. Worrying makes you confused. It's not that the water can't be used, it's just that there is no water. Others also breathed a sigh of relief. I go and get some later. Is 20 bags enough? Sun Binbin said, focusing on asking Chen Er, the 3 ladies, and Uncle Zhou who was in charge of cooking. Plant some more 8 cubic fish roe bags to fill a few more days, so you don't have to run back and forth. And Kier said. With a solution, several people sat back and continued to eat. Chen Er's hands were sticky and greasy, and he didn't wash his hands. He was still a little depressed. Rongshu opened the flip-top paper box reinforced by Lin Ju's special power, unwrapped the wet wipes inside, and handed it to Chen Er. Wipe it first. Chen Er was a little reluctant to use it, as there were very few wet wipes. Just as she showed her confusion, a small towel floated in front of her. Then use a towel. Chen Er's eyes lit up. This is a small blanket. Oh right, isn't a small blanket a towel? Chen Er took it and wiped his hands. The person who was a little depressed before suddenly became happy. Another good thing. You don't have to worry about not having a towel in the future. The dinner table was lively again. After dinner, Sun Binbin went out for a while, and when he came back, he had 260 bags of 8 cubic meters of water storage. Each family was given 50 bags, and the remaining 10 bags were used for cooking. In order to prevent leakage and waste from pouring too much, the water in the big lucky bag was divided into small lucky bags, and then hung on the walls of the corridors, toilets, bathrooms, and living rooms of each family as decorations, so that they could be used as needed. If it's not enough, We can go and fill it up again, and it can be used for a while. The water we filled up is not like the water in the pipes before, which is still slightly warm at night under the strong sun. It is a little cold. Chin Air, who is so crispy, probably needs to boil water in a pot to take a bath. Because of the water problem, several people noticed the pipes, and then thought that the surface of the marshmallow bricks is still smooth after hardening, and can also be used as pipes. So when they rushed to repair the third floor that night, Chin Air and Grandpa Rong started to make toilet pipes again. First make a few molds, let Lin Ju metallize, isolate and stick, and then use the molds as tools to dig out sections of the pipes on the bricks, align and stick them. It is not difficult to make. Several people originally thought that even if there is a new tenant, it will have to wait until tomorrow after Sun Binbin goes out in new clothes. Unexpectedly, when Rongshu was working hard that night, he sensed someone coming. When he heard someone coming, Chin Air was very active, put down the pipe and ran downstairs. As soon as he left the yard, he heard the voices of a man and a woman outside. "Husband, why are there no zombies around here? I didn't see any strange beasts or plants." "Someone. Look at the building in front, there is light on the window." It turned out that he was attracted by the light coming out of the window of the unfinished building. The people who came were a couple. The husband was tall and strong, but his appearance was ordinary. The wife was the opposite. She was petite and beautiful, especially her figure, which was very attractive. Both of them were wearing almost intact clothes, with a layer of light earthy yellow light on them. It was just a little embarrassed, and the man had a lot of injuries on his body. "Someone is coming." Chin Air was holding a glowing little potato with a beer belly in his hand, wearing short-sleeved shorts, with gorgeous colorful cloud patterns on his clothes, and walked out of the dark building with his hair loose. The fairy-like appearance was so extraordinary that the two of them were stunned. Chin Air had a landlady-like smile on his face. "Do you want to rent a house? It's the building behind me. Currently, there are 200 square meter large suites, with a monthly rent of 10 first-level crystal cores, 150 square meter medium suites, with a monthly rent of 8 first-level crystal cores, and 120 square meter small suites, with a monthly rent of 5 first-level crystal cores. Oh, by the way, small single rooms with 2 first-level crystal cores per month will be launched soon. No deposit is required for renting a house, and installment payment is supported. Don't worry about insufficient budget. If you really have no money, you can move bricks to pay off your debts. Do you want to own my clothes? The material is special, not afraid of red fog. You can buy it if you become a tenant." Adding a relative, it's almost like Tao selling. "Do you have clothes to sell?" The woman's eyes lit up. As expected, these two people were dressed so tightly, and they were potential customers at first glance. Chin Air smiled. "Give us enough crystal cores, as many as you want. Then show us." Chin Air smiled and emphasized the purchase conditions. "You can't sell it to non-tenants, and you can buy it only if you become a tenant." The man was a little wary and suspicious, and just as he was about to say something, he was grabbed by the woman. The woman said anxiously, "Rent, we rent." Chapter 30. The man swallowed his words. Obviously he was a man who listened to his wife. Chin Air smiled so hard that his teeth were exposed. The rent for each floor is the same. The floors that can be selected are the first and second floors. The third floor and above are being renovated and are not available for rent for the time being. Do you want to rent the first or second floor, the large suite, the medium suite, or the small suite? The small suite on the second floor. It was the woman who made the final decision. After getting 5 first-level crystal cores, Chin Air turned around and shouted upstairs, "Sun Binbin, bring a basin of cotton to 203, they want to buy it." "I be there soon, sister." A young man's voice came down from the third floor. The couple was shocked. The man's face changed instantly, and he looked around vigilantly, but he didn't notice anything. The woman was also terrified. "You are so loud, aren't you afraid of attracting zombies and strange animals and plants?" Seeing the two people's reaction, Chin Air was a little embarrassed. "Oh, I forgot to tell you that there is a big guy living in the building, and the surrounding radius of 600 meters is his defense area. Zombies and strange animals and plants outside the area cannot come in, and those who attack within the area will be driven away. Here you can not only talk loudly, but also sleep peacefully at night." Chin Air said it, but she was sure that the couple understood it as either he or her. She didn't lie. It's not her fault if others misunderstood it. Chin Air thought schemingly, while motioning for the two to follow her to the second floor. The couple who followed her looked at each other, and each saw the shock in each other's eyes. After entering 203, seeing that it was empty, The couple's faces did not change much, and even the wife's eyes flashed with surprise and surprise. Chenair was not wrong at all. 203 has 3 bedrooms, 1 living room, 1 balcony, 1 kitchen and 2 bathrooms. The suite is 150 square meters. It can be rented for 1 month with 5 crystal cores. It is still so beautifully decorated. They are making a profit even if it is empty. During the day, when repairing the first and second floors, Rongshu had already installed the bathroom. As long as there is no intentional damage during the rental period, any problems with the house will be repaired. Is it also repaired if it is damaged by red fog? The man couldn't help asking. Chenair nodded. It will be replaced if it can't be repaired. If it can't be replaced, there will be other solutions. Don't worry, it won't reduce the quality of the rental. If the toilet is broken, you can also use tiles to stick it out. Not smooth enough? Then replace it after a while. After showing the 2 people around 203, Chenair saw that Sun Binbin hadn't come down yet, so he went upstairs. Wait a minute, I go check it out. After climbing a few stairs, she suddenly thought of something and turned around and said, "Oh, and the water supply was cut off just now. The building can currently provide tap water, but it also costs crystal cores to buy. If you don't want to buy it, you can also find a way to solve it yourself." The woman thought for a while and asked, "How much is it?" 8 tons of water for 1 first-level crystal core. It is exactly the amount of water in an 8-cubic fish roll lucky bag. 8 tons, enough for a month. Buy it. After Chenru left, the couple stood in the corridor and looked at each other. "Wife, isn't this a bit too good? We don't know what the situation is here, and we just rent it like this. Our goal is to buy clothes. Didn't you hear that girl say that her clothes are not afraid of red fog? And there is a strong man living here. But these are just what she said. It's not certain whether it's true or not. What if it's true? She's a little girl who dares to live here. What are we afraid of? Besides, we have nowhere to go now. At worst, I just feed the zombies. I'm an ordinary person, and I might be infected one day. I don't know how long I can live. Do you want me to endure the grievances in the safe zone? Hubby, I'd rather feed the zombies than go back there. The eyes of those people are so disgusting. I'm wearing clothes, and they want to take them off. If the clothes get damaged." The woman looked like she was going to cry if the man said anything more, which made the man feel distressed. He quickly hugged her and comforted her. Okay, I listen to you. I live here. We won't talk about the safe zone." The 2 of them were standing at the door and talking. In the public area, Rongshu's spiritual power was still open, and he sensed everything. Chenair clapped his hands. "You are from the safe zone, that's even better. When people come later, these 2 will be the best publicity." As she said that, she ran to the side of Sun Binbin, who was dawdling. Sun Binbin was standing with Wenyu, who was stimulating cotton. There were several pots of cotton plants that had been stimulated on the ground beside the 2 of them. They were all full of fruits, and they were placed in the order of the fruits on the branches from small to large. Seeing her coming up, Sun Binbin explained, "Sister, this plant will be fine after it is stimulated. I don't know what size they want to wear, so I thought of stimulating 1 plant of various sizes first, so that it will be convenient to choose when there are new tenants in the future." Chenair thought about it, and felt that this was more convenient, and it didn't matter if he was dawdling for a while. After a while, the last one was ready to grow. Sun Binbin put all the cotton plants of various sizes into the fish roll bag, and went upstairs to get a bag of water. The 2 of them went out of the fire escape on the 3rd floor at the same time. Chenair was caught up by him before he went down to 203. This devilish speed. Chenair was envious. When they went down to 203, Sun Binbin asked them in a familiar way, and the couple said their names. The man was Yisong, and the woman was Li Jingyuan. At first, when they saw Chenair take out a pot of plants that were many times larger than the bag from a palm-sized fish roll bag, the couple were stunned. When they saw the clothes, sofa beds, mattresses, and other things growing on the plants, their jaws almost dropped. The main thing is that this plant that said bullet comments looks alive no matter how you look at it, but no matter how you look at it, it shouldn't be alive. Especially when Chenair took off a short-sleeved shirt and enlarged it in front of the 2 people. The couple turned into country bumpkins, who had never seen the world, looking here and touching there. The man who was originally a little cautious had already thrown his caution to the wind. This is a supernatural product. We have a supernatural who can grow plants. He can grow some very interesting and practical things. It's the baby himself, Chenair boasted proudly, and continued to take out the remaining cotton plants of various sizes from the lucky bag and line them up on the ground. The first pot is size S. When enlarged, it will be the size of my hand. See what size clothes you want. Feeling the softness of the material in her hand, she could imagine how comfortable it would be after wearing it. Li Jingyuan wanted to buy all of them. But she still resisted the impulse and calmly asked the price. How many crystal cores per piece? Considering that ordinary people who come later also need clothes, it is more difficult for ordinary people to earn crystal cores, and the cost of spawning is much lower now, and a cotton plant is super high yielding. Chen Er did not plan to sell it too expensive. Small items like underwear and socks cost 1 first-level crystal core each. Thin summer clothes cost 2 first-level crystal cores. Winter clothes cost 3 first-level crystal cores. A pair of shoes costs 3 first-level crystal cores. Li Jingyuan's eyes lit up, and she immediately asked for 2 sets of long summer clothes for the couple, 2 sets of underwear for men and women, and a pair of shoes for each person. What about sofa beds and mattresses? Do you sell them too? How much? Chapter 31. Well, pillows, pillowcases, bed sheets, and quilt covers are all 1 first-level crystal core each, mattresses are 10 first-level crystal cores, and sofa beds are 30 first-level crystal cores. Chen Er smiled. The floor paved with tiles is not as uncomfortable as sleeping on the hard ground. It is very good to put a mattress at most. Sofa beds are luxury goods in the end times, suitable for killing superpowers. Seeing that Li Jingyuan seemed a little entangled, He Song said without thinking, 2 pillows and pillowcases, and 1 of each of the other things. As he said, he looked at Li Jingyuan. Wife, crystal cores are not a problem. If I don't have them, I can go out and kill some zombies and alien beasts and plants. But these are all exchanged for your life. Don't buy them if they are not necessary. Buy them all. I want to give you the best. Husband. Wife. As they talked, they hugged each other. The singles Chen Er and Sun Binbin who were ignored on the side. I am full again after just digesting. The couple didn't ask Chen Er if he was selling the plants. Of course they wanted to have them, but they both thought that only the planter with the ability to grow such magical plants could grow them, so they didn't ask any more questions even though they were jealous. Besides, the 2 parties weren't that familiar with each other yet. By the way, if you need tables and chairs, we have them too. They are made of the same material as the floor and walls, and the shape can be customized. As he spoke, Chen Er raised the glowing little potato in his hand, and this, a potato night light, can illuminate and can be eaten. Then he patted the fish roll lucky bag. This, the fish roll lucky bag, the storage bag in the novel, the mustard seed space, comes in 1 cubic meter and 8 cubic meters. Not only that, there are also potato pancakes, mashed potatoes, potato chips, baked sweet potatoes, steamed sweet potato chips, fish roll lucky bags, all of which are edible. Do you want some? Chen Er smiled like a wolf grandmother who kidnapped Little Red Riding Hood. The couple nodded frantically. But there was no money. It's not a problem if you don't have a crystal core. We support installment payments here, and you can work to pay off your debts. The carrot is already hanging in front of them, so why are you afraid that they won't work hard to earn crystal cores to pay off their debts? The unscrupulous landlady Chen Er is committed to taking every crystal core from the tenants' pockets. The couple was very tempted, but they still said calmly, we think about it. Okay, you guys think about it slowly, and come to me anytime if you want to buy it. I live in 802. Chen Er said, picking up 2 brick marshmallows, and the strong guava and apple fragrance instantly floated in the air. Come on, 1 marshmallow each, to celebrate moving into a new home. The 2 stared blankly at the big brick stuffed into their hands, smelling the rich fruity fragrance, and their stomachs that had been hungry for a long time gurgled unconvincingly, and they couldn't help but pick it up and take a bite. Suddenly opened their eyes, and looked at each other. It was really a marshmallow. This, aren't you afraid of the erosion of the red mist? He Song spoke with difficulty. Yes, ordinary people can eat it and isolate the red fog. Not only marshmallows, but other foods also have this effect. Chen Er smiled, and continued to throw a bomb. Before, because of the distance and the similar skin color to the khaki color, Chen Er only noticed the clothes. When he got closer, he found that Li Jingyuan's skin was coated with a layer of supernatural defense. Even so, He Song reinforced her from time to time. Li Jingyuan must be an ordinary person. The couple really lost their composure this time. He Song said anxiously, Little boss, how much of this food is there? Let's buy it. Installation is installment, work is part-time. For my wife, buy it. So Sun Binbin went upstairs again and took down a lot of food. After Chen Ru successfully turned himself into a creditor of 203, he should have been happy. But he ate too much dog food and felt bloated. He and Sun Binbin both returned to the third floor with a depressed look on their faces. It happened to be quite late, and everyone was already finishing work, so they climbed back to the 8th floor together. All the way, they relied on the ice air emitted by Rongshu to cool down. If it weren't for Brother Rong's ice sealing ability, we would probably die of heat this summer, Sun Binbin said with a comfortable look. Others nodded in agreement. Grandpa Rong was no exception. You don't have to touch the ice directly with your hands. Rongshu's ability is still very useful. The old man is also afraid of heat. In 2 days, the building will probably be finished. Why don't you give your building a nicer name? Linju said. Others also thought this was a good idea. Shin-Er thought about it, but didn't know what to call it for a moment, so he looked at the others. Since we built the building together, why don't we think about it together? Linju immediately said, let's call it the large brick. Sun Binbin followed, the world's #1 wall. Others, Shin-Er held the glowing little potato and rolled his eyes to the sky. It might as well be called the light of the end of the world. Others looked over. Hey, this name is good? Let's use this, it sounds good. Linju and Sun Binbin also nodded. It has that smell. Depang followed and raised his paws to praise his mother's stinky feet. Rongshu made the decision directly. Carve a plaque and hang it up tomorrow. Shin-Er was dumbfounded by this casual remark. No, can't you taste the strong second-year flavor? Okay, just be happy. As soon as he returned to the upstairs, Uncle Joe went to the stove to boil water for everyone to take a bath. While waiting, a group of people came to 802 again, went to the balcony to see Shin-Er's babies, and helped to turn the soil and water them. Although the normal seeds planted have never grown normally, everyone is afraid that they can't grow babies without this step. As the number of plants increases, the balcony is almost full. Yu, transplant the plants that have been stimulated to grow to the yard. In the future, there will be more and more tenants, and there should be many ordinary people. It's better for Big Fatty not to go far away casually. It's better to guard the building. If Big Fatty is there is no need to worry about the plants being destroyed outside. And Kier suggested. Shin-Er nodded while looking at the name on the flower pot. Only keep 1 pot of each on the balcony, and move the others to the yard tomorrow. After thinking about it, she felt it was not good. Wouldn't it look bad to put flower pots in the yard? Or just plant them directly without flower pots? It just so happens that Yi Song from 203 has a 2nd-level soil control ability, and is good at digging soil. I am his creditor now, and I will give all the digging work to him in the future. He promised to help me with the work to offset the interest on installments and credit. Shin-Er said happily. She is really smart, and makes the best use of people. The others all laughed. Listen. Sun Binbin was eating a roasted sweet potato for midnight snack, which was still hot after being picked. Seeing Shin-Er flipping the flower pot, he came over and said, Sister, what are you going to plant tonight? When the others heard this, they all looked over expectantly. In the past, Shin-Er had planted a new magical plant every day, and several people thought that there was a high probability that she would plant one tonight as well. I haven't thought about it yet, and there are many things missing. Shin-Er said, looking at them inquiringly, what do you think is the most important and the most missing? Game console. Sun Binbin blurted out, never forgetting his game console, and successfully earned a glare from everyone. Charcoal. Uncle Joe said, and the ingredients and seasonings for cooking are decreasing every day. Mobile phones can check the time and contact others in time if something happens. Chapter 32. This is what when you said. Doors and windows. Linju was more concerned about these 2 things because he had to use his supernatural powers to reinforce them. These 2 things are indeed important. When the whole building is replaced with bricks, the doors and windows will become weaknesses. Water. It was Rongshu's voice. Everyone else looked at him. Brother Rong, there is still a lot of water, but it's a little troublesome to use. There is still enough water. Sun Binbin, who had just angered everyone, immediately stood up. Everything is being eroded by the red fog. Do you think water will be an exception? Sun Binbin, I shouldn't have said anything. None of them noticed this key point. Although charcoal is in short supply, without it, you can't just have hot meals, but you can also eat roasted sweet potatoes. Once there is a problem with water, it is fatal. After Rongshu mentioned this, Shinru also became nervous. But you can't just plant anything you want. Water? What plants can produce water? Cactus? Linju said, cactus has a strong ability to store water, so it has something to do with it, right? Coconut. Sun Binbin regained his energy. Coconut water, coconut water, coconuts are full of water. It seems to make sense, but I don't think I grow coconuts. Shin-Er said. If she really gave her a coconut, she would definitely eat it first as a sign of respect. Just thinking about this, a coconut suddenly appeared in front of her, floating. Chen-Er looked at Rongshu blankly. Brother Rong, when did you hide a coconut? It was frozen earlier, and I just remembered it. A glass of coconut juice is just right after dinner. Sun Binbin quickly took the knife and opened it. Lin Ju excitedly snatched the coconut. How long has it been since dinner? Everyone's face was dark. Sure enough, who wouldn't want to eat coconuts when seeing them? Chen-Er didn't know whether to stop them or not, because she wanted to eat them too. However, Ankur didn't give her a chance to think clearly, snatched the coconut from Lin Ju's hand, and sneered. Lin Shui, are you still asleep, or do you not want to drink water anymore, and are you going to be a mummy? Lin Ju, Goddamn Lin Shui, when did he change his name? Or drink the juice and plant the shells? Chen-Er thought of a method that she thought was perfect. After all, what she planted was not a normal thing. Maybe the shells were also useful, and coconuts didn't germinate by juice. She thought so, but no one paid attention to her. Ankur directly asked Sun Binbin to pick a new flower pot, quickly filled it with soil, and buried the coconut in it, for fear that it would be eaten by the two. Ladies first, Chen-Er, the group's favorite, was the first to take a bath. When Uncle Zhou came to call for help, she was about to go out to the stove to get some water, but she was blocked by Rongshu, who was about to come in, and she almost bumped into her. After the two embarrassing experiences before, Chen-Er immediately took a big step back vigilantly. Rongshu saw her movements, and the corners of his slightly raised lips tightened a little bit. Brother Rong, when did you go out? Chen-Er didn't notice the change in Rongshu's expression and asked him. Just now. Rongshu looked at her for a moment, and handed over the fish roll lucky bag in his hand, as if nothing had happened. It's hot water. I put it in with my mental power, and added cold water for you to see if the temperature is right. Wow! Brother Rong, you are so nice. Chen-Er's eyes lit up. Because she was scalded by hot water when she was a child, she was a little nervous when she thought about getting hot water, but now she is not afraid. Rongshu was holding the lucky bag. Chen-Er reached out to take it, and inevitably touched Rongshu's fingers. When their skin touched, it seemed as if an electric current was transmitted, and the fingertips felt numb. She hadn't thought much about it, but her eyes suddenly became panicked. Then, that Rongge, I go take a shower. Thank you. As she said that, she turned around and ran faster than a rabbit, and disappeared from Rongshu's sight in the blink of an eye. Seeing her panic reaction, Rongshu raised the corners of his lips again, stood there, and stared at the direction of the 802 corridor, and turned away for a long time. On this side, Chen-Er ran into the bedroom, stood in front of the cabinet without a door, and slapped her face fiercely. It's just touching a man's finger. You have such a big reaction, because you have never touched it before. Calm down, calm down. As she patted, she suddenly stopped. Touching her face, this touch. Why is it a little rough? Touched it again. Oh my god! Why is my face so dry? Chen-Er jumped in shock, and all her romantic thoughts disappeared. The mirror had been scrapped a long time ago, and she couldn't even look at it. It must be because I haven't used skincare products for a while. How could a young and beautiful girl have a dry face? Hurry up and take a hot bath to steam it. Chen-Er immediately found her pajamas, called Depang, and took the fish roll lucky bag into the bathroom. She put her hand into the bag and tried it, and the water temperature was just right. Rongshu used a 1 cubic meter fish roll lucky bag to fill the water. Lying in it was like a 1 cubic meter bag bathtub. The support was not small. One person and one bear were soaking together, and it was not too crowded. It felt good. After taking a hot bath, and being steamed by the water vapor, her face was no longer dry. Chen-Er hummed a cheerful tune, and just came out of the bathroom with the Pang in her arms, and the panda in her arms was snatched away by Ankur, and then 2 basins were stuffed in. 2 planting coconuts and cacti. You have nothing to do. Hurry up and go to bed with the pot. Big Fatty will sleep with me today. Watching Ankur take Big Fatty away, Chen-Er said, Sleeping with a pot does not affect holding Fluffy. I suspect this is your real purpose. Such a scheming woman. After complaining about Ankur, Chen-Er took the coconut pot and the cactus pot back to the bedroom and placed the 2 pots side by side on the bedside table. Sitting on the bed and thinking for a moment, she got up again, opened the door, and went to the balcony. When Chen-Er went to take a shower, the people on the balcony dispersed, and now there was no one. After searching in the pile of flower pots for a while, Chen-Er found a pot with water spinach written on it, took it back to the bedroom, and placed it side by side with the coconut and cactus. Early the next morning, Chen sat up from the bed, and the whole person was still a little sleepy. It was not until she turned her head and saw 3 pots of seedlings on the low table beside the bed that she woke up with a start. Species: coconut. Fruit: coconut. In the coconut pot, a half-meter-high mini coconut tree grew on the coconut, and the fruits all grew in the position of normal coconuts, crowded together. There are 3 kinds of fruits in total. One of them is a rectangular double door. The surrounding color of the 2 doors is the brown color of coconut shells, and in the middle is a large piece of transparent crystal in the shape of an arched door. The color of the crystal is very similar to coconut water. From the outside of the door, it is a clear mirror, but from the inside of the door, it is a perspective window. There is no lock on the door, only 2 handles in the color of milky white coconut meat, and there is a crystal core-shaped groove in the center of each handle. A line of subtitles floated above the door. Give me a drop of blood, and I will know you. I usually don't go on strike, except when I have no energy. Next to the door, there is a pot. The appearance of the coconut shell is also brown, and the whole is a ball with a small section cut off, becoming a flat bottom. The upper half circle is the lid, and there is a small spherical handle in the center of the lid. There is also a crystal core-shaped groove on the handle. The lower half circle with a flat bottom is the pot body. The pot body and the inside of the lid are both milky white coconut meat color. Chapter 33. The subtitle on the coconut pot reads, "A smart pot that heats food without burning itself. Give me energy, and I will have fire." Except for a pot and a double door, everything else is fruit coconuts, and the subtitle is simple and direct. I am a very normal coconut. Next to the coconut is a cactus pot. Species: cactus. Fruit: water storage. In the pot, there grows a cactus with 3 cylinders pointing upwards, like a person holding up his hands to show off his biceps. There are no thorns on the cactus, and the fruit thorns that grow out are scattered on the cylinders. On the middle cylinder, there are 3 bottles of 350 milliliters EBOW, and the subtitles are Pure Water Ice. Pure Water, 45 degrees. Pure Water, 100 degrees. The cylinder on the left is a spray bottle with a darker green than the cactus. The subtitles on it are Hydrating Sunscreen Spray. Forms an isolating water film in 1 second. No fear of sun exposure. Skin moisturized all day long. On the right cylinder, there is a spray bottle half inserted into the cylinder. A green box of the same color, with a flat round screw cap, and the subtitles are Hydrating Sleeping Cream. Apply before going to bed. Wake up 18 years old. Next to the cactus, there is a water spinach pot. The green water spinach in the pot looks like it has been plucked of leaves. Only 3 straight and thick hollow stems are in a triangular position, inserted straight into the pot. 2 lines of subtitles are floating on the stems. Species: water spinach. Fruit: tap water. There is a fruit at the top of each stem, hanging on the stem like a water pipe. One is a white bathroom shower head. The outermost circle of the nozzle is half red and half blue. There were subtitles floating on it. Bathroom shower: it is a bath, but also a massage. The other one is an arched matte black, rotatable and elongated faucet, and the switch is also marked with red and blue. The subtitle is Kitchen Faucet. You can drink without boiling. There is also a green faucet with a round handle, and the handle is pulled forward and down to release water. The handle is like a round coin, with a cartoon bowl of steaming water spinach and lean meat soup drawn on it. The subtitle is Water Spinach and Lean Meat Soup, Delicious to Your Tongue. Chen chose plants that he thought might grow water, and he didn't expect that after bringing back 3 pots, all 3 pots grew. There are pots and doors, as well as water replenishment sprays and even faucets. It's almost like she's going to die of joy. Without saying a word, Chen got up immediately, picked up 3 pots, and went out to show off. Except for the new couple, all the staff of the unfinished building soon gathered at the dining table in the corridor on the 8th floor. First, pull out the 3 seedlings and let when you produce the second crop of fruit. Among them, the coconut tree is in miniature form. When you produces it, he first lets the plant stay in the incomplete form of just growing fruit, and compares it with the complete form. Then a group of people played with pots and doors, and soon entered the cup time. Uncle Joe was just about to steam dumplings, and before he put them in the pot, he picked the coconut pot. The coconut pot hanging on the mini coconut tree is also miniature. It becomes bigger when it is picked. The size is comparable to the big iron pot on the stove in the countryside, and it is light and thin, which immediately caught Uncle Joe's eye. When the incomplete form is picked off, it is just a small pot. Uncle Joe put the small pot aside and used the big one. A first-level crystal core was inserted into the groove, and a layer of orange-red flames in the shape of flowers immediately ignited at the bottom of the pot. Again, the crystal core is embedded in the lid of the pot. Is this pot still useful without the lid? Lin Ju, who took a box of sleeping masks to apply to his face, came over. He was still skeptical at first, but when he saw Uncle Joe open the lid of the pot and put it aside, and the fire at the bottom of the pot was still burning well, he was convinced in an instant, and gave Chen-Er a thumbs up. You can do it. It's unreasonable, but he made it reasonable. Chen-Er was also applying a facial mask, and he smiled foolishly when he heard it. The lid of the pot was opened, and hot steam quickly came out of the pot, and the water boiled in a short while. Uncle Joe put his hand on the wall of the pot, and his face was full of smiles. It's really not hot. The barrage of the coconut pot will not heat itself. Although the fire cannot be adjusted, this fire is definitely enough for frying, steaming and boiling. Uncle Joe is simply too satisfied. You, what else do you want to eat besides steamed buns for breakfast? Uncle Joe will make it for you. Once he was satisfied, Uncle Joe wanted to reward the little hero. Although this hero had already ordered steamed buns for breakfast yesterday. Chen-Er's eyes lit up. I also want to eat glutinous rice balls with sugar water. She remembered that there were still a few packs of quick frozen ones in the supplies. Sesame and peanut fillings, all her little treasures. Uncle Joe took a bottle of icy bao and drank a sip. Okay, just cook a pot in a small pot. You can eat it soon. The groove of the small pot for inserting the crystal core became smaller, but a complete crystal core was only embedded in a small part, and it was still stable, and it didn't affect it. What a surprise, there was an extra meal. Chen-Er was so happy that her feet were swinging in the chair, and she didn't forget to pick up a bottle of hydrating spray and sprayed it on her neck, face, and body. At the side, De Pang was holding a straw made of bricks by Rong Shu, and drinking coconut water with a coconut in his arms, imitating the mother and son, with the same expression pack. The case was solved. De Pang's love of shaking his feet was learned from his mother. Lin Juezhen, who proposed to plant the door, saw the door, but was not very interested. He put on a facial mask, and took a coconut opened by Rong Shu, inserted a straw, and half collapsed on the chair. Again, another recliner is missing. Chen-Er glanced at his concave appearance and nodded. I make a few more when I do handicrafts. Drinking coconut water, and applying a facial mask, you don't have to have a recliner to lie on. This door really recognizes people, but it only recognizes one person. If there are several people living in the same family, you have to install more doors. Sun Binbin held up the finger pierced by a silver needle, and said excitedly, Lin Ju didn't play with doors, but Sun Binbin did. Now he was standing in front of a wall with a double door, and a mini double door, or a double window, erected against the wall in front of him. That's right, a double door that is mini to a certain extent looks like a window no matter how you look at it. The door and window problems were solved in one go. It can also be used as a mirror. When Yu and Enkur stood in front of the mirror on the door, also holding a hydrating sleeping cream mask in their hands. It doesn't matter whether it is applied before going to bed, as long as it works. Lin Ju, a grown man, applied it, so they had to apply it quickly. Their faces have been dry for several days. Chen Ru really didn't expect that the hydrating mask would be so popular. Except for Rong Shu, who knew everything with a glance of his mental power, who sat there with his eyes closed to absorb the crystal core. Everyone was playing. Xia Jinji and Grandpa Rong were no exception. They played with the faucet and shower. After the faucet is removed, there is nothing behind it. The shower is different. It even magically hides a white metal hose. The three free joints are connected to air, but when the switch is turned on, liquid flows out of thin air. The switches of the shower and kitchen faucet turn to red for warm water, turn to blue for cold water. The handle with water, spinach, and lean meat soup, when turned on, water, spinach, and lean meat soup flows out. There is only thick green and milky white soup. No meat or vegetables can be seen, but the smell makes people hungry. Grandpa Rong immediately took a bowl to receive it. When others were drinking coconut water, the old man and Xia Jinji drank a bowl of soup each. Fresh, so fresh. Why drink coconut water early in the morning? Drinking soup will warm your stomach. Come and try it quickly. Chapter 34. Lin Ju, who smelled the smell, had already taken the bowl. Chen-Er also put down the spray and followed him. Soon, everyone had a bowl of soup, and De Pang was not left out. Even the big boss was interrupted by Grandpa Rong to force his bowl. But it was really delicious after drinking it. He controlled the faucet with his mental power to refill everyone's bowl, and he didn't leave out his own. Chen-Er, he can't be so arrogant anymore. Kneel down and sing conquer. After 2 bowls of soup and coconut water, there was not much room in their stomachs. In order to make some space for the steamed dumplings and glutinous rice balls, as well as the scallion pancakes that Uncle Joe was making, while waiting for them to come out of the pot, several young people helped Chin-Air move the flower pots to the yard on the first floor with his bare hands. Except for the cactus, coconut trees and water spinach that had not yet spawned many, there was only one pot left for the other seedlings, and they were all moved downstairs. When they went down to 203, the couple who heard the noise came out. The two of them had the best sleep since the end of the world last night. Although the couple did not relax their vigilance and insisted on keeping watch for the first half of the night and the second half of the night, the surroundings were quiet all night, without any movement. Even if they only slept for half the night, they slept better than ever before. After all, it is impossible to be so quiet in the safe zone. Not to mention the screams of fighting outside, there are all kinds of grinding teeth and snoring in one room alone. It is impossible to sleep well. If it weren't for the fact that their nerves have become sensitive since the end of the world, they would wake up as soon as they heard the sound from the corridor, and they could continue to sleep. At this moment, the couple still felt unreal, and Hee-song even pinched his thigh. There were really no zombies, and strange beasts, and plants attacking here all night. Hey Hee-song, are you in a hurry to go out? If not, help me dig some holes in the yard and plant these plants in them? The couple who just got up and had no time to do anything were captured by the creditor. The main reason was that the magical plants full of fruits were too tempting. Hee-song's ability to control the soil was really useful. He dug a hole almost every second, as deep and as big as he wanted. In less than half an hour, the originally bare yard had several green belts. Since the sweet potato vine flower pot had long vines hanging down, Lin Ju directly dug a flower bed ditch on the wall, and then asked Hee-song to fill the soil in and plant one plant at a distance. The originally bare wall suddenly became bright, crystal clear. Colorful mini flower pots fall on the green vines and fall from the wall like waterfalls, which is very beautiful. The wall is still old, but it will be more beautiful after the building is repaired and replaced with a new one. On the left side of the first floor gate, an L-shaped and a square flower bed are dug against the wall. One is planted with soybean seedlings, and the other is planted with cotton. Potato seedlings are planted on the outer edge of the two flower beds. A small part of the glowing potato emerges from the ground, and can be used as a natural light strip. Just after a few seedlings were planted, Rongshu came down with a freshly baked plaque. It is called a plaque, but it is actually a large block with a color-matching base, and there is a panda head carved on it. The front side of the large block bulges with 4 large three-dimensional calligraphy characters, the light of the end of the world. The strokes between the characters are connected from beginning to end to form a whole, with a strong master style, which is a masterpiece of Grandpa Rong's early rise. Because there are sparkling little potatoes hanging above the font, the whole font is milky white with gorgeous colorful cloud patterns. Wow! So pretty! When Chin-Air took the big guy with surprise, and looked through it, Rongshu took out his hands from behind his back. A big fat guy holding a bamboo shoot appeared in front of her. If it weren't for the big fat guy squatting at her feet, and eating potato chips, Chin-Air almost couldn't tell the difference between the two at first glance. Wow! The brick version of the big fat guy. Chin-Air shouted in surprise, and immediately returned the base to Rongshu, and replaced the brick version of the big fat guy, and couldn't let go of it, and pinched and touched it left and right. The three-dimensional big fat guy is lifelike, and is made of black, white and green bricks. Except that the size is much larger than the real big fat guy, it is simply a one-to-one replica. Put it on the base as a logo, do you like it? Obviously, the big fat guy was made by Rongshu. Chin-Air nodded vigorously. I like it too much. Not only do I like it, but the big fat guy likes it too, right, big fat guy? Chin-Air looked at the big fat guy squatting at his feet. Fatty looked up with a confused look on his face, staring at the statue in Chin-Air's hand that looked like him. The whole bear was a little out of state, and he even forgot to pay attention to his mother. This child, is he not attracted by his own beautiful appearance? Where do you want to put it? Rongshu was still holding the base. Chin-Air heard this, looked up and looked around, and quickly pointed to the middle of the courtyard wall gate. Put it there. That position has the best view, and you can see it at a glance even if you stand outside the courtyard wall. Okay. Rongshu looked at When you understood and began to produce bricks. First, lay the bricks at the selected position, glue the base, and then glue the bricks and Fatty to fix them. The plaque was soon installed. Fatty ran to the front curiously and sat down. He didn't even eat the snacks, and stared at his statue. The confused expression on his face made everyone laugh. The existence of Big Fatty scared the couple in 203 at first, fearing that the panda would pounce on them and bite them. But they soon calmed down because Big Fatty's eyes were different from those of the exotic beasts and did not turn red. Moreover, the panda spoke and greeted them as soon as they met, with a baby voice. Hello. The two immediately determined that even if this national treasure was an exotic beast, it must be a good one. Even though they had never heard of a good exotic beast. Since the ground had been paid for a section, they might as well renovate the courtyard wall and other places at once. After all, the courtyard is the storefront, and Sun Binbin and the others will wear new clothes to go out to store crystal cores and hang out soon. They may bring back many tenants today, so it is still necessary to install it first. However, the courtyard is not small, and it is estimated that it will take most of the morning to renovate it all. Several people decided to go downstairs to continue working after breakfast. The couple in 203 helped, and Shanair called them up to have breakfast together. By the way, the new doors and windows have been planted. They are made of the same anti-red fog material as the building tiles. I will install them for you later, free of charge. The landlady also has basic ethics. She rents a house, so the problems of the house itself are the landlord's business, and the tenants cannot pay for it. Of course, the furniture is not included. With such a cheap rent, and in the end times, she can rent a house with complete furniture. Why is she still a landlady? Just be a money-giving boy. The building is also anti-red fog? The couple exclaimed at the same time. Didn't I tell you? Shanair was puzzled. They shook their heads. Okay, maybe she forgot, but it doesn't matter. The faucet and shower are also available. There is running water when you turn it on. It is also anti-red fog, but if you want it, you have to pay for it. Tenants have to pay for water and electricity, no problem. Chapter 35. There is also about purified water, with ice, 45 degrees, and 100 degrees. Seeing that the two were confused, Chinru didn't know how to explain. If she hadn't seen the real thing, she would probably be confused too. How could Ibao still have 100 degrees and boil it? You will know if you follow me upstairs. The corridor on the 8th floor. The steaming dumplings came out of the pot, 10 per person, and there was also a small bowl of glutinous rice balls, a large scallion pancake, coconut water, and unlimited refills of water, spinach, and lean meat soup. The breakfast on the table was so rich that the couple in 203 swallowed their saliva. Uncle Joe just took the amount of these two people into consideration when cooking, and one portion for each person was just right. He Song and Li Jingyuan finally knew what 100-degree bao looked like. The two cacti were still on the table. When they came up, the remaining bottle of ice water was opened by Lin Ju. Rongshu froze several coconuts and 2 bottles of 45-degree bao directly, and they were also divided up by several people. At first glance, the bottles of 45-degree and 100-degree bao are the same as the icy bao, with the familiar packaging, but when you really hold the bottle in your hand, you will find that it is not hot at all. Obviously, it is only the appearance that is similar, and the essence of the packaging is not plastic. Before the few people came back, Uncle Joe had done an experiment. If the 100-degree and 45-degree bao are picked and left for a period of time without opening, the temperature will not drop, but after opening, it will gradually become room temperature water. So as long as you don't open it, pick a few more and leave them, won't you have to boil water in the future? TSK lazy. Too lazy. Lin Ju said, again, you are so lazy. How lazy do you have to be to come up with something like this? Lin Ju shook his head and hugged the pot in his arms with curiosity. He took a bald cactus for himself. After the bottle on the cactus was removed, 3 scattered holes were left. The empty hydrating sleeping mask and hydrating sunscreen spray on both sides also had 3 holes each. Perhaps because 3 plants were planted at once, the fruit yield this time was not high. Except for the coconuts, which were more, there were 6, the other kinds were very few, and only 1 door and pot each produced 1. Shanair was not annoyed by being called lazy. She and Pang sat in a row, 1 person and 1 bear holding a straw in their mouths, drinking coconut water, and said nothing. The 4 eyes looked in the same direction, quietly watching Lin Ju holding the cactus and kissing it stupidly. And Kier next to him glanced at Lin Ju with disdain, stupid and hopeless. After breakfast, everyone was satisfied. The couple in 203 also bought a lot of treasures on credit, and they exchanged glances that only they could understand. They would settle down here no matter what. After dinner, Sun Binbin, Lin Ju and Xia Jinji went out in new clothes. The others stayed to continue repairing the building. First replace all the doors. When only the crystal core is embedded without dripping blood, this door is just an ordinary induction door, and everyone can enter and exit. Touch any position on the door with your hand, and the door will automatically open. After people enter or exit, the door will automatically close. And when blood is dripped on the door has an owner, and only the first person who drips blood on it can enter and exit. There is also a prerequisite for dripping blood to recognize the owner, which must be effective before the door is installed. If the door is installed without dripping blood, it is considered a public door by default. If you drip blood on the installed door, the door will not recognize the owner. The size of the door can be selected. The largest size is just the same size as the main door on the first floor from the yard to the building, which is 3 meters high. The smaller size can be as small as a dozen centimeters, the size of a desktop cabinet door. Perhaps Chen did not intend to install a yard door, and the proportion of the door does not match the yard door. Even if the height is reached, the width is not enough, unless several doors are installed together. But in this way, although there are more entrances, they become smaller, which is inconvenient. It is better not to install them. The installation of the door starts with the main door on the first floor, and then the fire escape on each floor. Then it is 203, 602, 702, and the 3 suites on the entire 8th floor. The other unoccupied ones are left alone for now, and they will be installed after dripping blood to recognize the owner when someone comes. Because there was only one door position reserved for the door of 203, but there were 2 owners. Rongshu directly used his mental power to control a coconut door as a tool and violently cut a new door position on the brick wall. That's right, the brick wall that was originally difficult to destroy with superpowers was easily cut open with the coconut door, which is also a fruit, with superpowers. Even though the coconut door itself is a bit thick, it is not sharp. While installing the door, the windows were not forgotten. The windows in the corridor and suite were also installed at the same time. If you don't want to recognize people when you open a window, you can install several mini double doors on one window. The light transmitting surface is enough, but people can't get in when it is opened. After the doors and windows are installed, Chenru's repair guarantee ends here. She is only responsible for improving the overall safety of the house, and doesn't care about other things. What kind of style can this landlady have if she takes on all the chores? Besides, nothing in her house is difficult to install. Even the faucet and shower can be placed wherever you want. Even a clumsy person can easily install it. Why does she need to install it? A qualified landlady must be very good at doing nothing. Just thinking about this, 203 came to the 3rd floor. Little boss, do you have any hooks? I want to install the shower and faucet on the wall. Li Jingyuan looked at Chen eagerly. Chen happened to be making a recliner with Grandpa Rong in the handicraft area, and taught her how to use the tiles. Tear off some marshmallows, and stick the faucet and shower on the wall. After Li Jingyuan left happily, Chen had a new inspiration and started to use tiles to make hooks and pipe buckles. Hanging showers, clothes, towels, slippers, etc. in the bathroom, hoses and faucet buckles on the wall are very useful. She also made a multi-grid storage cabinet against the wall in the living room and a shoe cabinet in the entrance. After having doors, wardrobes and small storage cabinets can also be equipped with doors, and all become more practical. Once inspiration comes, it is endless. The bathroom can have a bathtub, a wash basin, and a wall shelf for toiletries. The corridor can also be renovated to install a kitchen, a cooking table, a sink, a spice rack, a storage cabinet. The building was renovated from the 3rd floor to the 4th floor, and Chen and Grandpa Rong's handicrafts are increasing. Grandpa Rong also made a beautiful ceiling chandelier rack that can hold mini potato nightlights. Others also came to visit from time to time to have fun. When you made a pot of flower arrangement ornaments, and Nkir made a whole board. Li Jingyuan, who did not go out in 203, also ran up and used the materials to make a few beautiful hairpins, and a few pairs of beautiful earrings. This girl is not just a beauty lover, she even had a manicure done, and it was done beautifully. Whether it is suitable to wear or not, it is not worth it, you have to own it first. She was bribed with a few beautiful hairpins, and a few pairs of earrings, and Chen confiscated her material fee. Chapter 36. Although it is not very practical, at least it is not suitable for wearing at home, and it will stick to the wall and table if you are not careful, but you can wear it when going out. Girls have the conditions. Even in the end of the world, they must be beautiful. He Song from 203 went out with Lin Ju and others. After one night and a breakfast, Li Jingyuan has already had a very high degree of trust in the unfinished building. No, the light of the end of the world. Even if her husband is not very reassured, she still drove him out to save crystal cores. When her husband was not at home, she cleaned up the house inside and out by herself. She also used old clothes that were not completely torn as rags, and wiped the furniture, doors, and windows just like she cleaned the house before the end of the world. Even if these things are very new, and there is no dust at all. But after this sense of ritual, inexplicably, there is a feeling of returning to the pre-end of the world, giving people a spiritually satisfying healing feeling. After finishing everything, she was free. She originally came to Chen Er to help with work to pay off her debts, but when she saw Wen use flower ornaments, she couldn't control her hands. Chen Er was okay at making simple things, but she was clumsy at making too fine things. Li Jingyuan was embarrassed to make a bunch of useless things, but the fact is that the girls liked them very much. Li Jingyuan once again gained a lot after coming here. She bought a lot of practical furniture and good things for the new home, and received a hydrating set from Wen Yu and Enkur as a return gift. She successfully joined the brick-picking team and worked part-time as a part-time handicraft team. She had work to do, and Chen Er's building repair team also had an extra brick mover, and both sides were very satisfied. Compared to the safe zone, this place is simply heaven. Little boss, your ability is really amazing. While working and chatting, Li Jingyuan flattered Chen Er for free. When eating breakfast, she already knew that these magical plants were all planted by Chen Er. And Mr. Rong's domain is also very powerful. She looked expectant. Maybe this place will really become the light of the end of the world like the name on the plaque. After De Pang could speak, he stopped posting comments. Because of the misleading words in Chen Er's words before, after knowing that Rong Shu was a mental power, Li Jingyuan thought that the domain was Rong Shu's. De Pang's hairy face was full of confusion. Isn't the domain only for babies? Although the current contact seems to be good, they are not familiar with each other after all. Unlike Wen Yu, Chen Er still knows a little bit of the basics. Seeing that she misunderstood, the few people didn't explain much. And Kier asked, "Did you come out of the safe zone? What's the situation over there?" Although Sun Binbin and others have inquired, they are definitely not clear to those who have lived there. Li Jingyuan's expression dimmed a little. "We all sleep in a big bunk bed, and men and women live together. My husband is a superpower, and there is no exception. Every day, people are in a panic, and they have to be on guard against people around them turning into zombies. A little friction can escalate into a fight. But fortunately, soldiers are arranged to live in each room, so no big trouble can happen. There are also official superpowers patrolling every day, and zombies and strange animals, and plants can be cleaned up in time. In this environment, the authorities have actually tried their best. If I hadn't accidentally provoked a few malicious superpowers, I'm afraid that if something really happened, my husband would fight with them, and I wouldn't take him out to risk finding another way out." The tenderness in Li Jingyuan's eyes is so sickening. Before they knew it, Chen Er and his other single friends were covered in dog food again. The yard was repaired early in the morning, and by lunchtime, it had already reached the 6th floor, because when usability had been used continuously for 2 days, it was promoted to level 2. The burst speed was super fast. The boss's mental control had also become more powerful, and he could build a perfect wall in almost 1 minute, and he could also control the broken crystal core to help Wen Yu and De Pang give birth to Cotton. Chen Er and Grandpa Rong also temporarily put down their manual work and joined the brick-picking team. With the addition of Li Jingyuan, the time to build a floor was shortened to about an hour and a half. In addition to the bedroom, the windows in other public areas were also installed with many multi-grid versions in advance. Before the sun set in the afternoon, the rooftop was capped, and the light of the end of the world was completed. "Brother Rong, look at that group of densely packed little ants over there. Do they look like a large group of people?" On the rooftop, Chen Ru had just set out the recliner to prepare for the corpse, when he accidentally saw a large group of black dots moving below, and he was shocked. That position was within the range of Big Fatty. It's Binbin, Jueju and Xiaxia are back, and they brought a lot of people with them. Big Fatty had already climbed onto the recliner, spread out like a big pancake, and crunched French fries. Rong Shu, who was standing by, had been sitting cross-legged on the ground since the building was capped. 3 piles of crystal cores were piled up around him. After when he was promoted, the boss was also going to be promoted. Level 2 to level 3. The boss was promoted casually, and he could also distract himself to probe his mental power and answer Chen Er's question. They are survivors, at least thousands of them. Thousands? Why did you bring so many? They only have 1 building now, and it is impossible for so many people to live there. Lin Ju and the other 3 don't look like the kind of people who mess around? Chen Er looked stunned. It's not that they wanted to bring so many. Rong Shu caught the conversation in the crowd. On the way back, We met several groups of survivors looking for supplies, and then more and more gathered, and it was out of control. I understand. There is a bit of mysterious herd mentality, especially since Lin Ju and the other three were still wearing brand new clothes. Chen Er looked helpless. What should we do now? There is no room for so many people, so we won't make a scene on the spot. Chen Er's worries were absolutely correct. A group of people were safe and sound all the way without being attacked. When they got downstairs excitedly, they saw that there was only one building, and the noise went straight from the downstairs to the roof. Even though Lin Ju and the others had informed them of the situation in advance, the group of people still reacted greatly because of various psychological gaps. There were too many people. Even if everyone lowered their voices, there were thousands of people, and the sound piled up. The effect can be imagined. At this time, if people can't persuade the people around them, they will just ignore it. What's the use of attracting zombies, alien beasts, and plants? Who cares? However, there are not many complaints in the voices. Most people are still rational. They know that it is the problem caused by following here on their own. They are just a little worried that they have nowhere to stay. Especially after finding that there are no zombies, and alien beasts, and plants attacking around despite the noise. Everyone believes more in what Lin Ju and the other two said, that there is a big boss's territory here. At first, the group of people who came just for clothes had no intention of going back. Seeing the noise was deafening and order was difficult to maintain, Lin Ju shouted for help. Brother Rong. Cut them. Just by chance, Rong Shu just broke through, and a third-level mental power fluctuation spread like a tide, pressing down hard on the group of people below. Accompanied by the absolutely suppressed supernatural power fluctuation, Rong Shu's majestic voice rang in the minds of all survivors at the same time. Quiet. The noisy scene was silent in an instant. Everyone was shocked. There really is a big boss, a really big one. Chapter 37. Wow. Brother Rong, you are so awesome. Chen Er's eyes were full of stars again. If it were her, she would have just fled long ago. The little weakling couldn't hold it. Rong Shu's lips curled slightly, obviously pleased by Chen Er's reaction. After the scene was calmed down, Rong Shu continued to use his psychic ability to transmit the voice to all the survivors. Except for the first batch of confirmed tenants, others who joined in the middle and want to stay can first find a soil control ability person to build a house in the domain to stay temporarily. Rong Shu just made a move, and everyone thought he was the owner of the domain. As soon as the domain owner spoke, everyone obeyed obediently. The messy scene was quickly controlled. Rong Shu used his ability to transmit the voice, and the house building was left to Hisong. The reason why Hisong dared to take his wife out of the safe zone alone was because his soil control ability could build a solid earth wall, build a house anytime and anywhere, and had a high defense against zombies and strange beasts and plants. Hisong's ability is already level 2. If he has enough crystal cores, it will only take a few minutes to build a house. Even the mud houses that were built are all square and rustic. And just like Lin Ju's metallization, it cannot be maintained for a long time and must be reinforced with supernatural powers every once in a while. This is why the couple reacted so strongly after knowing that the building of the light of the end of the world can isolate the red fog. Most of the thousands of people in this wave can pay for the crystal cores needed to build a house by themselves. The few who can't afford it can also get it by pooling with others. Even if Hisong only charges one level 1 crystal core as labor fee for a house, he can still make a lot of money. Although there are many supernatural people among this group of survivors, there is not one who can control the earth. Hisong is secretly happy while bearing the pressure. The survivors scattered and followed Hisong to choose a location to build a house around the light of the end of the world. Lin Ju, Sun Binbin and Xia Jinzi finally escaped from the crowd and were able to bring the dozens of tenant candidates they had brought back into the yard. Chen Ru and Rong Shu also came down from the roof. Assistant Lin, was that the boss just now? As soon as I left the yard, I saw someone following Lin Ju closely. He was a middle-aged man wearing only shorts, with a beer belly and a fat body. As soon as the few people went out, the fat man saw Rong Shu, his eyes lit up immediately, and he ran over with tears in his eyes, as if a lost child finally found his organization. Boss, it's really you. Compared to the other party's excitement, Rong Shu didn't react much, and seemed to recall who this person was. Li Daqiang? Yes, I am Li Daqiang, the person in charge of the launcher branch. Boss, you still remember me. Seeing Rong Shu nod, Li Daqiang became more excited, rubbing his big fat hands. Well boss, you see, I am naked like this, which also affects the image of our company, right? How about you give the child a piece of clothing to wear first? Puff. Chen Er laughed directly. She said that it was the end of the world, Why were there still workers rushing to meet the boss and be humble and submissive? It would be good if they didn't rise up and ride on the boss's head. So they were waiting here. Humble workers, even in the end of the world, can't escape the fate of being strangled by the capitalists and having their lives controlled. In one word, miserable. Chun, who used to be a humble worker and now a new capitalist, felt a little guilty for some reason. Rong, a senior capitalist, was not moved. Rent a house? Only tenants have the right to buy. The implication is that there is no need for charity. Li Daqiang, he was just being a bootlicker. But he still had to continue to be a bootlicker. How to rent? Boss, you tell me, I listen to you. Chen Ru immediately stepped forward and showed his presence as a landlady. There are 200 square meters of large suites, monthly rent of 10 first-level crystal cores, 150 square meters of medium suites, monthly rent of 8 first-level crystal cores, and optional floors are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 120 square meters of small suites, monthly rent of 5 first-level crystal cores, optional floors are 1, 3, 4, 5. Currently my family lives on the 6th floor and above, so Chen Er decided not to rent it out for the time being. In addition, a 60 square meter small studio will be launched tomorrow. The monthly rent is 2 first-level crystal cores. It has a balcony and bathroom, and there are single and multi-person rooms, which are cheap and affordable. You also have the right to buy clothes. For those who are not in a hurry to rent a ready-made house, you can also book a studio tomorrow in advance. The first to book will build the house first. In addition to small studios, other types of new houses will continue to be launched in the future, such as duplexes and villas. There are many choices. Chen Er smiled at Li Daqiang like a landlady. So which one do you choose? A large suite on the 5th floor. Li Daqiang casually chose the one with the highest floor number and the largest area. He was also a superpower, and he had no shortage of crystal cores. He directly took out 10 first-level crystal cores and handed them to Chen Er, then looked at Rongshu eagerly, and continued to be humble. Chen Er, In fact, is there a possibility that I can give you clothes, and you don't have to be so humble? Li Daqiang missed the opportunity to discover the truth. Rongshu had already used his mental power to pull out a fully formed cotton plant from the flower bed behind him, and took off a short-sleeved shirt of the largest size, and enlarged it for him to see. Choose which one you want. Seeing the sleeves of the mini clothes suddenly become bigger, Li Daqiang widened his eyes, and looked shocked, but reacted quickly, and hugged the clothes tightly in his arms. Thank you, boss. You are such a good person. You are my savior and my second parents. I will definitely set up a longevity tablet for you, if I have the chance. Li Daqiang was so moved that he almost burst into tears. Rongshu, That's not necessary. Chen the landlord appeared again, and stretched out her white and tender little hand. You have to pay for it. This one has 2 first-level crystal cores. She also quoted the price of other cotton fruits. Li Daqiang took out a handful of crystal cores and stared at the cotton that was posting the barrage with gleaming eyes. I buy them all, including this sapling. Chen Er smiled. No saplings for sale, only fruits. Buying eggs and wanting to buy the capitalists laying hens? You're dreaming. Although it is not ruled out that there will be more people selling saplings in the future, and even the possibility of announcing that fruits can be planted, it is definitely not now. She hasn't lived the days of lying down and counting crystal cores yet. Li Daqiang was immediately disappointed. But soon he became excited again. If the tree is not sold, there are still fruits. He stretched his neck to look at the flower bed. Then sell me some more fruits. And Kur stood in front of him, expressionless. Currently, one person is limited to buying 1 fruit. Are there any more? Secretarian, you are here too. Li Daqiang's stretched neck shrank suddenly in shock. Chen Er saw with sharp eyes that a few drops of sweat slid down the man's forehead, and she suspected that it was cold sweat. The evening breeze is blowing. Okay. Li Daqiang instantly turned into a good boy, and he stopped being greedy and asking for more. Lin Ju, it's confirmed, he was controlled by Secretarian. Go to the 1st floor to change clothes, there's no one there. And Kur pointed behind her. Hey. Thank you, Secretarian, for your advice. Li Daqiang rolled away. The others saw that someone really got the clothes, and they all surrounded them excitedly, and all kinds of sticky little eyes flew to the flower bed, wishing they could stick their eyes directly on it. Chen Er was sure that if there was no one in the yard now, or if Brother Rong was not there, these people would definitely sneak into her flower bed and steal vegetables. Chapter 38. You can steal this if you want? Do you see that small piece of soybean seedlings? Does it look like a lucky bag of fish roe? It really is. I was wondering why I smelled a scent of Odin, so fragrant. Am I dazzled? I actually saw a few boxes of Lay's hanging on grass. What grass? Those are potato seedlings. I saw them too. There are pancakes and French fries hanging on them. I smell roasted sweet potatoes. Where are they? I was thinking that if the conditions here are not good, I can only rent and buy clothes to continue living in the safe zone. I didn't expect that the houses here look good. There are clothes, and they even grow food. There are so many people, but there are only so many fruits. They won't sell them, right? I think they may not sell food. The three guys only told us that there were clothes. No one mentioned food. The people staring at the flower bed stretched their necks, and the people around the cotton also chattered. This clothes are really grown by a superpower? This is incredible. That's what the three guys said. All superpowerful plants are aggressive. This clothes tree doesn't attack people. It is very likely that it is really a superpower product. I just don't know how long a piece of clothing can last. Woo woo. Finally I have clothes, and they are pretty good. My requirements for clothes are already so low that I am happy to have something to wear, but I didn't expect that there is a chance to be a little higher. Where is the big guy who grows clothes? I just want to know what the big guy who can grow clothes looks like. It's amazing, saving our compatriots from dire straits. Look at the small one on top. Doesn't it look like a sofa? And this one, it looks like a pillow. Fuck. It's a sofa bed, and it can be opened. Great. I thought the conditions here would be very bad, and I was ready to sacrifice for clothes, but I didn't expect to be slapped in the face. The conditions here are so good that there are even beds. This sofa bed should be able to be enlarged. The clothes just now can be enlarged. They talked a lot while making moves. They didn't dare to go to the flower pond, and they didn't dare to touch the ones in front of them. Li Daqiang just came out after changing his clothes, and found that all the fruits he bought had been picked up. Fuck. I asked him how much psychological shadow area he had. Fortunately, this cotton plant was originally prepared for display. When usability to stimulate birth was input, and soon a new crop of fruits was produced, Li Daqiang, who almost couldn't breathe, was relieved. The people who saw this scene were boiling. Damn it! It's fruited again. Why worry about that? I've decided to stay here. Me too, I'm not leaving. Why go back to the safe zone? You'd be a fool not to stay. Chen Er stood aside and listened, laughing in her heart. Although she was pleased by the reactions of the crowd, it didn't affect her collecting money at all. Whoever picked it, give me the crystal core. No one played tricks. Those who picked the fruit were very polite, and came to give the crystal core, not one less. The first batch of tenants were going to live in the same building with them. In order to screen out some people who were too uncivilized, Lin Ju and others didn't tell the light of the end of the world that there was food. It's human instinct to pursue fullness, but you don't have to wear clothes in the hot summer. One is the official safe zone, and the other is the light of the end of the world, which she had never heard of, and didn't know the details. Moreover, the two places were not close to each other. Those who were willing to risk their lives just for a set of clothes were not only upright in their thoughts, but also shameless at best. That's right, there were a few gluttons and foodies among them. While Chen Er was collecting a crystal core, something happened on the other side of the wall. The food in the safe zone was limited, and it was difficult to fill up even with a big appetite, not to mention the freshness and taste. Look, the aroma of roasted sweet potatoes was too tempting, and there was no one blocking the other side of the wall. Some people couldn't help but smell the smell and touched over. They came to the hanging sweet potato vines, and sniffed the small flower pots like pugs. Soon, the roasted sweet potato flower pots were discovered by them. They were so greedy that they picked it up and bit it. The next second, several of them rose into the sky like fireworks. Ah! A series of long-drawn screams of terror rang out in the air. People were not ejected out of the area, but fell vertically one after another like dumplings. The quick-reacting psychics were fine, as they used their powers to defend themselves when they landed, and were not seriously injured. The slow-reacting ordinary people and psychics fell to the ground and vomited blood. Before the frightened people could react, Xia Jinji smiled and stepped forward to check on them one by one, and used his healing power. Cheng Hui, the treatment fee for minor injuries is 10 first-level crystal cores per time, 20 for moderate injuries, and 50 for severe injuries. Everyone, give me the crystal cores. The several pairs of claws that were ready to move by the wall shrunk back. Many people who had originally thought of stealing vegetables in the middle of the night after moving in also swallowed their saliva secretly, and gave up. Chen Er, he. See, isn't it honest now? No need to remind them deliberately. Killing the chicken also warned the monkey. A gasp sounded outside the courtyard wall. Many survivors were curiously watching outside the courtyard wall while waiting for Song to call for them to build houses. They just happened to see the scene. Some people were injured. Seeing that Xia Jinji's ability was healing, they all looked at him eagerly. Xia Jinji walked out of the yard. Those with injuries come here to line up and pay according to what I just said. More than half of the heads on the courtyard wall disappeared in a flash. Chenru looked at the dozens of people left in the yard with satisfaction. Those who want to rent a ready-made house stand on the left, and those who want to reserve a single room stand on the right. There are 4 large suites and small suites left, and 5 medium suites left. There are only 13 households that can be rented temporarily. If the survivors present are willing to share the rent, plus the corridors, living rooms, and balconies on each floor, they can all live in. But there are a few people with superpowers who are either rich or have families. They have crystal cores to rent a whole house. They don't want to live with others, so they can only be resettled separately. Fortunately, there were not many people rushing to rent a ready-made house. More people intended to rent a single room. The crystal cores saved could be used to store more food and clothes on the spot. The suites were being allocated here. Several superpowers outside the courtyard sneaked in and lined up at the end of the line when no one was paying attention. Just as she was secretly delighted, she was picked up by Rongshu's mental tentacles and thrown back out of the courtyard, stunned. Chen-Er raised her eyebrows. People outside, it's not your turn yet. Don't barge in. Girl, my pants are really about to burst, and even my superpowers can't be saved. Can you be flexible? There was a big boy who was carried out. He covered his front with one hand and his back with the other. His pants were torn and barely covered the key points. He almost cried on the spot. And me too. Me too. If you can't hold it, add 1. If you can't hold it, add 2. Add 3. Add 4. More and more survivors blocked the door, all echoing. Chen-Er, Chapter 39. Why am I so excited? Hey! You are not tenants of the light of the end of the world yet, so you don't have the right to buy clothes. Chen-Er put on Zhang Rongshu's signature emotionless face, except that her eyes were unusually bright. Cover it first. It's really bright. It's just one night, and if you don't run to a place with little potatoes, it's pitch black and no one will see it. Just thinking about a group of people running naked in the dark, Chen-Er couldn't help but laugh. Just when she was laughing slyly, a finger suddenly tapped her forehead. Chen-Er covered her head, raised her face, and met Rongshu's helpless and doting eyes. Her heart skipped a beat. Rongshu turned his head and looked outside the courtyard gate. His eyes swept sharply over a group of people who shouted that they couldn't hold on. His mental power spread out, and he said in a cold voice, "The light of the end of the world prohibits uncivilized behavior. If you can't hold on, please leave the area on your own." The expressions of those people suddenly changed, and they all became nervous. They rushed to say, "I can hold on again. I can too. Ah, I have no problem either." A group of people who were still shouting that they couldn't hold on just now changed their tone in the blink of an eye. Especially the big boy who covered his front with one hand and his back with the other, almost immediately lit up a kind of supernatural light that Chen-Er had never seen before in his palm. Then everyone watched with their own eyes that the body below the waist and above the thighs of this person disappeared on the spot, and the whole person was broken into 2. The key is that the person is still fine. What kind of supernatural power is this? The people around who saw it for the first time exclaimed. The boy scratched his head and smiled foolishly. It should be invisibility. Chen-Er, A bunch of drama queens. They cheated on me. Although the ones who shouted the loudest were scheming dogs, there were indeed people in the crowd who were in urgent need of clothes, but they could all find the nearby superpowers to solve the problem first, and they were not in a situation where they would be out of stock immediately. In short, Chen-Er would not easily change the rule that only tenants could buy clothes. If tenants who were not hers could also enjoy the treatment of tenants, how many customers would she lose? After all, there was no need to pay rent in the safe zone. If people bought things from her and went back, the conditions there would also be improved. Who would rent her house? The area was safe, but everyone thought it belonged to Ronggu. No matter how powerful a single superpower was, it was impossible for them to feel safer than the official superpower brigade. After the drama queens calmed down, each person was given a cotton fruit, and Chen-Er and the others quickly arranged the first batch of tenants to live in their respective suites. Those who booked single rooms could only buy clothes after the house was built. For the time being, they could only squeeze into the mud house built by Song with other survivors, and wait for arrangements tomorrow. Building a temporary mud house does not require the walls to be very flat, even if there are round bumps. Because the requirements are not high, and many people choose to live together in the temporary house, it took about 2 or 3 hours to build it. There were no beds in the safe zone, so no one had any objection to sleeping on the mud. Although there are many ordinary people among the survivors, either their family members are superpowers, or they have spent crystal cores to ask superpowers for isolation and protection, and there are no cases of mutation into zombies, which is why everyone dares to live together. Finally, the resettlement of a large number of survivors was solved. Chen Er and others stood in the yard and all breathed a sigh of relief. It should be easier to build a house tomorrow, with so many ready-made workers. Li Jingyuan, who had been helping, said. And Kier nodded. In addition to the single room, other houses can also be built at the same time. Those who are willing to build it can build it by themselves. They can build it in any way they want. We save labor and the tenants will have a greater sense of belonging. Others thought this method was good and nodded in agreement. When he turned around and prepared to go upstairs, he found that De Peng didn't follow him. Chen Er looked back and was happy. De Peng, who was originally with everyone, didn't know when he came to his statue again, staring at it blankly, and Xiao Peng looked a little unhappy. The sun was very strong during the day, which could suppress the light of the night light on the base, but at night, the statue of De Peng turned milky white, confusing our national treasure. Hey fatty, you don't recognize yourself now? Grandpa Rong walked over curiously, and picked up Fatty. It will change back when the sun comes out tomorrow. Let's go downstairs and see tomorrow. Come on, Grandpa will take you upstairs to eat delicious food. When he heard about delicious food, Fatty instantly shifted his attention, and was carried upstairs by Grandpa Rong. Although the old man is old, he is still healthy. He carried Fatty up and down the stairs, and walked more easily than Shenrui, a crispy guy. Shenrui, another day of being hit hard. Dinner became a midnight snack. While eating, Shenrui was still worried about what people living in mud houses eat. Rong Shu's mental power scanned. Dry steamed buns. They should be brought from the safe zone. Lin Ju, pour. Sun Binbin, pour. Shenrui continued, pour. Others drank the hot and fragrant water spinach and lean meat soup and nodded sympathetically. Chen Er couldn't help but shift his focus again. Brother Rong, can you see it even with the door closed? Should we give the children some privacy? Rong Shu paused while drinking his soup and looked at her helplessly. You can't see those with closed doors, but you can see some of the superpowers with open doors. Oh, that's good. Open doors mean they don't need privacy. After a sudden sentence, Chen Er's attention shifted again. By the way, did you notice if anyone from the official came? She had forgotten to pay attention just now. 2 came, 1 stayed, and 1 left after seeing the situation here. Lin Ju said, shrugging his shoulders. I guess they went back to the safe zone to report the news. Rong Shu knew what Chen Er was thinking. Don't worry, the light of the end of the world actually helped the official relieve the pressure, and the official's attitude is mostly to wait and see, and they won't have too many ideas about us for the time being. And Kur nodded. The official is still trustworthy. Even if there are ideas, the possibility of cooperation is greater. The 2 tall people felt that there was no need to worry, and the short man Chen Er felt relieved and began to think about what to dream about tonight. Everyone was tired after a day of eating supper and dinner, helping Uncle Zhou clean up, and then went to wash up and sleep. The fact that De Peng slept with Kur yesterday was exposed in the morning. The people who were embarrassed to compete with Chen Er for the Panda had already lined up without permission. Tonight, it was Grandpa Rong who took away De Peng's right to sleep with him. The old man happily took the national treasure back to 801 and forgot about his grandson. Rong Shu looked at 802 where Chen Er returned. You dream every day. Do you feel uncomfortable? No, I sleep very well every day. I feel very energetic when I wake up. Chen Er patted her chest loudly, proving that she was really not fragile. Although she dreams every day, it does not affect the quality of her sleep. She is now used to it. That's good, Rong Shu touched her head. Go in and go to bed early. Oh, good night, Rong brother. Good night. After closing the door, Chen Er raised his hand and touched his head. The feeling was completely different from when Rong Shu touched it. Chapter 40. Brother Rong touched her head again. Chen Er was a little excited. When she entered the room, she saw Kur sitting cross-legged on the sofa. There was a small cabinet with a door on the coffee table. She was applying hydrating sleeping cream on her face, while leaning against the mirror on the cabinet door. Seeing her touching her head, Kur asked her curiously, Did you hit your head? No. Chen Er quickly put her hand down and ran back to the bedroom to wash up. With the faucet, it was no problem for her and encouraged to occupy a bathroom each. The bathroom was already equipped with a bathtub and a wash basin. There was also a storage cabinet with a door installed on the wall above the wash basin. Usually the door was closed, so there was a mirror. The hydrating sleeping cream and hydrating sunscreen spray she applied in the morning were really amazing. Her face in the mirror really looked like she was back to 18 years old, so tender that water could be squeezed out. After washing her hair with a little shampoo left, she filled the bathtub with water and took a hot bath. After drying herself with a small blanket as a bath towel, she took out the moisturizing sleeping cream from the cabinet and applied it all over her body. She was another fragrant girl. After taking a bath, she did not forget to visit her precious plants, water them, and loosen the soil. She picked a few new pots, poured some soil from the fish roe bag into them, and compacted them with a small hoe that was newly attached to the brick. He saw and got the soil from outside when he helped dig the pit in the morning. He got several bags, so he would never have to worry about running out of soil in the future. After filling the soil, Chen took out some new seeds from another bag on the balcony and planted them. There were wheat, rice, corn, mint, lemon, orange, cherry tomato, pepper, dandelion. Anyway, it was right to bury the seeds. Seeing that Chen had planted a lot, and Kier also came to help. The two of them worked for almost half an hour, and only stopped when the balcony was full. Looking at the pots on the balcony, Chen was full of enthusiasm, and waved his hands with his hands on his waist. "Look, my kingdom." And Kier sneered, "What kind of kingdom is a big balcony? When the whole blue planet is full of plants, the whole world will belong to us. That's called a kingdom." Chen I was just joking. Sister, you really dare to think, but why is it so exciting? Her mood was too surging because of her cousin's words. Chen returned to the bedroom and fell asleep after a long time of excitement. She didn't sleep with the pots because she didn't think about what to plant. She was really dreaming that she could grow on the balcony. But she didn't forget to always have crystal cores around her. Originally, she was in a hurry to build the building today, and Rongu was promoted to level 3, so she spent a lot of crystal cores, but she earned a lot of money by collecting rent and selling clothes and sofa beds in one night. She continued to sleep with a small mountain of crystal cores piled up at the head of the bed. The familiar feeling of lucid dreaming reappeared. Chen appeared on the balcony, and saw that the mint he had just planted before going to bed had grown. A line of subtitles floated above the dark green leaves. Species, mint. Chen searched under the leaves and found 2 fruits that were scattered and an empty fruit stem without fruit. The first fruit was a wash basin. The color was a little darker green than the dark green of the mint leaves. The set contained a mini wash basin, in which was placed a pack of disposable face washcloths in rectangular tissue paper packaging and a mouthwash cup without ears. The cup contained a green tea toothpaste with a black man's head and the words 120 milliliters printed on it, and a small-headed soft-bristled toothbrush. Next to the mouthwash cup was a small pack of portable long-strip mouthwash, and a small box of portable dental floss. The whole set is the same color, glowing green. The subtitles above. There has been a slight change. Fruit 1, washing set. Glowing face, fragrant mouth. The second fruit is a piece of soap of the same green color, the size of a palm, in a soap box that can filter water, with the subtitles, Fruit 2, mint soap. Sterilize, sterilize, sterilize. Next to the mint, a pot of rice has also grown. Species, rice. There are no grains on the long rice ears, but 2 fruits and a Y-shaped empty fruit stem that is divided into 2. Of the 2 fruits, one is a bag of mini rice, with the subtitles floating on it. Fruit 1, rice. Non-glutinous rice. I have many ways to eat it. The other is 3 takeout packaging boxes growing side by side, and the same mini fruit. Fruit 2, fast food. The fruit is a 3-forked fruit stem that is divided into 3. One fork is a mini disposable spoon, and under the spoon hangs a sealed round white takeaway box. On the lid of the takeaway box is a cartoon of a bowl of porridge, and the subtitles on the box are preserved egg and lean meat porridge. Preserved egg and meat. The other 2 forks are a pair of disposable chopsticks. Under each chopstick hangs a rectangular sealed white takeaway box. On the lid of one of the takeaway boxes is a cartoon of meat and rice, and the subtitles are braised pork with toppings and rice. You can finish a whole box with the sauce. On the other takeaway box is a cartoon of a plate of fried rice noodles, and the subtitles are fried rice noodles. Fried rice noodles with shredded pork and mushrooms. Eat one bite. Can't stop. Just wondering why there are 2 empty fruit stems. Chen suddenly feels a familiar hunger coming from deep in his heart. This is Going to be promoted. Chen Er was overjoyed. Sure enough, before long, a stream of rich crystal core energy surged into his body, gradually filling his hunger and thirst. The supernatural power was upgraded from level 2 to level 3. The empty fruit stems on the 2 seedlings also grew out. On the mint seedling, the 3rd fruit appeared. It was 2 small long strips of soft candy with cool toffee written on the green packaging, and the subtitles on it were, Fruit 3, Mint Toffee. Under the first line of subtitles, there was another line of subtitles on each of the 2 candies. One piece had, Original Flavor, Childhood Sweetness on it. The other had, White Chocolate Filling, a little excitement inside. On the rice seedling, 2 packs of tissues grew out of the empty Y-shaped split fruit stem. Fruit 3, Paper. One pack was a blue wrap tissue with the word Vita printed on it. The other pack was a wet toilet paper with the same word Vita printed on it, and the My Emperor Sleeps Forever emoji pattern. Each of the 2 packs of paper has a separate subtitle. Pull out paper, wipe mouth. On the tissue paper, wet wipes, wipe butt. On the wet toilet paper. This barrage makes me want to laugh. What's going on, also? Why did you grow chocolate filling again? Chen Er muttered as she woke up, sat up from the bed, and pulled her hair. She couldn't figure out what was going on for a long time. Other things were grown either out of urgent need or because of her personal preference, but this chocolate one has appeared 3 times among the several fruits grown. But she is sure that although she likes sweet food, she doesn't particularly like chocolate. I don't understand. Chen Er didn't think about it anymore, got up excitedly, washed up, and ran out of the living room. I planted 2 new seedlings again. Did you see them? Chen Er shouted as she ran. Who would have thought that there was no one in the living room? She ran to the balcony and saw that the precious plants she had just planted were not there. Not only the newly planted ones, but also the first potato, cotton, coconut, cactus and water spinach she had planted before were gone. Chenru was startled at first, but soon thought of something and opened the door to look out. Sure enough, a group of people were gathered at the dining table, studying her precious plants. Chapter 41. After applying the sleeping cream for a night, the ladies all looked radiant. Even Lin Ju, a grown man, looked less beautiful than Sun Binbin, who was less than 20 years old. Chen Er walked towards the dining table while touching her face. She also looked beautiful. When I got closer, I found that the mint and rice when you had already produced countless fruits, and were still producing them crazily. Grandpa Rong took the enlarged toiletries set, and looked at each one in front of him. And Kier sorted and stored paper towels and face towels, and put the same category into the same coconut pot. When the coconut pot is not put into the crystal core, it can be a great storage box, and you can pick any size you like. The table was filled with various new fruits. After Chen Er's ability was upgraded to level 3, the plants he planted at level 2 also changed. There was a glowing little potato on the potato seedling, with dark circles under his eyes, and staying up late to cultivate immortality. The little potato disappeared and hung on the branch, becoming a soft potato omelet. A line of golden subtitles on the top. Although everyone says I am suitable for flattening, I just like to roll it up. If I can't roll it anymore, I will give myself an egg to replenish my strength and then roll it to death. Please call me Potato Egg Burrito. A new branch grew on the cotton seedling. On both sides are bags of sanitary napkins printed with the word Sophie Nude Feeling. On the left are daily use, 175mm 18 pieces per bag of small wings, 230mm 12 pieces per bag, 250mm 12 pieces per bag. On the right are night use, 350mm 4 pieces per bag, 420mm 4 pieces per bag, and safe pants 2 pieces per bag. The subtitles on the branch are, Prefer Girls. The small coconut tree also has a 4th fruit, a mini kitchenware set, a chopping board with a coconut shell handle, and a coconut white cutting board, a chef knife with a coconut shell handle, and a coconut white blade, a pair of 2-color kitchen shears, a peeling knife, and a fruit knife, a spatula, a steak clip, a colander, and a soup spoon. There is also a pair of coconut shell chopsticks. They are either hung or just stuck on a coconut white mini shelf. A line of subtitles on the top reads, Your good helper in the kitchen, Uncle Joe didn't even cook. He sat at the dining table with a pile of coconut brand kitchen utensils in front of him, studying them carefully. After taking off the kitchenware set, the largest size of chopsticks is the extended cooking version. If they are not completely taken off, they are the size of chopsticks for eating. The soup spoon has a long handle and is curved. The small soup spoon can be used as a spoon, and the medium and large size can be used as both a soup spoon and a rice spoon. The 1 kilogram bag of rice picked from the rice seedlings was also unpacked by Uncle Joe and put into the coconut pot brand rice jar. In addition to coconuts, there are also some things on the cactus and water spinach. On the top of the main column of the cactus, there is a palm-sized red toy water gun inserted like a flower. There is a line of golden subtitles on the water gun: steam water gun, strong decontamination, no water stains, children will love washing dishes from now on the water spinach. A golden faucet with a cartoon hot spring pool has grown. The faucet spout is the open mouth of a golden dragon, and the left and right dragon horns are switches, and water comes out when pressed. What flows out is a steaming hot spring, and the subtitles are, hot spring bath, soak, all worries and fatigue are thrown away. This time, the supernatural power promotion only brought changes to the plants planted at level 2, and the soybean seedlings and sweet potato seedlings planted at level 1 did not change. But there seemed to be no upper limit for Depang to advance. Chen saw at a glance that the panda sitting there eating mint candy had grown bigger. With a thought, the panda, who had not posted any comments since he could speak, quickly popped up 5-line subtitles on his head: species, bamboo. Fruit, giant panda. Ability, domain. Personal signature: as a national treasure, you should guard the territory of the country. The territory is inviolable. P.S. The current territory is a circle with a radius of 1,200 meters. Chen was puzzled. Depang, didn't you eat the crystal core? The initial data in the dream last night was 1,200. It was so early in the morning. How come it didn't grow by 1 meter? Depang looked at her with an innocent face, smacking his mouth non-stop, indulging in the cool milky fragrance of the candy. After showing off one piece, he tore open the package and continued to show off the second piece. Chen The naughty kid eats too many snacks and doesn't want to eat. Look at these empty boxes. They are all produced by a big fat panda. Linju pointed his chin to the ground beside him, where there was a pile of garbage that almost filled a coconut pot brand trash can. He held a box of braised pork lunch and ate it like he hadn't eaten for a few days. He ate it like a wolf and almost spit out the rice when he spoke. After getting along for a long time, this man's handsome filter was shattered into slag. Chen eyes fell on the open lunch box in his hand. You can see a full layer of fat and lean braised pork on it, with a ruddy and shiny color. The rice grains below are full and distinct, but they are stuck together, and some are covered by thick soup. Just looking at it, one can't help but imagine what kind of ultimate enjoyment the taste buds will have when a mouthful of rice enters the mouth. The comment is really right. Even if you don't eat the meat, you can eat a whole box of it by dipping it in the soup. Sun Binbin sat next to Linju, showing off another box of freshly picked braised pork lunch. The boy's cheeks were puffy, and he ate like a hamster. His voice was unclear. Fried rice noodles and porridge are also delicious, thank you again. Xia Jinji sat on another chair next to the two of them, eating a box of fish-flavored pork and mushroom fried rice noodles, and a portion of preserved egg and lean meat porridge. Unlike the two who ate voraciously, he was graceful when he ate the noodles, and his voice was gentle, making people feel like spring breeze. He picked up the thin vermicelli with coconut shell chopsticks, which were topped with mushroom slices and shredded pork. The tempting aroma was mixed with a fishy aroma. Just smelling it made Chen feel hungry. After eating a mouthful of vermicelli, he drank a mouthful of preserved egg and lean meat porridge. The preserved egg and lean meat porridge was very thick, just as the barrage said, with a lot of preserved eggs and meat, and there was no ginger shreds that Chen hated. Early in the morning, a bowl of porridge and rice noodles is perfect. Even Rongshu eats the same porridge and noodles as Xia Jinji. The difference is that he drinks white rice porridge with a lot of rice soup, which is thinner. It is served in a coconut pot as big as a bowl. There is an open coconut pot lid on the table next to it, without crystal cores. He used the coconut pot as a bowl. Seeing Chen coming, Rongshu pushed the stacked box of fried rice noodles and a box of preserved egg and lean meat porridge in front of him to the next seat, and also pushed a coconut bowl with a lid over. Sit here. Chen who was about to sit next to incur. He sat down obediently. Is this also thin porridge? Chen curiously opened the coconut bowl lid. A strong coconut fragrance penetrated into the tip of his nose. Wow! It's coconut milk. So fragrant. It's still warm. Chenru took the small spoon handed over by Rongshu and tasted it. It was sweet, and seemed to have sugar added. It tasted great. Chapter 42. There seems to be some sugar in the supplies. Is it delicious? Linju's voice seemed to come from his nose. Your brother Rong cooked it himself. Lin Ju continued to use his nose to pronounce, humming strangely, he only cooked one bowl, we don't have any. Chen Er was embarrassed. And Kur couldn't bear to see Chen Er being bullied, and glanced at Lin Ju with dissatisfaction. You are a great hero again. What's wrong with drinking an extra bowl of coconut milk? You want to drink it, can't you cook it yourself? Lin Ju, When he met someone with IQ but no EQ, he really had nothing to say. Chen Er's face was hot, and he lowered his head to pretend that he didn't hear anything. It seems sweeter, and I'm a little reluctant to drink it. When you has learned to do two things at the same time. During the time of breakfast, he produced a pile of tissues, wet toilet paper and sanitary napkins while eating. Seeing that the young lady was still busy eating breakfast, Chen Er stopped her and asked each family to take a pot of seedlings home. People from the same family must be treated preferentially. After trying all kinds of breakfasts, and eating a few bites of each, Chen Er ate until her stomach was full. Originally, she wanted to save the rest for lunch, but Rongshu took it all and finished it without leaving anything. Chen Er, Boss, don't you like light food? The preserved egg and lean meat porridge has been replaced with thin porridge. Chen Er's face was hot throughout the breakfast. She really felt more and more that Brother Rong was interested in her. Her heart was uneasy, and a little secretly happy. This mood lasted until she washed the dishes after dinner, and picked up the steam water gun that had grown on the cactus, and her attention was diverted. Chen Er was having a great time hitting the pots and bowls on the table. When she was a child, she wanted a toy water gun for a while, but her grandmother didn't make money easily, so she never asked for it. She didn't expect that her childhood regret would be realized in this way. Her ability is really interesting. The steam water gun fired a strong water column. When the water column hit the pots and bowls, there was no splashing, and there was no strong impact to move the pots and bowls. Instead, smoke and water mist came out, and quickly evaporated and disappeared. Looking over, there was no drop of oil or water stains on the pots and bowls, and the whole body was brand new. That's right, the leftovers were still on them, and they were also washed clean, and there was no smell. Wow, it's a bit fun. Lin Ju also became interested when he saw it, took a water gun, and also hit another pot on the table. After playing for 2 rounds, the water gun was suddenly snatched by Depang. Mao Tanzi imitated Lin Ju, holding the water gun and hitting a pot with a sizzle, 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 sizzle. Lin Ju, Well, it was originally played by a naughty child. I feel that this water gun can also clean other things. Uncle Joe suddenly said, Yu, try to see if you can wash clothes. It just so happens that this one of mine is dirty. Sister, come on, sizzle it. Sun Binbin pulled the hem of her short-sleeved shirt and straightened the front of the clothes. There were several pieces of dirt on it that were splashed with the braised pork soup. Or take it off, don't burn it. When you reminded him that the temperature of the steam is not low. It's okay, it's not hot. There is a wonderful connection between Shinru and the plants he grew, and he subconsciously knows that steam will not burn people. As she spoke, she turned the gun and sprayed it at Sun Binbin's clothes. The water mist quickly spread over the entire piece of clothing, evaporating in the blink of an eye. Looking at it again, there was no trace of the braised pork soup. The entire front of the clothes was as good as new. Sun Binbin touched it. It's warm. It's really not hot. Very good. I don't have to wash clothes anymore. And Kier said with a smile. The pots, bowls, and clothes that were washed, like the hydrating sleeping cream and hydrating sunscreen spray, had a faint cactus smell, a bit like the fragrance of grass, natural and fresh. All the pots and bowls on the table were rinsed, and the amount of water in them did not decrease much. Chen Er tried to rinse the dining table, chairs, and the ground again. Wow, except for a little coarse sand, other dust and fallen hair were all washed away, and the farther the distance, the wider the range of the water mist. The barrage of this water gun should be changed to Master of Housework. Uncle Joe commented. Others agreed. Isn't this a dishwasher? Or a washing machine or a mopping machine? Walls, ceilings, and floors can all be cleaned. One gun can be used for multiple purposes, and it doesn't take up space. There is no dead corner for cleaning. You can use it when you have nothing to do. Doing housework is like playing. If you have children at home, let them play more. Adults are happy, and children are happy too. After studying the water gun, I washed my hands with freshly made mint soap, and the experience was also very good. It looks like solid soap. When you wet your hands and apply it, your hands are full of dense bubbles. It smells fragrant, not slippery, and it doesn't dry out after washing. It is moisturizing. It is very nice to use it as hand soap or shower gel. There are more and more daily necessities, and the atmosphere of life is getting stronger and stronger. The end of the world, which should have been hopeless, is actually getting more and more enjoyable in the light of the end of the world. But this does not mean that the end of the world is no longer dangerous. Because the big fat domain has expanded, a radius of 600 meters has included groups of zombies, and strange beasts and plants. Many people have rushed to the vicinity of the light of the end of the world in the middle of the night. Many people who are nervous or have a low sleep have the opportunity to witness the spectacular scene of large groups of zombies, and strange beasts, and plants being bounced by the domain. People with brains can see at a glance that this is a good opportunity to stock up on crystal cores. When the superpowers kill zombies, they don't need to defend themselves, and ordinary people are not afraid of being scratched. They gather in groups of 3 or 5, and work together to besiege and kill one. At this moment, the killing outside is crazy. Rongshu talked to everyone about the situation outside. A level 3 monster has been born. It not only has special powers, but is also a leader-level high-level monster that can summon its lower-level counterparts around. At least 5 monsters can respond to one call, gathering 5 level 1 monsters at the same time, or 1 level 2 monster and 3 level 1 monsters, or 2 level 2 monsters and 1 level 1 monster. Fuck. Wouldn't the attack power be multiplied? Several people were horrified. Rongshu nodded. 2 or even more level 3 monsters gathered together will be even more terrifying. As soon as he finished speaking, the fat man who was still holding a water gun and splashing around suddenly stopped and threw away the water gun. The black hairy paw quickly reached into the fish roll lucky bag hanging around his neck, took out a handful of crystal cores, and threw them into his mouth. Then another handful, and began to chew the crystal cores crazily. While chewing, the chubby panda's face was wrinkled. Chin Air felt that something was wrong with the Pang, and when he glanced over, he saw a line of subtitles popping up uncontrollably above the panda's head. Overload defense. Chin Air. Shock. It's really scary. The level 4 monster hasn't appeared yet, and Depang is overloaded. Others also noticed Depang's situation, and their hearts were all lifted. The reason why they can stay in this building safely now is because of Depang's domain. Once there is a problem with the domain, what awaits them will be endless attacks and killings. They will be as embarrassed as the survivors outside, nervous and panicking every day. Just thinking about it, everyone shuddered. Especially when you, who joined later, felt this more deeply than everyone else, and couldn't sit still. I'm going out to kill monsters. It just so happens that we need a lot of crystal cores to rush the construction of the house, and we don't have much stock. We can't let Depang, a panda, bear all the pressure. Chapter 43. Everyone's enthusiasm for killing monsters is unprecedentedly high. In addition, Lin Ju and several other psychics also advanced one after another last night, and the crystal core inventory was almost consumed, so a group of people simply formed a group to go out and kill monsters together. Anyway, Big Fatty's domain is now very large, and they can protect the area around the light of the end of the world even if they run far away. And there is no need to run too far. As Big Fatty's domain consumes crystal cores fiercely, it is also expanding rapidly while maintaining stability, and the radius has exceeded 2 kilometers. If it continues to expand, the large number of monsters included in the domain alone will be enough for them and the survivors to kill for several days and nights. The original plan to build a house had to be temporarily shelved because of the intrusion of zombies and strange beasts and plants, but the survivors, who were crazy about killing monsters, were very excited, and no one was dissatisfied or complained. Although Chenrui and his friends guaranteed that the light of the end of the world was safe when they went out, a large number of survivors, who saw Rongshu go out, still followed. Only when you are with the boss can you feel safe. Especially those who have experienced the comfort of killing monsters in the field, their admiration for the boss is rising sharply. Seeing that there are old people like Grandpa Rong in the boss's team, the old people who originally wanted to follow, but were afraid of dragging down their children, put down their burdens and followed. The group of people who followed also soon discovered the cool operation of Chen Air and others digging crystal cores, and exclaimed one after another. Chen Air, Grandpa Rong, and Kier, Uncle Zhou, and others skillfully took out the fish roll lucky bag and put the monsters that came towards them into it, and the head of the head was stuck, the root of the root was stuck, and the action of digging crystal cores was very smooth. The speed of collecting crystal cores is faster than that of these superpowers. Many ordinary people who followed looked at the fish roll lucky bag with extremely hot eyes. Even the superpowers were no less excited. Is this the kind of storage bag in the novel? The internet addicts before the end of the world quickly got the point and gathered around. Chen Ru was a man who understood business opportunities, and immediately took out a few of the ones he'd brought with him. Although you are not tenants yet, and have no right to buy, you can rent them first. One level 1 crystal core for 1 day. Although it was to make money, the lucky bags of fish roe that several people brought were also limited, and they were given priority to ordinary people to kill monsters. Li Daqiang, a semi-acquaintance, who was somewhat related, came over from nowhere like the wind and shamelessly asked Lin Ju for one. Like other survivors who were already tenants, he spent 50 crystal cores to buy it. After getting the lucky bag, this man did not leave, staring at the bullet screen, overload defense, that flashed from time to time above Depang's head. Because of the bullet screen above his head, the fact that Depang was also a fruit grown from plants had spread among the survivors along the way. Many people were curious about what the bullet screen above Depang's head meant. What was this national treasure defending? However, due to Rongshu's majesty, they did not dare to get too close to them, let alone ask more questions. Some survivors who were worried that Depang would mutate were relieved. If it was a fruit, it should not mutate into a terrifying beast. Seeing Li Daqiang staring at Depang, several people thought that he just found out that Depang was a fruit and felt strange, so they did not think much about it. Until this person looked at it and suddenly said, "This defense area, it can't be this panda?" It was too late to cover Li Daqiang's mouth. Many people who were killing monsters around heard it and looked over. Seeing that Chen Er and others did not deny it, Li Daqiang immediately realized that he had guessed right. My ability is to strengthen my body. It can be used for overall or partial strengthening. I can run very fast with my legs, just a little slower than that guy. Li Daqiang pointed at Sun Binbin, who was harvesting crystal cores, like a tornado, not far away, and whose figure could not be seen clearly. Although they didn't understand why he jumped around so quickly, they couldn't help but be surprised after hearing it. You have to know that Sun Binbin's speed is definitely one of the best among the superpowers that the few people have seen. Then Li Daqiang continued, "I just ran out of a light curtain by mistake and almost rushed into a group of zombies. Speaking of which, this clothes is really a treasure. When I rushed out, I was whipped by a second-level mutant vine. I thought I would definitely be injured this time, but I didn't expect that the whip hit the clothes and didn't break them." Li Daqiang pointed at the short-sleeved shirt on his body with an excited look. There was still a mark as thick as an arm on it. The people around who heard it were in an uproar, and their eyes flashed green when they looked at Li Daqiang's clothes. Ahem, let's get back to the topic. Li Daqiang probably knew that he was talking too much. I rushed back to the light curtain in time, and those monsters couldn't get in. I immediately thought that it was the boss's domain boundary. Li Daqiang said this, and looked at Rongshu cautiously. Seeing that the boss didn't mean to stop him from talking, he immediately said his discovery. But soon I found that the light curtain was constantly cracking and healing. I didn't think much about it at first, but when I ran back and saw the barrage sent by Guobao, it was still eating crystal cores, so I thought of it. After all, the boss never said that the domain was his, and it was obviously not small. It was open all day and night, and it had to defend against so many zombies, and alien beasts and plants. I couldn't help but think that no matter how strong the psychic was, he couldn't stand such consumption. Everyone who heard it understood. It turned out that this domain was not really owned by the boss, but by this panda named Depang, and the panda, like the clothes, was also grown. In other words, the real boss was the one who planted the supernatural power. A group of survivors suddenly realized. They didn't feel cheated. After all, the boss didn't say that this domain was his, they just misunderstood. And this misunderstanding lasted less than a day, so it wasn't that difficult to accept. Chen Er and the others looked at each other. Not panicking, but a little emotional. Sure enough, there is no shortage of smart people everywhere. They had discussed this issue before coming out. Although they didn't want to expose Depang too early, Depang's domain expanded too much. It was so big that when Rongshu and Depang stood together, the domain appeared, and the mental perception couldn't reach the boundary. It was impossible to pay attention to where the boundary was all the time, and when Depang was overloaded, he couldn't control the barrage, so it was only a matter of time before he was exposed. Fortunately, Depang's domain has been expanding, getting bigger and bigger. After swallowing one Changche's level 3 crystal core after another, the radius has expanded to 3,500 meters. According to this development trend, it is not impossible to accommodate all the survivors in the city. Then the previous worries no longer exist, and it doesn't matter if they are discovered. Yes, the domain is Depang's ability, you can be more assured. This ability is natural to Depang, just like we have hands and feet. If the consumption is too large, we can eat crystal cores to maintain it. Depang is currently level 3. As long as there are no monsters that are too powerful and exceed the level too much, even if there are level 4 monsters that exceed the level of defense, there is no problem. Chen Er said with his head held high. The last time Depang's domain had problems, she was worried and panicked. In fact, she planted it, she knows it best, and she can sense the specific situation when she calms down. Sister, Depang and this bag were both planted by you, right? Chapter 44. A child ran over, looking up at Chen Er with sparkling eyes, with a face full of nervousness and expectation. This is a child of a superpower, holding tightly a lucky bag of fish roe rented from Chen Er. Chen Er was stunned for a moment, and looked at Depang who followed her closely, and it was clear whose panda it was. She bent down and touched the child's head. Yes, sister is amazing, right? Wow, is it really grown by sister? Sister, you are amazing. Depang is also amazing, even more amazing than Superman. You and Depang will be the people I admire the most in the future. The child waved his little hand, and took out a first-level crystal core from his trouser pocket and stuffed it into Chen Er's hand. This is what I just dug out when I caught monsters with a small bag, and I give it to sister. As he said, he stuffed another crystal core into Depang's paw, and his little hand boldly touched Depang's panda head. Wow, I touched it. After the child touched Depang, he turned around and ran away. Hey! When Chen Er reacted and wanted to call the other party, the child had already shyly run back to his father, who was killing monsters not far away. Kid, this is what I just dug, take it. An old lady with a kind smile also came over and handed Chen Er a few crystal cores. Little girl, thank you and Gubao so much, I had my first good sleep since the end of the world last night. A middle-aged aunt also came over. The child's behavior was like a flood that had been opened, and many survivors around ran over to give her crystal cores and said thank you. Although some of them might be flattering, Chen Er could clearly feel everyone's sincerity. Look, we are still so likable. Lin Ju teased Rong Shu. Brother Rong, yesterday everyone thought the domain was yours, and they only dared to say thank you in private, but no one dared to come to you. You are jealous, right? You have a stern face all day long. How can everyone not be afraid? Yes, he speaks in people's minds, and scares them with his majestic aura. Who wouldn't be afraid? Then are you afraid? Rong Shu's eyes were dim, and he glanced at him lightly. Lin Ju's back stiffened, and he immediately became obedient. After killing monsters all morning, the fat man's domain finally stopped at a radius of 6,000 meters, and stopped growing. After stopping growing, the domain seemed to stabilize. Even though many zombies and strange beasts and plants were included, there were no more overloaded bullets above the fat man's head. Chen Er and his friends dug crystal cores all morning, and their wrists were almost numb. Finally, they could. Temporary strike. Seeing that some people were tired all morning and had to eat a hard dry bun that was less than the size of a palm for lunch, and some even shared a bun with several people in the family, Chen Ru's conscience finally couldn't help but hurt. 10 pots of rice were brought down from the upstairs and placed in front of the statue of Depang in the yard. When Yu was responsible for urging them to produce and selling fast food. 1 fast food for 1 first-level crystal core. Line up if you want it. Those who came back together, and the survivors who didn't leave the base were all stunned. Then, there was a burst of noise and boiling sound, and a group of people rushed into the yard like crazy. Line up. Line up. Lin Ju, who was familiar with everyone, was responsible for maintaining order. He stood on the base of Depang and shouted to the crowd, first in line, first out. The originally messy scene quickly formed 10 neat lines. As expected, you have to hit the snake at its most vulnerable part. Another new spiritual plant. It looks like a takeout box. I smell the smell of braised pork. I smell it too. The people in line were chattering, and Chen Er was stunned. Spiritual plant? Li Jingyuan, who was helping to distribute lunch boxes, saw her confusion and said with a smile, my husband said that everyone privately calls Miao Miao a spiritual plant. Last night, someone ran to the wall of the courtyard late at night to talk to the sweet potato vines. The plants grown by Chen Er can send barrages. When someone really talks to them, the barrages are. I really will respond. Ah, what did you say? Ask why the sweet potato vines don't produce sweet potatoes or flower pots. Can he pick roasted sweet potatoes if he wants to eat them? And will they produce sweet potato cakes in the future? There are also many people who don't sleep in the house, but sleep in the yard. They say that lying in the yard is more comfortable than lying on the floor of the earthen house. There is light, and you can smell the aroma of various foods, and it's good to smell them even if you can't eat them. Li Jingyuan was a little amused and a little emotional. If she came with this group of people, her reaction might be similar to theirs. Chen look at the pitiful child. With Wenyu's current ability, it is no problem to promote the birth of 10 seedlings at a time. It takes less than a minute to promote the rice seedlings to their complete form, pick the lunchbox, and continue to promote them. One person can buy 3 fruits at a time: preserved egg and lean meat porridge, braised pork lunchbox, and fried rice noodles. The people in the front line quickly got the fruits. One person can feed the whole family, and they immediately run to the side to open the fast food. The smell almost makes the hungry kids in the back of the line cry. Some people in the back of the line see their acquaintances in front of them get lunch boxes, and they don't care about their face, and they go over to ask for a few bites to satisfy their cravings. A group of people who hadn't eaten enough for many days, many of them wiped their tears while eating, crying and laughing. Chen suddenly regretted not selling them some food earlier, and they were hungry for a long time. "Boss, can you sell 2 pieces of clothes too?" Those who received the lunch boxes quickly climbed up. Chen didn't refuse this time. The promotion happened suddenly, and he didn't expect that Depang's field would expand so much after the promotion, which directly solved the problem of not being exposed. Previously, the purpose of bundling rentals was to attract and retain tenants. Now that we have the delicious bun of big fat, plus the attraction of food, people have been hooked and will not leave even if they are driven away. What is the need for bundling rentals? As for those who became tenants because of the bundling rentals before, they did not suffer any loss. There are beautiful brick houses and shabby earthen houses. Isn't the brick house more attractive? But tenants should still be treated differently. You can ask those who have become tenants. If everyone agrees, there will be no restrictions. You must believe these gluttons. You can make people agree even if they don't agree. Sure enough, it didn't take long before dozens of tenants were conquered by crystal cores, flattery and misery, and no longer had any opinions. The people who waited all night and morning finally got their clothes as they wished. At the same time, this afternoon, the original unfinished building was named Building 0 of the Light of the End of the World, and the number 1 residential area was expanded in a circular manner. The number 1 residential area was planned to accommodate only this group of thousands of survivors. It is divided into single-room building area, elevator suite area, and single-family villa area. The first one to be built was a supermarket named Guagua Supermarket located at the center of the circular residential area, next to Building 0 of the Light of the End of the World. The supermarket has only 1 floor built so far, and it is not large in scale. The shelves are made of bricks, and they are divided according to the supermarket divisions before the end of the world, and they are ready to sell various fruits. Chapter 45. Chen moved 2 pots of cactus to both sides of the supermarket gate as a welcome. The small square in front of the gate is a bit empty, so a few coconut trees can be planted. After the mini coconut trees are taken out of the flower pots, they will enlarge like the mini fruits, and are about the same size as normal coconut trees. In this way, there are also street trees. The road leading to the residential area is paved with a layer of bricks, and a coconut is planted every few steps. It looks so beautiful. In a few days, He-song was responsible for digging the soil, Wenyu was responsible for stimulating birth, and Rongshu led a group of superpowers to build houses. During this period, superpowers continued to advance, and the speed of building houses became faster and faster. Soon, a brand new and beautiful residential area rose up around Building 0. More and more survivors joined in after hearing the news, and more people came. Rongshu and others pulled together several construction teams to continue to expand the number 2 area. At the same time, Chen and others were busy with the preparations before the opening of the supermarket. Early in the morning, Chen, who hadn't dreamed for several days, started to fiddle with the newly built supermarket with Enkur, Wenyu, and Li Jingyuan, sorting and filling the shelves with various fruits, and then marking the corresponding prices on the shelves. Because the supermarket was notified in advance to open today, 3 or 4 long queues formed outside before the door opened, and a group of uncles and aunts chatted while waiting for the door to open. What fruits do you think are in the supermarket? There should be clothes and boxed lunches. I heard there are snacks and magical faucets. I don't know if there are any tissues. I only have half a pack of tissues left at home. I can only use one when I go to the toilet. My daughter is about to have her baby, so I want to buy a pack of sanitary napkins. I want to buy some food to store, otherwise I don't feel safe. After waiting for a while, the sun came out, and the topic of chat changed to, "It's so hot in the morning." That's right, I don't know when the host can grow an air conditioner. If there is no air conditioner, a fan will be fine. It's really hot this day. I dare not open the doors and windows at home. I'm afraid I will get prickly heat if I keep covering myself up. The host is the new name given to Chin air by the tenants. Didn't they say that eating spiritual plant fruits can isolate the red fog? What are you afraid of? I open it when I sleep. I've been open for a few days, and nothing happened. Ha, I've been waiting for you to say this. If you try it, and it doesn't work, I dare to do it. Chin air, who just opened the door of the supermarket, heard the conversation between two plastic old sisters. Open, the supermarket is open. Host, good morning. Good morning, everyone. Chin air and others stood at the door of the supermarket, smiling at a group of people waiting to enter the supermarket. Guagua supermarket officially opens today. There is a purchase limit for the first 3 days. Each person is limited to 1 fruit per day. I wish you all a happy shopping. In order to avoid scrambling and to facilitate inventory and payment, only 4 people are allowed in at a time. The first 4 people who entered were immediately impressed. The first thing they saw was the special fruit area. Opposite the door was an oversized shelf filled with fish roe bags without fragrance. The specifications range from 0.5 cubic meters to 10 cubic meters. The normal fish roe bags are 1 cubic meter and 8 cubic meters in size, but the fruits grown by natural divisions are occasionally larger or smaller, so there are multiple specifications. Each specification has a price tag. The cheapest 0.5 cubic meter is priced at 1 first-level crystal core, which is a price that most people can afford. Above the shelf, a brick flower stand was hung from the ceiling. On the flower stand was a pot of soybean seedlings with 10 different sizes of fish roe bags. From time to time, golden subtitles floated out from the leaves of the soybean seedlings. Species, soybeans, fruit, fish roe bag. I am very individual. Although I am also called fish roe bag, all my fish roe has been eaten. Don't look at me as a small one, I can actually hold a lot of fish. Subtitles appeared on the fish roe bags of various sizes. Current storage space capacity 1 cubic meter. Current storage space capacity 2 cubic meters. Current storage space capacity 10 cubic meters. A piece of brick sign, with a potato nightlight embedded in it, and no picking engraved on it was also hung on the seedlings. Wow! It's a storage bag. You must buy one. Everyone who saw the fish roe bag after entering the door couldn't resist the temptation to buy one. It just so happens that you can use it as a shopping bag after buying it. Going further in, behind the special fruit area, there are the grain and oil area and the fresh food area. Several shelves in the grain and oil area are connected, and there is only one thing on them, bags of rice stacked up. The smallest is 400 grams, and the largest is 5 kilograms. There is also a pot of rice seedlings hanging on the shelf, and the barrage introduces itself. Species, rice. Fruit, rice. Non-glutinous rice. I have many ways to eat it. There is also a nightlight sign on the seedlings that says no picking. Can only buy one bag? The biggest bag. Buy it. Looking at the fresh food area again, there are 2 kinds of fruits on the shelf. One is a potato nightlight with different sizes, shapes, expressions, and even brightness, and the other is a fruit coconut of the same size. What about fruits? How long have you not eaten them? Lights are indispensable at night. Behind the fresh food area is the snack area. The snack area has more varieties, including chocolate-flavored fish roe lucky bags, small flower pots that will turn into steamed sweet potato jerky after steaming, fried chicken house French fries, Lay's potato chips, chocolate-filled potato pancakes, and mint milk candies with original and white chocolate fillings. Brick marshmallows are not sold on the snack shelves because they will stick together if you are not careful, but are used as shopping gifts. Put them in each storage fish roe lucky bag in advance, and buy a bag and get a brick marshmallow for free. Chocolate is filling, and you can eat it yourself without children, not to mention how delicious snacks are. Next to the snack area is the beverage shelf, which only displays EBOW at 3 temperatures separately. It's the end of the world. Can water be lacking? Hey, there is actually boiled water that doesn't need to be boiled. Then comes the cooked food area. There are original fish roe lucky bags, roasted sweet potato flour pots, mashed potatoes, potato and egg rolls, and a separate shelf for 3 kinds of fast food, preserved egg and lean meat porridge, braised pork rice and fried rice noodles, as well as a tap for water spinach and lean meat soup. There are also daily necessities areas, clothing areas, bedding areas, and furniture areas. In the daily necessities area, 2 connected shelves are placed with coconut pots and coconut kitchenware sets, and a row of shelves next to them are mint toiletries sets and mint soaps, and next to them are showers, kitchen faucets, hot spring bath faucets, and steam water guns. Tissue paper and wet toilet paper are on a separate shelf, connected to the sanitary napkin shelf, and next to it is a 2-layer shelf for hydrating sunscreen spray and hydrating sleeping cream. The shelves in the clothing area are floor-standing clothes hangers, hanging clothes, shoes, and socks of various sizes. The bedding area is placed with sofa beds and mattresses, on which are sets of pillows, pillowcases, bed covers, quilt covers, thin blankets, thick quilts, towels, and bath towels. The furniture area is a pile of furniture made of bricks and coconut doors, ranging from small items like hooks, table cabinets, wash basins, chairs and stools to large items like wardrobes, coffee tables, and dining tables. They are all missing. Grit your teeth and tighten your belt and buy them. Chapter 46. A group of people entered the supermarket, just like bandits entering a village, leaving the place empty once they passed. There were also old people who looked up and chatted with Meow Meow hanging on the shelves like children. Except for the furniture area, there was a pot of Meow Meow hanging on the shelves with a sign saying no picking, and a bullet screen of introduction and explanation. When you have questions or don't understand something during shopping, just talk to Meow Meow and ask. Old man, spiritual plants. Meow Meow, hey! I'm here. Shanair, you are worthy of being my Meow Meow. After choosing the things, I returned to the cashier counter on the left side of the entrance. There was a coconut pod brand cashier box on the cashier counter. You paid for the crystal core here. Currently, the cashier work is taken turns by several girls. Whoever is free will collect the money. When no one is free, Shanair also arranged for Depang to sit next to the cashier box. Now, someone has paid the bill. Depang stopped eating snacks and stared at the other person with his little eyes. It didn't stop until it saw the other party throw all the crystal cores into the cashier box, and continued to stare at the next person in line to pay, which made people laugh and cry. After the cub was promoted to level 3, it became smarter. It remembered the price of each fruit at a glance. No one can give it less than a crystal core in front of it. Although it now has more favorite snacks, crystal cores are also its food, so you have to watch it. Less than an hour after opening, everything was sold out. Some people who didn't buy left dejectedly, vowing to get up early tomorrow to line up and be the first to come in. 3 meals will still be sold, so Chenru is not afraid that someone will go hungry because they can't buy anything. The light of the end of the world is thriving. The survivors live in new houses, have 3 meals a day, and can go to the supermarket. Outside the light of the end of the world, there is another shocking doomsday scene. High-rise buildings collapsed like an avalanche, shops and houses were weathered into slag in the blink of an eye, and even the crisscrossing and winding roads on the ground were gone. A prosperous city just disappeared like this. Looking around, there are only various man-made debris, soil, mountains, lakes, air, and dense zombies, strange beasts and plants. The light of the end of the world has become the most dazzling cub in the entire Lawn City, of course, not the only one. In the sunlight, it is vaguely visible that there is another reflective point on the high ground far away. That is the location of the safe zone, and it is far away from the light of the end of the world. Chief, it has been confirmed that the Panda domain is more advanced than Damiai's alien space and Haigua's CQ. In an office with the strictest security in the safe zone, Yin Heng, the captain of the Sky Eye superpower team, is reporting the situation he has found out to Yin Weiguang. Yin Weiguang is the highest leader of the Lansher military region, and one of the few high-ranking officials in Lansher who was not affected after the apocalypse. He is the first person in charge of the safe zone. He is over 60 years old this year. He doesn't look like a soldier, but like a kind and amiable old grandfather next door. The old man listened carefully to Yin Heng's report on the details of the light of the end of the world. Until the report was finished, there was silence in the office for a long time. The old man was silent for a long time, tears gradually appeared in his eyes, and his voice was full of excitement. God will not destroy my great Xia. As he said, he ordered the secretary beside him, Yu Jia, make arrangements. I will go over to discuss cooperation matters first, and let everyone prepare for relocation. With the help of the speed psychic, the two parties met in the living room of Building 802 of the light of the end of the world at night. It was past mealtime, and Uncle Joe wanted to cook for the group to show his respect, but was stopped by Yin Weiguang. The old man was approachable and said, I want to taste the food I grow. This is easy to do. Each person got a coconut, a fast food, potato pancakes, mint candy, and other snacks were placed directly on the coffee table. Chen Er and Grandpa Rong sat on one side, while Yin Weiguang, Yin Heng, Yu Jia and his group sat across the table. After a conversation, The purpose of the group's visit became clear. Old Yin, let me be frank. If you move to the safe zone, you must follow the arrangements and not ask for special treatment. Also, even if you provide your own crystal cores to produce bricks and provide your own labor to build houses, as long as it is within Big Fatty's territory and the bricks are grown by you must pay rent. We can only continue to discuss cooperation if you agree. This time, the leader of the Apocalypse Light side was Grandpa Rong, and the old man rarely showed his sharp side. Chenru also just knew that Grandpa Rong was actually a retired military boss. Yin Hung and others were all shocked when they saw Grandpa Rong. The deputy subordinate looked respectful when he saw his superior. Gui, we have been comrades for many years. Don't you trust me? The old man held a pot of soybean seedlings with a lucky bag of fish roe in his arms, and touched it curiously. Hearing this, he assured with a serious face, I know what you are worried about. The officials are not bandits. They will take away your things and erase your contributions. Since there are regulations for renting a house, the rent you should pay will not be reduced by a penny. I don't mean anything else. I just want you to know that we have someone to support us. Grandpa Rong looked protective of his child, which made Chen Er feel very warm. After thinking for a while, she pulled in Kur and Rong Shu, who were sitting on both sides, together and whispered in their ears for a while. After the two nodded, she said to the opposite side, we have discussed that self-built houses can be rent-free, but domain fees must be paid, 1 cubic space for 1 first-level crystal core, and after paying, the house is personal. Thinking of the large number of people in the safe zone, she added, you can pay on credit in installments. The fact that fruits can be planted will be discovered sooner or later. By then, everyone will be free to use bricks, and there will definitely be many people who build their own houses. If they really have to pay rent, no one will dare not pay in order to use the domain, but they will be more or less unwilling. But if the name of collecting rent is replaced by domain fees, the effect will be different. She can still collect her rent, but the rent is not monthly, but a one-time payment, so the payer will not be reluctant, and after paying the fee, they can live in the field more at ease. This is good? Yin Weiguang and Grandpa Rong praised at the same time. Then it's settled. Yin Weiguang looked at Chen Er, smiling kindly, my friend, what do you plan to plant later? Have you considered communication? Although Chen Er hasn't planted new plants for a few days, no one thinks she won't be able to plant new things. Chen Er was stunned. Do you need it urgently? Urgent. Yin Han looked serious. It is very important to restore communication. If possible, please give priority to planting spiritual fruits, such as mobile phones and computers. Although he didn't explain too much, from the name of the superpower team this person belongs to, which is Sky Eye, she can probably guess that this person is an official intelligence officer. Chen Er took it to heart and nodded. I try my best, but I can't guarantee that I can grow it. Sometimes she herself can't guess what she will grow. It's not something she can control. You don't need to feel any pressure, just grow whatever you want. We're just giving you a suggestion. Yin Weiguang waved his hand and said with a smile, but the authorities may need you to provide some plants and fruits for research, you see, the price. Chapter 47. One night, the two sides finalized the cooperation matters, and Chenru took Yin Weiguang and his group to visit the newly opened Guagua supermarket. The empty shelves were already filled in the afternoon. Before, I didn't feel much when I just saw the fruits hanging on the seedlings, but I was shocked when I saw them piled up on the shelves. There may not be many kinds of fruits, but they are barely enough to be dazzling when put together. The old man smiled with tears in his eyes. Good, good, good. After visiting the light of the end of the world, he rented a villa in the number 1 residential area on the spot, and then selected a safe area to build a house in the light of the end of the world. The old man had to rush back overnight. When a group of people sent him to the gate, the old man looked at the secretary beside him. Yu Jie, crystal core. Yu Jie took out a lucky bag of fish roe that he didn't know when he bought it, and poured out a large sack from it. Here are 5,000 crystal cores, which are subsidies provided by the government for Chen Er. 1 bag per month in the future, which is not included in the previous cooperative business. Yin Weiguang's words stunned the group of people in the light of the end of the world. Business is business, cooperation is cooperation, but Chen Er is also a citizen of our country. Because of Chen Er, there is the light of the end of the world, which is also the light of hope for De Xiao. Yin Weiguang looked at Chen Er. Although there is nothing under the red fog, we can't give you better things, but we still have the ability to provide some help. Chen Er, Wow, I'm so moved that I'm going to cry. In her lifetime, she was actually fed by the official father. She couldn't refuse, and in the old man's eager eyes, she couldn't bear to refuse. Chen Er finally accepted this sack of crystal cores. After sending Yin Weiguang and his group away, she tried to lift it. It was quite heavy, just like her mood at the moment. The pressure was too great. Chen Er had a melancholy face, and couldn't help but feel suspicious. She suspected that she was being tricked. She just told her not to feel any pressure, but in the blink of an eye, she was said to be the light of hope for Daxia. The old man probably thought that her pressure was not big enough, and wished that she would become a working ox on the spot? It didn't matter whether it was or not, Chen Er was willing to become a working ox. That night, Enkur had already had a beauty sleep, but she was still diligently taking care of the balcony. The balcony had long been built with layers of flower racks with bricks against the wall. As usual, she watered the flower pots and loosened the soil with the bathroom shower, and the hose was hidden, which was a very useful spray can. After watering and loosening the soil, she took some new seeds and planted them. When she turned the soil to several mushroom pots, Chen Er suddenly remembered that Rongshu seemed to have frozen a box of fresh mushrooms. She couldn't help but think that the frozen coconuts had grown into mini coconut trees. So could the frozen fresh mushrooms grow? The more she thought about it, the more excited she became. Or give it a try? Putting down the small hoe in her hand, Chen Er ran out of 802 excitedly, shouting Brother Rong, while knocking on the door of 801. Unexpectedly, Grandpa Rong had already gone back to his room to rest. Rongshu was just taking a shower in the bathroom. He caught her anxious voice, and hurried out to open the door. He only had a bath towel wrapped around him temporarily. The man was wet all over, and drops of water dripped from his hair and cheeks, sliding across his sexy Adam's apple and collarbone, winding down along his firm and well-proportioned chest and abdominal muscles, and sinking into the seductive waistline under the bath towel. Chen Er was stunned. What happened? The man asked her, seemingly unaware of how seductive he looked. Chen Er immediately looked up, afraid that as she continued to watch, her nose would bleed. After a moment's reaction, she remembered the purpose of her coming over. Brother Rong, I just remembered that you still have a box of fresh mushrooms frozen, and I want to take some to try. Chen Er kept looking up, and her voice was muffled. Rongshu's eyes flashed, and he suddenly bent over and came closer, with an incomparably handsome face hanging above Chen Er's upturned face. A few centimeters away, their eyes met. Why are you looking up? Rongshu's voice was low and sexy. As he spoke, his warm breath brushed against Chen Er's face. If he got a little closer, he could kiss her directly. Chen Er was so shocked that she suddenly looked back, and she was about to lose her balance. A big hand grabbed her waist and pulled her forward, and she fell uncontrollably into Rongshu's arms. Her chin and hands were on Rongshu's chest, and her whole body weight was attached to the man. Her body was soft and pressed against him, as if she was being burned by fire, especially the waist where that hand was holding her, which was getting hotter and hotter. The surroundings were silent. Thump, thump, thump. The violent beating was the sound of her own heartbeat, and it seemed that there was also. Brother Rong, your heartbeat is so fast. Beating faster than hers. Just finished a shower, it's hot. Rongshu's voice was hoarse. After he finished speaking, he steadied Chen Er and let go, and suddenly turned to the direction of the bathroom. I come after I change my clothes. Chen Er looked at his back, blushing, her heart throbbing violently, and turned her back to the door of 801. She seemed to have felt it just now. Rongshu changed his clothes and came out. Chen Er was still standing at the door, with her head down, so shy that she seemed to want to put her face on the ground. Staring at the girl with burning eyes for a moment, Rongshu stepped forward, pulled her two tangled hands apart, and took them, pulling her towards the corridor and kitchen. Let's go. Nothing more was said, but the action of holding hands seemed to explain everything. From getting the unsealed mushrooms, planting the mushrooms with the man, to the man sending her back to the bedroom and leaving on his own, Chen Er's hand was always held. After closing the door and lying on the bed, Chen Er successfully suffered from insomnia. She fell asleep in a daze in the second half of the night. After a few days, she dreamed again. On the balcony, in the mushroom pot that had just been planted, 3 plump heart-shaped mushrooms emerged from the soil, with white mushroom stems and brown mushroom caps, growing side by side in a straight line from tall to short. It quickly grew taller and bigger, becoming the size of a palm. Not long after, a line of golden subtitles appeared on the mushroom cap. Species, mushroom, then, 2 lines of subtitles floated out on the tallest mushroom. Fruit 1, air conditioner. It has been in the refrigerator for a long time, and I have stored a lot of cold air. Give me a crystal core, and I will share some with you. Then the middle height mushroom in the row also floated out 2 lines of subtitles. Fruit 2, flush toilet. At the beginning, I was actually very clean. Looking at the shortest one, the subtitles are, Fruit 3, mushroom blind box. Before opening the lid, you will never guess what little surprise I have hidden inside. The moment Chenru saw the heart-shaped mushroom, he suddenly felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. She finally understood why she always grew chocolate-flavored food. This. She was moved, and felt a little bit in love, and it was reflected in the plants and fruits she grew. Oh my god, can she still have some privacy? No, she must cover it up, and no one can find out. Chapter 48. Although she was worried, Chen couldn't control her desire to show off. She wanted to let the world know that she had planted new seedlings. But she didn't need to show off anymore. She slept late yesterday, and got up even later today. The sun was already high outside, and a group of people had already moved her newly planted mushroom seedlings to the dining table in the corridor, and studied them thoroughly. When Chen came out, she had seen several pots of new mushrooms that had grown naturally after being planted with fruits. When she saw the new mushrooms, she was stunned for a moment, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The newly grown mushrooms were not all heart-shaped, and many were round like normal mushrooms. This is really great. However, even so, she was still teased by Lin Ju. Again, why did you grow mushrooms in the shape of a heart? Who do you want to grow the heart for? What a joke. So angry. Chen snatched the pot of mushroom seedlings from his arms. It's not for you anyway. Lin Ju, Hey, little Urgi is getting more and more irritable. After Chen scolded Lin Ju, he couldn't help looking in Rongshu's direction. The man sat on a sofa with armrests on the sofa bed against the wall, his left elbow resting on the armrest, his forehead supported by his hand, and his right hand playing with a heart-shaped mushroom, looking at her with a comfortable smile, and it was obvious that he was in a good mood. Chen face was a little hot. Brother Rong must have guessed why she grew chocolate in heart shapes. I really want to cover my face. Although she was very shy, when Rongshu stood up and walked to the dining table, pulled out a chair with a towel footpad, and waved at her, she still trotted over happily and sat down. The atmosphere between the two people today was a little different from usual. Even Enkir, who had low emotional intelligence, looked at this side twice in confusion, not to mention other people who were interested. Grandpa Rong's old face was directly smiling like a flower. Everyone was here. It was close to noon at this time, and Uncle Zhou was already tinkering with lunch dishes. Guagua Supermarket's turnover for today was achieved, and the other people's work was done. People in the safe zone moved in batches. The first batch came early in the morning. There were enough people to build houses, and the construction team he brought out had experience, so Rongshu also became a hands-off boss. While waiting for lunch, Chen held a bowl of coconut sweet porridge that Rongshu helped her open the lid and hand it over. While eating, she couldn't sit still. She ran to touch the extra air conditioner in the corner of the wall, and then picked a toilet mushroom. Seeing that a group of friends were still excited to open blind boxes, she wanted to join in the fun. When the complete form of the mini mushroom air conditioner was enlarged, it was a vertical air conditioner that was a little taller than Chen. On the round and long mushroom handle, there is a 360-degree fan blade outlet. The circular baffle can be manually rotated to pull up or open, and the fan blade can also be adjusted. On the top of the mushroom handle is a mushroom cap that looks like a hat worn crookedly, and there is a black spot crystal core groove on the mushroom cap. The crystal core is inserted halfway vertically, and just fits in. After the crystal core is inserted, the air conditioner immediately opens the air outlet, and starts to release cold air. When it is not needed, take out the crystal core, and the air conditioner stops working. After the toilet mushroom is taken off, it also becomes the size of a normal flush toilet. Unlike the round and slender mushroom handle of the air conditioner, the handle of the toilet mushroom is oval and very thick. The mushroom cover is open to become the toilet cover. The inside of the mushroom handle is the hollow toilet body. There is also a button on the right side of the toilet body that looks like a part of the mushroom handle at first glance, but it is actually a ring wrapped in a circle. This is a flush toilet without a water tank. The toilet wall itself is a hollow water tank. In addition to the interface connecting the toilet to the sewer, there is another water inlet at the bottom of the mushroom stem. After connecting the faucet, press the ring button to flush the toilet, and press the round button to flush the buttocks. It has a bit of the taste of a smart toilet. Although Chenru is very clear about the specific situation of the mushroom seedlings, this does not prevent her from playing. Especially when opening the blind box, she only knows that the things inside are related to mushrooms. If she doesn't really open it, she can't guess what will be in the blind box. It's addictive to play. The shape of the blind box is a short, round, and plump mushroom. The mushroom stem is also the box body, and the mushroom cover is the box cover. And unlike the air conditioning mushroom and toilet mushroom, the blind box mushroom is a fresh real mushroom that can be eaten. If you open the lid without picking the blind box, the hidden things inside have not been taken out, and the subtitles will pop up. Chin Air opened a pack of mushroom beef, and a subtitle popped up on it. Mushroom beef, your snack for watching TV series. Chin Air didn't even drink the porridge, and immediately opened the familiar yellow and black edge package. The rich aroma soon filled the corridor, shocking everyone's taste buds. Pick up a piece of mushroom beef, and put it in your mouth. The taste is simply amazing. Chin Air ate one piece after another, and couldn't stop at all. He also stuffed a few pieces into Rongshu's mouth next to him. The fruit food grown at home is absolutely natural, and has no additives. Look, the big guy who doesn't eat snacks very much also eats it very deliciously. Other people who never ate this kind of junk food in the past also saw it, and became greedy. Again and again, give me some. Linju and others have been opening snacks for a whole morning, but they haven't opened any snacks yet. Seeing that everyone was greedy, Chin Air was a little reluctant, but still shared the rest, and everyone tasted a piece. When he was stimulating the growth of mushrooms in other pots, and Rongshu helped her crush the crystal nucleus to stimulate the growth. Soon, a new blind box mushroom grew out. When the lid was opened, it looked like mushroom sauce, distinct grains, nutritious and delicious. This Linju and others had already opened. In addition to mushroom fat beef and mushroom sauce, several people also opened chicken stewed with mushrooms, mushroom topaz, and mushroom meatball soup. The most surprising thing was that they opened a Pedal brand 20 folding mobile phone. Mobile phone, I am super portable. There are two colors, white mushroom stem and brown mushroom cap. Each mobile phone has a different mobile phone number on the back. The mobile phone will automatically unfold when it is gently pulled, and it will be filled like air. The crease disappears after it is filled. A flat ultra-thin screen appears in front of you. When folded, the filled screen deflates and becomes a thin paper. Fold 16 times horizontally. The size of a flat plate can be folded into an ultra-thin small strip, and bend 4 times vertically to fold into 4 square connected bracelets, which can be directly buckled on the wrist. In the folding mode, you can see that the head and tail of the bracelet are not connected, but a gap the size of the crystal core is left. There is a groove at each end of the bracelet that matches the diamond-shaped sharp ends of the crystal core. Just like installing a battery, align the 2 ends of the crystal core with the groove and insert it firmly, and the gap of the bracelet is filled. Charging with the crystal core is equivalent to charging a mobile phone. In the unfolded mode, there are 2 crystal core grooves. The crystal core is embedded in one of them, which can also charge the mobile phone. The position of the crystal core groove also has the power button and volume button of the mobile phone. When it is turned on, you can see that the screen is super clear, and it seems to have its own network and signal. In addition to full energy, Wi-Fi and signal are also full. The mobile phone screen can also be projected directly into the air, switched to computer mode, and the mobile phone interface is simultaneously switched to the touch keyboard interface, which is a portable computer. Chapter 49. On the initial interface, there are time, calendar, calculator, memo, camera, as well as Shein, Feishan and App Store. Unfortunately, the store is empty, Shein has no users, and Feishan contacts only have your current phone number. Everything needs to be rebuilt. Sun Binbin opened one and hugged it tightly, eyes wide. Wow, what a magical machine this is. The screen projection can even switch to 3D mode. Son, this is my own son. The background interface of the fat man eating bamboo shoots on the phone was projected into a 3-dimensional light screen around Sun Binbin. There is also a 3D fat man on the light screen that looks like the fat man statue in the yard downstairs, projected next to Sun Binbin. The child was so excited that he almost fainted. He finally got the game console he had been dreaming about. And it had a naked eye 3D screen projection. Programmer, we have to find a programmer quickly. The machine is ready, only the app is missing. He did it as soon as he thought of it. Just as he was about to fold up his phone and take it with him, his finger accidentally opened the App Store. He didn't think much of it at first, but he saw something new inside. Damn! There's an app for cleaning up garbage in the store. It's in the shape of a mushroom-headed brush, called Mushroom Broom. It wasn't there just now. This phone can actually develop its own software? Sun Binbin almost jumped up. I actually wanted to build one by itself. That would be really easy. Lin Ju had a 2-dimensional computer screen projection in front of him, and his fingers were tapping on the phone screen that had switched to a touchpad, so fast that it seemed like it was about to fly. On the screen, there were dense strings of program codes that normal people couldn't understand. Sun Binbin exclaimed, "Brother Lin, did you make this app?" Lin Ju raised his eyebrows and kept moving his hands. "It's just developing a small software. No big deal." Brother Lin is a professional in this area. Uncle Joe came over with a big pot of delicious cold dishes, which were made of frozen leftover ingredients. "Wow! It's cold dishes." Chenru was surprised that Lin Ju was so good, but when he smelled the cold dishes, he was instantly attracted. It smelled so good. Uncle Joe liked Chenru's greedy look, which was very lovable. Sun Binbin was different. The internet-addicted teenager was obsessed with games, so he didn't care whether the food was delicious or not. He approached Lin Ju eagerly and said, "Brother, dear brother, don't clean up the garbage. There's nothing to clean up. Hurry up and make a game. My spiritual world is going crazy. Why are you in such a hurry? Wait until I get familiar with the big baby. And when you also open blind boxes for mobile phones." They have set nicknames for their phasing signals, and added each other's mobile phone numbers and friends. Rong Shu was also opening blind boxes, and mobile phones were attracted to him. But Chen Er ran to get the bowls and chopsticks, and his anxious look made him unable to continue. He stopped his actions with a smile, and helped Uncle Joe put the food on the table one by one. Today's lunch, Uncle Joe only added a cold dish, and the other dishes were fast food box fruits grown by Chen Er. Use the braised pork to directly cover the rice. Separate the braised pork from the rice. Put several boxes of meat into a dish. Put the rice in a coconut pot and serve as needed. Those with a large appetite can serve more, and those with a small appetite can serve less, which can also avoid waste. There were braised pork, chicken stewed with mushrooms, mushroom and ginseng, mushroom meatball soup, and a side dish. This lunch was quite rich, and the portions were sufficient. Everyone had a full stomach. After dinner, Chen Er played with a water gun and was still thinking about her heart-shaped mushrooms. She wanted to take them back to room 802 to hide them, but she looked around and didn't see any. "Where are my heart-shaped mushrooms?" Brother Rong took them back as soon as they were born, and no one would touch them. Lin Ju's tone was sour, the sourness of grapes that a single dog can't taste. This. Chen Er's heart was full of shame, but Rongga seemed to like it, a little shy, and a little excited. Chen Er pretended to be calm, and said, "Oh," and didn't mention the mushrooms. "I go see how the people in the safe zone are building houses." She threw down the water gun and ran downstairs, and also took away the fat man, who was curious and holding his mobile phone to learn from Lin Ju. Rong Shu hooked his lips, stood up and followed her with his long legs. Going downstairs and out of the yard, the first thing he saw was Guogua's supermarket, and then a newly opened clinic next to the supermarket. The clinic was called Hospital. This was the territory allocated to Xia Jinji. It can be said that in the entire Apocalypse Light, except for Chen Er and Fatty, Xia Jinji, the healing supernatural and medical master, is the most popular. With the increasing population, various needs have increased dramatically, among which medical care is the most urgent. Every day, people go out to kill monsters and earn crystal cores, and it is inevitable that some people will be injured and need treatment. In addition to some ordinary people's minor illnesses and pains, and various doomsday syndromes, more and more people come to Xia Jinji for treatment. But Xia Jinji was alone and could not handle it at all, so he gathered a group of doctors and nurses from before the end of the world. After examining their strength, the small hospital was opened and Xia Jinji became the director. Among the survivors, there were people with the ability of perspective and water control. They could do physical examinations and blood coagulation of wounds easily, and they were also recruited into the hospital. With these helpers, Xia Jinji only needed to go to work for the sake of showing his gratitude when there were difficult and complicated diseases or seriously ill patients in critical condition. He was also very good at being a hands-off shopkeeper. Passing by the supermarket and the door of the clinic, out of the number 1 and number 2 communities, the large area where the light of the end of the world extends to the south is the safe zone selected by Yin Weiguang. The two sides reached a friendly cooperation in a conversation yesterday. In addition, Chen Ruo was so busy collecting crystal cores that he generously gave Yin Weiguang a pot of cotton seedlings and told him how to break the crystal cores to promote the growth of seedlings. The seedlings were given to me yesterday, and when I came here today, I saw that thousands of pots had been produced. In just one morning, a large area of single-room houses had been built, which was as large as a community in the light of the end of the world. Should we say that it is worthy of the efficiency of a big country and the official speed? Chen Er was shocked. Yin Weiguang happened to come to inspect, bringing Yu Jia and Yin Hung with him. When they saw Chen Er, Rongshu and Depeng, they especially noticed that Depeng was holding a large tablet in his two paws on Rongshu, and their breathing became rapid. Depeng was abandoned by his mother, who thought it was too heavy, and was hung on Rongshu. A group of people walked quickly to Rongshu, and Yin Hung asked directly, "Is this a newly planted tablet?" "It's a 20-folding mobile phone." Chen Er used Depeng's paws to show the three people how to open and fold the mobile phone, as well as the scene of switching the air screen to the computer. Several people looked at it with wide eyes in shock. Many survivors who were building houses around were attracted and gathered around. Even the soldiers, who were following orders, looked over here. Good, good, good. Good. Yin Weiguang could not say any other words to express his emotions except good. The old man was excited and looked at Chen Er with a face full of relief. As expected, young people have unlimited potential, and it is right to give them more pressure. Look, as soon as I said there was a shortage, it was planted immediately. Chapter 50. Owner, will the mobile phone also be sold in the supermarket? A tenant also came over, and saw the mobile phone with his eyes shining. Yes, the new fruits will be sold in the supermarket in the future. The new mushrooms will be officially launched tomorrow. If you want to buy, please line up early. Mushrooms? Are they also new fruits? The fruits grown this time are mushrooms. There are 3 types: air conditioning mushrooms, toilet mushrooms, and blind box mushrooms. The mobile phone is grown from the blind box mushrooms. The blind box also contains mushrooms, mushroom sauce, mushroom meatball soup, chicken stewed with mushrooms, and mushroom topaz. The blind box itself is also edible mushrooms. And air conditioning? There are a lot more food. Eating more and more. So good. Oh my god, OP, I really want to worship you. 3 incense sticks a day. Chen Er, Thank you. I have already discussed with Yin Weiguang yesterday that in the future, for new seedlings, 1 pot is provided to the official. Of course, the crystal core must be paid. All the ones grown before were packed by the official, and this time the mushroom seedlings are no exception. Therefore, the official side basically realizes free fruit, and the survivors from the safe zone can also benefit. Of course, there are too many people. Even if there are seedlings, they can't be supplied at once. So when the Guagua supermarket opened the next day, the number of people queuing to buy things increased several times. Because it is still in the purchase limit period, and everyone has limited crystal cores, it will not be too many people who can't buy things. But even so, the 3 kinds of mushrooms that have just been put on the shelves were quickly sold out, and the people at the back of the line didn't get a hair. If you don't buy today, come back tomorrow, there will be more mushrooms. In addition, starting tomorrow, the purchase restrictions will be lifted, and fast food will no longer be provided for 3 meals a day, only in supermarkets. Everyone has stored some food in the past 2 or 3 days. Even if there is no additional supply, they will not starve. Moreover, there are fruits on the official side, and those who are really short of food can exchange them there. These 3 days have exhausted Miss Wenyu. She has been urging birth every day. Although there are Lin Ju and several broken crystal cores to help, she is still the main force. However, the benefits of high-intensity use of superpowers are also visible to the naked eye. After everyone's superpowers have been upgraded to level 3, Wenyu's superpowers have also been upgraded to level 3. The supermarket's opening hours have been extended to 1 morning, and the fruits will be replenished in time when they are sold out. Don't worry about not being able to buy anything. These days, the small warehouse next to the supermarket has been filled with various fruits. Non-consumables can be used for a long time after buying them once, and they don't consume much inventory. After that, you only need to replenish a certain amount of consumable fruits regularly every day to ensure that there is no shortage of goods. And these, Wenyu, who has upgraded to level 3, can easily handle them alone. The supermarket has stabilized and can operate normally. In less than an hour, the supermarket was cleared out again. Grandma Wang, this is the employee welfare of the store. There will be 1 for each new product in the future. You and Sisterly will each get 1. When closing the store after get off work, Chen Er gave 2 fish roll lucky bags containing various mushroom fruits to Li Jingyuan and the new clerk Grandma Wang. Grandma Wang's name is Wang Yun. She is the second old lady who gave Chen Er a crystal core after the child gave her a crystal core. Before the end of the world, the old lady opened a tailor shop and had a good skill in making clothes. Yesterday, she gave her another gift. A beautiful skirt made from pajamas grown from cotton. The clothes were made by a supernatural person. It was fairy and beautiful. Chen loved it. Just as she was preparing to recruit shop assistants, she had already decided on Li Jingyuan, and was short of one more. The job was easy, so she asked Grandma Wang to come. Today was her first day at work. Although the old lady was old, she was very agile and cherished this job. She was serious and meticulous in her work. Both she and Li Jingyuan were good employees, and good employees should be rewarded. They were very surprised to get the lucky bag of fish roe. Li Jingyuan was fine. She was close to Chen and the others, and she had already bought a lot of fruits on credit. Wang Yun, who could not take out more crystal cores to buy mushroom fruits for the time being, was very excited. After thanking Chen repeatedly, the old lady took the lucky bag and walked back to the single-room building area of Community Number 1 with a quick step. She smiled all the way. When an old man saw this, he inevitably asked a few more questions. Wang Yun, you are so happy. What's the good news? The old man's voice was full of smiles. The host just distributed employee benefits. Oh, employee benefits on the first day of work? Is it spiritual plant fruit? Of course. It's a new product. That's really a big happy event. The person who asked, and the people around who heard it were all envious. It's a pity that Guogua's supermarket only recruited 2 employees, so they can only envy. Who told them that they can't make skirts, and they don't have the heart to give gifts to the host, so they can't seize the opportunity. Wang Yun greeted people along the way, and soon returned to room 219 in the single-room building area. She came here with her grandson Zhao Lei. Zhao Lei is just an ordinary person, but before the end of the world, he loved boxing and met a group of like-minded boxing friends. After the end of the world, several people formed a team and barely had some combat power to kill monsters and earn crystal cores. And all along the way to the light of the end of the world, in order to do a good job of protection, most of the crystal cores were spent on asking supernatural people to isolate the red fog. The grandparents and grandchildren had little savings left, and they had to save money to buy food, so they could only rent a single room. As soon as he entered the house, the old man couldn't wait to pour out the mushrooms in the fish roe blessing bag. There were not only air conditioning mushrooms and toilet mushrooms, but also several blind boxes. When he opened it, he saw that there was one of each mushroom food in the blind box, and even a 20-folding mobile phone. The old man couldn't help covering his mouth, and tears welled up in his eyes. At this glance, it was picked out, the host's kid. Just at this time, Zhao Lei, who was worried about his grandmother's first day at work, came back with fast food distributed by the construction site. Grandma, how was your first day at work today? Are you tired? As soon as he entered the door, Zhao Lei was attracted by the extra mushroom fruits on the sofa bed. Is this a new mushroom fruit? Zhao Lei, you are back just in time. Come on, come and have a look. There is the phone you want. Grandma was thinking that I would buy you one in installments after the crystal cores were issued at the end of the month, but I didn't expect that on the first day of work, the host would give you benefits. Not only a mobile phone, but also an air conditioner. The family didn't have the conditions to add tables, chairs, benches, etc. There was only a sofa bed, a mattress next to it, and everything was placed on the sofa bed. Zhao Lei forgot to take off his shoes, walked to the sofa, and sat down, and picked up the phone in surprise, and fiddled with it. In addition to the folding function, there are 3D projection and computer mode. Zhao Lei couldn't put it down. What a high-end phone! Wang Yun moved the air conditioner to the corner of the wall, and stuffed a crystal core into the groove. The cold air came out instantly, and the stuffy room quickly cooled down. You can sleep well at night. The old man pulled his grandson against the air conditioner to blow. After a while, Wang Yun said, change the toilet too. Without a water gun, the brick toilet can't be flushed clean. Zhao Lei laughed. When he first came, his grandmother praised the toilet. While Zhao Lei was changing the toilet, Wang Yun took out a coconut pot to wash rice and cook. After the rice was cooked, she took out a few boxes of mushroom fast food that she had just received, and added the fried rice noodles that Zhao Lei brought back, and she had a decent lunch. Although they sat on the floor, and the food was placed on the sofa with a towel, the grandparents and grandchildren ate with relish. You know, a few days later, before, they couldn't even have food to eat. Not to mention clothes to cover their bodies, and soft sofa beds and mattresses to sleep on. Although there are not many things now, and there are no tables and chairs, they have all the necessary clothes, toiletries, kitchen faucets, and some food. And all of these were bought in advance at Guogua's supermarket in installments. The grandparents and grandchildren ate their meals, and occasionally looked at each other. What they saw was no longer the exhaustion and despair in each other's eyes, but the light full of hope for life and the future. Thanks to the host. Chapter 51. Similar scenes were staged in every corner of the light of the end of the world. Although Chenru did not visit the tenants one by one, he could tell from the increasing number of smiles on their faces that everyone's life was getting better day by day. After the official came, the expansion of the light of the end of the world stopped at community number 2. After discussion, everyone unanimously decided to only collect rent in the future, and leave the matter of continued expansion or other matters to the official, who was very good at throwing it away. After all, the rent of these 2 communities was enough for the upgrade of several superpowers in the 9-person group and daily consumption, and there was still more. Moreover, the income was not limited to this. There was also the huge amount of money paid by the official to buy seedlings, the rent of the domain, and the income from selling fruits in the Guagua supermarket. In just a few days, Chenru had cleared a wall opposite the bed, which was specially used to hang the fish robe blessing bag containing crystal cores. This was her personal savings after distributing dividends to the 9 people in this small group. Just 2 words. Get rich. You can count crystal cores while lying down. The dream came true so quickly that it caught people off guard. In the living room of 802, each person had a sofa, and a group of internet addicts were lying there, madly browsing Shuin. Even Grandpa Rong was not left behind. Shuin had registered thousands of users in a short time. If the number of hardware phones could not keep up, it would probably be even more. The most popular ones are 4 Shuin accounts. One is the Light of the End of the World official account created by Lin Ju, one is the official Da Xiaolan City official account, and the other is the live broadcast account for eating that Grandpa Rong registered for Depang, called National Treasure. The last Shuin account is called Owner. You still have a baby to feed at home, and its popularity even surpassed the 2 official accounts. I don't know who opened this account. For the sake of stuttering, the whole post is just flattering, and all the replies are the same. Lin Ju suddenly complained, and Chen Er and others also clicked in to read it out of curiosity. The child still needs a pot of Buddha jumps over the wall. OP, you are the most beautiful fairy in the sky. Even the Buddha can't help but jump over the wall. How can you eat fried noodles without Coca-Cola? OP, you are beautiful and kind. Do you have a bottle of Coca-Cola for your most loyal tenant? Recalling the last bite of ice cream. There was once a delicious ice cream in front of me, but I was too full and only tasted it lightly, wanting to save it for tomorrow. I didn't expect that it would be a farewell forever. If I were given another chance, I would definitely. Ask the OP, who is so beautiful, do you miss the out-of-print ice cream as well? Looking at a series of beautiful comments, Chen Er felt a little embarrassed at first, but soon, she quietly liked each comment one by one. She also forgot to set the likes to be invisible to others, and received a puzzled look from everyone. In addition to the 4 popular potato music accounts, there are also various posts about survival in the end times, summarizing the types of superpowers that have appeared, guessing the source of the red fog, invitations to team up to kill monsters, strategies for killing monsters, etc. Looking down, I also saw someone posting about teaming up to travel far away. Tuxingson, my superpower is earth walking, which can lead people to move quickly through the ground. I want to go to Gon City to find my parents. Are there any big brothers who also want to go to Gon City? Let's chat privately to form a team. This post is also very popular, and many people commented below, favorite mushroom, woohoo, I want to go home too. I came to Lon City for tourism, but unfortunately encountered the apocalypse. But my home is not in Gon City, but in Yun City, which is farther away. I am just an ordinary person. I dare not even go out. It is just a burden to form a team with others. Cotton Juju Z. I dream of going back to Jing City to see how my parents are doing. Cactus de Zhuang. I miss my grandma. She is old. I don't know if she survived this cannibalistic apocalypse. Save crystal cores to support girlfriend. Boss, my girlfriend is on a business trip in Gon City. I will form a team with you. Tang Long too. I want to go to Bay City. My daughter just got married there. I couldn't go there before because food was a problem. Now I bring water spinach with me. Lean meat soup tap. You won't starve anywhere. My natal roasted sweet potato flour pot. Everyone calm down. I think with the speed of our 2 legs, by the time we find our family, the daylily will be cold, and we will put ourselves in danger. My natal roasted sweet potato flour pot. First of all, I'm not talking without any pain. I also have very important relatives separated from each other. My natal roasted sweet potato flour pot. But I know better that going out now is sending myself into a zombie den and a monster's mouth. It's better to wait until our national treasure area expands a little bit, or wait for the host to grow a means of transportation, then we can't go anywhere we want. The host's leg pendant. Agree +1, Going out now is looking for death. Wait for the host to grow a plane. My father. +2, there must be safe areas in other cities. Other family members are fine. Waiting to reunite in the future. You ran out and got into trouble and let your family send you off. Waiting for the OP to plant a UFO. Cotton turns into a sofa. Add 10086. Be rational. Want to cross the city with 2 legs through the dense monsters? Even if you are a superpower, it is the same as seeking death. Waiting for the OP's arbitrary door. The kind that can get you to wherever you want to go as soon as you open the door. Originally, 802, which was still happily browsing posts and videos, with all kinds of chirping sounds, became silent at some point. Although everyone was still looking at their phones, as if nothing had happened, it was obvious that they were not calm inside, especially Lin Ju, whose face was a little gloomy. Speaking of which, Brother Lin's parents are still in Beijing. He must be very worried, right? And Brother Rong and Grandpa Rong are also from Beijing. Do they still have relatives there? Do they want to go back too? Because relatives in the end times are a taboo topic that no one wants to mention, and no one in this small group has ever asked or talked about their relatives. Chen Ru is not very clear about these. As soon as a heavy expression appeared on her face, Rongshu rubbed her head gently as if he knew what she was thinking. Don't think too much. The people I care about are here. It doesn't matter whether I go back or not. The other relatives in Beijing are just some face. As for the company and employees, I can't change anything if I go back. The power of an individual seems too small under the behemoth of the end of the world. What about Brother Lin? Chen Ru leaned close to his ear and asked in a worried whisper. The warm breath sprayed on Rongshu's neck. The man's Adam's apple moved and his eyes dimmed. Again, if you want to know something, just ask me directly. Although it was a small voice, Lin Ju still heard it. Without waiting for Chen Er to feel embarrassed, Lin Ju raised his eyebrows, shrugged and smiled. It's true that my parents are still in Beijing. I am a little worried, but not too worried. If they have mutated, it's useless for me to go there. If they haven't mutated. My father is an official, and my mother is a researcher. They are usually protected by special people. The two of them fought in the martial arts school opened by my cousin. They are both very skilled. They may be safer than me. After Lin Ju said this, Chen Er felt relief for him and his attention was quickly diverted. Uncle Zhou also opened a martial arts school? Yes, he also has multiple positions, chef, housekeeper, driver, full of energy, not fragile at all. And Kur looked at the phone and interrupted. Inadvertently, she insinuated her little cousin and quickly made amends. I didn't say you. Chen Er, Do you know what it means to be so rude? Humph, she is not so fragile now. Sooner or later, she will become a calf and blind your dog eyes. Chapter 52. Hey, someone actually managed to grow ordinary plants. Uncle Joe suddenly said in surprise. What ordinary plants? You can search for a potato account called Su Tian Tian. She used intact seeds to grow plants from before the end of the world. She actually grew plants from before the end of the world? Everyone searched for Su Tian Tian in surprise. The potato account Su Tian Tian was registered not long ago, and only one video was uploaded, which recorded the process of growing a handful of green sprouts with a sweet potato pot that she bought. Family, big surprise. I still have a pack of pre-apocalyptic tomato seeds on hand. I tried to plant them to isolate the red fog in my rental house. I didn't expect that they actually sprouted and grew into normal pre-apocalyptic plants. Upload the video record. Let's witness the growth of the tomatoes together. The comments below are very lively. Sooner or later, Guogua's supermarket will be acquired. Sister, you are too brave. What if you mutate? Fat brother's younger brother at Chizeo Acquisition Guogua's supermarket. What are you afraid of? Sister, we have our fat brother here. Even if you mutate, you can't hurt anyone. Fat brother's younger brother. A few days ago, a brother next to me suddenly turned into a zombie, and I was almost scared. Death, I thought I was going to confess. But I didn't expect that zombie buddy to become a small black dot in the sky in the blink of an eye, and was thrown out by our fat brother. Fat brother is awesome. A plate of smashed cucumbers. I just happened to have a packet of seeds on hand. I was still hesitating. Now I'm going to plant them immediately. I dream of having the same superpower as the OP. Go, 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 I'm planting too. God of luck bless me. Hit me hard with the same superpower as the OP. Want to eat fried eggs? Who has fertilized chicken and duck eggs before the end of the world? Don't hide them. Try to hatch them quickly. Chen Er was depressed. Why didn't she grow a normal plant out of all the plants she planted? It's impossible for every pot of seedlings to line up, waiting for her to dream of turning them into magical plants. This depression didn't last long. An hour later, Su Tian Tian. Updated again. The newly shot naked eye 3D picture is hard to describe. On the video, the small tomato seemed to mature in just 1 hour, and was half the height of an adult. However, it did not produce small tomatoes as everyone imagined, but grew into a first-level red root alien plant. Su Tian was careless and didn't notice anything wrong, and still looked longing. If I feed it with crystal cores, will it also grow into a spiritual plant? As a result, after feeding it several crystal cores in a row, it grew into a red root monster. The roots were pulled out of the flower pot, twisted into the shape of 2 legs, like twisting a twist, and crossed towards Su Tian. Ding ding ding. Don't get me wrong, this run is not a fledgling looking for its mother. The scary black hole mouth on the blood-red root has split open, and it opened its mouth to bite Su Tian. Su Tian was so scared that her soul flew away, and she suddenly fell out of the camera, as if she fell to the ground. Seeing the red-rooted tomato monster flying towards Su Tian from the camera with its mouth wide open, everyone watching the video couldn't help but be nervous. Fortunately, the next second, the red-rooted monster suddenly flew out of the camera, and the familiar posture of being bounced away made everyone feel relieved. Big Fat is awesome. After a long time, a girl's pale and frightened face crawled out of the empty screen. Family, cherish life, and stay away from plants. I have decided to hand in the seeds. Such precious things are not worthy of us mortals to raise. Only our beautiful and noble host is worthy of it. Chen Er smiled. What a big surprise. I felt mentally balanced, and I felt sorry for the unlucky kid for a second. It was after dinner, and most people were browsing their phones. The video was gaining popularity very quickly. The latest comments under the video popped up one after another. Big Fat Boss. Wow, this naked eye 3D special effect is amazing. When the red-rooted tomato rushed over, I almost thought it was in front of me. I was so scared that I changed my account name on the spot. A plate of smashed cucumbers. With a trimmer in his hand, the seeds and the flower pot were thrown out of the balcony. I dream of having the same superpower as the OP. I haven't even started dreaming, but my dream is broken. Why does the OP have this superpower? Am I the only one who wants to know the reason for the mutation? The seeds are good, the doors and windows are not open, and the rented house isolates the red fog. What caused it? Nyo Hulu Homes. Why does the OP have this superpower? The rented house itself isolates the red fog. There is no sign of red fog erosion on the brick walls and coconut doors and windows. But after installing coconut doors and windows, there are gaps in the doors and windows, which are not completely sealed. The red fog may have sneaked in. Nyo Hulu Homes' wife. I guess the seeds have been infected for a long time, but they are in the incubation period and difficult to detect. Want to eat fried eggs? Does anyone think it may be a problem with the soil? Brother Rong, do you think it is the seeds that are infected or the soil? After eating too much for dinner and browsing the phone for a long time without digestion, Chen Er left the fat man, who was addicted to live broadcasting, and was pulled out by Rong Shu for a walk. When he came out, he was holding a pot with a single air-conditioned mushroom seedling in his arms. There was not much soil in the pot. It was kept in the smallest size, and not very heavy. Putting a small crystal core fragment on the mini air-conditioning mushroom, Chen Er blew the cold air of the air conditioner on her face, and walked with Rong Shu on the street of the community where there was a potato street lamp every few steps. The air outlet of the air conditioner was open 180 degrees, so Rong Shu, who was walking side by side on her right side, could also blow it. Soil. Rong Shu answered Chen Er's question, while taking the mushroom basin from Chen Er's arms. He held the mushroom basin with his right hand far away from this side, adjusted the direction, and pointed the air outlet far away at Chen Er's neck. Don't hold it too close, be careful of catching a cold. As he spoke, he took Chen Er's free right hand with his empty left hand. The man's palm was almost twice as big as hers, and he easily wrapped her whole hand. The skin touched, burning and scorching. Chen Er's fingertips couldn't help but curl up. All his attention was focused on the perception of his right hand, and his heartbeat didn't seem like his own. After walking quietly for a while, Rong Shu seemed to finally remember the topic just now, and continued. The fruit can isolate the red fog. In places with many fruits, the red fog will automatically avoid it, and will not come in even with the doors and windows open. The naked eye 3D projection of the mobile phone is real enough, and spiritual perception is useful for projection. From the video, the tomato seeds were intact before they were planted. So the problem is mostly the soil. The soil may have been eroded by the red fog unconsciously, but the hole is too large, and this erosion progresses slowly and is difficult to perceive. Spiritual plants can grow in this soil, but ordinary plants cannot. Chen Er was shocked. The house was built on the soil, and the soil disappeared. Doesn't the house have no support? And in the future, do we have to find a way to live in the air? The picture of being a ghost with both feet off the ground is simply unimaginable. You forgot again that your seedlings and fruits can drive away the red fog. Where there are seedlings and fruits, it is not a problem to keep the soil. Yes. Chen Er was no longer worried. Being interrupted like this, her attention shifted from her hands to the brick trash can on the side of the road that was almost overflowing with garbage, and her brows furrowed. Chapter 53. There are no sanitation workers in the community, and some elderly people who do not go out can't sit still, so they will take the garbage cans to the newly built garbage pool outside the community to dump them. When the fire control ability person remembers, he will go to the garbage pool and set it on fire. But this is obviously not a long-term solution. Look, when no one is watching, the garbage can is distressing. Fortunately, the bodies of zombies and alien beasts and plants will turn into ashes without crystal cores, otherwise the scene. I am afraid it will be more distressing than the garbage cans piled up in front of him. Chen Er really couldn't stand it. Brother Rong, let's go take out the garbage. Okay. Rong Shu responded lovingly, and his mental tentacles rolled up the garbage can, which fell far behind the two of them and floated in the air, heading towards the garbage pool. The domineering president was finally defeated by the love brain, and even dumped the garbage. After dumping the garbage, the two passed through the newly built site in the safe zone. Suddenly, a black shadow flew over in the sky, which scared Chen Er. When he saw the shadow flying towards Yan Weiguang's house in the villa area, Chen Ruo reacted. Was the one with wings just now Qianing? Rong Shu nodded. It was him. Qianing is a member of the official Sky team. His superpower is beast transformation. When he partially transforms into a beast, he can have wings on his body. He is called an angel in a nice way, and a birdman in a bad way. Obviously, this person went out to collect intelligence or pass on information. I don't know what the situation is in other safe areas now. It won't be too good, unless there is another superpower like Shenruo. But as of now, it seems that no two superpowers have exactly the same superpowers. Chief Yin will transfer Miao Miao to other safe areas. Those who were not doing well before will gradually get better. The two held hands and walked around the light of the end of the world for another hour before going back together. Late at night, a familiar dream came. In the flower pot, a mini vine and a mini sapling grew out. The vine was green and pleasing, and a line of subtitles floated on it. Species, pumpkin, 3 different forms of orange-red pumpkins hung on 3 green fruit stems. One was a half pumpkin with skin, and the pulp inside was emptied, just like one half of a gourd that was cut in half. There were 2 lines of golden subtitles on the half pumpkin gourd fruit. Fruit 1, pumpkin gourd. When you see it for the first time, you may want to use it to scoop water, but it's not impossible. You know when you pick it, the second fruit is a hollow pumpkin with a ghost face that looks like a Halloween pumpkin lantern. 2 ghost-like black eyes and a curved, jagged mouth, so cute and ugly. Subtitles floated on the ghost-faced pumpkin. Fruit 2, trash can. Because of its unhygienic habit of eating garbage, this pumpkin has grown a very ugly ghost face. Feed it garbage, and it will smile at you. The third kind of fruit is a 4-wheeled hollow pumpkin car. There are 2 arched windows facing each other on the 2 sides where the wheels are located, and there is an arched door facing each other in the middle of the small windows. A subtitle is on the pumpkin car. Fruit 3, pumpkin car. Luxury car, comfortable seats, giving you fairy tale love. Look at the orange tree that has grown, and there are also 3 kinds of fruits hanging on it, but unlike the pumpkin, which has only 1 fruit of each kind, the orange tree is much more productive and is full of fruits. Species, orange. On one of the 3 forked fruit stems, 2 normal fruit stems each hang a navel orange, a tangerine, and a small spoon. On the fruit stem hangs a ceramic seasoning box that looks like a navel orange. Subtitles floated out. Fruit 1, navel orange. This orange has image anxiety. Sometimes it wants to change its smell. Sometimes it wants to fine-tune its appearance. So sometimes it becomes a seasoning box. Sometimes it becomes an orange. Then, I am a navel orange. Floated out from the navel orange. I am an orange. Floated out from the orange. And, I am seasoning. Floated out from the navel orange seasoning box. The navel on the navel orange is also the lid of the seasoning box, and it is heart-shaped. Chen Er stared blankly. The second kind of fruit is a cup of sealed milk teacups with straws hanging from the fruit stems. There are 9 cups in total, hanging on the orange tree. The cups have cartoon fruit patterns on them, including oranges, grapes, lychees, strawberries, pineapples. The subtitles first floated out 2 lines. Fruit 2, freshly squeezed juice. Because it changes shape and taste from time to time, the juice squeezed from this orange is not necessarily orange juice. Then, the 9 cups of juice began to introduce themselves. The one with an orange pattern has the subtitle, Strong Flavored Orange Juice, Room Temperature. The one with a lychee has the subtitle, Strong Flavored Lychee Juice, Ice. The one with a grape has the subtitle, Strong Flavored Grape Juice, Ice. The ice juice and room temperature juice are actually random. The third kind of fruit is a slightly burnt fried egg with distinct yolk and white, and a lard aroma. There are also 9 of them hanging on an orange tree. Fruit 3. Fried egg. Sometimes, when the transformation becomes too much, this orange will forget that it is an orange, and only remember that it is round, white and yellow, and then it becomes a yellow and white fried egg. The subtitle says that it is round, and it grows into a heart-shaped fried egg. Chin Air is already numb. Should she be thankful that she didn't grow chocolate-filled fried eggs? Fortunately, with the heart-shaped mushrooms, everyone is immune to the heart shape this time. Of course, the shock of the new fruit remains the same. Again, I admire you. Lin Ju was stunned by the comments on the fried eggs, and gave Chin Air a big thumbs up. Oranges and fried eggs can be connected in this way. Chin Air's chest puffed up. She also admires herself. Another happy morning of researching new seedlings. After when you gave birth to a new plant, in front of Chin Air, the first orange tree with heart-shaped fruit was once again taken by Rong Shu. Chin Air couldn't help it, and the corners of his mouth curled up higher and higher. It's heart-shaped, anyway, it's Rongge who keeps it. As for the heart-shaped fruit that grew later, it was fed by the crystal core, and was not considered her heart. The fruit of the orange tree, this time was different from the previous fruit. The seasoning box and juice produced had random properties. The orange juice in this batch of fruit was at room temperature, and the next batch might be iced. Similarly, the 2 batches of fruit with 9 cups of juice had grape juice in this batch, and the grape juice was gone in the next batch, and it became yellow peach juice. The seasoning was the same. This time it was pepper, and the next time it was salt. This time it was a spoon fruit stock ceramic navel orange seasoning box, which contained powdered seasoning, and the next time it might be an oil brush. The fruit stock hung a plastic navel orange oil tank filled with peanut oil. Or the normal fruit stock hung a bottle of glass navel orange bottled vinegar, a can of navel orange squeezed oyster sauce, or a navel orange squeezed salad dressing. This made Uncle Joe very happy. The seasoning I had been dreaming about was finally here, and it was as fun to create it as opening a blind box. When you didn't even need to do anything, Uncle Joe just put the orange saplings mixed with broken crystal cores aside, and took a look at them from time to time while making breakfast. As soon as he saw the seasoning box grow into its full form, he immediately picked it off, and then it grew again, and he picked it off again. The ghost-faced pumpkin trash can was also fun. Chapter 54. It is round, and the largest size is only half a meter in diameter. The top of its head is flat, with a slightly sunken position in the middle, which is a concave crystal core groove. When a crystal core is inserted into it, the whole trash can will be alive, and start to twist flexibly. Throw the garbage at it, and the jagged mouth on its ghost face will immediately open wide, and eat the garbage in an anthropomorphic way, and make a smacking sound of eating delicious food. Not long after, it gurgled, made a swallowing motion, and then quieted down. Looking inside from the position of its black ghost fire-shaped eyes, it was empty inside, and the garbage had disappeared. Throw a sofa that is twice its size over, and it will also all wow. Eat it in one bite, but will soon spit it out with a look of disgust. Throwing a complete spoon in is the same. It seems that it doesn't like anything except garbage. Grandpa Rong is playing with a pumpkin ladle. Like navel oranges, tangerines, and fried eggs, you can smell the aroma of pumpkin only after you pick the pumpkin. What is unexpected is that after picking it, the pumpkin flesh and skin are separated. The separated pumpkin skin looks like a water scoop, very hard, just right for scooping water. The pumpkin flesh is the raw pumpkin meat. Uncle Joe has already sliced it, and steamed it, and rolled pumpkin balls to prepare for frying. He just opened a box of palm oil suitable for frying. Chin Air and her brother Rong are playing with the pumpkin car. The smallest size of the pumpkin car is a toy car, the medium size is a children's car that children can sit in, and the largest size in its complete form is the size of a normal car. The carriage is a 12-seater. There are 2 front seats for the driver and co-driver, and 2 opposite seats for 5 people in a row in the back. The seats are luxurious sofas with backrests, one against the front and one against the rear. The color is similar to the rind of an old pumpkin, and can be used as a bed. Each sofa seat has a seat belt. The space in the house is limited, So Chenru and Rongshu each chose a small pumpkin car with only one seat. The steering wheel that a car should have is all there. From the outside, the front of the car looks like a pumpkin wall, and you can't see through it, but after sitting in it, you can see outside. It's a transparent window. There is a handle embedded in the body at the bottom of the front and rear of the car. When it is opened, the pumpkin car is like a pumpkin head with a pair of hands on both sides. The place to start the car is in the center of the steering wheel of the driver's seat. There is a crystal core groove there. When a crystal core is embedded in it, the key light on the car will light up. Press the button with the right gripper pattern, and the right gripper on the front of the car will open immediately. Touch the other unstarted pumpkin carriage with the open handle, and the other carriage, whether it is horizontal or vertical, will immediately turn the rear end around, extend the left handle, and hold the right handle of the front of this carriage tightly, and the two carriages will be connected. Chin Air held a straw in his mouth, drinking a cup of 500 milliliters of complete form of fragrant lychee juice, while sitting in the single-seat pumpkin carriage without a driver's seat that he chose, and Rongshu drove the other carriage in front. The pumpkin train with two carriages turned around in the living room of 802 in a cool way, and the whole living room was filled with Chin Air's laughter. It's great to be young. Grandpa Rong drank a glass of newly grown apple juice and looked at it with a smile. It is hard for men to refuse a car, even if it is a car in the shape of a pumpkin. Lin Ju and his friends also played with it. They were not satisfied with playing in the house, so they put the car into a fish roll lucky bag and took it downstairs to race on the streets of the community. Even when driving on the uneven brick road, there was no bump or vibration. The car was still stable on the road at the maximum speed. The maximum speed of a single pumpkin car is only 60 kilometers per hour, but when two carriages are connected, the upper limit will be increased to 80 kilometers per hour. For each additional carriage, the speed increases by 20 kilometers, and the maximum number of carriages is 10. If you want to add 11 carriages, the grip button will be dimmed and will not work. 9 people plus a panda, each person occupies a carriage, and a pumpkin car with 10 carriages running on the streets of the community is definitely the most eye-catching child in the entire community. Wherever he passed, he caused all kinds of excited screams and shouts. Car, car, car! There's a car! Oh my god, it's Cinderella's pumpkin carriage. Ah! I love you, OP. Up. Is there a new one today? Up. Is the pumpkin carriage expensive? Many tenants who went to bed late and got up late, who were originally preparing to go out to kill monsters and collect crystal cores, stopped to watch, take pictures and record screens. Lin Ju, whose carriage was connected to the last section, detached halfway, opened the window, and threw kisses to passers-by on all sides. The enchanting appearance, the dreamy pumpkin carriage, and the cool driving skills caused more screams. Wow! It's so cool! It's not just a train, it can also be driven alone. Woo woo! Brother is so handsome. I confirmed it with my eyes. This must be my future husband. The others sitting in the front carriage finally understood why this guy deliberately connected the car to the last carriage when he got off. Ling Gu is still the coolest. The performance is very good. After a test drive, everyone felt that it was good. Chin Air waved his hand and said, the supermarket has new products today. There are not only pumpkin cars, but also pumpkin melons, pumpkin ladles, and pumpkin trash cans. There are also fried eggs, seasonings, oranges, and various freshly squeezed juices. As for the price of the car, the price of a pumpkin car is about 50 to 200 first-level crystal cores. The price of a single-seat pumpkin car is 50. On this basis, each additional seat will be charged 10 first-level crystal cores. The price of a children's car is halved, and a toy car is 1 first-level crystal core per car. Installment payment is supported. The pumpkin car is just one of many fruits. It does not need to be produced and manufactured like before the end of the world. Chin Air does not want to sell it like before the end of the world, where an ordinary family needs to save up for several years to afford it. As soon as the voice fell, the tenants around who were eagerly waiting for food dispersed. Some of them hurried out, collecting crystal cores. The other part all ran to Guagua's supermarket and rushed to line up. The supermarket was busy again. Someone from the official side soon came. Handing over the new seedlings, a huge sum of money was obtained again. Chenru also received praise from Yan Weiguang. Everyone is more and more motivated to kill monsters now. The monsters at the border of the domain have been killed in pieces, and the pressure on the children to guard the border has been reduced a lot. This is all thanks to you. The official military has newly established a domain border guarding army. Although there is the protection of the domain, the soldiers no longer have to use their lives as a wall to protect the people behind them as before, but they still need to keep an eye on the movements outside the domain every day and monitor the status of the domain. They dare not relax at all. The reduction of monsters around the domain will undoubtedly reduce the psychological pressure of the border guards. The visual impact of densely packed monsters and monsters in 2s and 3s is very different. The big leader praised her. Chapter 55. Chin Air was so happy that he ate 2 more bowls of rice at noon. Of course, this was also Uncle Joe's contribution. Because Uncle Joe kept producing seasoning boxes, there were more tomato sauce, seafood sauce, garlic sauce, lao gan ma and other sauces on the table. The fried eggs were put back into the pan with 5 spice powder, black pepper, and other seasonings to make different flavors, and paired with various sauces. Wouldn't you have to eat 2 more bowls of rice? In the afternoon, everyone was not idle. After arranging trash cans in their kitchens, bathrooms, and living room tables, they went out and started from Building 0, and began to place public trash cans on each floor, and install crystal cores in the trash cans. Then, there was the yard downstairs, the street, Guagua supermarket, the hospital, the public areas of Community 1 and Community 2, all of which were placed at a distance. With trash cans that can digest garbage, the garbage pool built with external panel bricks is no longer needed. It can be cleaned up and transformed into a pavilion for pedestrians to rest and cool off. Uncle Joe took on the job of the property manager of the Light of the End of the World, and allocated funds from the public account. In the future, the crystal core installation and the cleaning of public areas such as streets and floors will be managed by the newly established elderly property team led by Uncle Joe. Pumpkins with crystal cores are not afraid of being stolen. Those who dare to steal must first receive a moral education from the national treasure, and then pay the expensive treatment fee of the hospital several times higher. Similarly, if someone tries to buy something for free in the supermarket, even if Big Fat is not there, he can make the other party eat a big cunt. Mama said that the fruits are also members of the family, and naturally they are also objects of defense. It is not okay to touch the fruits. If you buy fruits without paying, it means you are messing with the fruits at home, and you also need to defend yourself. Depang is his mother's good son, and listens to her the most. After the purchase limit was lifted, the number of people who could enter the supermarket at one time was no longer limited, and more people paid the bills. But no matter who wanted to take away the supermarket's things without paying, whether they hid them in the lucky bag or on their body, they would be found out without exception. Some people even posted about this matter to warn the newcomers, who didn't know better. After a few times, the news spread. No one dared to challenge the Bud-like defense of the national treasure easily. When the cashier was too busy to take care of it, everyone was very conscious and lined up in the newly opened self-service payment channels, and put all the crystal cores that should be paid into the coconut pot cash box at the self-service end. Several 20-folding mobile phones were added to the cash register. Lin Juexing discovered a hidden function of the mobile phone. In the 3D projection mode, there is also a 3D scanning function. Scan the real object and upload the virtual form of the object to the mobile phone at the same time. Then make a cashier app to automatically calculate the price. Scan the things you want to buy, and the unit price and total price will come out. Alas, the crystal core is really not durable. After buying the pumpkin car, my last bit of savings is gone. I dare not spend crystal cores lavishly in the future. Li Daqiang, a former employee of Rongshu, complained while queuing to pay. Chenru just went into the supermarket to take a look and heard Li Daqiang's complaints. He glanced at the 10 fish roll lucky bags in his hand, and then looked at the mobile phone tablet scanning interface for self-service payment. On the shopping cart of Guagua's supermarket app above, 10 pumpkin cars of the largest size, with a driver's seat appeared. At the bottom of the shopping cart, there is a "Do you want to buy the fish roll lucky bag?" The option was ticked. Chin Air was a little speechless. You also know that you are extravagant. Speaking of which, this tenant was a rich man at the beginning. He wanted to buy a tree when buying clothes, and now he wants to buy a pumpkin carriage at once. Seeing Chin Air, Li Daqiang was very enthusiastic. "Owner, do you want to try my new car? It is the largest 12-seat 10-car train when connected. I heard that you drove a single-seat train to play yesterday, and the experience is definitely not as good as the largest one. How about I take you for a ride?" Li Daqiang ran far out of the field to kill monsters yesterday, and came back in the middle of the night. He was so tired that he fell asleep. I woke up early this morning, and saw the news about the pumpkin carriage in Fission Moments. I rushed into the supermarket from the rental house with my supernatural power. Fortunately, he was able to grab it, Li Daqiang said while showing off, and took out a fish roll lucky bag, and threw the 10 fish roll lucky bags in his hand that had been paid for crystal cores and filled with pumpkin carriages into it. Fish roll lucky bags can be nested like dolls, with spaces nested inside each other. This way, you only need to carry a fish roll lucky bag with you whenever you go out, which is super convenient. Is this guy so happy that he forgot that the pumpkin car was planted by her? And if you want to go for a ride, you should go with my brother Rong, who wants to go with you. Chun-Ru decisively refused. Thinking of his previous complaint, he casually gave him a suggestion. You can pick up passengers while you are going for a ride, maybe you can get your money back soon. Li Daqiang seemed to think it made sense, and he really stood there and seriously thought about the feasibility. So a few days later, we have arrived at Building 0. Passengers who get off, please take your luggage and belongings. Welcome to take this bus again. A familiar reminder sounded in front of the gate of the courtyard of Building 0. As the sun set, a long line of the largest pumpkin trains stopped in front of the courtyard of Building 0. Many tenants living in Building 0, exhausted and embarrassed, got off and walked into the courtyard. This is the part-time job that Li Daqiang, a tenant of Building 0502, has just found. It is a ride-sharing version of the pumpkin train bus. Every day when he goes out to kill monsters and comes back, he picks up passengers along the way, taking passengers from the living area to the boundary of the domain, or taking people back from the boundary and sending them downstairs at home, Guagua supermarket, etc. One crystal core can be used 10 times. Although Chun-Ru did not set the price of the pumpkin car too high, it is not easy for many ordinary people, who do not have superpowers in their families, to earn crystal cores. They even have to pay in installments to buy food and daily necessities, and some even buy on credit. For a while, they really can't afford to buy a pumpkin car and are reluctant to buy one. And these people will be high-quality ride-sharing bus customers in the next period of time. They will be curious and want to experience it. They will be too tired to walk on the way back from killing monsters. At this time, a small train will pass by. It only takes one crystal core to go directly to their home. If they take it this time, they can take it 9 more times. Isn't it great? For this reason, Li Daqiang also specially asked Lin Ju to make a ride system. After paying the crystal core on the bus, scan and enter the portrait, and the system will automatically deduct the number of rides until 10 times are deducted. When the small train bus was born, a large number of people followed suit. Not only did it help people who spent all their savings on buying a car to get their money back, but it also generated some income, which made everyone happy. There are also old friends on Shein who specially opened a post to thank Li Daqiang, and many people agreed. Original poster, boss, and all the big guys. What a coincidence. Do you want to take a ride? I will be your free driver. Chapter 56. After dinner, several people went downstairs to digest their food. As soon as they left the yard, they ran into Li Daqiang, who was carrying passengers back. Chen Er had just mentioned it casually before, but he didn't expect Li Daqiang to really carry passengers. Just as they were going downstairs, they talked about the newly built defensive border town on the border of the territory. After discussing, they decided to take Li Daqiang's car to take a look. Li Daqiang's eyes lit up. Then I will pick up some passengers along the way? Of course, I will listen to the driver when taking a free car. It's just an opportunity to take a look at the changes around. Everyone has no objection. Okay. Li Daqiang cheered. He had dismantled the pumpkin train before, and was about to pack it up to go home. Now he quickly clicked the operation button on the touch screen next to him, and connected it directly with one click. After the 2 pumpkin cars were connected, the display screen on the driver's seat would automatically search and display the images of the surrounding pumpkin cars, prompting whether to connect to the third or even more. The 10 pumpkin cars held hands again, car to car. Everyone, take your seats, fasten your seat belts. The destination is the east gate of Border Town. Let's go! There were 7 people in this small group, and it was enough for them to sit in the first car together. Li Daqiang closed the door for several people considerately. After that, some people got on the car and saw the closed door. They thought the car was full, so they consciously chose to sit in the back car, where no one would disturb them. This time, we were originally planning to go farther, so we didn't bring the Pang with us. Uncle Zhou and Grandpa Rong stayed at home with the children. In various places in the field, the construction is still in full swing. After the safety zone was built in the southern area, the east, west, and north sides were not left behind. Now is different from the past. With the light of the end of the world as the center, the scope of the safety zone radiating outward is getting larger and larger, and a Pang can no longer wander around recklessly. The surroundings are all people and homes that need the protection of national treasures. If it runs too far, the domain will move too large with it, and many places will not be covered and exposed to danger. Only when the domain becomes larger, and can cover the light of the end of the world, and the surrounding areas of the safe zone with a large movement, can Depang regain his freedom. Fortunately, the child has recently become addicted to mobile food broadcasting, and especially enjoys the feeling of being praised by a group of mothers, and has forgotten everything. In addition, the exclusive car that Chen Er chose for it is just the right size, and it can fly in the house. Not to mention that there are Grandpa Rong and Uncle Joe to accompany it. Even if it is a Panda staying in 802, it can have a lot of fun. The small train is winding around the surrounding area. Less than half of the route to the boundary of the domain has been traveled, and the 9 carriages behind except the first carriage are full. Some powerful superpowers can't stay idle at night, and they are ready to go out of the domain to kill monsters. Some families go out for a ride after dinner, and there are children who clamor to ride the small train, and parents have no choice but to give in. Soon, we arrived at the eastern gate of Border Town, the final stop. The so-called defensive Border Town is a circular brick fortress that was built when the residential area was built after the safe zone moved in. It is 30 meters high. It is located about 4,000 meters away from Building 0 of the light of the end of the world. There are 4 coconut gates in the southeast, northwest, and northeast. The border guards usually stand guard and patrol on this tower, and there are soldiers guarding the gate. It is already night, and the tower is full of glowing potatoes. The bright light of the night light dispels the darkness around, and even when the boundary of the field is invisible to the naked eye, it is like a lighthouse, guiding the direction of return home for those who go out to kill monsters. Of course, although the domain is invisible, there are monsters on one side, and no monsters on the other side, forming a distinct arc dividing line, and the boundary is still quite obvious. As soon as Chen Er and his friends got off the car, they noticed the movement coming from outside the city gate through the open coconut city gate. At a glance, they saw a group of people entering the domain at a distance from the city gate. They were walking normally, but suddenly they seemed to be pushed by an invisible force, and soon appeared at the city gate. After those people stood still, they seemed to be used to it. They reacted one after another, with helpless and doting faces. Our national treasure is moving again. The baby is still young, it's normal to be a little active. That baby is sensible. He knows that when he moves, the domain will move with him. He still remembers to push us and take everyone with him. Ah, so good and cute. The favorite national treasure. Chen Er couldn't help but smile with satisfaction like an old mother. Who wouldn't be happy when her own child was praised, out of the east city gate, standing inside the boundary of the domain and looking out. The wilderness in the dark night was pitch black, and there were several places with pumpkin lights on. Many people who have cars drove out of the domain directly. The shell of the pumpkin car is as strong as fruits such as bricks and coconut doors. People who have just got new cars can't help but want to experience the passion of driving and killing monsters in the end of the world. Those with agile minds directly use the car as a protective shell and weapon, circling around and crushing the zombies and alien beasts and plants that are besieging them. The team members cooperated well. The driver was responsible for ramming and crushing, while the teammates in the car with the ability to attack remotely made up for it. Under the life and death speed, they quickly cleared a vacuum zone without monsters, were able to take a breath, and got out of the car to quickly collect crystal cores. When they were almost done, new zombies and strange beasts and plants rushed over, and a new round of fighting began. Not to mention, the efficiency of killing monsters doubled. Chen Er was so excited that he wanted to drive a car and crash out to join the night hunt. Something is wrong. There seemed to be more and more zombies, strange beasts, and strange plants. And Kur was also looking outside, and her brows suddenly frowned. I was wondering what was weird. Linju suddenly realized. It turns out that the monsters around have been increasing continuously. These people are killing monsters so fiercely, they should have killed a gap long ago. Even if there are monsters around, there should be some time interval. Brother Rong, is there something wrong outside? Several people looked at Rongshu. Rongshu had already closed his eyes, and his mental power extended outward, exploring everything around him. After a moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, his face changed slightly. Do you still remember the video posted by the person named Su Tian? She fed the crystal core to the alien tomato, causing the alien plant to upgrade. We all overlooked one thing before. Zombies and alien beasts, alien plants can also swallow crystal cores to upgrade. A level 4 zombie was born. What? Several people exclaimed. This zombie is like a general among monsters. It can command all monsters with lower levels than it, not only zombies, but also alien beasts and alien plants. It is now sitting in the back, commanding all monsters to charge for it in front. It should be able to see or sense the location of Big Fatty's territory. There are already more and more monsters, and they are surrounding the territory from all directions. Chapter 57. While speaking, Rongshu closed his eyes again. Suddenly, he stood there and his body shook, as if he had suffered a serious injury, and blood was flowing out of his eyes, ears, mouth, nose, and 7 orifices. Brother Rong. Chin Air was so scared that his face turned pale, and the others also gathered around. Xia Jinji quickly transferred his supernatural power to him. It's okay. I just used my mental tentacles to attack it. This zombie has a layer of protection similar to the fatty's domain. My attack landed on it, and was rebounded. Damn it! Lin Ju cursed. It's a defensive ability that can also rebound attacks. There are so many little brothers blocking the front. How can it be killed? The faces of others were not very good. With Xia Jinji's treatment, the bleeding of Rongshu's 7 orifices stopped. Chin Air took out tissues, and 45-degree bow from the fish roll lucky bag early, and quickly wet them to wipe the blood off her brother Rong's face. The embarrassed brother Rong regained his beauty in a blink of an eye. If it were any other time, Lin Ju would have to tease Chin Air a few words, but now, he just looked at it, and his mind was obviously not on it. You go home first. The fatty's condition should not be very good. It needs you by its side. Lin Ju and I will kill the zombie, otherwise there will be more strange attack domains. Rongshu did not shy away from it. He held Shenru's hand that had just wiped his face in front of several people, and spoke softly. Others did not react much, but Inkur widened her eyes, looking irritated. At this time, the mobile phones on everyone's wrists vibrated and lit up almost at the same time, receiving an official message, enemy attack. The area is besieged by a large number of monsters. Please all superpowered people go to the border town for support. Rongshu and Lin Ju also received official team invitations on their mobile phones. The official idea coincided with Rongshu's. They also said people to kill the 4th level zombies. Rongshu replied and agreed to form a team. Rongshu, Lin Ju, Sun Binbin, Xia Jinji, and When You went together. When they were about to leave, Chen Air's heart tightened, and she held the man's hand. Brother Rong. The man turned and looked at her. Chen Air opened her mouth. She wanted to say that she would go too, but she also knew that as she went, she would just be a burden. Chen Air felt very uncomfortable. She planted so many plants. Why didn't she grow a powerful weapon? At the critical moment, she couldn't help it all. Under the man's gaze, she finally said, "Remember to turn on your mobile phones. I want to see your situation at any time." Again, what are you worried about? If we can't beat them, we have Sun Binbin to lead us. Lin Ju looked relaxed. This is not the safe zone as before. There are a lot of people behind to guard. They can only go forward and cannot retreat. Killing a monster will cost their lives. There is a fat man behind them. Although Lin Ju said it easily, Shenru couldn't help but worry because Rongshu was injured. This time, several people went to kill the 4th level monster, but they killed a monster above their level. This monster can also command a group of monsters, and this time, there is no fat man to defend everyone. Shenru called several people in the Fishin group chat and signaled them to connect. You can turn off the volume. I won't disturb you here, but don't turn off your phone and keep the video open. After everyone had a mobile phone, the 9-person group opened a group chat named Gonfin 678 on Fishin. All 5 of them agreed. Wait for me to come back, don't frown. A big hand was placed on the back of her head, and Shen Air was pulled forward. The warm, wet and gentle touch lingered on her slightly wrinkled brows, and Shen Air was stunned. When several people got on the pumpkin car that Sun Binbin took out and left the area, she touched her unconsciously stretched brows absent-mindedly and reacted. Rongga kissed her. When she came back to her senses, she met Nkir's scrutinizing eyes on the side, and Shen Air immediately put down her hand and pretended to be indifferent. Fortunately, Nkir was not in the mood to interrogate her at this time. She took out another pumpkin car she brought with her, sat in the driver's seat, and Shen Air followed and sat in the co-pilot. Sister, I don't want to go back yet. It just so happens that I don't want to either. There are many situations on TV where the fighting is over and people are exhausted. At this time, even if an ordinary person appears, it is a great help. Although Rongga and the others may not meet, for safety reasons, I think it's better for us to stay here. Shen Air said what she thought. Nkur was staring at the video projection of Rongshu and others on Shen Air's phone, and began to draw a route map for the group on her phone. While drawing, She took out another fish roe bag from her bag and handed it to Chen. What are you guarding? When I came out, I packed a few pots of flowers that had not sprouted on the balcony. You should hold them tightly and sleep with them. Plant a weapon with strong lethality, and we can go to help. Chen. Sister, how did you think of bringing this? Chen was pleasantly surprised and took it quickly. I bring it every time I go out. Some have not sprouted, and some have borne various fruits. Enkur said, looking at her with disgust, I thought everyone was the same as you. I brought a few pots of seedlings when I went out, just like choosing a concubine. Today is the coconut concubine, tomorrow is the cotton noble lady, and the day after tomorrow is the potato lady. It depends on which one has the most delicious fruits. Chen smiled awkwardly. She was so busy picking that she didn't notice what Enkur packed. She really thought that Enkur also went to the balcony to pack before going out, and she picked the same things as her. She took out her favorite beer belly glowing small potatoes, and threw them into the fish roe lucky bag in the small flower pot. The lucky bag, which was also dark at night, suddenly became bright. Chen stuck her head in, and took a few glances. After knowing what was planted, she hugged the fish roe lucky bag in her arms, laid down the chair as a bed, and closed her eyes to sleep with a pious look. However, she couldn't sleep. Still thinking about Depeng, Chen opened her eyes and sat up, took out another mobile phone, and called Depeng, Uncle Zhou, and Grandpa Rong on video. After the video was connected, it was confirmed that Depeng was fine, but he had fallen into the mode of eating crystal cores crazily again. At this time, through the car window, you can see that the boundary of the domain has appeared at some point. The dense monsters outside are attached to the arc-shaped sphere emitting golden light. The sphere cracks, heals, and heals again. Big Fat is overloading defense again. Chen and Big Fat have a conscious connection. He didn't feel that the child was too tired, so he felt a little relieved. After the two sides exchanged the current situation, Chen told Uncle Zhou, if there are not enough crystal cores, there are still a lot of fish roe in the lucky bag hanging on the wall of my room. Crystal cores are not a problem. The official came and sent a lot of crystal cores. Uncle Zhou said on the other side of the video. That's good. Also, you and Grandpa Rong remember to keep your mobile phone on and keep the video open. Big Fat situation also needs to be kept under constant attention. After ending the call, Chen lay down again and closed his eyes, trying to force himself to fall asleep. However, he was restless and couldn't feel sleepy at all after closing his eyes for a long time. The more anxious he was, the harder it was to fall asleep. Chen Ru opened his eyes helplessly and followed his heart to look at the naked eye 3D video connecting Rong Shu and the other four. Chapter 58. The projection screen did not shake with the wrist movements of the five people, and it was always projected clearly in front of her and in Kier with a stable God's vision. According to the space between the windshield and the two people, it automatically adjusted to the most suitable viewing size, synchronizing the five people's every move and the surrounding scenes. The five people did not fight on the road, and drove all the way to directly knock away the monsters blocking the road. When they encountered alien plants that were too large, they used their superpowers to eliminate them, trying to save time and energy. When Shenru looked over, several people in the projection screen had already joined the official team. The group listened to Rong Shu's voice transmission and commanded, and surrounded the 4th level zombie. To get close to the big boss, you have to get rid of the minions first. To maintain the peak state and reduce consumption, Rong Shu's strongest main force did not take action, and others opened the way to kill. The wilderness in the dark night was illuminated by the car lights, and the potato night lights carried by everyone. Soon, the 4th level zombie appeared on the screen. There is not much difference in appearance from the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd level zombies. The 4th level zombies also have pale dead skin, scarlet eyes, and can twist their bodies in an exaggerated way. It sat in a circle surrounded by a bunch of 3rd level zombies and strange beasts and plants, and from time to time it poked its sharp nails into the bodies of other monsters around it, dug out the crystal cores, stuffed them into its mouth, and ate them with a crunch. It obviously had no expression, but it gave people a very enjoyable feeling. Suddenly, it seemed to have discovered something, and the action of eating the crystal core stopped, and its neck twisted in one direction. Under the god's vision, Chen clearly saw that its scarlet eyes were staring straight at the position where her brother Rong was. Chen clutched the clothes on his chest with both hands, and his breathing almost stopped. Roar! The next second, the level 4 zombie suddenly roared, and instantly, the level 3, level 2, and level 1 monsters around it all turned in the same direction and attacked Rongshu directly. Chen Er covered his mouth with his hands, his heart in his throat. Fortunately, Rongshu's ability was powerful. Although he couldn't break the level 4 defense for a while, it was as easy as cutting tofu to deal with those below level 4. The mental power spread all over his body, and wherever he passed, the surging monsters were instantly turned into powder. The other psychics in the team were all shocked when they saw the boss use a big move for the first time. Some of the strong men who came from the back of the safe zone were originally a little dissatisfied with Rongshu's leadership, but now they were completely convinced, and they were also excited by the scene, killing monsters like chicken blood. There are even psychics who are good at close combat and are not afraid of death. They applied to join the Vanguard team to fight a round-robin battle to consume the level 4 zombies. However, the reason why a general is definitely not because he has many subordinates to command, but because he is very powerful. Even if the continuous attack, the use of the round-robin tactics, consumed most of the superpowers of this 4th level zombie, still could not break its defense, but everyone was more or less injured. What's worse is that there are too many monsters around, and it is difficult for Xia Jinji to free his hands in time to treat everyone. As time goes by, the number of wounded people increases, and the combat power of the superpower team is being weakened little by little. This is the result of Rongshu using his mental power to restrain the 4th level zombie from a distance, preventing it from continuing to control and summon more low-level zombies. Chen Rui stared at the screen without blinking, and his heart was like being pinched by an invisible hand, tightening together. An unprecedented strong desire rose in her heart. If there were offensive weapons, Pop! Something seemed to break in her ears, and Chen Er grabbed the lucky bag of fish roe in her hand tightly. Roar! Across the screen, the level 4 zombie seemed to be impatient with being pestered, and it seemed that it had not caught the top-quality prey it had set its sights on, and finally couldn't bear it anymore. It roared twice, jumped up suddenly, stepped on the bodies of the monsters in front, and rushed straight towards Rongshu. Its sharp nails with a cold gleam like a blade grabbed Rongshu, and Chen Er could hear the terrible sound of breaking through the air through the projection screen. At the critical moment, Rongshu was surrounded by a layer of solid ice. In addition to the solid ice, Lin Ju's metallization was stacked layer by layer. Plus, He Song's earth wall blessing, multiple buffs were superimposed, and the defense was instantly maxed out. At the same time, a silver needle of Dr. Xia brand, which had been suspended in front of Rongshu's eyebrows for a long time, was controlled by an invisible force, and shot towards the forehead of the 4th level zombie that rushed over. Under the bright night light, the surface of the silver needle exuded a layer of cold metallic light, with electric currents sizzling and blue flames waving their claws, and a faint green light of Wen Yu's unique ability to stimulate superpowers. Swish. Caw. The tip of the silver needle, which had been blessed by many people and had a variety of attack superpowers, collided with the protective layer on the body of the 4th level zombie that also had a metallic luster. The indestructible protective layer was finally broken through and cracked. Everyone was refreshed. Seeing the protective layer shattered, the silver needle touched the zombie's forehead and was about to sink into it in the next second. Everyone worked harder and blasted the zombie at the same time with superpowers as if they were free. However, the next second, an incredible scene happened. The moment the metal layer broke, a mirror suddenly appeared on the surface of the 4-layer zombie. Under the bright light of the potato night light, the mirror clearly reflected the silver needle and the images of different superpowers. Then, the silver needle attached to the forehead of the 4th level zombie, and the superpowers that were about to touch the zombie's body disappeared out of thin air. At the same time, the mirror image in the mirror began to move. The superpowers and the mirror images of the silver needle magnified in the eyes of all superpowers, approached, and finally broke out of the mirror, along the direction from which they came, and counterattacked every superpower who issued superpowers, especially the silver needle, which was very fast and shot straight to Rongshu's eyebrows. Everyone's pupils widened, mirrored. This 4th level zombie actually has a second superpower. The change came so quickly and suddenly that no one expected it. Many people even used up 90% of their superpowers, and had already absorbed crystal cores to recover under the protection of their companions. They had no strength to dodge, including Rongshu, Lin Ju, Sun Binbin, Xia Jinji, and Wen Yu. Danger! At the critical moment, a yellow unknown object flew over with a swoosh and stabbed the mirrored zombie's forehead steadily. Before it could continue to mirror this unknown airborne object, a loud bang blasted the thing on the spot. There was only sound in the explosion, no smoke. Everyone clearly saw that the rebounded superpowers, silver needles, and the 4th level zombie in front of them, which was as difficult to kill as cockroaches, turned from colorful to pitch black in the explosion. These pitch black creatures stood still in place, disappearing 1 second, appearing the next, disappearing again, and appearing again. After flashing for a few seconds, they were directly flashed away. There were no potholes formed by the explosion on the spot, and no one around was affected by the explosion. Everyone and the monsters stared at that place in a daze. A strong aroma of roasted durian spread in the air. People who hate the smell of durian pushed away the monsters around them, who were confused because their leader was dead, and covered their noses. Durian lovers were just the opposite. They pushed away the monsters around them who were blocking the smell, took a deep breath of the strong durian aroma in the air, and looked intoxicated. 2 car lights appeared in the dark night. In the silence of the fight, the sound of the car door opening was heard. At the same time, the girl's soft and angry voice came into the ears of Rongshu and everyone. "Look at my grenade, it can't kill you." Chapter 59. At that moment, Rongshu's heart skipped a beat. As soon as the car door opened, Chin-Er raised his hand, and used a durian hammer to hit the wide-open mouth of a mutant pig that came up. Bang! Another explosion. At such a close distance, Chin-Er was unharmed. Instead, a series of explosions bang 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 rang out around, and other monsters that came into contact with the mutant pig's body were killed in a row. Even the monsters hiding in the soil and burrowing in the ground were not left behind, and Kur got out of the other door, using Chin-Er's version of durian to blast monsters in one hand, and holding a pot of freshly baked seedlings in the other hand, and shouted in the direction of the superpower team, "Ayu, work!" Wen Yu's eyes lit up. "Here we come!" After responding, Wen Yu, Rongshu, Lin Ju and others broke out of the monster pile and came forward. Chin-Er glanced at the status of everyone. There were injuries on her body, but they were all fine, not too serious. Xia Jinji could heal them with a little bit of supernatural power. She breathed a sigh of relief. Although she had been watching through the screen before, she was still worried because she hadn't seen it with her own eyes. Once she relaxed, she became naughty. "How was it? Did I come in time? Did I surprise you? Was I a hero? Did I look like Ultraman falling from the sky?" Chinru held a fist-sized, burnt yellow, roasted durian-scented durian in one hand, and looked at everyone with a proud face with one hand on her waist. Before the 5 people spoke, a group of supernatural people who followed behind shouted, "The host is mighty. The host is invincible. The host is a hero. The host is heroic." Chinru was startled. Seeing the excitement among the crowd, she felt embarrassed instead. She immediately diverted everyone's attention, and took out a few pots of freshly grown durian seedlings from her lucky bag of fish roe. "Come, everyone come and get your weapons." The fragrant roasted durian can also be used as a balm. The mini durian tree, as tall as an adult's forearm, has lush branches and leaves, with 18 mini durians hanging on it, 9 of which are golden yellow and 9 of which are burnt yellow. 2 lines of golden subtitles floated out from the top of the tree. Species, durian. Fruit, durian. Then, a subtitle floated out from a golden durian. "I am a passionate durian. There are always monsters coveting my full heart. In order to protect myself, I disguise myself as a hedgehog." At the same time, 2 subtitles appeared on the burnt yellow durian. "I am a roasted durian that turned black after being roasted by a monster. Even though I disguise myself as a hedgehog, I still can't protect myself." My enthusiasm was exchanged for a ruthless heart cutting. Not only was it eaten raw, but it was also roasted. In this case, let's destroy it together. A safe space was temporarily cleared around Shinru, and the crowd excitedly discussed, "Finally, there are weapons. Just now I saw the host and the others using it. This grenade is a bit amazing. One grenade can kill a large area. And it doesn't hurt people. After the monster is blown up, the crystal core will drop. With this, you don't have to endure the disgusting digging for crystal cores when killing monsters in the future. The most important thing is that it can be eaten. Durian is my destiny. The golden yellow one is a normal durian fruit. When you open it, you will find 5 chambers inside. Each chamber is bulging with flesh, and is filled to the brim. It is indeed full of passion. The burnt yellow roasted durian looks like the whole durian has been roasted with the shell. Without peeling the shell, it will directly touch the monster with the peel. It will be a bomb that only kills monsters, but not people. When it is not used as a weapon, peel off its shell, and the flesh inside is roasted durian, with a burnt durian aroma. Lin Ju is very familiar with the plants grown by Chin-Er. He glanced at the barrage, picked 2 roasted durians, peeled one and ate it directly, and stuffed the other into the wide-open mouth of the zombie that pounced in front of him. Others followed suit. Bang. Bang bang bang. The chain reaction occurred again, and the monsters that surrounded them disappeared in large numbers, dropping crystal cores all over the ground. A group of people unanimously agreed to use these crystal cores to feed Meow Meow. Rongshu directly used his mental power to control the crystal cores on the ground, put them into the storage bag, and handed them to Chen-Er. There was also a bright yellow crystal core inside. It was from the 4th level zombie. The 4th level crystal core is brighter and more dazzling than the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd level ones, and it is very beautiful. When Chen-Er saw it, he exclaimed wow in amazement. It is hard to imagine how such beautiful things grow out of those monsters. Except for a rare 4th level crystal core that was collected, all other crystal cores were used on the spot to give birth to Meow Meow. The originally dangerous monster-killing scene turned into a durian feast in seconds. A group of people picked durians and threw them around to eat them. The monsters kept coming one after another. In a blink of an eye, only 3 or 2 of them were left. Before coming out, Chen-Er left a pot of durian seedlings in the field. On the way, he contacted Yin Weiguang, and the large number of monsters surrounding the field were no longer a problem. A terrible monster wave led by level 4 zombies was easily solved. Huh? The barrage has changed back to the previous format this time? While eating durian, Sun Binbin suddenly noticed that the barrage on the seedlings seemed to be different from other level 3 seedlings? Just waiting for you to ask. And Kier smiled and motioned Sun Binbin to look at Chen-Er. Your sister Yu is so depressed. Sun Binbin looked at Chen-Er, and his sister Yu looked very happy at the moment. Chen-Er had an expression of wanting to say something but holding it back, waiting for someone to ask for a while, and even Rongshu looked at him and asked, but he held back and didn't say anything. At this moment, she finally cleared her throat. Ahem. Guess how I grew durian seedlings? Chen-Er looked like her tail was about to rise to the sky. The next second, her arrogance was crushed by Rongshuching's involuntary head pat. Chen-Er, Sun Binbin scratched his head. Didn't she grow it in a dream? Others were also confused. And Kier explained to everyone at the right time. I originally asked her to sleep hard to see if she could grow a useful weapon in a dream, but I didn't expect that she didn't rely on dreams this time, but directly grew durian while awake. Everyone was shocked by her wish. Chen-Er's suppressed arrogance rose again, and she held her head high. Not only that, my ability has also been upgraded to level 4. Chen-Er didn't expect that when she had a strong desire in her heart and tried desperately to grow weapons, the ability in her body would sprout like a seed, breaking some kind of shackles in an instant. The supernatural power that only appeared in dreams before suddenly became something that could be sensed when awake, just like the supernatural powers of Ronggu and Lin Gu. After discovering this change, she immediately took out a pot from the fish roll lucky bag that Nkir gave her. She happened to take out the one with the durian core buried. The word durian was engraved on the flower pot. When she saw the word durian, she thought of grenades. It was also at this time that the supernatural power in her body seemed to sense her thoughts, and naturally output to the durian core in the pot. The durian core began to sprout, broke through the soil, and eventually grew into the current durian seedling. Chapter 60. That's right, this ability still has its own ideas and is not very controllable. It's fine that she outputs without authorization. She obviously didn't think of growing durian for eating, but Meow Meow produced fruit durian and roasted durian by herself. Chun-Ru would never admit that she was a foodie regardless of the occasion. She planted a weapon at a critical moment, and subconsciously, she was still thinking about eating. After the durian seedlings grew out, they absorbed a lot of crystal cores, and she also successfully advanced to level 4. As for Meow Meow's return to the previous barrage mode, Chin-Ru waved his hand and said proudly, the initial mode of barrage represents a new beginning. In the future, she doesn't need to wait until she goes to bed to dream about what she wants to plant. Just do it while guarding the pot. With Chin-Ru's grenade, the cleanup of the monster tide was over in the second half of the night. The finishing work was done by the soldiers. Big Fatty's territory expanded again, and the battlefield became very safe, and ordinary people could walk around freely. The authorities were so active that they didn't even use Chen-Er's crystal core deposits. Yin Weiguang was in charge of the defense battle at the border city of the domain. Yin Hung went to 802 to guard Depang and feed him crystal cores, who was even crazier than before after he was promoted to level 4. After being promoted to level 4, the initial territory of our national treasure also expanded from the limit radius of 6 kilometers at level 3 to the initial radius of 12 kilometers at level 4. When Chen-Er and the others returned, the golden subtitles floating above Depang's head had changed to Species, Bamboo, Fruit, Giant Panda, Ability, domain. Personal signature. As a national treasure, you should guard the territory of the country. The territory is inviolable. P.S. The current territory is a circle with a radius of 20 kilometers. When Kaka eats crystal cores to expand the territory, Depang's territory is visible, and the barrage is the same. Big Fatty is awesome. In order to reward the obedient child who was forced to stay behind, Chin Air stuffed a fragrant 4th-level crystal core into the child's mouth, and Big Fatty's eyes lit up. It takes a lot of 1st, 2nd, and 3rd-level crystal cores to barely expand the area with a radius of 1 meter, and it expanded by 1 meter in seconds. It is comparable to swallowing 100 1st-level crystal cores, or 50 2nd-level crystal cores, or 10 3rd-level crystal cores in one bite. The energy of a 4th-level crystal core is equivalent to 10 3rd-level crystal cores, 50 2nd-level crystal cores, or 100 1st-level crystal cores. If the 4th-level crystal core is 1,000 yuan, then the 3rd-level crystal core is 100 yuan, the 2nd level is 20 yuan, and the 1st level is 10 yuan. Chin Air picked out a handful of 3rd-level crystal cores from the fish roe lucky bag. With his mother feeding him, Big Fatty ate even more deliciously. After the promotion, the child grew fatter, opened his mouth wide, and could eat 100 crystal cores at a time. 10,000 level 3 crystal cores were swallowed one after another, and the domain radius also extended outward by 1 kilometer. Chin Air fed the child several handfuls of them, 10 at a time, which made Yin Hung very anxious, and he snatched the job back. If it weren't for the fact that Big Fatty's mouth was not big enough and it would take time to eat the crystal cores, this person would have wanted to pour all the crystal cores into his mouth. While feeding Big Fatty, Yin Hung talked about the situation of other safe areas that the few people didn't know about. There is a problem with the water source. The safe areas in Daxia can only rely on water control ability people to supply water, but there are only a few water control ability people, and there are too many people to supply. Drinking water has become a luxury, not to mention solving the hygiene problem. Yin Hung said this, and a smile appeared on his serious face. Fortunately, Qianing has successively sent spiritual plants to each safe area, and there are faucets in them. Now the shortage of water, and other materials in several nearby safe areas, has been basically solved. It's just that the defense still consumes a lot of manpower and resources, and our compatriots are sacrificing every day. Yin Hung looked at Chen Air. So the chief asked me to ask Ms. Chen if we can accept another batch of compatriots? After all, Big Fatty's territory is continuing to expand. Yes. Chen Air rarely showed maternal love, and took a brick brand comb to comb Big Fatty's hair. While combing, she answered him. According to the previous rules, Big Fatty's territory radius will expand to the limit when he is promoted to a level, at least 10 times more than before. This time it should be 60 kilometers, right? It will definitely be no problem to accommodate a few more people in the safe zone. Yin Hung was very happy to get Chen Air's accurate answer, and was about to leave to make arrangements, but suddenly received a video call from Qianing at this time. Qianing should be flying in the sky. After the call was connected, the wings of the young man with wings flapped on his back. His handsome face appeared on the projection screen, and he looked anxious. Boss, the safety zone in the neighboring Sioux City encountered a wave of monsters controlled by level 4 alien beasts a few days ago. A large number of survivors are migrating here. I met them halfway and led them. But we are now surrounded by a group of tens of thousands of level 3 mutant poisonous bees. These poisonous bees can enlarge and reduce their size, and are very difficult to kill. We need support. Oh my god! Tens of thousands of poisonous bees? Sun Binbin, who was fiddling with Meow Meow on the balcony, almost dropped the small hoe in his hand when he heard Qianying's words on the projection screen. He swallowed his saliva and looked terrified, as if he was also surrounded by tens of thousands of poisonous bees. I was stung by a bee when I was a child. It hurt so much. One was enough. Tens of thousands? And level 3, and there are enlarged versions? Yin Hung didn't pay attention to what Sun Binbin said. He was video chatting with Qianing while running out of the door of 802. Where is the location? I take people there right away. Chen Air, who was about to call him, looked at the empty door, closed her open mouth, and felt a little helpless. She turned her head and looked at Sun Binbin. Binzi, hurry up and take Depang to catch up with him. Calculate the distance, cover this side, and try to get close to that side. If you are not sure, let Depang locate it himself. Okay. Sun Binbin's eyes lit up when he received the task. What kind of fairy task is this? There is also a chance to hug his fat brother. You know, he always respects the elderly and advocates ladies first. Depang is either at Grandpa Rong's place or under Wen Yu and Enkur every day. It's never his turn. Sun Binbin followed with Depang in his arms, and Rong Shu, Lin Ju and others also followed to help. Facts proved that Chen Er's decision to let Depang go was right. The location where the survivors of Sioux City encountered the poisonous bees was very close to the safe zone. The fat man ate the crystal core while passing by, and soon successfully included that area into the domain. Rong Shu and his companions didn't even make a move. Once the domain was opened, the monster's attacks became useless. The people who were originally in a desperate situation with sad and desperate eyes were all stunned. The group of man-eating poisonous bees that rushed to the front all flew away in the blink of an eye, turning into black spots on the horizon and disappeared. Someone who had heard about the big fat domain guessed something and shouted in surprise. It's the domain of the national treasure. Our great Xiao's national treasure, the giant panda, is protecting us. We are saved. I heard that in the domain of the national treasure, you can't attack close, and ordinary people can also fight. Everyone go. Kill all these man-eating monsters. If you have a storage bag, take it out. Use the storage bag to store monsters. I heard that this was invented by the owner of the End of the World Light. It is the most suitable method for ordinary people to kill monsters. I have it too. The battlefield that meant death and depravity instantly became a paradise for killing monsters. The survivors were addicted to the game of killing monsters and accumulating crystal cores without getting hurt, and they couldn't extricate themselves. Woo, I'm so envious. It turns out that living in the domain is so happy. Chapter 61. What are you envious of? I heard that the owner of the Light of the End of the World likes others to rent her house, and the rent is not expensive. We can rent her house when we go there. If we become tenants, we will be members of the Light of the End of the World. The officials should be more supportive. If we have a good relationship, maybe we can build our own house. That makes sense. Yes. The morale of all the survivors in Sioux City was greatly boosted. Tens of thousands of poisonous bees and other monsters densely packed around were all solved by the murderous survivors without using a roasted durian bomb. Because of the isolation of the big fat domain, no new monsters came in. When they saw that the monsters were getting fewer and fewer, until there was no monster around, the tired and shaking survivors who were killing like crazy stopped belatedly and looked at each other. They saw the disbelief in each other's eyes. So many terrible monsters, and they just killed them all? Since the end of the world, this is the first time that everyone has seen an empty space without monsters outside. Even inside the safe zone, monsters break out from time to time. Someone raised his head and laughed wildly. Ha ha ha! Kill them all! Kill them all! Someone stared at the boundary of the domain not far away, which was still expanding and in a visible state. Then, someone shouted, National Treasure. More and more people followed suit and shouted National Treasure. In the end, the whole space was echoing in unison. National Treasure. National Treasure. National Treasure. Amidst the fierce cheers, the officials on both sides took the lead, and the team continued to move towards the Light of the End of the World. Unlike the trepidation when they came before, everyone was impressed by the strength of the Panda domain at this time, and with unprecedented peace of mind and expectation, they approached the rumored pure land of the End of the World little by little. It was already early morning, and not even a single monster could be seen along the way, and they arrived unimpeded. From a distance, everyone saw a ring-shaped city towering in a bright daylight, with milky white and colorful cloud patterns inside, and buildings that looked like heavenly palaces falling to the earth were scattered high and low. Various exclamations came one after another. Although there were many people, the authorities had been expanding the housing in the safe zone, so there was no place to live. In addition, many people wanted to rent Shinru's house, and they got closer to the landlord and shared a part of it to move into the number 2 community of the Light of the End of the World. When the sun rose in the early morning, the resettlement problem was basically solved. Even though they were exhausted, many people were still too excited to sleep, and they wandered around the Light of the End of the World with dark circles under their eyes. These people were particularly interested in Guogua's supermarket and Building 0, and kept wandering at the door, craning their necks to watch. Although Qianing sent Niaomu to the surrounding safe zones, it was not fully popularized for a while. In the Sioux City safety zone, only the top leaders had just received the seedlings and were promoting their development, treating them like treasures. The masses could only get fast food and some essential clothing and daily necessities. They had no idea what other fruits and seedlings with fruits looked like. When someone saw the 2 pots of seedlings at the gate of Building 0, his eyes almost popped out of his eyes, and he pulled his companions with both hands. Look, is this a mutant kumquat? How come the cups on it look so much like orange juice? The companions were speechless. What kumquat? That's a sugar orange. The people who heard it were even more speechless. Oranges? That's clearly an orange tree. Others couldn't help but interrupt in twos and threes. It must be a mutation. Oranges are growing on the orange tree. Don't talk nonsense. The alien plant has attacked us long ago. This must be the spiritual plant planted by the OP. Oh my god, the spiritual plant looks like this? It also sends barges. A group of people pointed at 2 orange trees that only grew oranges and orange juice. These are 2 orange trees that have grown into a cylindrical shape. At the bottom is a circle of takeaway milk tea cans of orange juice, and above are 2 circles of bright red oranges, and above is another circle of orange juice, and 2 circles of oranges. They are neatly arranged and festive, so Chinru placed them at the entrance of the light of the end of the world, like the cactus at the entrance of the supermarket to welcome guests. Chinru didn't know that the 2 pots of seedlings he casually placed could attract a crowd of onlookers. Because they were worried, a group of people were waiting for Rongshu and others to come back in 8:02, and they couldn't sleep. They stayed up all night and simply didn't sleep. At this time, Rongshu and his friends also got home safely. Everyone gathered in the corridor on the 8th floor. Xia Jinji gave everyone some healing ability, and the group of kids who were drooping because of staying up late immediately became lively again. Breakfast time needs a sense of ritual. The freshly baked durian seedlings and other changed seedlings were put on the table together. After Chinru's ability was promoted to level 4, the first and second level seedlings remained the same, but the third level seedlings all changed a little. Species: mint. Fruit 1, toiletries. Glowing face, fragrant mouth. Fruit 2, cleaning products. Mint soap. Sterilization, sterilization, sterilization. On the mint seedling, Fruit 2 changed, and the fruit stem that grew the mint soap became Y-shaped, and a new fruit grew at the other end of the Y. A bottle of green bottle cleaning mousse with a pump, which produces dense foam when pressed. The 2 subtitles above, Mint Bubble. You can't live without me from head to toe. The subtitles of Fruit 3 have not changed. Fruit 3, Mint Toffee. One is original flavor, the sweetness of childhood. The other is white chocolate filling, a little excitement inside. Lin Ju first tried the cleansing mousse, which can be used for washing hair, face and body, and can be used on the whole body. After washing, the hair is soft and fluffy, and the skin becomes as delicate as a baby in seconds. Used together with moisturizing, people standing there look like they have been highlighted, and it also has a beauty function. Lin Ju is so beautiful that he has been holding a palm-sized coconut door mirror and looking at himself all morning. On the rice, the fruit one has changed. The single fruit stem on it has also become a Y shape, and another bag of rice fruit has grown. Species: rice. Fruit 1, rice. The familiar subtitles floated out from the original mini bag of rice fruit. Non-glutinous rice. I have many ways to eat it. The subtitles of the other newly grown mini bag of fruit are glutinous rice, sticky, can be salty or sweet. The subtitles of the other 2 fruits remain the same. Fruit 2 is 3 boxes of fast food, and Fruit 3 is tissues and wet wipes. Looking at the mushrooms again, there are no more fruits in the pot, but there is one more thing that comes out of the blind box, but it jumps over the wall. The subtitles above are very interesting, almost copied the nickname of a potato music blogger. The child is still missing a pot of Buddha jumps over the wall. The child said he is still missing a pot of Buddha jumps over the wall. On the pumpkin, Fruit 1 also changed. Species: pumpkin. Fruit 1, pumpkin scoop. When you see it for the first time, you may want to use it to scoop water, which is not impossible. You will know when you pick it. Chapter 62. The hollowed-out flesh of the upgraded pumpkin gourd is back, but it has changed from flocculent to honeycomb, and it is densely packed with different nuts. After picking the fruit, the honeycomb flesh can be lifted up as a whole and separated from the pumpkin gourd flesh. Like freshly squeezed juice, the types of nuts are random. This batch of fruit contains pumpkin seeds. The next batch may contain sunflower seeds. The next batch contains peanuts, pistachios. This batch is 5 spice. The next batch is pecan flavor, vine pepper flavor. On the orange tree, the fruit that has changed is Fruit 3. Species: orange. Fruit 1, navel orange. This orange has image anxiety. Sometimes it wants to change its smell. Sometimes it wants to fine-tune its appearance. So sometimes it becomes a seasoning box. Sometimes it becomes an orange. Fruit 2, freshly squeezed juice. Because it changes shape and taste from time to time, use. If you squeeze juice from this orange, it may not be orange juice. Fruit 3, fried egg. Sometimes, after too many deformations, this orange will forget that it is an orange, and only remember that it is round, white and yellow, and then, it becomes a yellow and white fried egg. P.S. Although this fried egg did not inherit the image anxiety of the orange, after all, the genes are there, and it will inevitably grow crooked as it grows, and become a fried egg-shaped plate. Just when I was worried about the lack of plates, this fried egg plate appeared just in time. Uncle Joe was the happiest to see the plate. Especially after a few crops of fruit, several oval-shaped ones were grown, which made Uncle Joe very happy. Although the coconut pot can also be used to hold dishes, for a chef who loves cooking, it always feels awkward without a good-looking plate to hold the dishes. Uncle Joe was happy, and everyone's breakfast became more abundant. The freshly made pumpkin pancakes were placed on the table, as well as delicious rice balls made with lard, mushrooms, and glutinous rice. The new Buddha jumps over the wall was placed, as was the fried rice noodles, with a fried egg for each person, and finally a portion of the coconut-flavored glutinous rice cake daifuku ordered by Chen-Er. Rongshu sat next to Chen-Er. The boss was becoming less and less shy. Before, he only cooked for Chen-Er and showed some favoritism, but now, he directly fed him. Chen-Er just stared at the daifuku, and before he could move his chopsticks, he scooped up the round daifuku and fed it directly to Chen-Er's mouth with a spoon. Glancing at Nkur, seeing that his cousin turned her head away as if she didn't see it, Chen-Er couldn't help blushing and took a bite. This daifuku is really delicious. The big fortune was taken away by her, and Rongshu didn't even change the spoon, and directly used the spoon that had been used to feed Chen-Er to drink the Buddha jumps over the wall soup. Chen-Er's eyes were glued to the spoon, thinking about the feeling of holding the spoon when eating the big fortune just now, and his heartbeat was disordered again. Lin Ju was looking in the mirror with his back to the two of them, and accidentally saw this scene from the mirror, and his eyes were sore. When will it be his turn to play this ambiguous game? He looks no worse than Brother Rong. So why hasn't he met a cute little girl he likes? Before the meal, Lin Ju was full first. Not only him, except for Grandpa Rong with a big smile on his old face, and the fat boy who didn't quite understand the adult world, everyone else also felt a little full. Single dogs always lack a little immunity to dog food. In order to prevent themselves from being full to the point of not being able to eat, several people diverted their attention and did a post-war review. And Kier raised a strange point. There has never been a case of a monster swallowing a crystal core to advance before. After Kier said this, the others also realized it later, and it seemed to be true. When you thought for a while and said, I first discovered this when I saw the blogger Su Tian from Shein feeding the mutant tomatoes with crystal cores. Then not long after, a monster appeared that swallowed the crystal core and advanced to level 4. Sun Binbin said, before this, we have never seen a monster eating a crystal core, and no one has ever mentioned that a monster would eat a crystal core. And this time, there is a strange phenomenon in the siege of the level 4 zombies. All the monsters are focusing on people with higher levels of superpowers. It seems that they know that high-level superpowers have more energy and are more delicious. This phenomenon has never appeared before. Xia Jinji said. Yeah. That level 4 zombie fell in love with Brother Rong at first sight. I was scared to death at that time. Chenru was fed another abalone from Buddha jumps over the wall. His cheeks were bulging with food, and he nodded vigorously with an expression of approval. Lin Ju touched his chin. I suspect that these monsters have a sense of each other. Or there is some kind of medium that connects all monsters, like a network. When the tomato monster eats the crystal core to upgrade, other monsters all know that the crystal core is delicious, and then the recipe is updated. The people at the table looked at each other and thought of the same thing at the same time. Red fog. Sun Binbin was shocked. This red fog is getting more and more terrifying. It can even let monsters share information. In this way, the monster world has a faster and more convenient way to upgrade. In the short term, the level of these monsters will probably usher in a terrifying increase. Xia Jinji's face was solemn. Then all other safe areas in Daxia without domain protection are in danger. The concerns of several people are also the concerns of the big leader Yan Weiguang. During this period, the official side has been frantically promoting the birth of mobile phones, and the little angel Qianing with wings has been flying around day and night on business trips. Yan Weiguang has already contacted the leadership teams of the major safety zones in Daxia. No one knows the current situation outside better than him. Including Beijing, all major cities in Daxia have more or less experienced the fall of safety zones and have been forced to relocate. But the space here is limited, and it can only accommodate people from several surrounding safety zones for the time being. He can't do anything about it. The old man now has a headache when he sees a call from the leader of the safety zone, and he doesn't dare to answer it. After some thinking and discussing with people around him, Yin Weiguang and Chen Er communicated with each other and asked Secretary Yu Jia to post a task post on the official account of Xuyin. Now the safety zones in various cities are in urgent need of support from superpowers. All superpowers are welcome to form teams to participate. The official will provide each team with a material subsidy. The reward for completing the task. The first self-built house, under the name of the individual, is free of domain rent and permanent residence rights. At the same time, the official account of the Light of the End of the World also sent a message in response. Now the safety zones of various cities are in urgent need of support from superpowers. All superpowers are welcome to form a team to participate. The reward for completing the task is a fish roe gift bag from Guogua's supermarket. With the Pang here and grenades, even if a large number of superpowers leave, the defense of the Light of the End of the World will not be a problem. As soon as the news came out, the comment area of the two official accounts was almost paralyzed. There are more and more messages about recruiting people to form a team. Now that there are pumpkin cars and grenades, and enough supplies are prepared, going out is no problem. Many people are already concerned about their relatives far away in other cities. As soon as the pumpkin car came out, they have already formed a team on Xuyin to recruit people. Now that the task is out, you can also get both official and Light of the End of the World rewards at the same time. Of course, you can't miss it. Chapter 63. On the same day, the well-prepared pumpkin train team received an official subsidy bag containing a grenade seedling and a tap for water spinach and lean meat soup, and set off to various cities. Everyone can use the seedling on the way, and the spawn Chen Er tacitly allows everyone to keep it privately, but they must provide a copy to the official when they arrive in the safe zone. The team members were all dizzy with this unexpected surprise, and they showed off crazily on Xuyin. They successfully attracted a group of superpowers, who were still hesitating whether to take the risk to support. What is there to hesitate about? Of course they will go. Lin Ju had previously contacted his parents in Beijing through Qian in using a mushroom brand mobile phone. Originally, he was going to pick up people as soon as the pumpkin car came out, but his mother, who loved her son dearly, ordered him not to go. Lin's mother and Lin Ju are 50% similar, with delicate looks and cunning people. She specifically told Uncle Zhou to watch over her son, but after meeting all the members of the End of the World Light group through the video, she flattered him through the screen, coaxing the fat man, who had never seen the world, to call her auntie, and happily promised Lin's mother not to let Lin Ju leave the domain. Chen Er wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Fortunately, the large force of the Beijing City Safety Zone was already on the way to migrate. Lin Ju video called his parents every day to ensure their safety. He was not short of a superpower around him, so he didn't insist on picking them up. Of course, the considerate brother Lin might not want to hurt the young heart of our national treasure. After all, a bear cannot stand without faith. How can we let our national treasure become a panda that does not keep its word? After posting the message on the official account, Chen Er glanced at the comments of 99 people who added it below and clicked on a few familiar IDs above. How can you eat fried noodles without Coca-Cola? OP, I heard there is a new durian product. Why hasn't Guogua's supermarket put it in yet? My child is waiting so long that the flowers are about to wither. OP's dad, boss, give your durian-loving kid a way out. He really can't wait even a second. Waiting for a grenade. I heard that the team that went out to kill the level 4 big boss almost died collectively this time. At the critical moment, OP came on the scene with a grenade and killed everyone. OP is mighty and domineering. Pay attention, OP, where are my grenades? A plate of smashed cucumbers. Hurry up and put in new products. Waiting for a grenade adds 1. Peel it, and it's a roasted durian. Waiting for a grenade adds 2. Looking at a large area, everyone is crying for the new durian in Guogua's supermarket. The supermarket now has 2 employees, Li Jingyuan and Wang Yun. Except for Wen Yu, who is responsible for urging the berth of the warehouse to fill up. No one goes there every day like before. After killing monsters all night, Miss Wen Yu's energy consumption has not yet fully recovered. After breakfast, she has gone back to practice. Others have also gone back to their homes to wash and rest. Chen Er has forgotten about this matter. Knowing that everyone is waiting anxiously, the fat man with good teeth is still swallowing crystal cores to expand the domain. Domain expansion is a top priority and cannot stop. Others also need to rest and recover. It is difficult to find someone to break the crystal core. If there is a nutcracker that can break the crystal core. Muttering, Chen Er's eyes lit up. Yes. You can grow something with a broken crystal core. Now she can grow things without dreaming. Hurry up and try it. Thinking of this, Chen Er couldn't sit still and hurried to the balcony. Just when she was about to look for seeds, she suddenly saw a black shadow falling straight down from the sky through the coconut window. Chin Air curiously pushed the window open and looked out. Wow! What a big pair of wings! Looking more carefully, it was a birdman with wings. With a bang, the person fell heavily to the ground, and Chin Air's whole body shook. The next second, she suddenly opened her eyes wide. It was not a birdman, but the little angel Qianing. He really fell down? She had been watching Qianing flying around in the sky, and she had been worried that he would fall down one day, but she didn't expect him to really fall down. Hiss! A lot of blood flowed out. Even from the 8-story height, Chin Air could see the dark liquid oozing out from under the other person, and the people around him were all shocked and surrounded him. Chin Air had no time to think about finding seeds, and quickly called Xia Jinji's Feishin. Brother Xia, it's urgent, someone is going to die downstairs. While shouting, she ran out of 802. Rongshu and others, who heard the noise, also came out one after another, and ran down together. It's troublesome not to have an elevator. Don't let Qianing get into trouble. Yu, plant an elevator quickly. Plant, you must plant. Chin Air was panting, and she had to run up the stairs in a hurry, which almost killed her. What was even more unacceptable was that when she was about to reach the second floor, she was just holding the railing to catch her breath, and Grandpa Rong had already passed her and went down to the front. Chin Air, she couldn't even outrun Grandpa Rong. She wanted to die. Suddenly, a strong arm wrapped around her legs, and she flew into the air. Rongshu, who had been walking beside her, held her up with his arm and one hand. Chin Air, Brother Rong, I can walk by myself, she said reservedly, but her hand had already firmly held the man's shoulder. Rongshu smiled at her gently. Hurry up like this. Chin Air, I'm dead. I was instantly killed by the man's stunning beauty. Well, his boyfriend power is also max. When the group arrived, the person had been sent to the nearby hospital, and the official also came. Yin Weiguang and Yin Hung were there. With the timely intervention of Xia Jinji's assistant, who could coagulate blood in the hospital, Qian Ying's bleeding stopped in time. But his breathing was still weak, and the wounds all over his body were shocking. All kinds of scratches and bites, a big hole in his stomach, several places on his arms and legs were white bones, and the flesh was bitten off. He was so seriously injured and fell from such a high place. He was lucky to be able to save his life. Xia Jinji was dragged by Sun Binbin to run, and arrived earlier than the others, and was already transferring superpowers to him. Because he was so seriously injured, Dr. Xia was sweating profusely while transferring superpowers, and he also absorbed a handful of crystal cores in the middle. Fortunately, the effect was also significant. Not long after, Qianing, who was about to die, was alive and kicking again. A group of people returned to 802, Building 0, and Qianing also talked about the reason for his injury. I encountered a wave of flying monsters on the way to Ning City to deliver spiritual plants. You just came back and went out again? Chin Air's reaction was even greater than his, and he looked at Yin Weiguang with condemnation. Don't children need to rest? There are more than just Qianing who can fly, right? And you don't have to be able to fly to send messages and things. Anyone with fast speed will do, right? Not to mention others, just Sun Binbin and Li Daqiang. They are 2 pairs of flying legs. It's not the chief's problem. It's me who can't sit still. Qianing was afraid that Chin Air would misunderstand the leader, so he hurriedly explained. The old man waved his hand. Yu is right, you fly too often. You should take a good rest and get better. Commander, I'm fine. I can still fly. Qianing was anxious. Yes, he is really a person who can't sit still. Let's talk about whether you fly or not later. Yin Hung was a little speechless, and went back to the building that Shinru had led astray. How come you were so badly injured after encountering the monster tide? Didn't you carry grenades with you? Chapter 64. Don't mention it, I'm telling you, I saw a ghost. Ghost? What ghost? Several people looked at Qianing in confusion. Qianing knew at a glance that everyone didn't understand what he meant. It's a ghost, literally. Ghost. Qianing was very excited. I saw a group of monsters that can turn into ghosts. At that time, I clearly killed a large number of monsters, and there was nothing around, but there was a group of invisible things that kept attacking me. Fortunately, there were grenades. Although I couldn't see them and couldn't aim accurately, I also blew out the shape of those things. That is, a group of feet and tree roots turned into a wisp of smoke, floating and moving ghosts. If their upper bodies hadn't maintained the head and branches, I almost thought I really saw a ghost. When I saw the appearance of the monsters, I was almost scared to death. I felt bad and turned around and flew back. But these ghosts are so fast, faster than Binzi. And they liked to fly upwards, surrounding me and pushing me upwards, flying higher and higher, and I completely lost my sense of direction. If the building below was not very conspicuous in the sun, I would not know that I had flown above the territory of the national treasure. I was almost eaten by those ghosts. Fortunately, I finally broke through the siege with the only remaining grenade in my hand and rushed into the territory. Qianing was shaking all over, and the child was obviously scared. Chen Er also imagined the scene as he described, and couldn't help shuddering. Oh my god, there are really ghosts in this world. Not only eating you, but also sending you to heaven at any time. Others also looked like they had seen a ghost. Sun Binbin rubbed the goose bumps on his arms, and immediately snatched the crystal core rations from Pang. Brother Pang, let's not eat it yet. If you eat it again, the domain will expand and take this thing in. It's so creepy. Pang glanced at the little brother who dared to snatch the big brother's rations with dissatisfaction, and said in a baby voice, "They have come in before, but as soon as they came in, they looked for someone to fight with, and were thrown back the same way." Pang took out the crystal core from the fish roe lucky bag hanging around his neck, and continued to eat with his feet shaking. Sun Binbin snatched the official one. Sun Binbin's heart was lifted up, and put down after Pang's words, but fortunately, it was thrown out again. People just want to compare their misery. Seeing Sun Binbin like this, Chen Er was not so scared anymore. I can't sense the existence at all. Xia Jingji frowned. Then it's hard to defend outside the domain? Maybe Ashu's mental power can sense it? Uncle Zhou said. Rongshu looked at Pang. The panda cub was concentrating on eating. When he rubbed his ears, he almost turned his back. He looked like he didn't care, and didn't notice his father looking at him. He had to change his target, and looked at Qianing. Where is the location? Take me there. This invisible monster is too dangerous. We have to find a way to deal with it as soon as possible. Let's go too. Lin Ju and the others were also very curious. In addition, they didn't know the situation of the unknown monster, and they were worried about Rongshu alone. No matter how powerful the boss is, he is not invincible. But, Qianing raised her hand weakly. I can't carry so many people. Qianing can only transform herself into a beast, and can't let others grow wings. And after the transformation, the wings look big, and the back is still the back of the human form, not the back of a giant bird that can carry people to fly. Several people looked at each other. They all forgot this. How about you stay in the fish roe lucky bag? Qianing said, and really took out a fish roe lucky bag. Everyone looked at him with a dark face. No one wanted to be put in it, but Chen Er's eyes lit up, and he leaned close to Rongshu's ear and whispered, Brother Rong, I will follow you when you go out in the future. Can you just take me with you? Rongshu's expression froze when he was about to say something. Put you in the bag and carry it with you. Rongshu's breathing was rapid, and his chest rose and fell violently for a while. Seeing Chen Er looking at him expectantly, he moved quickly, took out a fish roe lucky bag from his pocket, and opened the bag. Without saying anything, he wanted to put people in. One dared to say it, and the other really dared to pretend. And Kerr, who was sitting next to the two of them, watched her cousin run into the lucky bag by herself and put it in the bag, and was carefully held in the palm of the boss's hand, and her expression was broken again. It's hopeless. She can't control it, and Kerr didn't object to the fact that her cousin and the boss fell in love. After all, she knew Rongshu's character inside out. But parents can't help but worry, and they must ask about their children's love. She had originally thought about taking some time to ask how the two fell in love, and what the situation was now, and then talk to the boss alone about this matter. But now, facing these two love brains, she has no idea. I can't control it. I really can't control it. She wants to poke her eyes out as she looks at it a few more times. After successfully putting Yu into the fish roe lucky bag, Rongshu was satisfied, and then looked at Qianing again, and continued what he wanted to say just now. You don't need to lead the way, just lead the way. Boss, you can fly? Qianing was shocked. Of course, boss can't fly, but he can control objects in the air, and the same goes for people. One tentacle is used as a fulcrum to support the ground, and the other mental tentacles roll up a few tentacles around, and bring them up together. Of course, the boss's tentacles can't be as long as the radius of Big Fatty's domain. But someone can control the soil, and build a ladder upwards. He-Song is very good at building houses with soil. He-Song was called to build a ladder for everyone. Building houses in a large area is very fast, not to mention just building stairs upwards. As long as there is soil, it is very easy. He-Song doesn't have to leave the ground. Just stand on the ground and keep adding the layer connected to the surface, and the ladder can continue to extend upwards. In case it is not strong enough or will be eroded by the red fog and last for a short time. Linju also metallized and reinforced it on top. On Rongshu's palm, the fish roe lucky bag was tilted by Chen. She pressed her hands on the bag mouth, stuck her head out from inside, and watched Linju lead the way, while going up and reinforcing. The more she looked, the more troublesome it seemed. Still missing something that can fly. After saying hello to Rongshu, she pushed the bag upwards and straightened it, returned to the lucky bag, and fiddled with the flower pots and seeds. When she came out, she put the flower pots and seeds on the balcony into the fish roe lucky bag she carried with her. At this time, the mouth of the lucky bag above her head was wide open, and light shone in, and it was quite bright inside. The fish roe lucky bag that Rongshu used to hold her was the largest one, with a size of 10 cubic meters, and a length, width, and height of more than 2 meters. She could lie down and roll inside. And the lucky bag is an independent space, and it will not be bumpy because the bag is pinched and thrown outside. As long as no one pinches her like a monster through the lucky bag, she can be very comfortable inside. To make her more comfortable, Rongshu also put a sofa bed inside. Chenru sat on the sofa bed, put his head into the lucky bag of fish roe, and carefully searched for walnuts. Chapter 65. In addition to wanting to grow flying creatures, she was also thinking about the broken crystal core. Because the first tool she thought of was a walnut cracker, she naturally looked for walnut seeds. Since the last potato sound Su Tion Tion incident, many people who had hidden seeds on hand have contributed their seeds to her. Of course, she did not ask for it in vain, and everyone who took out seeds returned a fruit gift package to the other party. Therefore, during this period, the seeds in the fish roe blessing bag have been increasing, and the variety has become more and more abundant. Chen subconsciously thought that there would be walnut seeds in it, but she didn't expect to find nothing after turning the blessing bag upside down. What if there are no walnuts? That kind of peach, it should be okay. Chen took out the core of a honey peach uncertainly. After thinking about it, he found a bag of dandelion seeds. I accidentally glanced at a seed bag with a red hawthorn pattern, and the idea of candied haws suddenly popped up in my mind. With a flash of inspiration, I took out the hawthorn seeds as well. Then she buried the 3 kinds of seeds in 3 pots. This was the first time that Shinru took the initiative to plant while awake, so she was a little nervous. She didn't know what she would grow. While she was nervous, she couldn't help but feel excited and expectant. She took 2 deep breaths and began to input superpowers into the 3 pots of seeds. She wanted to concentrate, but her mind couldn't help but let her imagination run wild, and all kinds of strange ideas and pictures kept appearing. When she finally focused and came back to her senses, the 2 pots of newly grown seedlings were already growing small bumps and fruits. Chenru immediately increased the input of superpowers, and while inputting, she didn't forget to grab the crystal core to absorb and replenish the consumption. What kind of fruit the seedlings would produce, and to what extent they would grow and take shape were not controlled by Chenru as always. She just kept inputting superpowers and absorbing crystal cores. After the first 2 seedlings were fully grown, she didn't even have time to look closely, and kept staring at the 3rd dandelion. 3 long and thin stalks grew on the dandelion plant. On 2 of the stalks, 2 kinds of fruits grew in the spherical hairy positions where fruits and seeds should grow. The 3rd stalk was bare, with nothing on it. When the seedlings grew to this point, it was like constipation, and it couldn't grow anything. Just when Shen couldn't help wondering if the 3rd fruit would be born slowly like a pregnancy of 10 months, it finally changed. A ball with wings was born. Looking more closely, it was not a ball, but a pair of snow-white wings embracing each other. Under the wings, there was a snow-white horse with a dandelion ball on its head, closing its eyes, and seemed to be sleeping. Chen surprise! No wonder it looked like constipation, but it was alive. Species, dandelion. Fruit, wings. Ability, fly. Signature, flying wings, take you anywhere you want to go. A line of golden subtitles floated out from above the winged horse's head. Pegasus. Blood to recognize the master. Your exclusive mount. Another fruit was a miniature white convertible plane with a dandelion ball erected on the tail of the fuselage. The subtitles were, Convertible plane. Give me the crystal core, I can fly very far. Another fruit was a fluffy white wing sticker. The wings on the sticker were not the same as those on Pegasus, and there was not a single feather on them. The wings were made up of fluffy dandelion balls. The shape is like 6 vertically stacked letters B tilted 45 degrees horizontally, with the left stroke shoe on the top and the right 6 strokes 3 on the bottom. The stroke shoe is bent into a large arc, and the 6 strokes 3 on the right are stretched to different lengths, the longest at the tip of the wing, and the shorter towards the root of the wing. The roots of the two wings are connected by a larger dandelion ball, with a subtitle floating on it. Lightwing sticker. Stick to me and fly bravely. Ha ha, fly, fly, fly. All three are flying. Chen Er was so happy that he immediately pulled the fish roll lucky bag and shouted outside, Brother Rong, I have grown a plane. You don't have to go through so much trouble, you can fly directly. As soon as her head stuck out of the bag, she heard a bang 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 of grenades exploding. While she was growing seedlings inside, everyone had already left the area and fought against monsters that were invisible to the naked eye. Rongshu's mental power could obviously sense the existence of the monster, and not many people were injured at the scene. As soon as she showed her head, Rongshu pushed her head back. You, don't come out yet. Chen Er, She simply took off the sleeping mini Pegasus and handed it out from the mouth of the fish roll lucky bag. Brother Rong. Next, this is the Pegasus grown with the plane. Drop blood to recognize the owner. The effect of the Lightwing sticker is still uncertain, and it takes time to explore the driving of the plane. Pegasus is different. You can ride it by dropping blood to recognize the owner. After the Pegasus was taken off, it was also in a sleeping mini state before the blood was dripped to recognize the owner. Rongshu took it, and immediately did as he was told, dripping blood to recognize the owner. The moment the blood was absorbed by the Pegasus, Rongshu also had a subtle feeling. His thoughts could be synchronized with the Pegasus. He wanted it to fly and it flew, and he wanted it to stop and it stopped. At the same time, Pegasus woke up from his deep sleep, his thick eyelashes trembled slightly, and his eyelids suddenly opened, revealing a pair of bright, dark and beautiful big eyes. Rongshu's figure was reflected in his big eyes. After rubbing his hands affectionately twice, he spread his wings and flew to Rongshu and stopped. His body changed from a miniature to the size of an adult horse, and he neighed at Rongshu, as if saying, Come on, I carry you. From the mouth of the bag, she saw Rongshu turn over neatly and ride on the back of the Pegasus. Chen Er withdrew his attention with satisfaction and looked at the two pots of seedlings next to him. Although she didn't look carefully just now, she seemed to have seen a fruit that looked like a walnut cracker growing on the peach seedlings. It was just right to break the crystal core and give birth to more Pegasus. While thinking, Chen Er looked in the direction of the peach seedlings, and when she glanced over, she suddenly caught a glimpse of a very dazzling subtitle on the hawthorn seedlings next to her. The seedlings growing out of the hawthorn pot are not mini hawthorn trees, but a cylindrical grass target with 3 kinds of fruits on it. 2 of them are strings of bright red candied haws, totaling 10 strings. 9 strings are inserted around the grass target, each with 5 candied haws on a wooden stick. The remaining string is inserted vertically on the top of the grass target, with only 1 candied haw on it, and it looks a circle bigger than the candied haws on other candied haws. 2 lines of subtitles appeared on the grass handle. Species, hawthorn. Fruit, candied haws. One of the strings of 5 candied haws has a subtitle floating on it. Candied haws. Sour, sweet, and delicious. The subtitle of the top string of a single candied haw is Chapter 66. Elevator, Crispy's favorite. In addition to the 2 kinds of candied haw-shaped fruits, there is also a transparent packaged snack that is also inserted on a wooden stick. Hawthorn gift pack. I have hawthorn slices, hawthorn balls, hawthorn strips, and fruit jelly. Which one do you like? The subtitle that dazzled Chen Er was the line, Elevator, Crispy's favorite. Isn't this piercing Crispy's heart? Chen Er was so angry that he forgot everything and shook the straw target holding the hawthorn seedlings. This doesn't count, change it. After shaking for a long time, the straw target had a new subtitle. No, I like this one. Chen Er wanted to vomit blood. He stared at the straw target for a long time, but he couldn't do anything about it, so he could only bear it. After taking a few deep breaths, Chen Er's attention returned and his eyes fell on another pot next to him. A miniature peach tree grew in the peach pit pot. There are 3 pink, big and juicy peaches hanging on it, and 3 nutcracker-shaped fruits with peach pit color patterns. 2 lines of subtitles appear between the green branches and leaves. Species, peach. Fruit, peach. Subtitles appeared on the nutcracker-shaped fruit. Peach pit clamp. I am not a walnut cracker, I am a peach pit clamp. There is nothing that I can't break with one clamp. Looking at the fruit peach again, the fruit stem on it is a bit strange. It is a red string that looks like a thread, and a line of subtitles appeared on the peach. Peach, sweet and crisp. After this line of subtitles appeared, a new line of subtitles appeared at the same position of the peach. Buddha beads. I am blessed. Take me with you when you go out. You can stay safe. Buddha beads? Isn't that just for dealing with ghosts? Chen Er's eyes lit up. However, she looked left and right, but she didn't see where the Buddhist beads were. But the subtitles did float out from the peach. On the peach. Could it be hidden inside? Chen immediately picked the peach, and with 2 crunches, the peach pit was exposed. The lines on it were actually shining with golden light. The lines also formed a Buddha statue. Chen became more excited, crunching, and biting. I was just hungry. She quickly ate a big peach, and a round Buddhist bead with holes appeared in her hand. Now Chen also knew what the red string-like fruit stem on the peach was used for. She took off the fruit stem and strung the Buddhist beads. The red string with the fruit stem can be freely extended and shortened. Chen stretched it a little, and made it into a pendant that can be hung around the neck. He handed the Buddhist beads out from the bag. Brother Rong, try this Buddhist beads and see if it works. Rong Shu, who was riding on Pegasus outside, quickly took the Buddhist beads and held them in his hand. Chen didn't know in the bag, but Rong Shu was outside. The first time he grabbed the red string, he found that the ghost monster that he couldn't see before appeared in front of him. Big surprise. Yu, wearing the Buddhist beads, can see those monsters. Wow! It's worthy of being planted by her. Directly treat the symptoms. Chen quickly picked the remaining 2 peaches with the fruit stems and gave them to Rong Shu. Brother Rong, you share them with others, eat the peaches, and the Buddhist beads are the peach pits inside. After handing the peaches out, she then took off a peach pit clamp, took out the crystal pit and crushed it. Well, it's really like the subtitles. It will break with 1 clamp, and there is absolutely no need for a second clamp. From now on, she can break the crystal core and give birth to Meow Meow without anyone else's help. With a snap, Chen broke the crystal core and quickly gave birth to peaches and dandelions. After the first Pegasus was planted, it was easy to plant Pegasus later, but the crystal core consumed was obviously much more than other lifeless fruits. But it's okay, she lacked everything, but not the crystal core. After picking all the Pegasus and peaches she planted, she put them into the fish robe blessing bag. Chen put on a Buddhist bead herself and took the fish robe blessing bag to open the bag. Brother Rong, the Buddhist beads can also keep you safe. I'm wearing it and coming out. You hold me up. Rong Shu quickly put the bag on the horse's back. Chen climbed out of the bag and was held steady by him. He sat in front of him, and the 2 rode together. Sitting on the Pegasus is very stable, and there is no situation of losing balance and bumping. Everyone come here quickly, it's time to share the treasure. As soon as Chen sat down, he shouted to the people around. Rong Shu's mental tentacles spread out like octopus tentacles, and everyone was scattered to various positions in the air, playing with the invisible ghosts. The game was all about heartbeat and excitement. When there was danger, the big guys would come to rescue in time, and no one was afraid. Even Qianing, who was scared half to death before, found the fun of revenge. He just got a Buddhist bead from Rong Shu, and those ghosts were all invisible in his eyes. This man didn't even use grenades, he was full of energy, and he picked up the ghost monsters and killed them until he was red in the face. Of course, except for those who are afraid of ghosts. Because Sun Binbin is fast and afraid of ghosts, he came over to ask for the peach that Rong Shu got from Chen as soon as he saw it. The kid, who didn't know the function of the Buddhist beads, just after eating the peach and putting on the Buddhist beads, almost came face to face with a ghost zombie with bared fangs and claws. I accidentally saw that the zombies had no legs and their lower bodies were like white smoke tails, and I almost fainted on the spot. At this moment, people rolled themselves into a tornado, throwing grenades everywhere, and dared not stop for a moment, for fear of accidentally bumping into a ghost again. While running, Sun Binbin only dared to glance at the position of the ghosts, with the corner of his eyes, or stare at their upper bodies. The terrifying upper bodies of the ghosts did not scare him, but those smoke tails that seemed a bit cute to Chenrua, the poor kid didn't dare to look at them for a long time. As soon as Chenrua shouted, Rong Shu's mental tentacles controlled and pulled everyone over. Pegasus and Peaches were separated, and Rong Shu's mental tentacles were also released. Chenrua put away the fish robe blessing bag, breathed a sigh of relief, and leaned his back naturally into Rong Shu's arms. Rong Shu's heartbeat could not help but speed up. While his left fingertips were killing monsters with lightning, his right hand was ready to hug her waist. He didn't want the person in his arms to suddenly lean forward and leave his chest again. Rong Shu, Chen caught a glimpse of the round dandelion on the head of the Pegasus in front of him. He was attracted by it. He leaned forward, stretched out his hand to reach the ball, and pulled it twice. It looked like a dandelion, but it was soft and fluffy to the touch. Even those who love fluffy balls couldn't stand it. It made people love it. Chen just grabbed it, and didn't let go. The Pegasus turned his head to look at her. Although she was Rong Shu's horse, Chen, the biological mother, still had a high status in the horse's heart. Look, She turned her head to look at it. Her eyes were intimate, and she even neighed like a spoiled child. Chinair couldn't help but touch its head. Our Chiuchiu is so cute. After playing with Dandelion Ball for a while, this Pegasus was given a name as casual as Big Fatty. After Chinair finished speaking, he remembered that this Pegasus was now Rongshu's mount, and immediately leaned back into Rongshu's arms, grabbed his right hand, and put it on his belly, looking up at him expectantly. Brother Rong, can it be called Chiuchiu? Rongshu successfully hugged his waist. What else is wrong? Of course, he agreed to everything. Okay, call it whatever you like. Although he just named this Pegasus Rongoutian, I'm sorry now, ma dear, your mother is going to change your name to Rong Chiuchiu, and you will be called Rong Chiuchiu from now on. Rong Chiuchiu, eh? Maybe I prefer to call Rong Chiuchiu than Rongoutian? Chapter 67. With the Buddhist beads, the ghost monster is no longer a problem. The few people who came out to find the monster's weakness no longer need to continue looking. The goal was achieved, and a group of people killed the surrounding space and returned the same way. Before leaving, Qianning also received a communication from Yin Heng, and put a few ghost monsters into the fish roll lucky bag and took them back. The official research institute was built, and in addition to studying red fog and Chinair seedlings, it also studies monsters. Bringing the ghost monster back is the requirement of the research institute. A group of people rode on cool flying horses and fell from the sky, causing a burst of screams from the light of the end of the world. After landing, a group of Pegasus stopped at the entrance of Building 0. Tenants gathered around and exclaimed, "Oh my god, the host has grown something alive again. Even a horse with wings can be grown. It's amazing. It will be more convenient to go out in the future, and it can fly. Pegasus, this is for the gods to pull the carriage. Can it be ridden by humans? Give me one, I will immediately worship it as an ancestor." No one regards these Pegasus as exotic beasts. This must be grown by the host. Don't gather around. Pegasus will be available in the supermarket soon. Not only Pegasus, but also airplanes and light body stickers, peaches, candied haws, oh, and the durian you've been thinking about. Hurry up and line up. When you didn't go out with everyone this time, and he should have recovered almost completely by now, it's time to pull it up and work. Because the supermarket is only open in the morning and there are too many people, 2 employees strongly suggested opening in the afternoon to disperse the flow of people. The supermarket is now open in the afternoon, but it is still often sold out in the morning. As soon as Chinair said this, a group of people who were watching the fun and looking at the crowd dispersed, fearing that they would fall behind if they were too slow. There was no habitat for the Pegasus for the time being, so they were allowed to stroll in the yard first, or if they wanted, they could rest in the fish row bag. Of course, if you don't mind that the space is too cramped to keep a horse at home, you can give the horse a room. Fortunately, these horses also eat crystal cores to maintain their consumption, otherwise Chinair would have no grass to feed them. Rong Chiuchiu didn't do anything special and played in the yard with his companions. Chinair didn't give Rong Chiuchiu twin brothers, so the horses' looks were still distinguishable, although they couldn't see much difference. Seeing that the Pegasus were strolling well, Lin Ju and others were about to go up the stairs, but were stopped by Chinair. Wait a minute. I have something good. Chinair smiled slyly, and took out hawthorn seedlings from the fish row bag. Ignoring the comment that made Crispy Heart attack, Shanjia Miao Miao still pleases Chinair very much. There are her favorite candied haws and haws snacks, as well as a very practical elevator. Why don't you just grow an abacus bead? When Linju saw the candied haws elevator, he almost couldn't hold back his expression. Chinair looked like you were stupid. Can you eat an abacus? Candied haws are so delicious. Linju gave her a thumbs up. Chinair, hee. The candied haws elevator is very simple to use. It is like the red string of Buddhist beads, it can be stretched. If it is the height of the 8th floor, pull the wooden stick up to the 8th floor, and if it is the height of the 6th floor, pull the wooden stick up to the 6th floor. Just as Qianning hadn't left yet, Chinair called him for help. He chose a candied haws elevator that was about the same size as the elevator passage, and inserted the lower end of the wooden stick into the brick floor to fix it. The candied haws were left on the first floor, and Qianning held the top of the wooden stick, stretching it as it flew upward until the top was connected to the ceiling of the top floor. The wooden stick was very hard and stable, and it would not bend or shake. It was not a big problem whether the top was inserted into the ceiling. After installation, you can see that there is a crystal core groove in the center of the arc surface of the candied haws shape on the outer wall of the elevator. Put the crystal core into the groove, and the arc surface shrinks from the center to both sides, opening an entrance and exit that is just about the same size as the elevator passage, revealing a hollow space with a wooden stick standing upright inside. The wall is an arc convex outward, the ceiling and the ground are flat, and there are 4 buttons inside like ordinary elevators. After the crystal core is installed, it will automatically sense the location of the elevator passage entrance. Press the floor button, and it will just stop at the elevator passage exit on that floor. I finally don't have to climb stairs anymore after coming back exhausted. As soon as Sun Binbin entered the elevator, he slumped on the ground without any image. The child was really tired of playing hide-and-seek with the ghost this time. The others had already started playing with a pot of seedlings, but they didn't play for long because the Tonghulu elevator was very fast and reached the 8th floor almost in an instant. Although Sun Binbin looked exhausted, he was reluctant to go back to rest because he had new seedlings to study. It was lunchtime again, and Uncle Joe had Wenyu and Enkur to help him, and the food was almost ready. Xianing also stayed to eat, and Xia Jinji gave each of them some superpowers to relieve fatigue. A group of people gathered in the living room of 802, waiting for the meal to start, while watching and studying Chen Ru's 3 new seedlings. The dandelion plane was a bit big after being enlarged, and it affected Uncle Joe's cooking in the corridor, so he changed the research base to the living room of 802. The dandelion plane that was picked off, the largest convertible cabin, is about the same size as a normal 4-seater car cabin, but it has a tail with a dandelion ball. The overall color of the fuselage is snow white, like a white and fat dolphin without a pointed mouth and dorsal fin. The nose is a round fish head, the wings are the 2 fins on both sides of the dolphin's body, and the tail is the shape of a dolphin's tail that is slightly upturned. But the tip of the upturned tail is not a fish fin, but a dandelion ball. The hollowed-out part of the fuselage near the head is the cabin, which is also a 4-seater like a car, and the seats, steering wheel, and seat belts are all green like dandelion stems. The fruit is grown from seeds, and there are also single-seater, double-seater, 3-seater, and 5-seater specifications. The appearance will also change a little. Some heads are rounder, and some tails are higher. Because of the extra tail, the largest fish roe blessing bag cannot be fully loaded, and a small part is exposed when it is loaded. The structure of the driving position is the same as that of a convertible car, with a steering wheel and a display screen. The only difference from a car is that its steering wheel can be lifted up and pressed down, and tilted in all directions. Lifting up means rising, pressing down means descending, and tilting means changing the flight angle of the fuselage. Compared with the Pegasus that can be controlled with a thought, Lin Ju and other gentlemen prefer the plane that can be driven by themselves, and can't wait to test fly. Uncle Joe has also prepared the meal, and everyone decided to take a pre-meal ride. Of course, except for Miss Wenyu, she was in a hurry to fill the supermarket warehouse, and there was a group of people queuing in front of the supermarket waiting to be fed. When hearing about flying a plane for a ride, our national treasure De Pang was the most enthusiastic. De Pang has swallowed enough crystal cores, and the field is finally finalized at a radius of 60 kilometers, with enough space for it to move and have fun. Look, a panda took the lead, stuffed a crystal core into the center of the steering wheel, and flew out in a whoosh. De Pang has flown, so others naturally cannot fall behind. Except for Rong Shu, who sat in the co-pilot seat of Chen Air, everyone wanted to drive by themselves. Even Grandpa Rong was very excited to take the opportunity. The speed of the convertible in flight is about the same as that of a car, and the wind force that can be poured into the car is also the same as that of a car. The front of the fuselage is like a pumpkin carriage, with a transparent window that can only be seen from the inside. Of course, it also has a speeding mode that can reach supersonic flight. Chen Air was so excited playing with the steering wheel that she didn't even sit in the driver's seat. She stood up suddenly, grabbed the steering wheel with both hands, leaned back with her upper body, and pulled up and back hard. I pull, I pull, I pull. The fuselage flew higher and higher, and the nose was straight at 90 degrees, straight into the sky. Wow, wow, wow. Chen Air screamed. If the plane didn't have a spaceship mode, and she was thinking about the big table of lunch, she could have rushed out of the atmosphere directly. Chapter 68. The plane has a safety shield, which is usually hidden. When someone is about to fall out of the plane, it will automatically pop open, so there is no need to worry about accidentally falling off the plane. When returning, the plane flew directly to the outside of the building on the 8th floor corridor. When going out, Rongshu installed a public coconut door on it, so that he could open the door directly, and take out the plane from the fish roe bag to fly out in the future. After everyone finished the ride, Wenyu also came back from the supermarket, and everyone started eating together. While eating, Sun Binbin couldn't help but slack off and play with the light body wing sticker. After the wing sticker is torn off, the torn film will disappear. Then stick the sticker on any part of the body. The sticker will instantly sink into the skin, and soon a dandelion ball will grow on the top of the head, exactly the same as the dandelion ball connected to the wings on the sticker pattern. After the dandelion ball grows, the body instantly becomes as light as a dandelion seed. At the same time, a pair of real wings that look like the pattern on the sticker grow from the back. The flat stickers instantly transform into 3D wings. After the dandelion ball and wings grow out, they can be controlled as if they are part of the human body. By flapping the wings, you can control the speed and direction of flight, whether to take off or land, etc. Hey, it's a bit fun. Come and play. Sun Binbin flapped his wings, and the whole person floated up to the ceiling lightly. When he touched the ceiling, it was also light, and there was no pain. The child didn't feel like a fool with a ball on his head, and he had a lot of fun. He also moved the dandelion ball on his head to the back of his head, changing from flying vertically to flying horizontally. Isn't this a humanoid airplane? The people eating below were watching his performance with stunned expressions. Chen Eyre's focus was always easily diverted. As she watched, her sight suddenly shifted from Sun Binbin's head to his feet. She suddenly jumped away from her original position, opened her palm, and covered the half-eaten bowl. Everyone, keep your bowl. She looked at Sun Binbin with a horrified face. Binzi, don't float on the dining table. What if the dirt on your shoes falls off? Flying well. Suddenly hearing this sentence, Sun Binbin's wings were unstable, and the whole person fell directly onto the dining table. Everyone eating showed the same horrified face as Chen Eyre. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Rongshu's mental tentacles were powerful, and he rolled up Sun Binbin with a dark face and threw him directly onto the coconut door in the corridor. The door opened automatically, and Sun Binbin flew out screaming "Ah!" Everyone watched this scene, and their frightened bodies and minds were instantly restored, and they felt extremely comfortable. Damn, after flying out, this guy didn't come back for a long time. As a result, when we were browsing the potato sound after dinner, we saw Sun Binbin's 3D video on it. The boy had a dandelion ball on his head, and the wings on his back were spread out, floating down from the sky, like an angel descending. The picture was beautiful and hard-moving. This screen recording technology is good. He installed it. Linju gave a thumbs up to the video. The supermarket also has new wings, and some people have already bought them. The comment area followed with a lot of videos showing off wings, Pegasus, and airplanes, as well as durian, candied haws, and peaches. The wing sticker is no longer needed. Pull off the dandelion ball on the top of the head, and the wings growing on the back will disappear, and turn back into stickers together with the ball. The torn film reappears, and the sticker is covered. It is a palm-sized piece. It is very convenient to carry it with you without putting it in a fish roll lucky bag. There is also a user named Late Stage of Laziness, who filmed a video of putting wing stickers on a mobile phone. This late stage of laziness laid down, let the mobile phone float on his head, and used voice control to watch videos. When he turned over, he fanned his hand, and the mobile phone followed the direction of the wind and floated from the top of his head to his eyes, opening a door to a new world in front of a group of lazy people who were watching the video. In the living room of 802, everyone who had not thought that the wing stickers could be used in this way immediately arranged it. Lazy Cancer in Late Stage. There are many comments under the potato sound account. Water gun controls me every day. Woohoo, if I had such a wing sticker before the end of the world, would I still have to worry about whether to sweep under the sofa, bed, or table? I can make the furniture take off in minutes, and the sweeping robot will start to move. I feel tired when I take one more step. Hey, my feet can degenerate in the future. I just need wings. I love wings. I don't need to walk when I go out. I can fly. The stairs can also be removed, and the door can be moved to a different position, so I can travel directly in the air in the future. The door has been installed outside. I changed the position of my door on the spot. Tonghulu control. Don't you think it's stupid to have a ball on your head? I think the Tonghulu elevator is very good. It's convenient to go up and down the stairs and visit neighbors, and it's also very fast. Fallen Angel at Tonghulu control. Get out of here if you join the party. This is the world of wings. I am also a person with wings at Tonghulu control. Get out of here +1. There are fans of wing stickers, as well as fans of Pegasus and airplanes. The homepage of Shein is dominated by various flying video posts. Bees Tamer. It is more convenient to ride Pegasus to kill monsters, while airplanes and lightweight stickers are more suitable for transportation. Pumpkin Train Li Young. Brothers and sisters, guess what I found? The pumpkin carriage can actually sense Pegasus, and a carriage mode pops up. The handle turns into a rope loop in seconds, and the Pegasus pulls the carriage at double the speed. The familiar name caught Lin Ju's attention. Hey, look, Li Daqiang said that the pumpkin train and Pegasus can be used together. Double the speed? Grandpa Rong's eyes lit up, and he looked at Chen Er. Do you girls like Pegasus pulling pumpkin carriages? What's the word for that? When you continued, romantic? Grandpa Rong clapped his hands. Yes. Romantic. Chen Er nodded. I like it. How beautiful. If she doesn't like it, she can't grow these things. Grandpa Rong glanced in the direction of his grandson, not knowing what he thought of, and smiled and stroked his goatee. Rongshu glanced at his grandfather, his eyes thoughtful. Chen Er's attention was still on the phone, and he didn't notice the eye dispute between the grandfather and grandson. Dandelion 3 treasures. I summarized the most appropriate uses of the 3 flying fruits: Pegasus for wartime riding, airplane travel driving, and light body stickers for daily commuting. The OP actually considered everything. I love the OP. Well, can I say I didn't think that much? Chen Er was embarrassed by the compliment, and gave a thumbs up to Dandelion 3 treasures. A pilot passed by. I love airplanes the most. No one can argue with me. Durian peach candied haws bravely fly. Children make choices. Adults want them all. The OP's dad. Everyone, look at the durian snow meringue my mom made with glutinous rice and durian pulp. It's my favorite. Thank you, OP. Peel it, and it's roasted durian at OP's dad. Give a thumbs up to mom's craftsmanship. I'm greedy. Cream cheese butter. Look at my idea, OP. I'm in urgent need. My horse is called Dongfeng. What kind of house do you think is good for the horse? After seeing the question raised by my horse is called Dongfeng, Chen Er also remembered that the problem of the horse's residence has not been solved. Should we build a Pegasus habitat? Chapter 69. You can't just leave it in the yard all the time. If you put it in a lucky bag of fish roe, it's okay to put it in temporarily, but if you really let the horse stay in it all the time, I guess you get depressed. With the size of a Pegasus, if it is put in a lucky bag of fish roe, it will be exposed like an airplane. If you can't squeeze it in, it will be difficult to turn around. Linju said without thinking, why don't you grow a bigger animal bag? The space in Big Fatty's territory is currently limited. It's not enough to put people in it. Building a habitat and animal pens will take up a lot of space. There is a bag specially for animals. It can't just hold horses. If you grow other animals in the future, there will be a place to put them. Don't mention it, it makes sense. Chenru thought about the possibility of growing an animal bag. However, before she could figure it out, several communications came in one after another, and everyone couldn't even use their voice. The authorities sent a message that a large number of survivors who migrated from the safe zone of the neighboring city have arrived. The supermarket and the hospital also sent a message. Since the authorities were busy dealing with the resettlement of the survivors, and at the same time had to continue to expand housing, and to start the expansion of the border city, they could not spare too many people to distribute fruit supplies in time, and all the pressure was given to the Guogua supermarket. In addition, there were many wounded among the survivors, and the supermarket and the hospital were already overcrowded. With the current scale of the supermarket and the hospital, it is inevitable that there will be crowding with too many people. If there are enough people, expansion is also imperative. After everyone discussed it, they simply expanded the two places together this afternoon. When the supermarket and the hospital were built before, the issue of expansion was considered, and a large space was reserved around, so there was no need to worry about insufficient space. A group of people immediately split up and took action. Rongshu led people to expand the construction. Xia Jinji went to the hospital, and Chen Er and others went to the supermarket to help. Miss Wenyu, who had just finished overtime at noon, was happy to work overtime again, and she was working hard. A group of people worked until the sun went down, and the expansion of the supermarket and the hospital was basically completed. The survival supplies needed by the survivors were almost fully equipped. Of course, only a part of the people bought them in full, and most of the survivors bought them on credit or in exchange for goods. After all, they migrated from the next city. Although there were monsters to kill along the way, everyone's first task was to protect the people around them and rush to the light of the end of the world safely. Many times, there was no time to pick up crystal cores for you after killing monsters. In case of emergencies, the crystal cores on hand had to be supplied to the superpowers, who protected everyone. After a few days of work, those who had some crystal cores on hand could quickly become poor. The fruits were put on the shelves as soon as they were born, and when the last batch was snatched away, the supermarket was ready to close. At this time, Chen Er was suddenly stopped by Grandma Wang Yun. Original poster, I want to show you something. Grandma Wang took out a lucky bag of fish roe from her trouser pocket and handed it to Chen Er. Her mysterious look made Chen Er curious. She took the lucky bag, opened it and looked inside, and was stunned. Grandma Wang, did you forget to put the things in? There is nothing inside? What I showed you is the lucky bag. Of course there is nothing inside. Grandma Wang laughed so hard that her mouth couldn't close. Original poster can't see it. This lucky bag of fish roe is not one, but two. I took 2 lucky bags of fish roe apart and sewed them together again. Chen what's going on? 2 lucky bags sewn together? Grandma Wang continued. One is the one you gave me for mushrooms, which is 1 cubic meter in size, and the other is the fish roe lucky bag that my little Lei just got from the border guards, which is also 1 cubic meter in size. Grandma Wang's grandson Zhao Lei joined the border guards not long ago. Because of his good skills and strong qualities, he became a team leader, and was given a fish roe lucky bag of material benefits. After hearing what Grandma Wang said, Chen looked inside the lucky bag again, and was immediately shocked. It's not just 1 cubic meter, it's 2 cubic meters. That's right. It will get bigger if you sew it together. Zhao Lei was given a lucky bag when he joined the army, and I kept the extra one. I don't usually use it. Last night, when I looked at the 2 lucky bags, I suddenly thought that since the lucky bags are bags, maybe they can be bigger if they are taken apart and sewn together? You know, I love to sew and mend. I couldn't help it, so I used a coconut knife to cut it, and sewed it with a brick needle and pajama thread. Who would have thought that just after sewing 2 fish, the fish roe bag suddenly shrank to 1, and I was shocked, thinking the other one was gone. But when I opened it, I saw that the space inside was just as big as the 2 bags added together, which made me so happy. Chen was also very happy. Grandma Wang, you are simply amazing. So amazing. Chen happily hugged the old lady. If it were someone else, they might not find out that the space of the fish roe bag can be stacked like this in 100 or 80 lifetimes. It's like a pillow for a sleepyhead. Now all the problems are solved. Don't even mention airplanes and Pegasus. If more than 2 fish roe bags can be stacked, or even more, the whole house can be put in. Chen immediately expressed his idea. Grandma Wang, don't do the cashier work for now. Take charge of the tailoring work temporarily. So more large space lucky bags to hold Pegasus and airplanes, and one that can hold a whole set of pumpkin trains. No, I'm afraid you can't handle it alone. Chen thought for a while. Well, do you know any sisters? Call them to help, and we open a tailor shop upstairs in the supermarket. The main business is to modify fish roe lucky bags, and the side business is to modify clothing, or anything else you think can be modified. It's up to you. I provide the raw materials, and you can be the store manager. How about it? Grandma Wang was so dizzy by this sudden surprise that her voice trembled. Okay. Suddenly, she remembered something. The supermarket is short of staff, and Yuan is alone. People may be too busy to handle it. Li Jingyuan, who was standing by, was also happy for Grandma Wang. She smiled and said, Grandma Wang, don't worry. If we don't have enough people, we will recruit more. Chen nodded, don't worry, we will recruit more. She looked at Li Jingyuan, Sister Yuan, you are responsible for the recruitment. Our supermarket also needs a store manager. Grandma Wang will be the store manager of the tailor shop, and you will be the store manager of the supermarket. As for the salary, it will be 3 times higher than before, and the salary of the employees will be the same as your previous salary. Ah? Li Jingyuan opened her eyes wide. The surprise came so quickly, and suddenly, that she was a little bit unbelievable for a while. Don't worry, hurry up. If you don't know anyone, just post a job on Shein. Grandma Wang, it's the same over there. Everyone's Pegasus has no place to live. There are still a large group of them wandering in the yard of Building 0. Chapter 70. The 2 of them responded happily, and went back to work. Chen couldn't wait to go back and share this good news with everyone. That night, Chen received a batch of super large space fish roe lucky bags from Grandma Wang, a full 180 cubic meters. The length and width are 6 meters, and the height is 5 meters. Her room is not that big. After a good layout, put the Pegasus in it, and it will be a perfect Pegasus Beast bag. 802, De Pang sat in the middle of the coffee table, and 8 fish roe lucky bags were placed around the edge of the table. 8 horse heads stretched out from the lucky bags, imitating De Pang's snacks. Looking around, a row of small bags connected to the big horse heads were smacking their lips. That kind of scene, Chen didn't know how to describe it. With the Pegasus Beast bag, the exclusive mounts of the Light of the End of the World group were taken home by their parents, and became regular customers of 802. In addition to Rong Shu's Rong Qiuqiu, there are an E from Enkur's family, Wen Meigui from Wen Yu's family, Lin Xiaopeng from Lin Zhu's family, Zhou Tianzi from Uncle Zhou's family, Rong Zhuzhu from Grandpa Rong's family, Sun Bailong from Sun Binbin's family, and Xia Fuling from Xia Jin's family. There are so many that they can form 2 mahjong tables. Big Fat likes the new friends very much, and he visits everyone's new home of Fish Row Blessing Bag version several times a day. The kid also knows to bring gifts when visiting, and he always brings a bunch of snacks of his own. After a few times, he successfully became the boss of the Pegasus group, and also turned a group of horses that were supposed to eat grass into the same type of snack control as him, and they will get angry if you don't give them snacks. Lin Ju just got a snack from the kid, and his clothes were covered with saliva. He went back to change into a clean set of clothes and came back. He was on his phone for less than a minute, and was caught by Lin Xiaopeng again and covered with saliva. Lin Ju was mad. Lin Xiaopeng, didn't I just fill your lucky bag with snacks? You ate them all so quickly? Lin Xiaopeng stepped on the mouth of the fish roll lucky bag with his horse legs, and used his head to push the mouth open, indicating to Lin Ju that it was empty. At the same time, with a pair of beautiful big eyes, the horse face stared at Lin Ju innocently, neighing and acting coquettishly at him. The Pegasus is the same as Big Fat when he was at level 1, and can't speak. Lin Ju, what can I do? It's so cute, and if you don't give it to him, it will cry on the spot. Don't ask him how he knows. Seeing Lin Ju resignedly giving Lin Xiaopeng snacks again, Chen Er sighed. Raising a child is not easy, it's really busy. At the same time, she was also very grateful that she didn't find a Pegasus to drip blood to recognize the master. She is a dedicated mother, raising one cub, Depeng, is enough. It is definitely not because Depeng is too easy to raise. While they are busy building nests for Pegasus, opening tailor shops, and modifying fish row lucky bags, the officials are frantically promoting the birth of airplanes. The supersonic speed mode of the airplane broke the defense of the officials. As soon as Qianing brought Dandelion Miao Miao back, the officials immediately formed a supersonic aircraft team, and sent them to pick up the large group of survivors on the way to the light of the end of the world. At the same time, Qianing and other pilots went on a mission again, taking the freshly baked Dandelion and other Miao Miao to the safe areas of major cities in Daxia to send warmth. This time it is not an adventure trip. In the supersonic speed mode, the monsters flying in the air can't even get close. Don't be afraid of monster attacks when slowing down, just open the hidden safety shield of the airplane. Because the planes were so powerful, not only did everyone send warmth to the major safe zones, but they also supported many survivors in other cities, who had to migrate because the safe zones had fallen, as well as several teams of the light of the end of the world who drove conspicuous pumpkin cars to support other safe zones. Look, it's a plane! Why are there planes now? Nonsense, this must be from the light of the end of the world. Some of them drove pumpkin cars before. So cool. Look, the leader traded with him. I heard that they have a lot of food, clothes and mobile phones. My god, the leader actually took out a pumpkin car from it. This small bag can't be the legendary storage bag. A plane landed at the gate of a private base. Xianing took out a few fish roll lucky bags of supplies, and completed the transaction with the base's superpower leader, and then set off again, flying to the next safe zone nearby. In addition to the official safe zones, there are many private bases established by superpowers in major cities, which choose to leave the official and work alone for various reasons. The evil nest was directly destroyed. Those who were not in the evil nest were also helped by Qianing and others. They were shocked by the planes, magical fruits, and the news about the light of the end of the world. Their thoughts of working alone were shaken. Some people with fewer people boarded the planes of the aircraft team on the spot, and were sent to the light of the end of the world to settle down. After supporting the compatriots in Daxia, the government did not forget the human compatriots abroad. With supersonic aircraft, no matter how far the distance is, it is not a problem. The faucet of the unlimited refill of water, spinach, and lean meat soup, Buddhist beads, grenades, mobile phones, etc. were taken to various countries in the world by the aircraft team and sold at high prices. Of course, this high price is only slightly doubled compared to the price sold to various parts of Daxia. In difficult times, we should try not to exploit our own kind. Even if it is only doubled, the government has made a lot of money. The monthly crystal core subsidy for Chenru has increased from 5,000 to 10,000. Moreover, less than a few days after the opening of foreign trade, Chenru has received another large wave of official bonuses, the dividends from selling seedlings. This is also the result of careful consideration after the government and the light of the end of the world have discussed. The survivors around the world will definitely not be able to supply if they only sell fruits, and Daxia itself is not enough, so there is really no time to allocate more manpower and crystal cores to produce fruits for other countries. Another point is that the soil has been eroded by the red fog. The more seedlings are popularized and planted, the more soil Blue Star can save. Now within the big fat domain, the authorities have people responsible for planting seedlings everywhere, and strive to cover all the land that is not covered with bricks with seedlings. After this operation, the news that Dasha has magical plants has spread all over the world and is known to survivors from all countries. 802. The small group also paid attention to foreign news. Because the mobile phone has spread abroad, there are many official accounts of many countries on Shein, and some big people from various countries who have channels to get the mobile phone have also become active on it. On the 20-fold mobile phone, the text language of other countries will be synchronized into the idiomatic language of the user, and language is no longer an obstacle to communication between people from all countries. Williams braised pork from GG country. Hideaway charges 50 crystal cores to repair an expired bread. I only need 2 crystal cores to buy a Dasha braised pork lunch box. Daba loves the faucet. Our country previously invited the repairer from Hideaway to repair a water plant, which almost used up all the crystal cores in the treasury. However, now the water plant is polluted again. Daba loves the faucet. I just bought a Dasha faucet for only 100 crystal cores. From now on, my mother will no longer have to worry about me having no water to drink. Heart. Maka Marshmallow L. God bless you. We heard that Hideaway has a repairer who can repair items and even food damaged by the red fog. We were going to invite him, but Dasha's plane arrived first. Maka Marshmallow L. Dasha saved us. It saved our treasury. God bless. May Dasha get better and better. Oliver beads saved my life. Guys, you won't believe that I survived after wearing Dasha's Buddhist beads. Chapter 71. Oliver pearls saved my life. You know, I went out to kill monsters today. I encountered a mutant goose with a higher level than me, and was almost killed by its mouth. Oliver beads saved my life. At the critical moment, the Buddhist bead suddenly shone with golden light, helping me block the fatal blow, and then broke. I successfully escaped from the goose's mouth and saved my life. As expected of the mysterious ancient oriental country, it actually has such a magical treasure. My new favorite Dasha Buddhist beads. The above, we are in the same boat. I was almost killed by the monster, and the Buddhist beads saved my life. I originally thought that the function of the Buddhist beads was just to make the ghost monster appear, but I didn't expect that this was simply a one-time life-saving talisman. Oliver beads saved my life at my new favorite Dasha Buddhist beads. I heard that the spiritual plants and fruits of Dasha were all grown by a big boss who grows supernatural powers. She also grew a national treasure giant panda with a defense field. Are you living in the giant panda's field? Oh my god, this is too happy. Oliver beads saved my life. I heard that this field of giant pandas is still a growing space already. It is getting bigger and bigger. I want to ask, will this domain cover our country one day? My new favorite Dasha Buddhist beads at Oliver beads saved my life. Woo, I am not a resident of the domain, I am just like you, waiting for the domain to expand and cover our safe zone. My father, the host of Dasha, at Oliver beads saved my life at Dasha Buddhist beads, my new favorite. I believe the host will have eternal life. I believe that Big Fatty is infinite. Sooner or later, it will happen. Oliver beads saved my life at Dasha OP. My father, I look forward to that day. Dasha will always be my favorite country besides my motherland. Fingjia Durian Bomb. Our country has purchased Dasha's cotton, rice, durian and peach spiritual plants at a high price, and has decided to end the days of being a vassal of the sea country. Isn't there just a sea cube? Isn't there just a person with the ability to repair? He has been waiting for people to come to him every day. Let's see who will pay attention to him now. The repairability of the sea country sounds a bit mysterious. Browsing the international version of Shein, Chinru read all the discontented complaints from people on it, but he could see from the words that the repairer from the sea country was very powerful. She can even repair things destroyed by the red fog. She has never grown such fruits. Seeing that Chinair seemed a little disappointed, Rongshu touched her head. Obviously, his ability can't turn zombies back into humans, nor can it prevent people from turning into zombies, but the fruits he grows can keep everyone from being eroded by the red fog. Chinair immediately stood up. That's right. I'm still more powerful. On the potato sound, people from all countries are still eating the melons of Demei and Haigua. Fingjia goes face pumpkin. I heard from my cousin who married Demei that Demei also pinched her nose and bowed her head to buy spiritual plants from Desya this time. The arrogant Demei has finally been taught a lesson by the end of the world. Eat melon.jpg. Da Ba Mushroom Mobile Phone True Love fans. Great news. Da Mei has finally become a toothless tiger and can't show off his power anymore. Bingjia Ghostface Pumpkin. I heard that Danyai and Haigwa had a falling out. Haigwa was just a vassal of Danyai before, but because a repairer appeared, it wanted to ride on Danyai's back. Of course, before Dasha's plane flew out of the country, it did ride on Danyai for a while. Now, it was overturned by Danyai. Gigi country wants to immigrate to Dasha. Haigwa really offended all the countries this time. Daba Fish Roll Lucky Bag My Dream Love Bag. I'm dying of laughter. I heard that Haigwa had said before that when Dasha said people to invite that psychic, they must humiliate Dasha's people severely. Now who knows who will humiliate whom? Gigi country wants to immigrate to Dasha. That's right. I heard that they haven't bought fruits from Dasha yet. I want to see how long they can hold out. Daba Mushroom Phone True Love Fan. Eat Melon +1. A pilot from Dasha passed by a Daba Fish Roll Lucky Bag My Dream Bag. I won't be humiliated. We are a great country in Dasha. We don't care about some inhuman things. While eating, the melon returned to Dasha. Chen Er saw that everyone was chatting, and the topic gradually changed, and mentioned going to other safe areas. Favorite mushroom. Although I am just an ordinary person, I now have a plane. I am going to return to Yun City. Is there any big guy who wants to team up with me? A plate of cucumbers. Everyone, I am going to join the large group coming from Jing City. I have friends in it. Who wants to team up with me? Pull the plane and pull the big flag. Is anyone going to other safe areas to support? Now that we have planes, it only takes a blink of an eye to start the speeding mode. It is very convenient to go back and forth. It does not delay killing monsters and accumulating crystal cores, and it can also help compatriots. If you want to team up, get on the plane and join us. Fat brother at Pull the Plane and Pull the Big Flag, add me in. How can you eat fried noodles without Coca-Cola at Pull the Plane and Pull the Big Flag, add me in and add one. Many people called for teaming up to go to various safe areas for support, and there were a lot of people responding below. Chen Er looked at it, thinking about something, and suddenly turned his head excitedly to look at Lin Ju. Brother Lin, aren't Uncle Lin and Aunt Lin going to Sioux City? Why don't we go pick them up? Before Aunt Lin didn't let you go out because there were no grenades and Buddhist beads. Now we are fully armed when we go out. What is there to be afraid of? Grenades will blow all the way. Kill a lot with one. Lin Ju was stunned at first, and then excited, and immediately stood up. Okay, you are worthy of your brother's love. Let's go now. Chen Er's proposal made everyone eager to get started. Even Grandpa Rome, who was holding a peach pit sandwich between the durian, sped up his movements. He had to stimulate more of it to make it more exciting. With durian and Buddhist beads, ordinary people can also go out and kill monsters boldly. Are you afraid that one Buddhist bead is not safe? Then get a few more, and string them into a bracelet or a long hanging necklace. If one breaks, there is another one. Another one. Sioux City is very close, so the group didn't fly a plane. Lin Ju was very active as a driver and drove the pumpkin car directly. He really blew up monsters all the way and killed them with great pleasure. The task of picking up crystal cores was handed over to Rong Shu. The superpowers of several superpower users in this small group have been upgraded to level 4 in the past few days. Rong Shu's mental tentacles have split out more, and he can roll up a large piece of crystal cores that have fallen on the ground. The road outside is not paved with bricks, but because all kinds of man-made objects have disappeared, and the pumpkin car itself has strong shock absorption, it is smooth and stable to drive. It is actually quite easy to drive after blowing up the monsters blocking the road. If you really encounter a big gully or something, you can put a wing sticker on the car and float over it. Roadblocks are absolutely impossible. Therefore, not long after setting off, the group approached the border between Sioux City and Lon City. Just as they were about to cross the border, suddenly, there were several loud noises of tires bursting from the bottom of the pumpkin car. Chapter 72. Then, the front driver's display screen showed a warning that the pumpkin car's tire was broken. Chen Er was watching a video of Mao Tanzi and a group of Pegasus playing mahjong. They played mahjong with bricks, and the largest coconut pot was turned over as a table. The gambling atmosphere was very strong, and the stakes were the most precious snacks for each child. She was excitedly directing her child to play which cards, but the car suddenly stopped due to a problem. She was shocked. How could it be? We used grenades to clear the way in advance, and there should be no monsters underground. How could the tire burst? Soon, several people knew the reason. A group of survivors, who seemed to be passing by, suddenly surrounded them quickly. This was a team of 10 superpowers, both men and women, wearing slightly ragged pre-apocalyptic clothes. One of the superpowers had a khaki superpower light flashing in his hand. It's the ability to control the earth. Several people suddenly realized that the opponent's ability was probably to control the earth to form spikes, which punctured the tires of the pumpkin carriage. Get off the car, Rob. Or it's a highway robbery. Because Rongshu was busy picking up crystal cores, he didn't pay much attention to the passing team of superpowers. Since the end of the world, everyone has never encountered such a highway robbery, and they didn't react for a while. In addition, the opponent's spikes suddenly emerged from the ground and were under the car, which made it so easy for people to puncture the tires. The precious car that I planted was actually damaged by human beings, before the furious Chen got angry when you, who was sitting next to him, sneered and said strangely, "I met an acquaintance." The gentle lady who rarely had a temper suddenly spoke in such a creepy tone, and Chen Er's anger value dropped all at once, and he looked at Wenyu with a strange and curious face. Just then, Kier asked, "Does you know them?" "I know them even if they turn into ashes. These people are the ones who took me as a scapegoat in Dada Plaza. The two in front are my ex-boyfriend Li Jianming and my poisonous best friend Zhang Qianqian." Everyone, shock. Sun Binbin's fists clenched and cracked. "What are you waiting for? Let's go together and beat them so hard that they won't even recognize their own mothers." Others were also ready to fight. No one forgot how embarrassed Wenyu was when they first met. They had to vent their anger on their friends? To prevent the opponent from using ground spikes to sneak attack again, everyone should apply light body stickers before getting out of the car. The car door opened, and the group of people who blocked the road and robbed were stunned when they saw 9 people with balls on their heads floating out of a car one after another. Why are there so many people in a car? They can even fly. What are they holding on their heads? Some people in the robbery team couldn't help but retreat, and took a step back subconsciously. Originally, they dared to rob because they had their eyes on the only car. Because they didn't know much about pumpkin carriages, they thought that a car could only seat 5 or 6 people at most. Li Jianming scolded, "What are you afraid of? There is still an old man who won't die." The old man has never heard of awakening superpowers. It must be the function of the ball on the head. If we take it, it will be ours. Hey, you dare to scold Grandpa Rong, several people are going to explode. When you looked at the tasteless man in front of her and couldn't help but wonder what kind of eyes she had in the past. How could she even like such a thing? It was also because before the end of the world, this man disguised himself too well. She had never seen such a disgusting side of him. Another man stared at Chen and Kur and Wenyu with turbid eyes. Hey, there are 3 beautiful girls. As soon as he finished speaking, the man was suddenly pressed to the ground by an invisible force. Others were not spared either, and were all pressed to the ground by Rongshu's mental power. Rongshu's dark eyes were full of murderous intent. At the same time, several people who were already on the verge of rage attacked almost at the same time. Xia Jinji's flying needles, Lin Ju's diamond claws, and Sun Binbin's flying legs all greeted several people. Those whose superpowers are not level 4 will be oppressed by higher levels, and unless they have strong willpower, they can't use it at all. Obviously, this group of people can't have much willpower, otherwise they wouldn't be so incompetent as to come out to rob people, so they were almost suppressed and beaten by several people. But these people are not vegetarians either. There are 3 level 4 superpowers among them, including Li Jianming, Zhang Qianqian, and the one who can use ground spikes. People of the same level are not suppressed. At first, they didn't react. Once they came to their senses, even though they were still being pressed by Rongshu, they could still use their superpowers to fight back. Seeing that the ground spikes were about to rise and hurt people, the wings behind them fluttered at the same time, and they flew off the ground, easily avoiding the ground spikes that could only rise straight up and couldn't turn. Little brother, your superpower is not good. It must be able to turn to be useful. Lin Ju floated in the air, not forgetting to add insult to injury, and make fun of the other party. Chen had already taken out a candied Haas from the fish roe lucky bag, and started to eat it. While eating, he called the fat man and the flying horses, who were playing mahjong on the video, to stop and watch together. Children, come and watch the adults fight. A bunch of heads squeezed in front of the screen. Not very harmful, but extremely insulting. The superpower on the opposite side, whose superpower was ground spikes, blushed. The ground spikes were useless, not to mention Zhang Qianqian's water column, which had little deterrent power. Li Jianming, who was being suppressed, had a fierce look in his eyes, which was caught by Wenyu. She hurriedly reminded several people, "Everyone be careful, he is going to teleport." Li Jianming's ability is a rare teleportation, which is also the main reason why he can pull up a 10-man ability team. The familiar voice made Li Jianming, who was about to teleport, pause. And this time, it was enough for Rongshu to spread his mental power and isolate him from the surrounding space in all directions. Now, he couldn't teleport even if he wanted to. Li Jiaming was terrified and couldn't help but look up in the direction where he heard the familiar voice just now. When he saw Wen Yu, the anger on his face first turned into a deeper fear, and then turned into joy, looking at Wen Yu with hope. Xiao Yu, are you still alive? Are you in the same group with them? Please save me. I love you. It was Xiao Qian who kept saying bad things about you in my ear, and I was just bewildered for a while. I regretted it when I walked away, and I went back to find you. It's a pity that you are no longer there. I have been living in regret these days. Fortunately, you are still alive. Li Jiaming burst into tears and confessed deeply. If he hadn't blurted out the call for help subconsciously, the listeners might have really believed it. Before, when you could mock him, Zhang Qianqian, who was also being pressed beside him, was furious. Li Jiaming, what do you mean? Didn't you say you have no feelings for this woman and only have me in your heart? Li Jiaming subconsciously softened his voice and said to her, Xiao Qian, let's talk about this later. I will explain it to Xiao Yu first, otherwise no one will survive. Sure enough, Qian, at this time, he still wants to coax both sides and play two boats. The problem is, are your legs so long? Can you open them so wide? Chapter 73. You won't survive, I let you live. When you smiled and stepped forward, the gentleness on his face inexplicably made everyone present shudder. After being together for a long time, they still had a tacit understanding. Rongshu used his mental power to suppress several people and let them move aside. When you stepped forward, stretched out his hand, and a dazzling green light appeared on the fingertips of his 5 fingers. This is because when you saw Rongshu using it in this way, which was beautiful and cool, and he followed suit. Xiao Yu, you have awakened your superpowers. Li Jiaming was stunned. Zhang Qianqian also looked horrified. This green light looked beautiful, but it inexplicably revealed a sense of danger. There is still this perception among superpowers. She was scared all of a sudden. When you, don't. I won't steal your girlfriend anymore. I give Li Jiaming back to you. Please let me go. No, you two are so well matched. You should grow old together. I can't wait to see it now. In the eyes of several people who were frightened and dilated, the green light on Wen Yu's hand wrapped around their bodies one by one. Ah! The superpowers haven't taken effect yet, but these people are already screaming in fear. But it's good to scream in advance. After all, they won't have so much energy in a while. Wen Yu's superpowers, which have been upgraded to level 4, are more flexible, just enough to make several people grow up to the age of 60 or 70 with white hair and wrinkles on their faces. It won't die all of a sudden, live well, and still live for decades. After discovering their changes, several people all collapsed. Just when they were scolding people for being old and immortal, they turned into old and immortal in the blink of an eye. Retribution came so quickly. Zhang Qianqian covered her face and burst into tears. Rongshu had already let go of the others, but Li Jiaming wanted to take the opportunity to retaliate. As a result, he just teleported to Wen Yu with difficulty, at a speed several dozen times slower than before, and was frightened by her raised hand with green light. He immediately teleported far away little by little with difficulty. His body was not good, and he stumbled and fell. He was unwilling to believe it. How could it be? Why did my ability become so difficult to control? Li Jiaming's current situation is like an athlete wearing a pair of shoes that don't fit, and he can't run fast at all. It seems that his aging body can no longer match his powerful superpowers. Li Jiaming stretched out his old hand, and pointed at Wen Yu with trembling fingers. You, how can you have such a terrible superpower? At the beginning, he despised Wen Yu for not having superpowers, but Zhang Qianqian did, so he decisively used her as a scapegoat. If I had known earlier. Zhang Qianqian had already fainted from crying, and Jiaming was still scratching his head and regretting all kinds of regrets, not noticing it all. A pair of plastic lovers. Several people looked disgusted and turned their eyes away. Lin Ju and Sun Binbin had already begun to question the other old men and women about their situations. Tell me, how many times have you done bad things? Big brother and big sister, this is our first time to rob people on the road, the first time. Who would have thought that the first time they made a move, they would be unlucky enough to run into a tough guy? They were defeated directly. Woo. Is there anyone more miserable than them? Several old men and women talked incoherently, explaining how often they took a bath, and how many dried buns they had left. It turned out that when this team was in the safe zone, They were dissatisfied with the official arrangement for them to live with ordinary people and protect those useless ordinary people, so they decided to start their own business, leave the safe zone, and establish a private survival base. At the beginning, it was really good, and there were indeed many superpowers and ordinary people who came to join them. But the good times didn't last long, because the uneven distribution of resources and the fact that ordinary people were not treated as human beings gradually caused dissatisfaction among the people in the base. Just at this time, the news of the light of the end of the world spread, and the people in the base and other superpowers all ran away one after another. The 10 people became commanders without troops, and their lives became worse and worse. They met the people of the light of the end of the world several times. Seeing that they were dressed brightly, they wanted to go over, but couldn't bear to give up the comfort of being a leader with power. Until the people of the light of the end of the world drove cars and planes, they finally couldn't sit still. But this restlessness is not to lower oneself to the light of the end of the world and be controlled by others, but to have the evil intention of snatching the materials of the light of the end of the world. As a result, there was this robbery that failed. Brothers and sisters, grandfathers and uncles, we are at most an attempted crime, so you can just treat us as a fart? Don't. Who is your elder brother? You are so old and still have the nerve to call someone brother. Sun Binbin looked disgusted. Attempted crime? Chen Er and the people on the flying sky threw grenades around one by one, and glared at these people after hearing this. Attempted crime is what you don't want to commit. Even if you want to commit it, it's not worth it. If the people you robbed today were a little weaker, who knows how miserable their end would be? Thinking that attempted crime is not wrong? Worthy of forgiveness? What a dream. Chen Er had no sympathy for them at all, and didn't mean to let them go. She did not forget that these people fed when you to the zombies. Even if they did not confess, it was obvious that they were not clean. My revenge is done. You can deal with the rest as you wish. When you seem to have unloaded some burden. His smile was relaxed and his eyes were brighter than usual. Wait, why is Li Jingyuan's name on your clothes? Lin Ju picked up the old man in front of him, as if he had discovered a new world, staring at the middle of the hem of his vest. This man was one of the men who had teased Chen Er and others with words and eyes before. Because his body had become older and thinner, the tight vest he tucked into his waistband was a little loose, and when he pulled it, a hole in the shape of 3 characters on it was revealed. Li Jingyuan. Good guy. Several people immediately thought of what Li Jingyuan had mentioned casually before. She had provoked someone, so she had to leave the safe zone. Now everything was clear. Great. You also bullied Sister Yuan. Sun Binbin stepped forward and punched him hard. With Rongshu pressing him, Chen Er and others couldn't help but fly over and kick him one by one. After the few people had vented their anger, Rongshu looked at Sun Binbin and said in a cold voice, "Find a group of monsters and throw them in." "Okay, I go right away." Sun Binbin responded happily and directly took out a red rope made of peach stems, stretched it to tie the 10 people together, and regardless of the wailing of these old men and women, the rope dragged the few people, and they ran to the place where there were the most monsters, like the wind. No one cared whether the few people were dead or alive in the end. It was best to die. If they were alive, their bodies and superpowers would not match. As their bodies aged, their superpowers would become more and more uncontrollable. Sooner or later, they would become ordinary old people who could not use their superpowers, and they would not have the ability to continue to harm others. Chapter 74. After dealing with the robbers, Lin Ju put away the pumpkin cart with broken wheels, took out a new pumpkin cart, and continued to blast the streets. This time, there were no robbers, and the few people smoothly joined the large group of people migrating from Beijing. Some people from Beijing had already arrived at the light of the end of the world by plane in advance. But a plane can only seat 4 people, and Pegasus is not safe enough without a protective shield. To reassure the people, the official leaders stayed to accompany the rest of the people to migrate by car, and Lin Ju's parents were among them. In order to prevent Depeng from becoming a panda that breaks his promise, Lin Ju had already talked to his parents before coming. On the other side of the video, Lin's mother herself was wearing a long string of Buddhist beads and was always ready with grenades. This time, she was naturally relieved that her son was going out. Not far ahead of the pumpkin car convoy that had bombed several people all the way to Jing City, Lin Ju, who was driving, seemed to see something and suddenly stuck his head out of the window, waving and shouting, "Dad! Mom!" In front of the convoy, there was a pumpkin car surrounded by several cars for protection. Lin Ju's parents, as well as several senior leaders of the Jing City security zone, who had also been seen in the video, were inside. They seemed to have been waiting for a long time. When they saw the pumpkin car of several people, They got out of the car. The superpower bodyguards in the surrounding cars got out of the car, grenades cleared the way, and Lin Ju's family was reunited in the sound of artillery shells. Son! Lin's mother, Lin Yuexin, ran over. She hugged Lin Ju. The woman with a smile on her face in the video almost burst into tears instantly. Lin's father, Lin Yu, whose hair was half white, also came forward and hugged the mother and son tightly, tears in his eyes. Seeing this scene, all the other people in the light of the end of the world had the same expression, envy. The kids either lost their parents before the end of the world or after the end of the world, and all their other relatives were gone. In comparison, Lin Ju was the lucky one in this small group, so happy. There must be a lot of things to talk about when the family reunites, but no one came forward to disturb them, and Chen Er, the big boss wants to see you. The secretary next to Su Zhang, the leader of the Beijing security zone, came over. Big boss? Chief Su? No, it's the chief's leader, Mr. Qin. Mr. Qin? Is he the Mr. Qin I thought he was? Chen Er couldn't believe it. The secretary smiled and nodded. That's right. A group of people were stunned. They came here just to pick up Lin Ju's parents, but they didn't expect to alarm old Qin, Daxia's pillar of support, Qin Huan, who had only been seen on TV before the end of the world. Chen Er never dared to dream that one day he would be personally received by old Qin. Several people hurriedly got in the car and followed the pumpkin car led by the secretary in front. All the way, Chen Er was so excited that he hugged Rong Shu's arm tightly and shook it. Brother Rong, old Qin. Old Qin actually wants to see us. Ah! My ancestral grave must be smoking. Chen Er was so excited that he even talked about the metaphysics that he never believed in. Well, thanks to you, my ancestral grave is also smoking. Rong Shu agreed with her. When you are happy, someone is happy with you, and the happiness is doubled. Chen Er was even happier, and his whole body leaned on Rong Shu, his head resting on the man's shoulder, rubbing against him like a small animal. Rong Shu tilted his head, and gently pressed his lips on the top of her head, kissing her again and again. Brother Rong is right. Thanks to Sister Yu, everyone's ancestors are all very happy today. Son Binban, the fearless boy, was very nervous, and his voice was trembling. But no one laughed at him at this moment, because the others were the same. Except for Rong Shu, no one was calm when they had to meet the big boss. Even Grandpa Rong, who had met the big boss before, was serious and carefully tidying up his clothes, hair and beard. Several people followed the secretary's car and were taken from the front of the motorcade to the central section with layers of protection, and entered Qin Lao's car. Seeing the old man with a familiar face and a peaceful smile sitting opposite Su Zhang, Chen Er's legs trembled a little. I really want to kneel down to you. She took a deep breath and her voice was as bright as her eyes. Hello, Chief. Unfortunately, the other people's reactions were similar to hers, and their voices were even louder than hers, drowning out her rare voice that seemed less weak after holding her breath. Chen Er, I'm so mad. Hello everyone. Qin Huan smiled kindly, and like Yin Weiguang, he was very approachable. After greeting everyone and motioning everyone to take a seat, he looked at Chen Er who was sitting opposite him. You must be Chen Er. Old Qin called her name. Chen Er was no longer depressed. Like a primary school student being called by the teacher to answer a question she knew, she raised her head and sat up straight. Yes, Chief. Haha, don't be nervous. I just want to see what kind of child is like who can grow so many good things. Qin Huan waved to Chen Er. Seeing Chen Er looking at him expectantly with his eyes sparkling, the old man smiled, pretended to look at Chen Er seriously, and then nodded. Well, it seems that he is a good guy. Chen Er's eyes suddenly brightened. The leader is also a good leader. Qin Huan was stunned, and then reacted with an amused look. No wonder you planted so many sweets. You usually like sweet food, right? Ha ha. This is to praise her for being sweet and good at talking. Chen Er followed and laughed. Chatting with Chen Er for a few words, the old man did not forget others. Chatting with Rong Guohui about military topics, asking Zhou Shu and Enkur about their respective strengths, and a few small things about superpowers, and also asked Chen Er to open a video and chat with Depang and Pegasus for a few words. The main point is to treat everyone equally. Young man, work harder. When will you plant an aircraft carrier? We have flying in the sky, running on the ground, and we can't leave out those swimming in the water. Before getting off the car, Chen Er was solemnly patted on the shoulder by the old man. What a familiar feeling. Here it comes, the pressure is coming, Chen Er said weakly. Well, Chief, I don't know what an aircraft carrier looks like. Leader, you think too highly of me. It's possible to grow a simple ship, But an aircraft carrier? Chen Er dared not even think about it. This has been prepared a long time ago. Su Zhang, who sat next to Qin Lao, smiled mysteriously and handed Chen Er a fish robe bag. Chen Er opened it and took out another fish robe bag from it. He was stunned for a moment, then opened it again and took out another fish robe bag. There were at least 10 layers of nesting dolls, and Chen Er almost had a heart attack when he opened them. Fortunately, he finally saw what was in the innermost fish robe bag. However, drawings of aircraft carriers? Drawings of manned spacecraft? Drawings of laser weapons? Drawings of robots? Drawings, all drawings, Chen Er, shock. I was immediately overwhelmed. How could a weakling like her handle such a large pile of drawings? Others were also stunned. Young man, think boldly, nothing is impossible. Chapter 75. Finally, with a fist-clenched gesture of encouragement from Mr. Qin, Chen Er packed the blueprints and a large bag of planning funds, and returned to his car with others in a daze. I suspect that Mr. Qin called us over and chatted a lot, and the ultimate goal was these blueprints. Chen Er shook the lucky bag of fish roe he brought back in his hand, with a look of despair on his face. The big boss filter was crushed by a few blueprints. What are you doubting? Isn't this certain? Ankur said with a smile. Amid Chen Er's wailing, the cars of several people were incorporated into the Jingshi convoy and drove towards the light of the end of the world together. Not long after they left, the sun went down and it was dark. Because they had been traveling all night, the Jingshi team found a place with few monsters to camp nearby when it was time to rest during their shift. The outermost defense wall was built, and then several convoys were defended. The sky was not spared, and the people who were resting were surrounded in the innermost. The car of Chen Er and his group was also in it. While the others were catching up on their sleep, Chen Er took out a small brick house from the super-large fish roe bag, put it on the open space, opened the coconut door, and found a complete set of tables, chairs and benches inside. Several people put out lunch boxes, Buddha jumps over the wall, and juice, and then called Lin Ju's family of 3 to eat. After dinner, the brick house was put away, and each person took a pumpkin car, closed the door, and put down the seat to use as a bed to rest. Chen Er and Rongshu were in the same car. Rongshu slept in the car to be alert, and she went into the fish roe bag in Rongshu's arms. After entering, she took out another small fish roe bag as a bathtub, put in hot spring bath water, applied fragrant mint bubbles, and took a beautiful hot bath. Brother Rong, good night. After washing up, Chen Er did not forget to open the fish roe bag and say good night to Rongshu outside. Brother Rong, you don't sleep or turn on the light? Do you want to borrow my little potato? Rongshu was half lying outside with his head on his arm. There was no night light in the car, so it was a bit dark. Chen Er couldn't help but want to share his favorite beer-bellied little potato with him. Of course, it can only be borrowed, and it still needs to be returned. Brother Rong can't take away her little cuteness. In the dark, Rongshu's eyes swept over the girl's curved eyebrows, wet eyes, and straight and delicate nose under the sun, and then down. His eyes darkened, and he reached out to her, put it in my hand. Chen Er obediently reached out, and put the little potato on it. The next second, the hand holding the little potato was grabbed by a big hand and gently pulled. Chen Er was pulled out of the fish roe bag. Because of inertia, she threw herself into the man's arms uncontrollably, her whole body tightly pressed against his body, and her lips kissed his warm collarbone. The temperature of the skin under her body gradually increased, and the man's chest rose and fell faster and faster. As soon as Chen Er's lips moved, she opened her mouth and shouted, "Brother Rong." The man suddenly hugged her waist, and at the same time, a big hand was placed on the back of her head. Without warning, her lips were kissed by the man. Chen Er's mind was blank for a moment. All senses seemed to fade away in an instant, leaving only the lingering between the lips and teeth. Until he felt her breath was unstable, the man let go of her slightly, but his warm lips were still lingering around her lips. A light kiss fell on the corner of her mouth, and another light kiss fell on the tip of her nose, cheeks, eyelids. Chen Er's heart palpitated violently, her toes curled up, and she couldn't help but tighten the man's clothes. "Rong, brother Rong." The man's breath became unstable at some point, as if he was trying to suppress something. Finally, he kissed her between her eyebrows. "You, good night," the man said hoarsely, picked up the person in his arms, and put him back into the fish roe bag. Chen Er popped her head out and looked at him in confusion. The man couldn't help but pecked her lips lightly, and decisively helped her pull up the fish roe bag and put it in. Chen Er, annoying little goblin, after being messed with by Rongshu, Chin Air tossed and turned until most of the night before falling asleep. After falling asleep, she fell into a dark dream. In the dream, countless bad monsters surrounded the camp like a tide, and darkness came with the monster tide. There was an endless black between heaven and earth, so dark that it covered the sky and the sun, as if the world had fallen into eternal night in an instant. Under the eternal night, everyone's negative emotions were infinitely magnified. They were out of control or self-harmed, or attacked people around them, or took the initiative to send themselves into the monster's mouth. In the darkness, you can't see your hand in front of you, and you can't see anything clearly, except for the blood-red eyes of the bad monster. These pairs of red eyes were arranged neatly like soldiers in a line. Correspondingly, each bad monster was separated from each other by a distance, so that when everyone threw a grenade, one durian could only blow up one, and the lethality was greatly reduced. When Shinru was angry and anxious, the environment around the dream suddenly changed, and she returned to the fish robe blessing bag and sat at the head of the sofa bed. In front of her was a fish robe blessing bag with seedlings and flower pots, and a pot with corn written on it suddenly jumped out of the fish robe blessing bag. In the flower pot, a corn seedling with yellow, green and white colors grew out. The top of the long green stalk is a heart shape, and there are flat square corn leaves and square corn cob fruits growing on the stalk. The number of leaves and fruits is the same, both 136. The upward leaf surface of the green corn leaf is covered with fluffy tender grass, and under the leaf surface, there are white grass roots, just like a mini lawn square. There are neither corn silk nor corn husk on the square corn cob fruit, and there are no corn kernels. There is more yellow than white on the top. The yellow is the back, and the white is the text. The text is east, south, west, north, 10,000, 90,000 and other fonts. The total of 136 pieces is just enough to make a set of mahjong. 5 lines of subtitles floated on the corn seedlings. Species: corn. Fruit: mahjong. Ability: cheating. Personal signature: it's really fun to play cards with monsters. Cheating in front of them will never be discovered. It's just that they don't have cards every time, so I can only provide them. P.S. I'm still corn, but I've grown into the shape of mahjong. When you steam me, remember to add water to the pot first, otherwise I will pop into popcorn immediately. When Chin Air woke up, she thought she had just had a dream of having supernatural powers and growing seedlings. But when she climbed out of the fish roll lucky bag and looked outside, she was shocked. It was really dark outside, as dark as an endless night. Even if there were potato night lights everywhere, they still couldn't illuminate the surroundings. The lights that used to illuminate a large area around seemed to be suppressed by something, and could only illuminate a small area around. Looking down at the time on the phone on her wrist, it was actually 9 o'clock in the morning. How could it be possible? Chapter 76. It was so dark in the middle of the day. There were dense red dots in her eyes, and the explosion of grenades beside her ears was as dense as the red dots. Her ears were almost deafened. Chin Air opened the car door and looked for the figures of her friends. When she woke up, she was not beside Rong Shu. The fish robe blessing bag was placed in the car, and the nesting dolls were placed in several layers. Her favorite little potato was placed next to the pillow. She wore at least hundreds of Buddhist beads on her hands, feet, and body. How could Rong Gu not take her with him? Unless it would bring her danger. If her dream last night was not just a dream, but also a mixture of reality, then it is very likely that Rong Gu was also affected, and was afraid that his negative emotions would hurt her. Chin Air was very anxious. He raised the little potato above his head and shone it around. But the light can only illuminate the nearest position. If it goes a little further out, it seems to be swallowed up and stops abruptly. Nothing can be seen clearly, not even a hazy shadow. Chin Air found a few red rope net bags from the corner of the fish roll lucky bag. These were made by the skillful grandmothers in the tailor shop using brick brand crochet needles and peach stem red ropes. She took out a handful of glowing potatoes and filled the net bag. Holding it in her hand, the space around her that lit up immediately became several times larger. Because she subconsciously used her eyes to search, Chin Air forgot that there was something called a mobile phone. She recalled the location of everyone's cars last night, holding the beer belly potato, and searched for one car after another. Wherever she passed, dense palm-sized bad monsters lingered on the edge of the light, surrounding her with a covetous look. There were always bats trying to sneak attack from the back, and the back of her head where the light was blocked by her body. But every time Chin Air heard the sound of wings, she suddenly turned around with a little potato in her hand. The bats would fly away quickly when they were illuminated by the light, as if they were very afraid of the light of the little potato. Chin Air couldn't help but stop halfway and stare at the annoying red eyes around him. The more you ignore them, the more they harass you. Chen sat down on the ground, took the little potatoes out of the net bag one by one, put them around her body, and finally put the beer-bellied little potato on her head. After making sure that she was all light, she took out the corn seedlings she had just planted, and took out a coconut pot, and stuffed it with crystal cores. Then, she took off a mahjong tile, and threw it into the pot. As soon as it was thrown in, the mahjong corn exploded into a white and plump popcorn the size of 2 palms. At the same time, a strong smell of salted egg yolk floated in the air. Slurp. It smells so good, but it's not time to eat now. Chen took a bite to taste it, and then threw the oversized popcorn into the red-eyed bats in midair. Bang. With a loud bang, an enlarged 3-dimensional mahjong block appeared like a firework. On one corner of the phantom mahjong tube, there was still a bite that Chen had just made, revealing the popcorn-like bite surface inside. The dark space around was illuminated for a moment, and within the range of the phantom, a large area of red eyes blinked as if they were blown up by a grenade. The original place was pitch black, and it flashed and disappeared. Hey, there is also a flashlight special effect. Isn't that just an opportunity to see the surroundings clearly? Chen was refreshed and exploded even more vigorously. The second mahjong piece that popped out was caramel-flavored popcorn. Chen couldn't help but take another bite, and it was crispy. Another mahjong tile with a hole in it exploded with fireworks. When Chen threw it, he looked towards the place where his friends parked their cars, staring at the moment of light. However, after throwing several pieces in succession, there was no one in the car. But he saw some official people frantically giving birth to potato nightlights, Buddhist beads, and grenades in a certain car, sending people to deliver them outside while giving birth. At the same time, he saw many people who were dominated by darkness and had amplified negative emotions, and they returned to normal in an instant after their companions put a potato night light on their hands. Who would have thought that the luminous little potato could have such a magical use? Not finding anyone, Chen turned to another direction and continued to throw. Another moment of mahjong fireworks. When the light came on, she suddenly saw a man with an injured leg and no companions on the opposite side fell to the ground, shaking his hands and touching his waist to find something. He didn't have a potato night light on him, only an empty red fruit rope on his wrist, and a group of red-eyed bats rushed towards him. Chen heart was lifted, and she subconsciously shouted to him, "Be careful." At the same time, she didn't think about it, and casually grabbed a small potato beside her and threw it across. Fearing that it was not enough, she threw several more in succession. The man's body was immediately illuminated by the small potatoes, and the bats that pounced on him retreated back. When the first small potato landed, the man had already raised his head and looked towards Chen In his field of vision, there were small potatoes flying one after another, and the bright light reflected the girl's appearance deeply into his pupils. At that moment, she became light in his eyes. The man was saved, but the night light beside Chen was half gone, and the beer-belly potato on his head also fell to the side during the action of throwing potatoes. Part of his body fell into darkness, and a bat monster with red eyes had already pounced on him. Rongshu just came over and saw the scene. His heart trembled suddenly. The lightning in his palm was like crazy, surging directly into a bucket, and struck Chen body. Before Chen threw out the spicy popcorn he had just made, the dense red eyes around him fell straight to the ground, with a sizzling sound of electricity, and the bat corpses fell all over the ground. Soon the corpse disappeared, leaving only a circle of crystal cores surrounding Chen Chen Who else has the ability as powerful as popcorn except her brother Rong? She immediately turned her head to look in the direction of Rongshu, and jumped up from the ground excitedly. Brother Rong. Before she ran to the man had already rushed to her, and hugged her fiercely. The embrace was very tight, so tight that it seemed as if he wanted to press the person into his body. Brother Rong, do you miss me too much? Chen was very happy. She didn't feel uncomfortable, so she put her arms around the man's waist, buried her head in Rongshu's chest, and took a deep breath of the man's fresh fragrance. Holding the man in his arms, Rongshu's trembling heart finally settled down, and his chin gently stroked the top of her head. I want to. As he spoke, he looked across. The man across didn't even look at him, but stood up and walked over with a few small potatoes in his arms, staring at Chen in his arms with burning eyes, as if Rongshu, who was holding Chen had become invisible. Rongshu understood something in an instant, and his eyes turned cold. The man who came over opened his mouth and was about to say something, but suddenly he was pressed to the ground uncontrollably, as if there was a heavy burden on his back, and he couldn't get up no matter how hard he struggled, and his mouth seemed to be sealed by someone, and he couldn't say anything. Brother Rong, how could you leave me alone in the car? Chapter 77. After taking a breath of the sexual energy, Chen Er remembered that she was abandoned, and immediately stopped hugging him. She left Rongshu's arms, and glared at him. Although she knew that Rongshu would not leave her alone for no reason, Chen Er still wanted to ask for clarification. The darkness brought by these bats is a bit weird, which can amplify people's negative emotions. My mental power is particularly sensitive to this. I am afraid that I will lose control when I take you to kill monsters and hurt you. If Rongshu refused to hug her, his hands would not be idle either, and he pulled up Chen Er's little hand and squeezed it. So you can control it now? It'd be fine if you don't use your mental power to contact the darkness. Okay. Everyone needs Brother Rong's protection. If Brother Rong doesn't use his mental power, how can he protect his sister, Uncle Zhou, and Grandpa Rong in time? Chen Er, who wasn't really angry, immediately shifted his attention. Brother Rong, let me tell you, I just planted corn mahjong, which can be used for playing cards and making popcorn, just right for dealing with these red-eyed bats. Wait until we meet up with everyone, and we play mahjong with these bat monsters. I just tried the power of popcorn, but I haven't tried mahjong yet. By the way, where are my sister and the others? They are helping to give birth to the little potatoes on the periphery. We go over and meet up with them now. Rongshu extended a mental tentacle, rolled up Chen Er's things on the ground, and the crystal cores that fell on the ground, put them into the fish roll lucky bag, and took Chen Er away. Due to the angle, Chen Er's sight was blocked by Rongshu's body. From beginning to end, he did not notice that there was a person lying on the ground behind him who could not get up. Because the outer periphery is the first line, the battle is more intense than the inner periphery. As soon as he passed by, from a distance, Chen Er saw Xia Jinji not participating in the battle, but treating the wounded in the brick house. Grandpa Rong and Nkir also did not participate. The two stayed in another brick house with some survivors, using peach pit tongs to quickly break the crystal pits to give birth to fruits. Even when Yu was using superpowers to give birth, and did not go out to kill monsters. Sun Binbin became an errand boy, responsible for delivering fruits to various defense points, and replenishing supplies, with several speed-type superpowers. Only Lin Ju and Uncle Zhou were in the team throwing grenades. Lin Ju and other superpowers in Jing City were responsible for attacking, while Uncle Zhou and other ordinary people who participated in the war were incorporated into the military team, and were responsible for defense under command. Bomb, bomb, bomb. Bomb them to death. We can't hold on here, bring some support. The temporary superpower defense wall on the periphery was full of potato night lights, and a small luminous potato light strip was hung on the wall at a short interval. The eternal night brought by the bat monster tide did not have much impact on other monsters. Except for the occasional blindness and random collisions, the monsters are still very good at finding food, so even if they are resisting the tide of bat monsters, there are still many other monsters to kill. The defensive wall defends against other monsters, and the lights on the wall drive away the bat monsters. If the monsters want to come in, they have to cross the defensive wall, which can at least stop one wave. And those who want to come in will soon be attacked by a wave of intensive long-range attacks such as supernatural arrow rain, fireballs, and metal flying knives. However, even so, those bat monsters still find gaps and rush in from all the dark corners and high altitudes like moths to a flame. They are still densely packed. At this time, only Lin Ju and other supernatural people who are good at close combat can fight back. All supernatural grenades are used, so if there are still loopholes, it is time for Zhou Shu and others to make up for the defense. The bat monsters are hard to kill because there are too many of them, and they are lined up in a strange way. Especially there are not only level 1 monsters, but also level 2, 3, and even 4 monsters. Fire attack, freezing, metal net capture combined with grenades, etc. can only kill a small group at a time. If you just use grenades to blow one up, the others will not fall into chaos, but the monster behind will move forward one position and fill the gap directly. There is no gap at all. At this point, everyone has been killing monsters for most of the night. Many people are exhausted, and the number of times that a superpower can frequently and repeatedly consume superpowers is limited. When a certain amount is reached, you must rest and repair, and it is impossible to consume endlessly. However, looking around, there are still dense red dots everywhere, which is simply despairing. If I hadn't had the Buddhist beads, I would have been weak after seeing such a horrible scene. Yeah, even grenades can't do anything to these things. It would be great if new weapons were grown. As soon as the man finished speaking, he suddenly heard a bang in the sky. Unlike the blasting of durian, This blast was very similar to the sound of some food exploding after being put into a pot. He looked up suddenly, and saw a 3D phantom with a yellow back and white face, and red and green vertical lines on it appeared in the sky above his head like fireworks. It was the five of a kind in Mahjong. As the light and shadow flashed, the bat monster shrouded in the light and shadow disappeared in a large area as if it had been hit by a chain grenade explosion. He was stunned. Am I dazzled? I actually saw Mahjong? His companions beside him said excitedly, this must be a new weapon. Mahjong can actually be used as a weapon. As soon as the two finished talking, the girl's cheerful voice rang out from the loudspeaker projected from the 12-fold mobile phone, spreading all around. Come on, let's play Mahjong together, play Mahjong with monsters. Chin Air had already handed the corn seedlings to Wen Yu for urging, moved a table, and sat in front of the brick house, and poured all her Mahjong tiles onto the table. Let's put the complicated ones aside first, and try the simple ones first. She neatly stacked 3 identical white boards together, picked them up and threw them into the group of bats, shouting, I fight. As the voice fell, the 3 white boards suddenly enlarged into oversized white boards, and in the posture of dropping cards, they pressed down hard on a large group of bat monsters. Accompanied by the sound of Mahjong hitting the table when playing cards, the group of bat monsters, which was 3 times larger than the coverage of popcorn, flashed and disappeared in a collectively black and flattened posture. The crystal cores fell from the air like rain. Everyone, Fun! Chinru was so excited that he couldn't stop moving his hands. He put together another deck of cards with 1 missing card, 3 1-tube, a pair of 2-tube, 4, 5, 6, 6, 7, 8, and a pair of 9-tube. All tubes, all the same color. Add 1 more 2-tube or 9-tube and you win. After the deck was ready, he picked up the cards one by one and threw them towards the group of bat monsters on the other side. The group of bat monsters that had just been flattened had not been completed yet. The all-color cards were thrown out, and they were automatically arranged neatly in the air, lined up in a row, and the corn yellow back of the Mahjong turned down, showing the cards. Accompanied by the sound of the Mahjong hitting the table when winning, 13 all-color cards, with the characters facing up were arranged to form the word E. It suddenly seemed as if an invisible hand grabbed the left and right ends and stretched it horizontally. Wherever it passed, it was like an eraser, erasing the neatly arranged rows of bat monsters into a thick black line. The thick black line also flickered and disappeared. With this power, it would not be afraid of twice as many monsters. Chapter 78. Everyone was excited. Again! Come and play with me! Lin Ju came running over. He pulled a stool and sat next to Chen Er and Rong Shu. He hadn't looked at Meow Meow yet, so he didn't know how to play. How to play? Just win the game? Chen Er shook his index finger. You can't win the game. You have to cheat. Cheat? Lin Ju was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Even monsters can be cheated. What else can't your big brain think of? Chen Er, hee. There's nothing wrong with her big brain. She just has a big brain and is smart. Lin Ju is also very smart, and he immediately got what Chen Er meant. For identical cards can make a gang. So 3 cards are a gang. You can win if you are missing 1 card. So if you are missing 1 card, you can win. You can win if you draw 3 of a kind, and you can win if you just get a dongfeng. Winning means winning, and the monsters can only be beaten. He immediately put together a deck of 13 cards. 1, 2, 3, 1, 4, 5, 6, tiao, 7, 8, 9, tong, a red zhong, and 3 2-tongs. With this combination, you can win by drawing a red zhong. But he threw away the 3 2-tongs. I'm gang. After playing Mahjong, you have to draw a card. If he touched the red center, he would win, but he just picked up a random card to make up the number, and then threw all the cards at the place where the bat monsters were most concentrated. Gang Shang Hua Hua. Win. The enlarged 3 2-tube cards just suppressed a piece of red eyes, and the 10 fraudulent winning combination cards were enlarged immediately, jumped above the 3 2-tube cards, and fell down, showing the cards. Bang bang. 2 Mahjong sounds rang out one after another, and the power of Gang Shan Hua Hua was superimposed, and the range of suppressing bat monsters was doubled compared to a single gang. The bat monsters, which were twice as many as Chen Ergang's whiteboard, were crushed into black paper cuts, and disappeared in a flash. A bigger rain of crystal cores fell. Ha ha. I haven't played Mahjong in many years. Grandpa Rong, who helped to stimulate the birth, also took out a bag of newly stimulated Mahjong and formed 7 small pairs on the spot. A pair of 30,000, a pair of North Wind, a pair of Fortune, a pair of 4 tubes, a pair of 5 tubes, a pair of 1 line, and a pair of 6 lines. But this is a real win. You have to take away a card or replace it with a wrong card, or add another card to form a fake win to kill the monster. Grandpa Rong took away a North Wind card and threw it away. A special effect for winning the game that is different from the one color, and the one color appeared. After the 7-color small pair showed their cards, a row of 13 cards did not enlarge and overwhelm the bad monsters, like the one color, but were in pairs. Even the North Wind, which was missing a card, pretended to be a pair, jumping forward like a rabbit, and squashing 2 bad monsters at a time, jumping up again, and squashing 2 more. Until the monsters could no longer be seen in front of it, the pair disappeared. The ability to clear the monsters was more exaggerated than the one color and the one color. After a one color, a one color, a one color, and a 7-color pair, the dense group of bad monsters became visibly sparse. No longer like before, they could fill the position immediately after killing, and there was no vacancy. The people who had free time on the front line did not wait for people to send the mahjong over, and all ran over to take it themselves. Before, they did not dare to leave for fear of harming their comrades, but now they left without hesitation, and they were ruthless. What are you afraid of? If you don't play mahjong, a popcorn will kill everyone, not to mention that everyone is Buddhist beads. Once mahjong corn came out, the era of being in a hurry became a thing of the past. Soon, the battlefield turned into a casino, and mahjong flew everywhere. Hey, this mahjong doesn't seem to work well for killing other monsters? Because many people on the front line came to get mahjong, many other monsters rushed in from the supernatural defense wall. Someone threw mahjong at a group of monsters, but found that he could only clear half of the monsters in one go, and was immediately surprised. But after throwing it a few more times, the man was no longer surprised, but laughed and cried, "Hey, it's not that it doesn't work, it's that this mahjong kills monsters just like bad monsters line up. They like to come at intervals." Mahjong is very useful, but I don't know if it's because Chen Er dreamed of bat monsters that they were planted. These mahjongs are also like bat monsters, with a bit of weird obsessive-compulsive disorder. It is only useful for monsters with more than 2, and a gap between them. Once you encounter a large number of densely packed monsters, you stick to me, and I stick to you. A popcorn or a deck of fraudulent cards can only work at intervals. Someone still had a grenade in his hand. With one grenade, the dense group of monsters that mahjong could not kill at once was immediately solved. This person was very proud. At this time, grenades are still useful. I thought that once mahjong came out, my favorite grenade would be replaced. Replacement is impossible. Mahjong is a treasure, and grenades are also treasures. They are all good treasures for moms. The terrifying darkness was lit up by the mahjong fireworks of popcorn. After fighting for half a night, there was no hope in the battle. When Chen Er woke up, he returned to the state of resting in shifts in less than an hour. And because of the addition of mahjong, defense and killing monsters are easier than before. You can even take turns to sit and play cards and chat. When you need support, just throw the cards in your hand. However, the darkness of the eternal night did not retreat because of the decrease in the number of bat monsters. No one could predict whether there would be other terrible monsters in the darkness, or whether this darkness that could affect emotions would have other side effects. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, the Beijing city officials distributed a batch of small potatoes to each survivor to resist the darkness, and ordered the end of the rest and set off. In the car. After the battle, a group of people ate crazily, and did not forget to share their experiences last night with Chen Rui. Sun Binbin held the pot of Buddha jumps over the wall, eating, while he was terrified. When those bad monsters came, no one took it seriously. Who would have thought that these things would queue up, just like the nemesis of grenades? They caught us off guard. What's more terrifying is that the darkness amplified everyone's negative emotions. If everyone hadn't been wearing Buddhist beads, many people would have been stabbed to death on the spot. Fortunately, we reacted quickly. When we saw that it was abnormally dark, we took out the potato night light for lighting. Unexpectedly, the light of the night light just happened to resist this weird darkness, so that people's emotions were not affected by the darkness. There are many masters in the inner circle, so we were called to the outer circle to help. Lin Ju's parents were called to a meeting by the official side, and now they are back in the car with everyone. He ate a few bites of the braised pork, and he was completely satisfied. He began to eat and kill himself. I thought Brother Rong brought you with him. At first, I saw Brother Rong rushing around, doing guerrilla warfare, more than 10 times a night, and the route spanned the entire camp. I felt confused. Who would have thought that I didn't see you all night, and I felt strange. After asking Secretarian, I found out that you were put in Brother Rong's car. Other people in love feel like they haven't seen each other for a day, but Brother Rong is even more powerful. It feels like a dozen years since I last saw him in a night. This is the first time I've seen a grown man be so crazy. I almost laughed to death. Chapter 79. Lin Ju was telling a joke with a serious face, and he couldn't help laughing out loud. The next second, he got a copy of Fei Tian Exploding Hair Electric Hair. With a blank face, he opened his mouth and blew out a smoke ring. Lin Ju touched his hair with a horrified face. My hair. Rong Shu retracted his index finger pointing at Lin Ju, which was still sparkling. He said lightly, aren't you going to die of laughter? Keep laughing. Lin Ju, Brother, I won't dare to do it again. Give me back my beautiful hair. In the end, Lin Ju shaved his hair and asked Wen Yu to give birth to it again. Her brother Rong actually missed her all night. Chin Er looked at the man sitting next to her, and her heart was so sweet that it was about to fall off. Glancing at the car, she saw that except for Lin Ju, everyone else was either eating or browsing their phones. No one looked at her. She couldn't help but lean over to the man's cheek and pecked him lightly. Rong Shu was stunned. After Chin Er kissed, he pretended that nothing had happened. He took out a string of candied haws and started chewing them. While chewing, he called Depang and video chatted with Mao Tuanzi and Pegasus. When he dialed, he found that Depang was chewing the crystal core crazily again, and the Pegasus were all worried around him. Chin Er couldn't chew the candied haws anymore and was shocked. Baby, the domain was attacked again? Depang Mao Mao's face showed that he was very unhappy. Mom, I almost won the game just now, and a dark domain suddenly hit me. I started a fight with it, and didn't spread out my cards. Lin Xiaopeng was naughty, and deliberately messed up my cards with a hoof. Mao Tuanzi was very angry, and complained to Chin Er. Mom, tell Lin Xiaopeng's father quickly that Lin Xiaopeng is too bad. He always hides cards when playing cards. He cheated and gave me less snacks when he lost. Also, it doesn't eat that many snacks every day. It always lies to its dad, and hides the snacks in other fish roll lucky bags. Lin Xiaopeng leaned over with his horse face, and looked at Depang with resentment. The golden beans fell as he said, Humph, you are just lying to the panda when you cry. I will never be fooled by you again. Depang glared at it with his small eyes, snorted, turned his big round buttocks, and pointed his furry back at Lin Xiaopeng. Lin Xiaopeng continued to drop golden beans, and while dropping, he called out twice to the screen, his big eyes full of begging. As if saying, please, don't tell my dad, okay? Chin Er, Your dad has heard it. Lin Ju sat opposite with his arms folded and a dark face, not knowing whether it was because of his hair or because of Lin Xiaopeng. Before they came out, the two of them were still cuddling and feeding each other delicious food. Are they good friends now? Chin Er was misled, but Enkur was not. She immediately grasped the key point. Big Fatty, the area you are talking about, are there many bat monsters? Big Fatty thought seriously. Right, black rat heads with wings. That's it. So this piece of darkness is actually also a field? Everyone in the car suddenly realized. Then we can solve it as long as we find the source. But the problem lies here. Rong Shu's mental power cannot penetrate too much into the darkness, and there is no way to find the source. What to do? Unable to think of any good solution for a while, several people reported the matter to the Beijing city officials. On the way, while blowing up the streets with grenades and playing mahjong, they were discussing how to find the source. Before they could discuss the reason, the team had unknowingly reached the boundary of Big Fatty's domain. When Chin Er planted the corn seedlings, he notified Yin Weiguang by Fei Xian. At that time, it was only the darkness outside the domain, and the domain was not affected. But at this moment, the darkness actually covered the border town. If the bad monsters were not all surrounding Big Fatty's domain and chewing on the visible boundary of the domain, Chin Er and his friends almost thought that Big Fatty's domain had been breached. Chin Er casually threw a 13 yao into the sky behind him, mixing with the various popcorn mahjong and grenades thrown by others, and quickly took the time to send a Fei Xian to ask Big Fatty what was going on. We are fighting, and our domains will intersect. If I win, I will swallow its domain, and if I lose, it will swallow my domain. Big Fatty said lightly, but scared everyone who heard it. It's more terrible than being breached. If you lose the battle, your domain will be swallowed up. This is too much. Officially, everyone in the light of the end of the world immediately took action, and had to find the source and solve this thing. However, at this moment, there was a sudden bang somewhere in the sky. Some monster was blown up with a huge noise. Soon, everyone knew, because the world that was originally like eternal night suddenly became bright, and the world entered the light in an instant. It was blown up? A group of fully armed people who were ready to die looked at each other. No one even knew where the source was, what it was it a bad monster or something else? This thing was just hit by a random punch of the rice flour durian mahjong, and it just broke? Is it too casual and sloppy? Finally, the people who were cleaning up the battlefield picked up a dark green crystal core that they had never seen before and brought it back, and then, they confirmed that it was a monster. Judging from the concentration of energy on it, it should be a level 5 monster. A level 5 monster appeared so soon. A level 5 monster actually has a domain? If all level 5 monsters are like this, they can still fight with Big Fatty in the domain. If there are more, the domain will be in danger. Of course it is dangerous, so the official immediately provided Chen with a large number of crystal cores, hoping that she would be promoted immediately, so that Big Fatty's domain would be more durable and could have the upper hand in the fight. As the Eternal Night buff disappeared, the bat monster wave flew away and disappeared, and no one knew where it hid in a dark corner. The Jing City team also settled down quickly, and settled in a piece of land in the domain. Qin Huan and Su Zhang moved into the villa area of Community Number 1, and became neighbors with Yan Weiguang and several other leaders of other safe areas such as Su City. Although the leadership team is getting bigger and bigger, Yan Weiguang's position is unshakable, even if there is an old Qin above him. He is still the official top leader on the bright side of the end of the world. 802. When Chen got home, the easy to coax de Pang had been coaxed by Lin Xiaopeng again, and the two of them gathered together to share snacks in a friendly manner. The other horses continued to play mahjong to win snacks around Rong Qiuqiu on the other side. Rong Qiuqiu is like the boss of the flying horses. When the Pang is not leading the team, it is the leader. Chen added new popcorn snacks to each one, successfully harvested a bunch of sticks and rubs, and went to the balcony with a satisfied blessing bag. Take the corn seedlings and other seedlings out of the fish roe blessing bag, and put them on the balcony flower rack one by one. It has been a long time since I loosened the soil and watered the seedlings, so I picked up the hoe and sprinkler and got busy. When watering the potato seedlings, he praised them. Meow, the potatoes you've grown have done a great job this time. Chapter 80. You saved so many people. While praising the potato seedlings, he also buried a handful of crystal cores in its pot as a reward. Of course, the durian seedlings and corn seedlings were not forgotten. After praising and rewarding the 3 pots of seedlings, it was the turn of the other seedlings. It was not good to be partial to some, so he praised and rewarded them again. Everyone is a good seedling, and they all produced very useful fruits. With so many children, it is not easy to be a mother. It was already evening when we came back. After a whole day of exhaustion, everyone went back to their own homes to wash up and rest. Lin's father and mother did not move into 803, but also moved into Villa District Number 1. When they missed their son, they would come here or call Linju over. Before the end of the world, the 3 of them got along in this way. According to Lin's mother, this is called being fragrant far away and smelling near. If they really stayed under the same eaves every day, she always couldn't help but want to beat the kid to death with her shoes. He deserved a beating. Since the potato nightlight played a big role this time, and its hidden function was exposed, the next day, Guogua's supermarket welcomed a wave of hot sales of luminous potatoes. Hey, Sister Zhao, you are here to buy potatoes too? Yes. My son just came back from the border town at midnight last night, and as soon as he came back, he told me to stock up on more potatoes. I heard that a new level 5 monster has appeared, which can create a dark field to confuse people. Something happened in the border town. If it weren't for the night light, my son would have almost not been able to come back. I only have 1 night light for lighting at home, so I have to buy a few more. That's right, my family also said that the light of the potato night light can restore the affected people to normal. Anyway, it can be used for lighting and eating, so it's right to stock up more. Yes, you never know when you will encounter this kind of monster again. You have to be on guard. Chen slept until noon today, and went out to the supermarket after breakfast. As soon as she entered the door, she saw a lively scene. After a night's rest, everyone's vitality was restored. When she got up, Rong Shu and others had already gone out. Her brother Rong was called by the official side of Jing City to help. Last night, someone there awakened spiritual abilities in the dark field, but it was not known whether he was affected by the field or other reasons, and this person's abilities were a little out of control. In terms of spiritual abilities, Rong Shu is the boss, so he was asked to go over and solve it. Others fiddled with the leaves of corn seedlings, and went out to plant grass for greening. Corn seedlings are different from other seedlings. Only the fruit or the fruit stalk of other seedlings can be used, and the stems and leaves are a whole, which cannot be picked, but the leaves of corn seedlings can be picked. When inducing the growth, just like if you want to plant a single fruit, you only need to inducing the growth until the leaves grow, but the fruit has not yet grown. Just pick the leaves, continue to inducing the growth, and the leaves will grow again. After picking them off, the leaves will expand into normal lawn blocks. Spread the lawn block on the soil, the roots will immediately and firmly penetrate into the soil, and after laying the second and third pieces, the two lawns can still connect seamlessly with each other. Because of the roots, the lawn is also alive and can swallow crystal nuclei to grow. Because of this property, only one piece of lawn needs to be laid on an empty land, and then the broken crystal nuclei are buried in the soil. The lawn can quickly become 2 pieces, and 2 pieces will become 4 pieces, forming a large piece. There are still some places in the light of the end of the world that have no seedlings or bricks, just used to lay lawns. With a large lawn, Pegasus usually get bored of staying in the fish row lucky bag. When they go out, in addition to flying in the sky and landing on the rooftop, they can also occasionally stroll on the lawn to relax. The official also specially formed a grass planting flight team to plant lawns all over the world. Meow Meow was reluctant to plant outside the field, fearing that the monsters would eat it, but no one cared about the grass. The soil on the blue planet was protected by these corn leaves. In addition to being used as lawn, corn leaves are also a favorite food of Pegasus. To a certain extent, they have also brought back the enthusiasm of the horses, who are addicted to snacks. Perhaps it was because of the deep memory of being forced to pull grass during labor classes in elementary school that Shinru was really not interested in planting grass, so he did not go to find his friends and went to the supermarket alone. There is an extraordinary function. The shelf of small potatoes has been moved from the fresh food area to the special fruit area, where the fish row blessing bag is located at the entrance. Mahjong corn is placed in the newly added weapon area together with roasted durian. In addition to the weapon area, there is also an equipment area, which sells Buddhist beads and light body stickers. The plane and pumpkin car are placed in the car dealership area together. There are pumpkins in the fresh food area and a fruit area. In addition to coconuts, peaches, durian, oranges, and tangerines have been added. Nuts, candied haws, and hawthorns have been added to the snack area. There is also a beverage area selling freshly squeezed juice. Other new fruits have also been put on the shelves in the supermarket in a timely manner. Because of the expansion and new staff, there is no need to queue up to enter the supermarket. But there are still a lot of people. Chin Air walked out after a few minutes. It is not a good experience to go shopping in a supermarket with a lot of people. It is more comfortable to be alone in the sun with air conditioning. As soon as I walked out of the supermarket, I saw a group of children eating candied haws and running towards me. When the children saw Chin Air, they all stopped. Look, is that the host? It seems so. My mother secretly took many photos of the host and hung them on the wall. She looks the same as in the photos. Hang her photos on the wall? Chin Air immediately became interested, walked forward and squatted, curiously asking the little girl who said this, "Little girl, why does your mother hang my photos on the wall?" The little girl didn't know whether it was because she looked at her photos every day or because she was brave and not afraid of strangers at all. My mother would worship the host like this every day before going to bed and getting up. She put her hands together and bowed 3 times to Chin Air. Chin Air, She was chanting a spell while praying. Spell? Chin Air was shocked. Maybe she was cursing her because she was dissatisfied with her? She quickly asked, "What spell?" The little girl seemed to be imitating her mother. She closed her eyes and began to chant in a baby voice. "The host lends me good luck, so I can go out to pick up crystal cores. The host lends me supernatural powers, so I can eat ice cream. The host grants my husband a transformation pill, so that he can turn from 1.68 meters tall to 1.88 meters tall, and his beer belly can turn into 8-pack abs. Chin Air, Can I use it like this?" Before she could ask any more questions, another kid came up to her. "Original poster, when are you going to plant an Ultraman to fight monsters? Ultraman is very powerful. Sun Wukong is even more powerful. OP, plant a Sun Wukong." Original poster, Mom said, "We will build an amusement park soon. Is that true?" Original poster, OP, I treat you to candied haws. Can you plant a milk dragon? And super wings. I like the cute chicken team the most. The children were so enthusiastic that Chin Air couldn't handle it. Just when she was at a loss, a voice suddenly came from behind. "Children, brother just saw pandas and Pegasus playing in the yard of Building 0. Don't you want to go and see?" Chapter 81. Oh, it's Fatty and Pegasus. Let's go check it out. All of a sudden, The chattering little guys all ran away. Chen Er was still holding a string of candied haws that one of the little boys had forced into her hands, and she breathed a sigh of relief. She turned around and looked at the person who was talking behind her. It was a strange man she had never seen before. He was very good-looking, with a kind of delicate beauty of a boy who needed to be cared for. He looked a little familiar. Chen Er couldn't help asking, "Who are you?" "My name is Su Chungjin. The host should know my grandfather, Su Zhang." The man smiled gently. Chen Er slapped his forehead. "Ah, you are the grandson of Chief Su. No wonder I feel a little familiar with you. Thank you just now." "You're welcome." Su Chungjin smiled brightly, looking at her with a fiery gaze. "I came to thank the host for saving my life." Life-saving grace? Chen Er subconsciously thought he was saying that he was protected by the light of the end of the world, and quickly waved his hands. "You are exaggerating. We are just a simple landlord and tenant relationship, not to the point of life-saving grace." "No, that's not what I'm talking about. It was yesterday. I was in the dark area. My foot was injured and I didn't have a night light. It was the host who threw the light to me and saved my life." "Oh, that person is you." Chen Er remembered that there was such a thing. "I just did it by chance. You don't have to take it to heart." "No, the host threw the light to me, but he was in danger." Su Chungjin looked stubborn, as if he had determined something, and looked at Chen Er seriously. "And the host didn't know that I was afraid of the dark since I was a child. And you threw the night light to me, just throwing me light." He looked gentle, and his eyes gradually became more and more exposed when he looked at Chen Er, as if he was expressing his deep affection. He couldn't help but take 2 steps forward while talking, and was almost close to Chen Er. "Op, you are my light, my savior. I'm here to repay you for saving my life. What do you think of me?" "Chen Er, question mark. Meow meow meow, what? Did she hear it wrong?" Chen Er was confused. Is she confessed to by a strange man who just saved her? Or is it a ridiculous life-saving grace to repay her with her body? Chen Er silently took 2 steps back, distanced the two of them, and tried to keep a smile on his face. "Thank you, but I really just saved you. I would save someone else. And I have a boyfriend. I don't need you to repay me with your body. It's the end of the world now. I don't mind polyandry. I can still be a mistress." Su Qingjin's eyes were burning. "Chen Er, Tongji, you might have a serious brain disease? Chief Su, come quickly, your grandson is sick. He is seriously ill." Chen Er took a deep breath. "Well, I just want to ask you a question." Su Chungjin looked at her with a doting smile. "Ask me, I will tell you whatever you want to know." Chen Er took 2 more deep breaths. "If the one who saved you was a 64-year-old grandmother, a 9-meter-tall strongman, would you also marry him?" The smile on Su Qingjin's face froze. Chen Er quickly took the opportunity to turn around and leave. Su Chungjin seemed to want to catch up with him. Chen Er heard the footsteps, and couldn't help but turned his head and added, "Sadder, you don't mind, but I do. What is polyandry? And you still want to be her mistress? Is she the kind of playboy? She doesn't love any other man except her brother Rong." Chen Er turned and ran after saying this, fearing that he would be caught up again. Su Chungjin was unwilling to catch up, but he fell down. He was pressed to the ground again. A pressure that was even more fierce than before, as if he wanted to crush him directly, pressed down on him heavily. He was out of control, and his face hit the ground with a bang. While his hand was still in the process of falling, it was broken with a snap because it was supporting the ground. He gritted his teeth fiercely, and sweat broke out on his forehead, but he was still saying crazy words to seek death. "If you have the ability, just kill me directly, otherwise she will be mine sooner or later." Rongshu walked out of the dark, stepped on Su Qingjin's back with an expressionless face, crack, crack, crack. Accompanied by a few sounds of broken spine or ribs, Su Chungjin opened his mouth, like a dying fish, with only silent screams of pain that almost suffocated in his mouth. Rongshu walked straight into the yard of Building 0, as if he didn't see anyone under his feet, as if nothing had happened. People in the hospital not far away were afraid that this man was really trampled to death by the boss, so they ran out to see. Fortunately, except for a broken nose, broken teeth, broken arms, several broken ribs, and broken spine, there was nothing else. Really nothing. He almost shouted, "Quick, call Dr. Xia to save him." A group of people gathered around, pointing and talking. An ant sat on the ground next to Su Chungjin, who was trembling with blood on his face, and looked at him earnestly. "Young man, you can't do this. How can you be so shameless as a mistress? If you destroy other people's marriages, you will be struck by lightning." As soon as the Andy finished speaking, a lightning bolt with a crackling sound and sparks flew out from the wall of Building 0, and hit Su Chungjin directly. Su Qingjin's body immediately twitched like a seizure, and his eyes rolled back. Even in this state, he was still holding his breath and gasping for breath. The medical staff, who were worried about the person next to him, hurried forward to use the X-ray version of the clairvoyance, and then heaved a sigh of relief. It's okay, an electric shock will make the heartbeat stronger. The auntie who was frightened next to him instantly felt relieved. After she felt relieved, she continued the previous topic. Young man, look, retribution comes quickly, right? Su Qingjin had a numb face. Is this retribution? This is revenge. The auntie was still speaking earnestly. I tell you, there are beautiful women everywhere in the world, and men should love themselves. There is no future in being a mistress, blah blah blah. Su Qingjin's groggy head was about to explode. When the auntie finally stopped talking, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, another uncle came up and accused him. You are so mean that you want to break up a pair of lovers. You are not repaying a favor, you are taking revenge. Another old lady with the vicissitudes of life also imitated the auntie before, and sat next to him. Child, you have a long life, and this momentary emotion cannot last long. Don't be blinded by greed and hurt others and yourself. Another little boy came up to him and made faces, poking his pig nose. Loyalu, ugly freak toad. A fairy like the host is also what you can dream of. The host belongs to Mr. Roan, you toad, and you still want to eat swan meat. Su Qingjin finally couldn't bear it. He was so excited that his head tilted, and he fainted. The area of Building 0 and Guagua Supermarket has never been a place without people. The bloody scene that happened here, and the bloody violence, and the scenes of the crowd taking turns to fight were seen, and even photographed by many people. The bold one even posted the video directly on the internet. Su Qingjin became famous just like that. Chapter 82. When he received the message, the big boss, Chief Su Zhang, almost vomited blood. He immediately sent a phishing message to Chen Er. Not long after Chen Er came back, Rongshu also came back. The man who was originally in a low mood was instantly calmed down by Chen Er's hug, like a bird returning to its nest. When he received Su Zhang's video, Chen Er was complaining to Rongshu about Su Qingjin. Brother Rong, let me tell you, I met a person with a serious brain disease today. It was very scary. Chen Er told Rongshu all the weird behaviors of Su Qingjin without missing a word. After saying that, she reminded Rongshu, Brother Rong, if you meet him on the road, and he says something bad to you, you must ignore him, okay? Rongshu smiled. Yes, I will listen to you. Chen Er had no fear of the man, and wanted to hide this matter. She told Rongshu everything, and they answered Su Zhang's phone calls together. Su Zhang also knew that the two were a couple. As soon as the video was connected, he apologized to the two and mentioned Su Qingjin's matter. Xiao Jin was kidnapped when he was a child. When we found him, he was locked in a sealed black box. Since then, he has become very afraid of the dark. We tried every way to treat him, but it was useless. This time, I have to apologize to you too, and I also want to thank Chen Er. Chen Er smiled throughout the whole process. Although it is very worthy of sympathy, she doesn't really want to sympathize. Also, please don't thank me, your thank you is really scary. Although Chen Er didn't say anything bad, she is not a person who can hide her emotions. Su Zhang can certainly see her embarrassment. So Su Qingjin, who had just been sent to the hospital and rescued by Xia Jingji, was called to the Beijing City Safety Zone office as soon as he left the hospital. His grandfather Su Zhang personally gave him an all-night ideological and moral education class while handling work. He just came out of the office groggy and was hugged by Sun Binbin and Lin Ju, who were waiting for him at the door. The two brothers dragged him into the corner for a few discussions. Not only that, in the next few days, as long as he turned on his mobile phone, various posts criticizing him would pop up on it. Not only the people of the light of the end of the world participated, but also major safety zones across the country, as well as many netizens abroad. That's not all. A bunch of grandpas and aunts living near his home would take turns to visit him every day and talk to him. He couldn't bear it anymore and hid outside. There was another group of grandpas and aunts waiting for him on the road. If they caught him, they would give him a lesson. Su Qingjin, what did he do to anger the heaven and the people? He just wanted to repay the favor with his body? Why is it so difficult? A young man who had just sprouted seemed to be crushed to death in the soil by the enthusiastic masses. Chen Er turned his head and forgot about this person's existence, and his life was not affected at all. Uncle Zhou, lend me a light. Early in the morning, Chen Er woke up and suddenly had a burst of inspiration. He ran to Uncle Zhou, who was making breakfast with a pot of hawthorn seedlings full of candied haws. Yu, what tricks have you come up with? Uncle Joe was steaming mahjong corn. Corn steamed with water will not become popcorn, but normal corn, and mahjong is a big piece, not a small piece, which is very addictive to eat. Looking at Chin-Air with a funny face, Uncle Joe casually handed her a coconut pot that had just been stuffed with crystal cores, but not yet cooked. Wait for me to roast it and see first. Chin-Air took the pot and ran to the dining table, took down a string of candied haws elevator, and separated the candied haws and wooden sticks on it. Turning the bottom of the coconut pot with sparks burning on it up, the direction of the flame suddenly changed from burning the bottom of the pot downwards to burning the air upwards. The mini fruits just picked will not enlarge immediately. There will be a buffer time. Taking advantage of this time, Chin-Air stretched the wooden stick and put one section of it on the fire to roast. The wooden stick was heated by the fire, softened instantly, and a curved arc appeared. Hey, can the wooden sticks of the elevator be roasted soft by fire? Uncle Joe came to watch in surprise. Well, Uncle Joe, look, if it is made into a continuous S shape without the elevator mouse sensor pause, it will become a roller coaster, Chin-Air said excitedly. She quickly baked the wooden sticks into a continuous curved S shape, followed by straight horizontal lines, then Ferris wheel-like circles, then straight vertical lines, then horizontal circles, tilted circles, spring-shaped circles. She added all kinds of crazy angles and shapes she could think of. The elevator will not rush out of the two ends of the wooden sticks, so you don't have to worry about derailment when playing. It's absolutely exciting. After the final shape is set, remove it from the fire, the wooden sticks will quickly harden, and then insert the candied haws back, and a horror version of the candied haws roller coaster is ready. It's really good, the children should like it very much. Uncle Joe couldn't help but smile in praise. I think so too. Chin-Air looked at her masterpiece with satisfaction. She was inspired when she woke up and remembered the incident of being forced to give candied haws by a child. The wooden stick in the candied haws elevator is not the one for inserting candied haws, but a pipe-shaped handrail in the shape of a wooden stick. The wooden stick for inserting candied haws is inserted from the inside of the pipe. It is quite safe to hold the handrail firmly when playing. Of course, it is okay if you can't hold it firmly. When playing, put on a light body sticker. If you really don't hold it firmly, and hit the wall of the compartment, it won't cause any problems. Put the roller coaster into an oversized fish roll lucky bag. I am afraid that it will be too exciting to play after eating a full meal. Chin-Air called his friends, who hadn't woken up yet, while breakfast was not ready. A group of people went to the square in front of the supermarket downstairs with great interest, inserted the two ends of the wooden stick into the ground of the square to fix it, and started playing. Wow! Mom, it's a candied haws roller coaster, I want to play. Dad, I want to play too. The children who got up early, and were taken by adults to run immediately surrounded him. Candy cane elevator be turned into a roller coaster? I am convinced. I am completely convinced. As expected of the host, every time we think it is enough of a surprise, he always gives us a bigger surprise. The adults who got up early and waited for the supermarket to open were also stunned. Some took photos. Some called for people to watch. After a while, an account called Spiritual Plant Fruit Wonderful Use on Shein had new material and posted a post called Surprise. Candy cane elevator is actually a roller coaster. It happened to be breakfast time, and soon someone saw it, and the popularity of the post rose. Dasya host, my father, I kneel down to Baba. I just drank a mouthful of Buddha jumps over the wall early in the morning, and I was so stunned by the candy cane roller coaster that I forgot that there was still soup in my mouth. When I opened my mouth, the soup flowed all over my body. Dasya candy cane lover, woohoo! My defense is broken, my defense is broken. It turns out that my favorite candy cane is also a good treasure. Who said it can only be used as an elevator? Chapter 83. Big Eyebrow Ghost Face Pumpkin Cousin Effing Ghost Face Pumpkin, thanks cousin, I have received the recommendation, accepted it. Your nephew is so happy, his father is already making it for him, video. How can Dasha eat fried noodles without Coca-Cola? Speaking of which, Big Eyebrow and Haigwa should have reconciled, right? I have never heard of wolves, and wolves being separated. I haven't seen anyone from Haigwa popping up on the internet so far. I am quite curious about the current situation of Haigwa. Daba fish roll lucky bag my dream love bag at Dasha, how can you eat fried noodles without Coca-Cola? Hey, brother is very foresight. I heard that they really reconciled. Daba fish roll lucky bag my dream love bag. Haigwa doesn't want to bow to Dasha, so naturally it can only bow to its old superior. After this bow, Damiai couldn't bear to part with this useful lackey, so naturally he accepted it again. Gigi Country wants to immigrate to Dasha. I heard that Haigwa's current spiritual plants are all bought from Damiai. a second-hand dealer, and they spent several times more money. As soon as they ate Damiai's, they immediately vomited it back twice as much. What a good brother. E melon. JPG. Dasha Nuhilu Homes at Daba Fishro Lucky Bag My Dream Love Bag. At Gigi Country wants to immigrate to Dasha. The two of you heard. Is very spiritual. Let me ask quietly. Do you think your family has planted spies in Haigua? Daba Fishro Lucky Bag My Dream Love Bag at Dasha Nuhilu Homes. Guess what? Why doesn't Dasha grow razors? Speaking of which, it seems that other countries have achieved spiritual freedom for the people. Why is it that only durian has been spread privately in our country? When will other spiritual plants be allowed to be planted by everyone? After Chen Air and his friends had enough of the roller coaster several times, they made room for the onlookers. They also made a bumper car version of the roller coaster. A single wooden stick had 10 sections of the Candied Hawes elevator cars strung on it. When there were too many cars, each section would start at a different time, which would cause a collision. As long as two sections collided, the butterfly effect would form a chain collision. You hit me and I hit you. While going upstairs, Chen Air was browsing the potato sound and saw everyone discussing the sea country, especially noticing the words of why don't you plant razors. The teams of superpowers, who went to other safe zones for support, had previously received material subsidies for durian seedlings, which were naturally divided seedlings that could be planted by breaking the crystal core. Could people who knew the news resist trying to find a way to get one? This led to the durian seedlings quickly spreading privately, and many people got the seedlings. Now that they had durian, they naturally wanted more. Dandelions wanted, hawthorns wanted, and rice that grew rice wanted. Now, someone couldn't help but speak directly on the potato sound. When Chen Air sold the seedlings to the authorities, she was ready to plant them in every household one day. Now, looking at this news, she thought that when encountering the dark domain, everyone would have to divide their manpower to produce small potatoes to supply everyone, in case something unexpected happened in the future and the supply was not timely. Back on the 8th floor to eat breakfast, Chen Air discussed this matter with everyone. After breakfast, she posted a new announcement under the official account of the Light of the End of the World. Those who want to plant spiritual plants can bury some broken crystal cores in the soil and plant the fruits they bought in it. She announced that the fruits can be planted. The whole potato sound exploded. Less than a minute after Chen Air's message was sent out, there were tens of thousands of comments below. If it weren't for the 20-fold sturdiness, I would have been paralyzed on the spot. Cotton Juju Z. Oh my god, what a big deal I saw. Recalling the last bite of ice cream, I cried with a wow. My father, the host, Baba, your son kneels down to you. You are my real father. A plate of cucumbers. I am used to waiting for big news, but I didn't expect to get such big news. The fruit can be planted? Ah. Listen to what I said. Of course the fruit can be planted. Isn't this common sense? How can you eat fried noodles without Coca-Cola? Just when I wanted to quit the potato sound, I saw such a piece of news that almost exploded my head. The host, please be a man. Such important news was announced only now. How many boxes of fried rice noodles did I miss? My life, the baked sweet potato flour pot. Same as above. I don't know how many baked sweet potato flour pots I missed. Jing. There are always not enough cores. If I want to eat them, I have to save money and buy them. I can only eat 4 or 5 small flower pots a day. I am so wronged. Host's leg pendant, I love you so much. Such important news was announced just like that. Wouldn't it affect the income of Guagua's supermarket? How much less money will you make for someone who loves crystal cores so much? Woohoo, I am so touched. Dandelion 3 treasures. Indeed, you are selfless. Give me a heart. 3 boxes of braised pork for 1 meal. Ha ha, from now on, I can show off my braised pork rice. Peel it, and it's roasted durian. I picked all the durians that had just grown and planted them on the spot. Now I have more than a dozen pots. May you live a long life, you are my second parents. The cactus looks like this, and it makes me laugh to death. Thank you, host. I can achieve fruit freedom in the future. Among the excited and cute people, there was a nasty person who didn't queue up. Fruit supermarket is too expensive. A bunch of brainless bragging. They didn't tell us earlier that the fruit can be planted, and they made so many crystal cores that we exchanged our lives for. They are obviously selfish and black-hearted. Can't you see it? But soon, this guy who looks different was criticized by the whole network. A bunch of diving monsters who rarely appear on the internet were also blown up. Marshmallow pineapple flavor at fruit supermarket is too expensive. Don't forget the well digger when you drink water. The above has forgotten the miserable situation when we didn't even have a piece of clothes when we first came. Going out to pick up crystal cores at fruit supermarket is too expensive. We couldn't afford to buy crystal cores at the beginning, and the host gave us credit. What do you think is not black-hearted? Do you want to feed you directly? Mouth? How can you eat fried noodles without Coca-Cola? Oh, I have such a bad temper. Please find the person, and continue to beat him up offline. My father at Gwigwa supermarket is too expensive. Look at my expression pack, slap.jpg. I am 80 years old this year, and I am still alive at Gwigwa supermarket is too expensive. What's wrong with the OP earning some crystal cores from us? I wish I could give her all the crystal cores I have saved. Hawthorne appetizer. There are patent fees for inventions before the end of the world. The fruit grown by the OP himself. If you want to sell it, you can sell it. If you want to make it public, you can't talk nonsense. In my lifetime, I played corn mahjong at Gwigwa supermarket is too expensive. I want to say it too. What are you talking nonsense about? Don't you see that other countries can only buy spiritual plants with money? What? Do you think that only free ones are not expensive? Chapter 84. Nuhulu Homes. If you think the fruit supermarket is too expensive, don't go in to buy it if you have the guts. You didn't dare to say a word before, but you jumped out as soon as you heard that the fruit can be planted. Maybe you forgot that if the host releases a new product, you still have to go to the supermarket to buy it if you want to plant it? As soon as the message posted by Nuhulu Homes came out, the fruit supermarket is too expensive disappeared immediately, and the comment just posted was deleted in seconds. A hot spring bath once a day. This hits the nail on the head. At Nuhulu Homes, it has to be you, Nuhulu. In addition to domestic netizens, the reaction abroad is also very big. Fingjia durian bomb. My god, spiritual plant fruits can actually be planted? Ollie's new Pegasus dad. I just saved enough crystal cores to buy corn spiritual plants and make a big lawn for my baby, but I was told that I don't need to buy it. I can plant corn spiritual plants with a corn mahjong in my hand. Gigi Country Dandelion Ball. I remembered a song from Daxia, Today is a Good Day. Although Chen Er had expected that everyone would react strongly, she didn't expect it to be so big. Especially she didn't expect so many people to defend her. The more she read, the warmer her heart became. After scrolling through most of the comments, she scrolled to the top of the page again, and saw the one called Why Don't You Plant Razors? Chen Er stared at this person's nickname for a while, and while the group of people who were looking down at their phones in the living room were not paying attention, she touched Rongshu's chin next to her. Well, he shaved very clean, and there was no stubble. Rongshu grabbed her rebellious hand and pressed it against his chest. What are you doing? Chen Er leaned close to his ear and said, Brother Rong, what do you use to shave every day? Do you still have a razor hidden? Or do you use a kitchen knife to shave? Rongshu, who was touched, said, He said helplessly, the razor is useless. I use the smallest kitchen knife, which is almost the same as a razor. That's not very convenient. It's easy to get scratched if you're not careful. Chen Er thought about it. Not only the razor is not inconvenient, but the last hair dryer in the hands of the girls is also broken, and nail clippers are also missing. Yes, but it's okay after getting used to it. Rongshu didn't dare to imagine the scene of a plant full of razors. That must be beautiful. Although Chen Er wanted to grow razors, hair dryers, and nail clippers immediately, she couldn't think of how to grow them, and what plants could grow them. Just as she was worried, Grandma Wang suddenly called and asked her to go to the tailor shop to show her something good. Thinking of the superimposed fish roe lucky bag sewn by Grandma Wang, could it be that she has made something good this time? Chen Er could not sit still immediately, so he pulled Rongshu together, called Rongchiochio, and rode Pegasus to the tailor shop. The tailor shop was located on the upper floor of the supermarket, and its area was the same as the area of the single-story building of the expanded supermarket. There were departments for producing fish roe lucky bags, modifying clothes, and weaving red strings for peach stems. For the convenience of everyone, Chen Er placed several pots of cotton, peaches, and soybean seedlings here, and they could take as many raw materials as they wanted. The weavers would get a commission for each finished product they made and sold. So on weekdays, everyone wanted to be busy from morning to night without stopping for a moment. But when Chen Er and Rongshu arrived, they saw that the weavers were not working at all, and they were gathered in one place, not knowing what was going on. Chen Er's already strong curiosity instantly exploded, and she pulled Rongshu to trot over. After seeing what was inside, Chen Er was confused. What is this? Was she dazzled? I saw a pot of cotton seedlings surrounded by several people. There were no cotton candies or clothes on it, but there were branches and pieces of cloth. The thin cloth, although it was still made of cotton candy, was covered with fine and dense brick lines like hair, which was different from clothes and blankets. Is this still her cotton seedling? Even Rongshu was shocked. Original poster, you came at the right time. This is the cotton spirit plant that Sister Wang just planted with fruit. I didn't expect it to grow cloth. It's amazing. An old lady in her 50s or 60s saw Chen Er's eyes light up, and immediately shouted at her in a loud voice. When she shouted, everyone noticed the arrival of Chen Er and Rongshu, and quickly made room for them to come forward to see. Grandma Wang was touching the cloth with great interest, and when she saw Chen Er, she smiled from ear to ear. Original poster, the spiritual plant you planted is really spiritual. As soon as I heard that the fruit can be planted, I tried to plant it. When I was planting it, I sighed in my heart that it would be even better if it could grow cloth, but I didn't expect it to grow. Chen Er, can it be like this? Chen Er immediately picked a piece of cloth fruit, took an empty flower pot filled with soil, and buried it in it, breaking the crystal nucleus to stimulate growth. In addition to cloth, clothes and bricks also grew out. Brother Rong, you can try it too. Chen Er took out another empty flower pot, and Rongshu also picked a piece of cloth, stuffed it into the soil, and used his mental power to break the crystal nucleus to stimulate growth. All that was planted were bricks. How about you plant another one? Rongshu picked up a brick and stuffed it into the pot. With the remaining energy of the broken crystal core, the brick quickly grew into a cotton seedling, with bricks and cloth on it. It seems that there is only one more kind of fruit, and nothing else has changed, Rongshu said. Chen Er called on others to plant as well. Most people planted the fruits they already had. When asked, they said they didn't think too much when planting, or they thought a little, but the idea was not very strong. In addition to a 40-year-old sister named Lu, the cotton seedling she planted had another fruit, cotton thread. Sister Lu looked embarrassed. I like crocheting, and when I planted, I really wanted to grow cotton thread. This solved the case. The different fruits that can be grown are closely related to what the planter wants. Grandma Wang, Sister Lu, you two are this. Chen Er gave the two a thumbs up, making the two people who were already happy even happier. Looking at the cotton seedlings that he had just induced to grow in front of him, with cloth, Chen Er couldn't help but kiss them. My seedling, you are so awesome. This kiss, a more magical scene happened. The seedling started to turn red from the place where Chen Er kissed them, and became redder and redder, and finally turned directly into a bright red apple color. Then, the red apple color spread to other parts, gradually becoming lighter, and the place farthest from the kissed part directly became a pink full of girlishness. Brother Rong, look at it, look at it. Chen Er excitedly pulled Rongshu's clothes. Quick, quick, Rong, kiss it too. Rongshu, I didn't want to kiss a plant, but I just kissed it again. He leaned forward and kissed the place where Chen Er just kissed. Then. Chapter 85. Ha ha ha. Chen Er pointed at Meow Meow and laughed so hard that he couldn't straighten his back. Meow Meow, who was originally red and pink, turned gradually black from the place where Rongshu kissed her. The place where Rongshu kissed her was the darkest, just like Rongshu's face at this moment. Ha ha ha. Chen Er laughed even more happily. After going to the tailor's shop, the two of them brought back 4 kinds of fruits. 2 kinds were cloth and cotton thread with white cloud patterns under the night light, and the other 2 kinds were cloth and cotton thread that were pink and black and were not affected by sunlight and light after being kissed. It turned out that the fact that cotton Meow Meow turned black after being kissed was not a problem of Rongshu's character. After returning, Chen Er told everyone about this. Lin Ju and Sun Binbin tried it out of curiosity and found that men kissed them and they all turned black, while women kissed them and they all turned red. Moreover, this is the unique color-changing ability of cotton seedlings. Other seedlings do not have this kind of change when they are kissed. Of course, other seedlings are not unresponsive when they are kissed. The barrage will be crazy. Ah! I was kissed. I was kissed. I was kissed. I am not clean. Or, who kissed me? Do you love me so much? I love you too. Don't kiss me, it will be useless. The fact that Grandma Wang grew cloth and cotton thread quickly went viral on Shein. Not long after, more people showed off their own mutant fruits. Dasha's 3 meals a day are not the same. I changed the name, haha. It was originally called 3 boxes of braised pork for 1 meal. Everyone look at the rice lunch box I grew. Love rice, love the host. Pictures, pictures, pictures. 3 meals a day are not the same. I posted a post with 3 pictures of 3 kinds of fast food with the lids opened. 1 box is a whole roasted chicken, 1 box is red spicy crayfish, and another box is a whole roasted fish with garlic and coriander. Dasha has 3 different meals a day. Are there any brothers who have grown other food? Let's open a store together. Dasha Su Tian Tian. My grandma grew a sweet potato cake flower pot. Pictures, 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 Su Tian Tian. posted 3 consecutive photos of the sweet potato cake flower pot, the way it looked just after it was picked, the way it was broken in half, and the way it looked after taking a bite. Tofu shisher. Everyone, I grew fish roll lucky bag tofu in soy milk. Video, tofu shisher. The video posted shows a pair of hands picking a fish roll lucky bag from a soybean seedling, and gently breaking it, and the fish roll lucky bag was broken in half. The broken fish roll lucky bag looks like tender tofu. It was definitely a piece of tofu in the shape of a fish roll bag. After picking one, she was not done yet, and picked another one. This time, she directly opened the mouth of the fish roll bag, took a coconut bowl, and poured the mouth of the fish roll bag downwards. White soy milk flowed from the fish roll bag into the bowl, filling up half a bowl, which was exactly about a cup. Someone else posted a video of cotton growing skirts, hats, gloves, scarves, etc. Sanitary napkins, purified water, French fries, etc. were also grown into different brands. These people posted individual posts on Shein to show off, making a group of people scream with envy. Dasha. I love wings at tofu shisher. How are the tofu fruits selling? I want soy milk so badly. Dasha can't live without meat at 3 meals a day. No repeat, brother. Please give me fruit. Please give me fruit. Daba fish roll lucky bag my dream bag at 3 meals a day. No repeat. Same request, brother. Ollie durian cheese. I want to eat spicy crayfish. At 3 meals a day. No repeat. Dasha roasted sweet potato flower pot my destiny at Su Tian. Sister, throw the fruit at me. Gigi country dandelion ball at Su Tian. Throw me +1. You are so capable. Again and again, Meow Mew's ability has reached a new high. Lin Ju was stunned while brushing the potato sound. Grandpa Rong was holding a pot of hawthorn seedlings and chanting, turn into chess, turn into chess, turn into chess. Uncle Joe was beside him chanting. Miss Wen Yu was also holding a pot of sweet potato vines with a puzzled look on her face. When I planted the small flower pot, I wanted to plant it into a rose. Why didn't it change? Shen After thinking about it, she suggested, you think about it turning into a rose-shaped flower pot, or a rose-scented flower pot, or a flower pot with a rose pattern, maybe it will work. Of course, the flower pot can't turn into a rose, which is the same as soybean seedlings growing tofu in soy milk, but not grapes and grape juice. Similarly, sweet potato vines can only produce flower pots. Just like the tofu and soy milk produced by soybean seedlings are also fish roll lucky bag versions. This is related to the characteristics of the seedlings themselves. Wen Yu was immediately disappointed. She only wanted to plant flowers, not flower pots. No wonder she used fruits to plant seedlings earlier than others, but never found that she could grow mutations. Several people tried it, but only Sun Binbin and Enkir grew mutations. Sun Binbin grew a mushroom blind box version of the game controller. Ha ha ha. I am the Emperor of Europe. The child was crazy with joy. How can potato chips only taste like cucumber? Of course, there must be all kinds of flavors. Enkir grew Lay's potato chips with mixed flavors. She squinted her eyes while eating potato chips, like a cat that stole fish, which made Xia Jinji slightly absent-minded. Enkir sensed Xia Jinji's gaze, and looked at him in confusion. Xia Jinji smiled at her. And then, you and Binzi are both very good. I wanted to grow the peeling knife in the coconut kitchenware set into a razor, but it didn't work. I don't know when Xia Jinji changed Enkur's name from classmate into an N, but everyone thought it was very natural, and didn't think there was anything wrong. Enkur raised her eyebrows. You think about turning into a scalpel, and it will probably be done soon. Xia Jinji laughed, and used his supernatural power to conjure up a scalpel, indicating that he didn't need it. Chen who heard the conversation between the two, suddenly remembered the matter of growing razors. Brother Xiao also wanted it, which means that men really need razors. Chen clenched his fist. I try to grow razors. If I can't grow razors, I can grow some other substitutes. As she said that, she ran to the balcony excitedly. Sister, are you inspired to grow new seedlings? Sun Binbin's eyes lit up and followed. The others looked at each other. No one had seen how Chen grew seedlings, so they all came forward to watch. But Chen choice difficulty soon got stuck in choosing a flower pot. She actually had no idea what to plant yet, so she just wanted to pick a pot at random, and ended up thinking that any one of them would do. Lemonade tastes good, longan is delicious, sugar cane is super sweet, and radish balls are fragrant. Ah, it's so hard to choose. She completely forgot what she was here to plant. Others watched with amusement, and Lin Ju gave her an idea. Again, if you can't choose, Just close your eyes and pick one at random. That's right. Chen Er's eyes lit up, and she clapped her hands, and really closed her eyes, stretched her arms left and right, up and down, and stopped at a random position. As soon as she opened her eyes, Sun Binbin had already handed over the pot of seedlings she pointed to. It's taro, sister. Taro, not bad, not bad. I like taro paste too. Chen Er was very satisfied, and picked up the pot, and went into the living room. Chapter 86. Sitting on the sofa, the others came and sat around the coffee table, holding their breath, and staring at her as she transferred her supernatural power to Xiangyu. Chen Er's supernatural power was the same as Rongshu's mental power, invisible to the naked eye. The few people didn't feel anything, but saw something suddenly break out of the soil in the pot, growing taller and bigger at a speed visible to the naked eye, and growing into a shape. It really was planted out of any random kind. The taro seedlings had no leaves, and what grew was directly the taro tuber of the taro, and the taro was of a very unusual shape. 2 small oval taro were inserted into the soil, with a large taro attached to it. There was a thinner oval taro on each side of the large taro, and a larger round taro on the top of the head, forming a human-shaped taro doll. The doll's head was like a flower, with a taro leaf green taro ice cream bowl on top. On the doll's body, 2 taro hands were open to both sides, one hand holding a taro leaf, and a piece of raw meat on the taro leaf. There was only one bulge on the other hand at first, and the bulge kept growing and growing. After a long time, it finally grew into a sleeping cow, a chubby cow, species, taro. Fruit, cowherd. Life is not easy, Taro also sighed. While herding cattle, I also worked part-time as an ice cream worker, butcher and groomer, just to get 4 salaries at the same time. Everyone, shock. Lin Ju couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Again and again, I will believe you if you grow a living person one day. Chen Ru was shocked himself. When you took the lead and gave birth to several taro babies in a row. Each person pulled one out of the basin to study. Unlike Pegasus, cows do not need to drip blood to recognize their owners. After being picked, they wake up by themselves and turn from miniature to normal. Moo. With a call, several cows all circled around Chen Er affectionately. Chen Er immediately took out a coconut pot and put it under one of the cows. Good boy, squeeze some milk. The cows seemed to have their own switches, and they automatically released milk. When Chen Er said okay, they stopped immediately, and Chen Er was so obedient that he rubbed the cow's head. Uncle Zhou immediately put the fresh milk into the pot and boiled it. Damn, the milk squeezed out of this cow turned directly into cheese. Lin Ju was also holding a pot to squeeze milk. Not long after the milk was poured into the pot, it solidified into cheese. Rongshu was also pulled by Chen Er to participate. This pot is butter. When you also handed over a pot, this pot is cream. Amazing, again and again. Lin Ju was excited and wanted to shake Chen Er again. When he stretched out his hand halfway, Rongshu glanced at him coldly, and he shrank back embarrassedly. He muttered, "You're so protective," and quickly changed his target, shaking the cow that was squeezing out cheese in front of him. Baby, from now on you will be called Lin Xiaobao, my real daughter. Sun Binbin was the 10th to eat ice cream. The first one was Depang, and the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th were Pegasus. The ice cream bowl was filled with ice cream balls, and the 2nd and 3rd fruits that were produced were not all taro ice cream balls, but also vanilla, red date, and cantaloupe flavors. Sprinkle a handful of unshelled nuts from the pumpkin scoop, and the taste will be even better. The raw meat held by the cowherd was a piece of beef, and the specific part was also random. This batch of fruit was beef tenderloin, the next batch was beef brisket, the next batch became beef ribs, and the next batch was beef tendons. So many ingredients made Uncle Zhou very happy. It also has a contouring function. How do I use it? While eating ice cream, Sun Binbin fiddled with the cowherd boy's taro body. He turned it over and over, but couldn't figure it out, so he couldn't help but break it hard. Grandpa Rong blew his beard at him. If you don't understand, ask Meow Meow. What if you break it randomly? However, it was too late. The cowherd boy's hand and Sun Binbin's hand fell off. The old man was distressed. Look, look, what did I say? Sun Binbin was also dumbfounded. So crispy. But soon, a strong smell of raw taro came out from the broken cowherd boy. Huh? It's raw. That's fine. Grandpa Rong immediately calmed down. Sun Binbin also laughed. Hey, break it open and it's raw taro. Uncle Zhou, there's one more ingredient. The door of 802 was open, and Sun Binbin shouted loudly. Uncle Zhou, who had just taken the meat and milk to the stove, immediately came back to see the Taro. The face retouching function can only be used after dripping blood to recognize the owner. Nkura had already asked Meow Meow, and immediately asked Xia Jinji to poke a drop of blood for her with a needle and drip it on the Taro doll in his hand. The blood quickly disappeared on it. The next second, the Taro-shaped doll changed its form and turned into a palm-sized Q version of Nkura. Wow, so cute! Chen Er grabbed the Q version of her cousin in her cousin's hand and pinched it left and right. Xia Jinji's hand, which was halfway extended, shrank back pitifully because it was not fast enough. Nkura had always been cold and lonely, but suddenly she became a Q version, which was very rare to see. Chen Er couldn't let go of the doll, and was suddenly taken away by a hand next to her, and a Q version of her brother Rong was stuffed in. Chen Er, this one is cuter. Play with this. Rong Shu said to Chen Er while throwing the Q version of Nkura to Xia Jinji on the opposite side. Nkura, who was about to take it, said, ? Xia Jinji on the opposite side caught it steadily, and smiled at Nkura. I study it. Nkura nodded subconsciously. After nodding, she immediately realized that it was not right. This was her doll. If Xia Jinji wanted to study it, wouldn't he study herself? She looked at Xia Jinji with hesitation, but the other party was really studying the doll seriously, and didn't even look up at her. Nkura had a helpless face. Okay, I lend it to him to play with. It must be because her Q version is too likable. The two sisters have some commonalities, such as mysterious self-confidence. Chen Er also dripped blood to recognize the owner of one, and placed it side by side with the Q version of Rong Shu on the coffee table. After dripping blood to recognize the owner, the Taro doll became a Q version doll, and the size can be enlarged and reduced in proportion. Different bullet screens pop up on different parts of the doll. There are 4 bullet screens on the hair, dry hair, curly hair, straight hair, and trimmed. Tap the bullet screen with your finger, and the bullet screen will appear concave like a key being tapped. Tap any of the 4 bullet screens with your finger, and all the hair of the doll will light up like the graphic area selected by the mouse. Chen Er clicked, dry hair, on the Q version of Rong Shu's hair, and the hair was selected, and a bullet screen popped up on it. Your hair is already very dry, you don't need to dry it again. Clicking, curly hair, the hair not only glows, but is also divided into small bundles, and the ends of each bundle have a curled arc. The hair bundles that are vertically downward can be manually pulled up and fixed at a certain height, and they will not fall back even if you let go. After that, you can manually pull the hair to change the curl degree, curl direction, such as inward curl and outward curl, and whether it is curled in the middle or at the end. If you think a bunch of hair is too much or too little, you can also manually adjust the amount of hair. Chen Er immediately changed the Q version of Rong Shu's hair into a cute wool curl. After changing it, click curly hair again, and the press barrage will rebound. The next second, the light on the Q version of Rong Shu's hair disappears. At the same time, Chen Er turned her head and saw her brother Rong with a wool curl on his head, becoming a handsome man with a very different style from before. Chapter 87. Well, I killed her. The other people who didn't play were also stunned when they saw the scene. Sun Binbin clapped his hands. Interesting. This is so interesting. Linju tried to hold back, but still couldn't help staring at Rong Shu's curly hair and burst out laughing. Rong Shu looked at Chen Er helplessly. Chen Er was very satisfied with his masterpiece and acted coquettishly to Rong Shu and didn't let him change it back. It looks good like this, Rong brother. What can Rong Shu do? He can only obey. Clicking straight hair is easier than curly hair. Just click it, and it will be straight. Click trimming, the hair will also be lit up, divided into bundles, and can be pulled to any direction to fix. Fingers or scissors. Just swipe where you want to cut, and the hair will automatically fall off and disappear. On the doll's face, the barrage at the eyebrow position is eyebrow trimming, and the beard and other areas on the face with sweat hair are hair removal. Just like the hair, click the barrage and the corresponding area will be lit up. Eyebrow trimming requires manual operation. Just like cutting hair, you can remove excess eyebrows, while hair removal can be done with one click. On the doll's body, there are hair removal and nail trimming, which can also be done with one click. The hair is removed to the point where it cannot be seen, and the nails are left 1 millimeter long. Chen Er ordered hair removal and nail trimming, but did not dare to touch Rong Shu's eyebrows, fearing that the handsome man would look funny. The doll's hair was removed, and the nails were trimmed. Rong Shu's exposed skin was also visibly free of hair, and his nails were uniformly shortened to a neat 1 millimeter length. Again, I thought you just planted a razor, but I didn't expect you to plant a razor plus a hair dryer plus nail clippers, with hair removal and eyebrow trimming. Linju played with his cute version of himself, sighing, I'm still too narrow-minded. Yu always gives us surprises. When Yu was also happily taking care of herself. Apart from anything else, girls really can't live without hair removal. We still need someone to pick our ears. And Kur stared at Xia Jinji, and finally couldn't stand it anymore when he was fiddling with his eyebrows. So she snatched the doll back, and after taking care of herself, she raised the issue of cleaning the ears. Someone has already grown cotton swabs with cotton. Just use cotton swabs in the future. It's so comfortable to roll cotton swabs when your ears itch. After not cutting your nails, there are fewer opportunities to pick your feet. Chen Er didn't want to waste the enjoyment of picking her ears with one click. Well, the truth is that she forgot that people have ears. Chen Er opened her phone and found a video on Shein where someone grew cotton to show Kur, actively making up for her mistake. While several people were studying the doll's facial contouring function, Uncle Zhou had already gone back and forth between the corridor kitchen and the living room of 802, and took away a portion of beef ribs that had just been bread and wrapped in lotus leaves. The meat had no taste when it was still on the lotus leaves, even if it was taken off. Only when the lotus leaves were removed could the taste be smelled. There will be a big meal at noon. Chen Er shook his feet. De Peng sat in the Pegasus group at the mahjong table next door, showing off his 6th bowl of cantaloupe-flavored ice cream and shaking his feet in the same way as his mother. The cows were treated the same as the Pegasus, and each one was given an exclusive fish roe lucky bag. Everyone wanted to have their own cow, so everyone got one. Of course, even if they were divided, it would probably be the Pegasus group, who usually gathered in 802 to play mahjong and show off snacks. After growing the cowherd boy, Chen Er couldn't wait to take photos and release the new product on the official account of Shuin's End of the World. New Taro Spirit Plant, you deserve it. Pictures. After sending a message, she thought of something and added, P.S. If you grow mutant fruits, welcome to go to Guogua's supermarket to exchange fruits. Let's have more and more fruits. As soon as the message was sent, it received more than 10,000 comments in less than a minute. Daba saw animals grown from plants for the first time. Is that a cow? It can grow meat? The OP of the light of the end of the world, what kind of supernatural power do you have? Dasha cream cheese butter. Wow, I'm so moved. I finally got the milk. Dasha savored the last bite of ice cream. I bet 100 crystal cores that the bowl above is definitely ice cream. And it tastes like taro. Dasha mushroom head, OP, is the new product on the supermarket shelves? I want to exchange my mushroom refrigerator for a cow. Let's own a refrigerator and a cow together. Jijigyo coconut. Thanks to the OP, I grew a coconut oven. Picture OP, when will the taro plant be delivered so I can ship the coconut oven to you? Kong, this is the power of the people. Even ovens and refrigerators have been planted. Chen Er looked at the group of black base being caught below with satisfaction, and did not delay. While Uncle Zhou's big meal was not ready yet, everyone took Meow Meow to the supermarket to help when you give birth to the cowherd boy, and hurry to finish the work and eat together, although everyone knows that the fruit can be planted now, and some people have already given birth to the fruit and are selling it on Shein. Many people will still buy the fruit they are short of at Guogua's supermarket first. Chen Er went to the supermarket to take a look. The sales of fruits increased instead of decreased. Many seedlings were sold out in seconds after they were put on the shelves, especially the small flower pots that were most needed for planting seedlings. There were also many people who went to dig soil in groups outside the field where there were no spiritual plants. Everyone was very conscious and protected as much soil as possible. The small group worked quickly together, and soon the cowherd baby was born enough. As soon as it was put on the shelves, it was found that the cowherd baby had not only cows, beef, and ice cream, but also a grooming doll. Everyone went crazy for it. My bad haircut can finally be saved. God knows how troublesome it is to trim nails with scissors. This is finally solved. The doll dripped blood and turned out to be a cute version of myself. So cute. Ah, I can finally remove hair. I love you so much, OP. Chen Er's mood was flying again. Going back with a good mood, Uncle Zhou's feast was just on the table. Stewed beef tendon, cold beef, white cut beef brisket, 1 portion of fried beef steak per person, braised beef ribs, beef and corn pot stickers, spicy taro, 5-spice fish roe tofu, durian pancakes, milky taro mochi dessert, served with rice, juice, fish roe soy milk, beef ball soup. Slurp. Before they started eating, Chen Er was almost killed by the delicious taste, doubly happy. Eat, eat. When the few of them went to the supermarket, tofu shisher delivered soy milk and tofu fish roe bags. Uncle Joe saved one of the fish roe bags for seed, and put the others in the pot while they were fresh. The 5-spice tofu looked like a fish roe bag. After taking a bite, the overall taste was no different from tofu, and the soy milk was the same. Sugar was opened in the navel orange seasoning box, and the desserts were also very sweet. A large table of dishes, half of them were gone soon after they started eating. Just as he was enjoying his meal, a pot of sweet potato vines suddenly appeared in front of Chen Er out of nowhere. Chapter 88. The small flower pot with roots moved left and right, pushing the plate on the table away. With a clang, the bottom of the pot stopped moving in front of Chen Er's rice bowl. Then, the bullet screen on the sweet potato vine seedlings was jumping out like crazy, and the edge of the bullet screen was like a person crying, with golden beans falling. Before the few people could react, a bunch of seedlings appeared out of thin air, filling the entire corridor on the 8th floor. Among them, there were several pots of seedlings with mutant fruits that Chen Er didn't even have. Chen Er, shock. Everyone at the table, shock. The bullet screen of the sweet potato vine swished. Mom, I'm so miserable, I almost got sliced. Go teach that bad guy a lesson. He's so bad, I'm going to make my friends ignore him in the future. Blah blah blah, slice? This is too much. No one cares why the seedlings appeared out of thin air. Chen Er stood up. Who is so vicious that he doesn't even spare the parents who feed and clothe him? He even cut Meow. The anger in Chen Er's heart jumped straight to his forehead. She couldn't bear to say anything harsh to her precious Meow Meow, but someone wanted to slice Meow Meow into slices. Chen Er wanted to kill someone. If Meow Meow didn't know how to post comments, and subconsciously wanted to pick some sweet potato leaves to stir-fry when she saw them, she couldn't blame anyone. After all, sweet potato leaves were edible before the end of the world. But Meow Meow knew how to post comments, and she wanted to slice Meow Meow into slices even though she knew that the leaves couldn't be torn apart and couldn't be eaten. And she knew that Meow Meow would express emotions like a human being? It was so hateful. Grandpa Rong slammed the table and jumped up. Whoever did this should be thrown out of the domain to feed the zombies. Let's go, Meow. Take us to find him now. If I can't kill him, I'm not surnamed Sun. Sun Binbin came over and picked up Meow and left. The whole table of people shared the same hatred and went out without eating. Even Big Fat, Pegasus Group, and Cow Group followed angrily. If you dare to cut Meow Meow today, you will dare to cut them tomorrow. This bad guy must be caught and killed as soon as possible. The team was vigorous and headed straight to the direction pointed by Sweet Potato Vine Meow Meow, the official new research institute in the villa area of Community Number 1. Seeing that it was a research institute, several people suddenly realized. This slice was probably made by the researchers inside. Chen Er was unhappy. Her brother Rong couldn't coax her with her hand, and she was brooding about it. When she handed Meow Meow over to the authorities, she had explained that research was allowed, but Meow Meow could not be harmed, and the authorities agreed. But now a bunch of Meow Meow have come back to complain. Old Yen obviously doesn't seem to be a person who doesn't keep his word. Could it be that someone is pretending to obey but actually disobeying? The small group was furious, and was about to find someone to settle accounts. But as soon as they arrived at the gate of the institute, they encountered a group of researchers arguing and rushing out from inside, blocking the road to the gate for a while. Yongyu, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but the higher-ups have repeatedly explained that you can't slice it. You can't slice it. I told you that spiritual plants will send barrages, and you can't treat them like ordinary plants. Slicing is inhumane. Before, you said you wanted to slice it to speed up reproduction. Now the fruits can be planted as seeds. Why are you still stubborn? Now all the spiritual plants in the institute are gone. Fortunately, I just called to ask, and the spiritual plants in other places have not disappeared. Otherwise our newly started research project would have to be stopped immediately. The man named Yongyu also had a look of regret on his face, but he was still stiff-necked. How could I know that this would happen after cutting? Plant slice research is normal. How can we discover the secrets of spiritual plants without slicing them? And how can we research the materials for making various materials? Continue to record the barrage every day to find patterns? Or chat and play games with spiritual plants? What kind of research is this? It's a waste of time. Yongyu became more and more excited and angry as he spoke, and it's just a plant. It can post barrages and is also a plant. It's not a human. How can you still bring it up to inhumanity? It's like I did something unforgivable. God knows, I just wanted to cut a little bit of its vine. Okay, the culprit is here. The small group went forward and surrounded the man. Lin Ju stared at Yang Yu's hand, which was raised in excitement. I cut your hand, and then told you that I just wanted to cut a little bit of your hand. Will you give it to me? His eyes were full of eagerness to try, and Yang Yu, who was excited and angry, was frightened and lost his temper in an instant, and put his hands behind his back. A group of people who were rushing out were forced to stop. Few people didn't know the group of the light of the end of the world. A few people greeted Chen Er and others awkwardly, and one of them asked, Owner Mr. Rong, everyone, why are you here? Sun Binbin took a step forward holding the sweet potato vine seedlings. What do you think? The seedlings that appeared out of thin air were still in the corridor on the 8th floor, and only Sun Binbin was holding the pot of sweet potato vine seedlings that appeared at the beginning. It would be impossible for someone else to recognize it, but Yang Yu recognized the seedlings at a glance, and pointed excitedly, This is the pot of spiritual plant I want to slice. Why is it here with you? As soon as he finished speaking, a line of comments popped up on Meow Meow. Bad guy. I tell my mom about you. You be in trouble. A group of researchers were even more embarrassed, and they couldn't find an excuse to help Yang Yu. Meow Meow has already told you about it, so if it's not your problem, then it's Meow's problem? If you're going to cut it, of course it's going to run away, and if it runs away, it's naturally going to find someone who can make the decision for it to complain. Otherwise, how can it be called a spiritual plant? And Kur crossed her arms and looked cold, her eyes piercing Yang Yu like a knife. The person who had just stiffened his neck, now like a deflated ball, dared not speak again. Especially after seeing Chen Er's expressionless face. I think you still want to continue cutting. Chen Er stared at him straight. You can try to cut one. Yang Yu blushed and said nothing. Chen Er took the same knife as Rong Shu and looked at him coldly. I told you to cut it. Don't you want to cut it? Cut it for me. Binzi, record the screen. When Chen Er said this, Sun Binbin's eyes lit up. Okay. Yang Yu was stunned, and suddenly, he felt cold all over. A group of researchers looked at Chen Er, and hesitated to speak. Someone couldn't help but plead for Yang Yu. Original poster, Yang Yu has already known that he was wrong, he just said it stubbornly, otherwise we should punish him privately, and not publish it online. Obviously, these people, including Yang Yu himself, knew that what he did was not human. If it was really posted online, he would be endlessly scorned by the public. Chen Er decisively refused. No, if you do bad things, you must be punished. Let him be a negative example, just to warn everyone to treat spiritual plants well in the future. If you do slicing again, be careful not to get anything for nothing. Aren't you going to publicly try him? A researcher asked stupidly. Chen Ru looked puzzled. Who said we should judge him? I'm not a judge. Chapter 89. But you looked like you were going to execute Yang Yu. A group of researchers were mad. Yang Yu's cold body warmed up, and he breathed a sigh of relief. The small group that knew Chen Er really wanted to say, Bastard, you breathed a sigh of relief too early. Yang Yu was under the pressure of being ejected by the field when he moved his knife, but he didn't expect that he would not only fly away with one knife, but also watch the spiritual plants of the entire institute disappear at the same time. He was so scared that he immediately flew back in a supersonic plane as soon as he regained control of his body. And a group of people went to find the leader to deal with this matter without stopping. He was really just stubborn and knew he was wrong. I was wrong, I'm sorry. Yang Yu took the initiative to admit his mistake, apologized to the sweet potato vine seedlings, and cooperated to make a fake move of cutting the seedlings to help Chen Er record the screen. De Peng was told by Chen Er that he held back when Yang Yu moved his knife and didn't eject the person. Chen Er asked on the way here. Meow Meow suddenly returned to her side because she felt threatened. It was related to the fact that Meow Meow was a product of her spiritual power. When one Meow Meow was threatened, all the Meow Meow in the institute were not far away and felt it, so they all ran back to her side. Soon, everyone witnessed a magical scene. The moment Yang Yu stabbed Meow Meow with a knife, Meow Meow disappeared on the spot and ran to Chen Er, sending bullet screens to complain while dropping gold beans crazily. Not only Meow Meow, but also let Yang Yu try to cut Rong Qiuqiu and Lin Xiaobao with a knife. Although the two were fruits, perhaps because they were living things, Chen Er instinctively did not want them to be hurt, so they also had the same attribute of running away and complaining as Meow Meow. The two ran to Chen Er, opened their eyes wide, and dropped golden beans. Of course, the gold content of these golden beans is not high. Uncle Joe smoked them with chili peppers. Unlike the sweet potato vine, it is still aggrieved even when acting, it is really falling. There is no need to try the big fat man, no one dares to cut it. Yin Weiguang and his group received the news, and hurried over to apologize to Chen Er. They just saw Meow Meow, Pegasus, and the cow running away to complain, and they were dumbfounded. Wow, they all became spirits. The old man secretly rejoiced that fortunately he really loved the spiritual plants and had told these people not to harm the spiritual plants from the beginning, otherwise it would be a bad ending. The video was sent by Chen Air to the official account of the light of the end of the world, and the potato sound soon became a hot topic. When Chen Air posted the video, he also posted a notice below the video. Please remember, they can express themselves, they can complain, and they will find their parents when they are wronged. They are just like children. As soon as Chen Air posted the video and notice, the comment area exploded again. Big Xiao Fat Brother. Rumor has it that the person in the video is an official researcher, and he really did something to the spiritual plant. The spiritual plant ran back to the author to complain, and the author came to support the spiritual plant. He was forced to record this video. It looks fake, but it is the truth. As soon as the message of Big Xiao Fat Brother was posted, it was directly pinned to the top by Chen Air. Daxia Pumpkin Train Li Daqiang. Same as above. Gossip. The video is fake, but the content is true. Daxia's spiritual plants are all my treasures. Throw them out of the field to feed the zombies. What a wicked person. Daxia knew Farmer Uncle. This man has no conscience. Without his spiritual plants, he wouldn't know where to eat the soil now. Maca Marshmallow L. God, who is so bad? Even such a cute spiritual plant is willing to be killed. Ollie Durian Cheese. I heard that Daxia has a word called wolf heart and dog lung. I think it fits this cunning brother very well. The video was sent out, and the following people cursed it in unison. Yang Yu did not escape the fate of being spurned by the whole network. A group of innocent researchers, who did not understand the evil of human hearts, and the darkness of the internet were dumbfounded. Isn't it a fake video? It's so fake, and a few people casually said it was true, and people still believed it. There is no one around here. How did these people hear the gossip? The small group collectively put away the mobile phones behind their backs, smiling. Never doubt the netizens' well-informedness. Chen Ru spread his hands, with an innocent face. This is not something I can control. Who told him to be idle? A group of people. Do you dare to remove your news before talking? Yang Yu also saw the comments about him on the internet, and his face was very gloomy. It has become an established fact, and there is no point in regretting and pursuing it. A researcher remembered the key point, and looked at Chen Air eagerly. Original poster. Those spiritual plants in the research institute. Chen Air immediately looked up at the sky. Ah, the wind is strong. I can't hear what you are saying. Oh, I suddenly remembered that I haven't finished my meal yet. I have to go back quickly, otherwise the food will get cold. Yes, let's eat. Let's go. The small group ran away without looking back with Meow Meow in their arms. A group of researchers. They are not going to come back. All the observation records made before were in vain. Yin Weiguang sighed. It was a good result that Yang Yu was not directly driven out of the field. He looked at the researchers. Spiritual plants are good friends of our human beings, and should not be treated like this. I hope everyone will learn from researcher Yang's lesson. Yang Yu lowered his head even more. After letting Meow Meow out of his anger, the small group felt refreshed. They took Meow Meow, who was also refreshed, back to the 8th floor to settle down and continue eating. When leaving, Uncle Joe stuffed a table of food into the fish roll lucky bag. After returning to settle the Meow Meow, Rongshu used his mental power to take out the food intact, and the interrupted lunch continued. Nothing could affect everyone's enthusiasm for eating. Chen Air and his friends opened a table, and Big Fat and Pegasus, and the cow group opened a table, all eating the leftovers that had not been finished. The smacking sound of the next table was very rhythmic and funny. The cow group was essentially no longer an ordinary cow. Just like a big fish eating a small fish, they ate beef without any psychological burden and ate it deliciously. Uncle Joe did not forget the animal group when cooking, but there were too many animal groups, and Uncle Joe could not cook too much by himself, so each one was only given about a small bowl. But Uncle Joe was perfunctory and perfunctory. Each one had a coconut bowl bigger than the head, and various foods were divided into the bowl, with fruit, fast food, juice, and snacks. Each bowl was full at the beginning. But the animals were all big eaters, and soon their bowls were empty. Big Fat took the lead and came to the table, followed by several horse heads and cow heads, dragging their lucky bags of fish roe. Everyone at the table, what can they do? Either give up their seats or feed the kids with a loving face. Of course, Chen Air has never been a reliable mother. She was enjoying her milk-flavored taro mashed mochi dessert, and reluctantly gave a small bowl to Big Fat, saying, "That's all. Let you have a taste." Chapter 90. Fortunately, De Peng also knew his mother's nature, and was very satisfied with a small, half-bowl. Chen Er cherished the remaining half-bowl, and drank it in small sips. At this time, a bowl of untouched dessert was pushed in front of her. The hand pushing the bowl was obviously her brother Rong's. Chen Er felt sweet in her heart and looked at the man beside her. "Brother Rong, you eat it, I'm enough. I don't like sweet food." Rong Shu directly fed a spoonful of taro paste into Chen Er's mouth. Chen Er said, "Ah." She held the spoon in her mouth and shook her feet happily. Her brother Rong is the best. The two looked at each other, and their eyes began to draw. A panda head suddenly came in, with the back of its head against Chen Er, staring at Rong Shu with its small eyes, and its mouth wide open. "Ah." Rong Shu, Chen Er, Ha 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 ha. Big fatty, well done. Lin Ju clapped his legs and laughed. "Always showing off your affection while eating, you're getting your comeuppance." Everyone at the table couldn't help laughing. The big fat panda was confused, looking at this and that. What was he laughing at? So funny. While confused, it used its paws to pull Rongshu's clothes, and continued to open its mouth wide. "Ah." Rongshu stared at it for 2 seconds, then casually took out a peach from the fish roe bag and stuffed it into its wide-open mouth. Then he scooped a spoonful of taro paste with a spoon and continued to feed the person next to him. Chen Er's feet shook even more happily. Big fatty, The panda was completely confused. But he still took a bite subconsciously, and his attention was immediately diverted, and he held a big peach with his paws and started to eat it. Oh, peaches are also delicious. The little appearance made everyone at the table feel affectionate. Poor kid, his parents are really in love, and he didn't even know that he was in an accident. While the small group was eating, the video and announcement posted by Chen Rui on Shuyin were still fermenting. This fermentation unexpectedly blew up the invisible people of Haigua. Haigua's spiritual plant is missing. Our people use small flower pots to grow raw sweet potato flower pots, but it suddenly disappeared. Haigua's spiritual plant is missing. At first we thought someone stole the spiritual plant, but we found no signs of human burglary until the official account of the Light of the End of the World issued a video and announcement, and then we solved the case. Haigua's spiritual plant is missing at the Light of the End of the World. Did the sweet potato vine of our country go to you? Please give it back to us. This spiritual plant is the fruit that the people of our country bought with crystal cores, and they grew it themselves. It belongs to Haigua. You should return it to its original owner. Haigua's spiritual plant is missing at the Light of the End of the World, not only the mutated raw sweet potato flower pot, but also several other pots of spiritual plants. Pictures, pictures, pictures. The spiritual plant of Haigua is gone at the Light of the End of the World. Please return it to its original owner. How can Daxia eat fried noodles without Coca-Cola at the spiritual plant of Haigua is gone? Oh my temper, how many pots are there? There are dozens of pots. You can tell with your toes that you must have sliced the spiritual plant. Daxia is crazy before returning it to you at the Light of the End of the World. Look at my new ID. If you didn't do anything to the spiritual plant, how could the spiritual plant run away? You are not worthy of planting our spiritual plants of Daxia. Daxia's mysterious smile. Same as above, just changed. At the spiritual plant of Haigua is gone. Sorry, but I really don't understand what you mean. Are you emphasizing the ownership of the spiritual plant with our host, the creator of the spiritual plant? Chijigyo ye at Haigua, my spiritual plant is gone. From your tone, you are an official of Haigua, right? Look at my emoticon pack. Are you stupid? JPG. Daba fishrow lucky bag, my dream bag. Ah, this guy's words make people want to put a lump of what is said to be called poop in his mouth. Maka waiting for the cowherd. The one upstairs, his mouth is already full. No need to put another lump in. Daxia's spiritual plants are all my treasures. Fortunately, the treasures will run away. Daxia Opie, my dad at the Light of the End of the World. Baba, come out and kill him. Fengjia. Ghostface Pumpkin. Kill him and add 1. Gigi Country Dandelion Ball. Kill him and add 2. Daba loves faucets. Kill him and add 3. Daxia Marshmallow Pineapple Flavor. Kill him and add 4. Chen Er didn't know that the potato sound was boiling again. Everyone felt sleepy after eating, and everyone went back to their homes for lunch, and she was no exception. After waking up from a nap, Chen Er just got up from the bed, and suddenly caught a glimpse of herself in the mirror on the closet door. She was stunned. The girl in the mirror had beautiful long curly hair, big eyes, a small nose, and a small mouth. She looked like a real-life doll. She was so beautiful, Chen Er looked left and right in surprise. Her doll was still with her brother Rong. This must be the new hairstyle that her brother Rong helped her change. It suits her very well, of course, A beautiful hairstyle requires taking a few beautiful photos to share with others. Chen Er opened her mobile phone and took 9 consecutive photos. She also sent the beautiful photos to her brother Rong as soon as possible. Chen Er sent a note to Rong Shu on her mobile phone. Brother Rong, who has not confessed yet. Brother Rong, look at my beautiful photos. Do you like them? 9 square grid pictures. Rong Shu replied almost immediately. It looks good. Chen Ru's lips curled up, but when he accidentally glanced at the note to Rong Shu, he couldn't help but mutter, "Big pig's hoof." After kissing and hugging, he still doesn't say he likes her, but she didn't say she likes him either. Then let's just lure him like this. If you don't say it, I won't say it either. Chen Er snorted proudly and opened the voice chat, and then among the calls for murder, she saw the message of Hai Guilingji is missing at her. And just at this time, another group of Miao Mius suddenly appeared in front of her out of thin air. Filled up her bedroom. A group of Miao Miu, who were sending barrages and dropping golden beans. One of the pots happened to be the raw sweet potato pot mentioned by Hai Guilingji is missing. Mom, help us, we were sliced. That place is so far away, we almost got lost and ran back. Wow 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 wow. I don't want to go back there. It's so scary. Chen Er, shock. Gnashing her teeth, immediately, she recorded a bunch of videos of Miao Miu sending barrages and cursing people, and sent them out, and at the same time at Hai Guilingji is missing. The light of the end of the world at Hai Gui's spiritual plant is gone. We just got home and almost got lost. The children have a lot to say to you. Watch the video. Video. Fingjia durian bomb at Hai Gui's spiritual plant is gone. You are really unworthy of having spiritual plants, as you are hated by them. You should continue to guard your repairs in the future. Williams braised pork of Gigi country at the light of the end of the world. OP, please send the spiritual plants to our Gigi country. We Gigi people treat spiritual plants as treasures. Daba fish roe lucky bag my dream love bag. The above, you interrupted me. At the light of the end of the world, OPE, we Daba treat spiritual plants as children. If you don't believe me, take a look at the video of our spiritual plants.